Behold, the Eclipse King.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Tanjiro Became the Demon King of Eclipse movie. Before we start, please go support YoriichiTsuyikune for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Tanjiro is a male. Tanjiro, a boy who lost his entire family at the hands of the Demon King and was turned into one himself, along with his sister, will be responsible for ending his life and avenging the murder of his family. Clarifications. Tanjiro will be the reincarnation of Yoriichi's son. El Shipsera, Tanjiro x Shinobu. This Tanjiro is a little more powerful than the one in the original story. Tanjiro will create 2 new solar breathing forms. Chapter 1. The beginning of a hatred. The boy with black hair with a reddish tint can be seen coming out of a small cabin. Tanjiro, an adult woman with violet eyes, called to the boy. Your face is black, come here so I can clean it," said the woman, then cleaned the red-haired boy's face. It's dangerous when there's a lot of snow falling, so there's no problem if you don't go. Tanjiro, it's almost New Year's and everyone is waiting to eat what they wish for," said the redeed, then let out a sigh. "I'll just go sell some charcoal." "I thank you," the woman said, letting out a sigh. Then Tanjiro's brothers arrived saying they wanted to go with their brother, but their mother wouldn't let them go because there was too much snow. Tanjiro had said goodbye to his family to go down the mountain, but before he left he met his sister who was carrying his younger brother. "Nezuko, hello brother." Tanjiro, hello Nezuko. "Nezuko, I just lulled Rakuta to sleep because he'd make a fuss if he saw you leaving, he's been lonely ever since dad died." "Tanjiro, I see," said Tanjiro, then said goodbye to Nezuko and headed towards the village. Tanjiro narrates. "Life isn't easy, but it's a blessing. But when it comes to life, it's like looking at the sky. It changes and moves because there are no moments where it stays clear for long, nor are there moments where it snows for long, therefore, in the moments where happiness breaks, there is always the scent of blood." Time skip. It was night and we can see Tanjiro returning home after selling all the charcoal. "Tanjiro, it's very late, I must hurry and get home," he thought, then heard a voice calling him. "Tsuburo, hey Tanjiro, aren't you going back to the mountain?" "You can't, it's too dangerous." "Come, you can stay at my house tonight." "Tanjiro, don't worry, I have a good sense of smell. I'll be fine, and I have to go to my family." "Tsuburo, no, boy, come here, it's very dangerous because of the demons." "Tanjiro, thank you Tsuburo-san, but I really need to get back home." "Tsuburo, okay kid, but be very careful," he said before going into his house. Then Tanjiro will continue on his way until. "Tanjiro, that smell is blood," he said, then ran away, arriving at his house to find his sister and little brother lying in a pool of blood. Tanjiro, how did this happen?" He turned his head towards his house, seeing his mother and other siblings. "Tanjiro, what's wrong?" He didn't finish speaking as he felt a presence behind him, turning around to see a man dressed in an elegant suit with black hair and red eyes with black, slanted pupils like a cat's. "Muzan, a boy, what are you doing here and why are you wearing those earrings?" said the man, looking at Tanjiro's earrings. "Tanjiro, Kwai, who are you and what did you do to my family?" she said, crying and with a fear she had never felt before. "Muzan, the same will happen to you," he said, then threw a punch at Tanjiro, who managed to dodge it, but was left with a cut on his right cheek. "Oh, you're one of the few who managed to dodge a punch." "Me," he said, then threw another punch hitting him in the stomach, sending him flying several meters and leaving him on the ground in pain. "Muzan, I'm looking for a demon who can withstand sunlight." Then he injected his finger into Tanjiro's neck, passing some of his blood to him. "We'll see if you can do such a feat." Tanjiro, Kai, who are? "Muzan, listen carefully, I am Muzan Kibutsuji, and we will meet again," he said before disappearing, leaving Tanjiro unconscious. Time skip. We see Tanjiro waking up the next day with a severe headache, but then he looked at his sister, got up, and carried her on his back before running towards the village in search of help. Tanjiro, Nezuko is the only one who seems to still be alive. Who was he? Why did he attack us? What was he looking for? He said, remembering Muzan. "Tanjiro, it's painful to breathe, the air freezes my lungs, but I have to continue. I have to move my legs faster." He thought, then felt his sister begin to move, causing him to fall off the cliff into the snow. "I'm safe. The snow saved me." Tanjiro would get up and look for his sister, seeing her standing in front of him. He would then go towards her and try to grab her, but she would attack him with the intention of killing him. However, Tanjiro would take the axe and put the handle in Nezuko's mouth to protect her. Tanjiro Suburo's words came to mind at that moment. "Nezuko is a demon who eats humans." No, that's wrong. Nezuko has been human since the moment she was born, but the smell is different. So in that case, Nezuko didn't do it. He thought, then looked at his sister growing older. "Tanjiro, Nezuko, do everything you can to resist somehow. That man turned you into a demon." "Come on, calm down, you can do it," he shouted, looking at his sister, shedding a few tears, but then he felt someone approaching. In a swift movement, the subject jumped at them with a katana, which Tanjiro dodged. "Tomioka, why are you protecting her?" he said with a serious, emotionless look. "Tanjiro, she's my younger sister," he said, holding Nezuko tightly. "Tomioka, do you really think that thing is your sister?" he said, with a swift movement, he grabbed Nezuko by the arms and watched Tanjiro run towards him. "Don't move, my job is to annihilate demons. Of course, I'm going to kill what you call your sister." "Tanjiro, please wait, Nezuko didn't kill anyone. Instead, she protected our brother. Besides, there was another man in my house," he said, breathing heavily. "Nezuko is different. I don't know what that man did to her. Tomioka, it's simple, he transforms because he received demon blood in his wounds. That's how flesh-eating demons expand," he said, looking seriously at the redeed. "Tanjiro, Nezuko would never eat a human, I wouldn't let her hurt anyone, and I will turn her back into a human. I will definitely take care of her and go in search of that man who murdered my family," he said, looking at the hunter with determined eyes. "Tomioka, there is no cure, there is no way to turn a demon back into a human. Tanjiro, there has to be one, and I'll find it so Nezuko and I can live in peace," he said, watching as the hunter raised his katana and stabbed Nezuko in the chest. "Stop. Please don't do that," he shouted, then threw a rock at the hunter, grabbed his axe, and ran behind the trees. "Tomioka, you let your emotions make you attack me," he said, looking at the redeed approaching to attack him. "You're an idiot," giving him a strong blow to his back, leaving him unconscious on the ground, but noticing that the axe was gone, looking up at the axe heading towards him, dodging it with difficulty. "Tomioka, just before hiding behind those trees, she threw a rock at me, but at the same time, she threw her axe. She only pretended to attack me so I wouldn't realize how brilliant it was," he thought before receiving a kick from Nezuko, who ran towards her brother, protecting him, surprising the hunter who remembered the redeed's words, so he sheathed his katana and struck the girl in the neck. Time skip. We see our protagonist waking up, seeing his sister beside him and the hunter in front of him, who told him to go to a mountain and find his master, Yamato Sakanji Urakadaki, and tell him that Gyu Tomioka ordered him to disappear in the blink of an eye. That's all for today's chapter. Chapter 2. Training to be a hunter. Narrator. After Tanjiro's encounter with Tomioka, he would go to his home to bury the lifeless bodies of his family and then go to the Misty Mountains, since Tomioka told him that's where his master was. Tanjiro narrates. "I managed to reach a small farm where I found a man who gave me a basket, straw, and bamboo. Then I went to a small cave where Nezuko was. I used the basket to carry my sister in it to avoid the sunlight, since the hunter said that the sun harms demons. Afterward, I climbed the mountain, arriving at a temple where I found a demon eating some people. Demonio, hey, this is my territory, intruders are not allowed," he said, looking at the pair of brothers. "There's something strange about this. Are you two human?" After that, he launched an attack on the boy, but in a swift movement, Tanjiro wounded him in the neck with his axe. Demon, a well-made axe blow, but this cut will heal in a moment, thus the wound regenerated. "See? It has already stopped bleeding." The demon spoke before attacking the boy again, grabbing his arms. "Tanjiro, he's fast, he's too strong for me," Tanjiro thought as the demon held him. "Demon, I won't allow you to hurt me again, and now I'll break your neck." The demon spoke, but before he could strike Tanjiro, Nezuko kicked his head away, sending him crashing into a tree. "Tanjiro, Nezuko killed it well, it's a demon," he thought, but to his surprise the demon was still alive and its body attacked Nezuko, then its head jumped towards Tanjiro's axe, two arms sprouting from it and holding it with its hair. "Tanjiro, how is it possible that he's still alive even after Nezuko decapitated him?" the redeed thought to himself. "Tanjiro, what? Arms have grown out of his head and he caught my axe in his hair, but that's enough, stop," he yelled, then hit him hard with his head and threw him and the axe into a tree. "Demon, this kid has a really hard head and I'm trapped between the mango and the tree, the plan was to snatch the axe from him, but I've been caught. Besides, I've used up a lot of energy recovering my arms and they weren't long enough. Damn it," he thought, then watched the redeed run towards his sister. "Tanjiro, I is here. Leave her alone," he yelled as he threw himself and the demon's body off a cliff, but before falling he was saved by Nezuko as the body hit the neck area, causing the head to become unconscious. Tanjiro narrates. "After throwing the demon's body off a cliff, we returned through the head and I realized that there are different types of demons, which is why their scents are different. Then I took out a knife to finish off the demon, but before I could, someone touched my shoulder. Then I found myself face to face with a man wearing a mask and a blue haori. Urakadaki, that knife won't do. He told me to pick up a rock, but before he could finish off the demon, the sun came out and burned the demon in an instant. When I turned around, I looked for Nezuko, only to realize that she had gone into the temple to protect herself from the sun. Then I looked for the man, and he had buried the people's bodies. Yoriichi, I'm Sakanji Yoriichi. I suppose you're the one Tomioka told me about. Tanjiro yes, I'm Tanjiro Kamado, my sister's name is Nezuko, and he didn't finish speaking because he received a slap from Yoriichi. Yoriichi Tanjiro, what will you do when your sister wants to eat a human? I spoke to avoid getting a response from the redeed, then hit him on the head again. You hesitate too much, you're too slow to make decisions. You couldn't even finish off the demon before dawn. Why didn't you answer my question right away? It's because of a lack of attention. I said angrily, looking at the boy with his head down. If your sister were to eat humans, you would have two options. Kill her and then stab yourself in the stomach. I spoke, leaving the boy surprised. Do you understand what I'm saying? Tanjiro yes. I understand sir. Yoriichi alright then, I'll train you. He said, then told Tanjiro to follow him. Tanjiro narrates. Yoriichi sensei's training was like hell for me. The first test was to cut across a mountain full of traps, something that nearly killed me, but thanks to my nose, I managed to get back. Days later, my body became lighter and my strength and speed increased a lot, something that surprised me. Then Yoriichi sensei explained to me about water breathing and that it had 10 forms, but first was sword handling. 7 months had passed since I began my training. During all that time, Nezuko was asleep, which worries me because she hasn't woken up. Yoriichi sensei explained to me about the final selection, where the tests to become a hunter take place, and that the next one is in a year and 3 months, so he wants to teach me as much as possible to return safely. 2 months later. Yoriichi, from now on you'll have to prove your worth and see if you can improve on your own the basics I've taught you, he said, leading the boy to a large rock. If you're able to cut this rock in half, then I'll allow you to go to the final selection. It was harder than I expected, and if I broke the sword, Yoriichi sensei said it would break my bones. While I was trying, I came across a boy wearing a fox mask, a white haori, green and yellow clothing, and flesh-colored hair. Subito, what a shameful scene I just saw, a man wanting to surrender. Tanjiro, who is he? Why can't I smell him? He thought, surprised, looking at the boy. Subito, no matter how difficult or painful something becomes, you just have to shut your mouth and deal with it if you call yourself a man, he said to the red-haired boy, then told him to attack, getting into a battle stance. Tanjiro, we can't fight. Your sword is made of wood and mine is made of steel. I could hurt you. He said, but was stunned to see the boy laugh. Subito, I like you, I appreciate you caring about me. But do you really think you can hurt me? I'm much stronger than you. Because I was able to cut my own rock. He shouted while attacking Tanjiro and then delivering a powerful blow that knocked him unconscious. Then a girl with a flowery outfit and a white fox mask arrived. Subito, I leave it in your hands. Yeah. A few minutes later. Tanjiro, what happened? He said, waking up. Wakamo, are you alright? She spoke while looking at Tanjiro with a calm expression. Tanjiro, did you see the movement a moment ago? He shouted, leaving the girl stunned, do you think I can do it? Wakamo, of course you can, I'll be there to witness it. Tanjiro, how pretty, he thought as he looked at the beauty of that girl, who are you? Tanjiro narrates. This girl's name is Makomo, and she also told me that the boy's name was Subito. Makomo taught me the basics of swordsmanship and helped me correct all the unnecessary movements and bad habits I had. They weren't siblings, but apparently, they were adopted by Mr. Yoriichi. I still couldn't defeat Subito until a year later. That day, when I wielded a real sword, after a year it was either victory or defeat. That day, that instant, for the first time, I was able to cut his mask, revealing very calm eyes of a violet hue. After defeating Subito, they told me that I would always win before disappearing. That sword that struck and opened Subito's mask also split the rock in two. Chapter 3. A Promise to Keep. After Tanjiro cut the rock in half, he was congratulated by Yoriichi. Yoriichi, the only reason I didn't want you to go to the final selection is because I never want to see another child die because of it again. He spoke with a voice that conveyed sadness, anger, and depression. But I didn't count on you being able to cut this rock in two. You did well. He said while stroking the redeed's head and noticing he was crying. Tanjiro, I want you to promise me that you'll come back alive from the final selection. This old man and your sister will be waiting for you. He hugged the boy, who returned the hug. Tanjiro narrates. After returning to Yoriichi sensei's house and checking on my sister, who was still asleep, I went to get some water and look at my reflection. I noticed my hair had grown a little, but decided to leave it as is and change my clothes. After changing, Yoriichi sensei gave me a mask called a protection mask, which would protect me from any bad luck. 1 month later. Tanjiro was ready for the final selection to prove that his training had paid off. Tanjiro, Yoriichi sensei, I'm leaving. Tanjiro wore a blue haori with white clouds and his fox mask that Yoriichi gave him. Tanjiro, say hi to Sabito and Makomo for me. He shouted with a smile, leaving his master surprised and wondering how he knew about them if they were no longer in this world. Tanjiro had arrived at Mount Fujikasanayam, the site of the final selection. Upon arriving, he saw many wisteria trees, which he found very beautiful. After entering, he saw many people with katanas and noticed two girls, one with white hair and the other with black hair, who announced the start of the final selection. Girl 1, thank you all for joining the final selection tonight. There are many demons being held captive on this mountain by demon hunters. Girl 2, since the foot of the mountain is halfway there are many demon-repelling wisteria plants, which grow all year round, but the wisteria plants only reach this far, leaving the demons to die from eating some human flesh. Girl 2, if you can survive here for 7 days, then you will pass the final selection, and given all that, we begin the final selection. Tanjiro ventured into the mountain in search of the place where the sun rises fastest, hoping to gain an advantage, but at that moment 2 demons appeared and attacked her. Tanjiro, damn, 2 of them have appeared. I must finish them off. Water breathing, tide strike. He said, cutting off the demons' heads, then turned around, watching them turn to ash. Tanjiro, I really did defeat the demons, I cut them down, my training wasn't in vain, I channeled my whole heart into training my body, he thought before continuing on his way, but before he could go any further, an unpleasant smell reached his nose. Tanjiro, where is this unpleasant smell coming from? He thought, then looked at a boy running and screaming, only to be caught by one of the 1,000 hands of the demon chasing him. He saw that it was a mutant demon holding another dead boy in its other hand. It opened its mouth to devour the boy's body, but before it could eat the other boy, Tanjiro cut off its arm, saving the boy. Demon, but look at that, it's another one of my beloved foxes. Tanjiro, another one. Demon, tell me something, little fox. Is this the Meiji era? Tanjiro, ah, we're in the Taisho era. He spoke, then looked at the demon screaming while hurting himself. Demon, another era, we are already in another era while, and I am trapped in this wisping prison I will never forgive you Yoriichi, I curse you Yoriichi, he shouted loudly with a voice of anger and despair. Tanjiro, do you know Yoriichi-sensei? Demon, of course, Yoriichi was the one who captured me and brought me here, but that was 47 years ago when he dedicated himself to capturing demons like me in the Edo period in the Kyo era, he said, to the surprise of the 2 boys. After that, the boy told him that there was no way a demon from here could live that long, since they only ate 2 to 3 humans, because the hunters either kill each other or not. Demon, but I've survived all this time trapped in this flower prison, I've eaten at least 50 of yours, 11, 12, 13, you'll be the 14th of the Yoriichi students I've devoured, he said while laughing, leaving Tanjiro in shock with the comment. In fact, there were 2 children who attracted a lot of attention. The first was a boy with special red hair with a scar on his face, he was the most powerful. The other was a girl with a flowery kimono, small and not so strong but very agile, he spoke, leaving Tanjiro even more surprised than he already was. Tanjiro, he died, he killed them, but I was with them, he said, sounding stunned and confused. Demon, that mask is how I distinguish all my little foxes. I know the texture of the masks Yoriichi makes. He calls them protective masks, but I devoured them all for using them. He said, provoking enormous anger in Tanjiro, who couldn't stand it anymore and lunged to attack him while cutting off every arm the demon sent out. Sabito. You need to calm down, Tanjiro. You're not breathing well. Focus. Forget about us. He spoke in Tanjiro's mind, but Tanjiro received a blow from the demon on his left side, causing him to hit a tree, break his mask, and suffer a wound on the scar on the left side of his forehead. Demon, hahaha, there's another one of Yoriichi's students. I wonder how he feels knowing another one of his students isn't coming back. I'd love to see his face, hahaha, but before he could hit Tanjiro dodged, causing the demon to attack with his arms. Tanjiro cut each one as they approached him, but he felt them coming from underground. He jumped in surprise, and the demon sent more arms at Tanjiro, who dodged them with a headbutt while cutting the rest. They were getting closer to his head, leaving the demon surprised. He saw red eyes with black pupils like a feline's. Tanjiro, water breathing first form. Water surface strike. Cutting the demon's neck with a horizontal cut. Demon W, what, how his eyes were those of a demon, he finished saying after turning to ash and disappearing while Tanjiro returned to normal. He was astonished because he felt that his power had increased a lot, but he no longer felt the same and continued on his way. 6 days later. Tanjiro finished the final selection and chose the ore for his sword, then returned to his master's house and found Nezuko awake, which excited him, and he hugged her as well as Yoriichi, who told him, I'm glad you kept your promise, crying as well as Tanjiro. This concludes chapter 3. Chapter 4. The beginning as a hunter. After Tanjiro passed the final selection and returned to his master to find his sister awake, he told his master what happened in the final selection, which surprised him because the demon he captured was the same one that ate each of his students, except for Tomioka. Urakadaki, thank you Tanjiro. He spoke with a smile beneath his mask. Tanjiro, but I didn't do anything to deserve his thanks, he said while looking at his master who lowered his head. Urakadaki, you did so much for this old man, he said, getting up and hugging the Redeed. I'm so glad you were able to come back, as he separated from the Redeed and sat down in front of him. Tanjiro, thank you Urakadaki-sensei. Urakadaki, you should know that there are demons who can use the demon blood technique. It's a supernatural ability. I'm telling you this because you'll soon have to fight demons with those abilities, but despite that, Tanjiro, I'm confident you can defeat them. Tanjiro, but it seems that Nezuko is a different kind of demon than all the others. He believes it's because of the demon blood technique. Urakadaki, no, I don't think that's why. What I think is that Nezuko recovers her energy by sleeping instead of eating human flesh like other demons. Urakadaki spoke, leaving the boy relieved so he could go to sleep, but before promising his sister that she would become human again. 15 days later. We can see a person walking towards Urakadaki's house. This person was carrying a box and was wearing white pants, a yellow haori with sunflowers on it, and a hat with crystal spheres hanging from it. Hello, good day. My name is Higanazuka. I was the one who forged Tanjiro Kamado's sword and I came here to deliver it to him. He spoke, looking at the boy who greeted him and then told him to come in, but the man didn't hear him. Higanazuka, this is a Nichiren katana. I was the one who forged it. Tanjiro, excuse me, would you like to come in? But he looked at the man and ignored him again. Higanazuka, lo, the materials of this katana are found on the highest mountain in the sun. It is made of scarlet iron sand and scarlet ore. They are unique because they possess steel that absorbs sunlight. Urakadaki, I can't believe it, why doesn't that boy listen to what other people are saying to him? Higanazuka, I can't believe it, you're a child of light. He said, getting up from the ground, I guess you're a lucky person. Tanjiro, well, my parents' names were Tanjiro and Kai. Higanazuka, I didn't mean that. You see how your hair and eyes are reddish. When a family that works with fire has a child like you, it's considered good luck. He said while pushing one of the Redeed's cheeks. Maybe this katana will turn red, don't you think, Urakadaki? Urakadaki, yes, I answered the man to let him into his house and give Tanjiro his katana. Higanazuka quickly draws the katana. Nichiren swords are known as color-changing swords, their color depending on the person who possesses them. Then Tanjiro unsheathes his katana, which then turns black, surprising both men, since black katanas are considered bad luck and are rarely seen. At that moment, Higanazuka lunges at Tanjiro, choking him with his feet because he doesn't like that his katana is black. But just then, the crow that our protagonist received in the final selection arrives. Crow call Tanjiro Kamado, hurry up and go northwest in the city call, hurry up, go hunt demons, it's your first mission in the Demon Slayer Corps call. Tanjiro, the crow is talking, my first mission. Crow call, young girls have been disappearing every night, call, you must go after this mystery and defeat the demon responsible, call. The crow finished speaking and flew towards the window. Moments later. Tanjiro wore the Demon Slayer's uniform and over it his respective green and black plaid haori, and he tied his hair in a ponytail. He looks like Yoriichi. Urakadaki, are you finished? He spoke, then looked at Tanjiro leaving a room and nodded, indicating he was ready to leave. Tanjiro, now that you're a Demon Slayer, I need to explain a few things to you. Tanjiro, yes sir. Urakadaki, the hunter uniform you wear is made of a special type of fiber. The fabric is lightweight, breathable, water-resistant, and non-flammable. The claws and fangs of a low-level demon are unable to penetrate the fabric. Tanjiro, is it really that durable? Said the Redeed, looking at the suit in amazement. Urakadaki, impressive, isn't it? Now, the Nichiren katana. Each color depends on the user, and each color has its own unique properties. Very few hunters carry a black one, so we know little about them. Some believe they are unlucky. Tanjiro, bad luck? Why? Urakadaki-sensei, the boy asked, confused. Urakadaki says that black katanas are wielded by those hunters with little chance of going very far. Tanjiro, very well, I don't know what I'm going to do as a demon slayer, but I'll make sure to turn Nezuko back into a human. He said, seeking his master's approval. Urakadaki, one last thing, take this. It's a box for you to carry your sister during the day. I built it with very light wood from cloud mist fur and then painted it with rock paint to reinforce the exterior and make it more durable. He speaks, then Tanjiro thanks him, puts his sister in the box, and leaves the house. Tanjiro, well, we're leaving now. Tanjiro said, then said goodbye to his master and headed off on his mission. Tanjiro narrates. I had arrived at the village the crow indicated to me to search for the demon that was stalking the young women there. During my search, I came across a man who was the boyfriend of one of the missing girls and asked for his help. I'm Skip. Night had already fallen, and thanks to Kazumi, that was the name of the man who helped me search for the demon who had kidnapped another girl, I managed to save her in time and confront the demon, who turned out to be 3 of them. Demon 1. Why would a demon accompany a mere human? Said one of the demons who was watching Nezuko emerge from her box. What does it mean? Who are these 2? A demon slayer accompanied by a demon makes no sense. He said before entering one of the swampy pits the 3 of them were in. Tanjiro watched as Nezuko looked at Kazumi and the girl, while caressing both of their cheeks. Flashback. Yoriichi, I don't know if it's a good idea, but I used hypnotic suggestion on Nezuko while she was asleep. Tanjiro, how did Yoriichi-sensei do it? Yoriichi, I told him, all humans are your family, protect humans. Demons are the enemy. End of flashback. Nezuko lunged towards the demons while remembering Yoriichi's words, but the demon dodged her attack and reappeared in front of her. Before she could attack, Tanjiro stopped her. Tanjiro, Nezuko, I'll go find them. Take care of protecting them. He said, pointing to Kazumi and the girl, before entering the well from which the demon had emerged. Tanjiro, it's a swamp, but what could that be? Looking at the clothes and belongings of the young women they had devoured, all those innocent victims were murdered. I swear they will pay. Demon, haha, you're having trouble breathing, it's time for you to die, he said as he approached the retreat along with another demon. Tanjiro, they underestimate me, but that brought them death. Water breathing, 6th form. Winding whirlpool. He said, spinning his feet and body, creating a water tornado that sliced through the demons' bodies and heads. After defeating the demons, Tanjiro took one of the cloths left behind by one of them and then rose to the surface. Meanwhile, Nezuko was giving the last demon trouble, who was receiving blow after blow from the girl, but he was beginning to predict Nezuko's attacks. In a swift movement, she inflicted a wound on his forehead, but before the demon could strike Nezuko again, Tanjiro appeared, cutting off both of his arms and leaving the demon on the ground. Tanjiro, you really stink, you disgust me. Tell me, how many people have you killed? Demon, in that, if women live too long they become ugly and taste horrible, I kill them for their own good, they should be grateful. He didn't finish speaking because Tanjiro cut his mouth. Shut up and tell me what you know about Muzan Kibutsuji. He yelled while looking at the demon who had a face of fear and terror, who told him that he couldn't speak, while remembering a threat that the king of demons had made to him. I can't say I can't, regenerating his arms and going to attack Tanjiro, but he would decapitate him. Then Tanjiro would put his sister back in her box before approaching Kazumi. Tanjiro, Kazumi, are you alright? Kazumi, I just lost my girlfriend, how should I feel? While crying. Tanjiro, Kazumi, listen, life goes on, you must continue, even if you've lost someone, no matter how strong the blow, but Kazumi would grab him by the haori. Kazumi, and how do you expect me to do it? You don't know anything, you're just a child. She yelled, but Tanjiro removed her hand from his haori and looked at her with eyes that reflected all the suffering he had endured during his training, evident in his hands. Then he left and looked at Kazumi, who apologized for what she said. Before leaving, Tanjiro gave Kazumi a piece of the demon cloth that he had worn as a bride's ribbon when he was young. Moments later, we see Tanjiro walking along a path outside the city where he received his first mission, but at that moment Tanjiro could feel a sharp pain in his stomach and head which increased as time passed. Tanjiro narrates. My body felt like it was burning, and a sharp pain in my stomach and head began to cause pain in my feet and arms. Luckily, I managed to spot a small mackerel a little ahead of me, so I went to it and placed Nezuko's box in a corner. But at that moment, I felt a sharp pain in my chest and began to cough up blood. I grabbed my head from the intense pain, but then I fell to my knees and then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Narrator. We can see Tanjiro waking up, but he is not in the cabin he entered with Nezuko. He is in a forest illuminated by a few rays of sunlight. Tanjiro, where am I? Where's Nezuko? He spoke worriedly but was surprised when he saw a mirror in front of him. What's a mirror doing here? Remember that mirrors already existed in that era. Tanjiro approached the mirror, but upon seeing himself, he was shocked to see his reflection and realize he looked like a demon. Tanjiro, but why do I look like a demon? Looking at his reflection where his fangs had grown as well as his nails which were now claws, besides he had horns on his head, also his eyes which were red and black color with their pupil slits like those of a feline, but what caught his attention the most were some marks on the left side of his forehead and another on the right side of his cheek. Sorry, I couldn't find an image. At that moment Tanjiro was stunned, wanting to scream, but in the blink of an eye that green and peaceful forest began to burn in fire and ash. Tanjiro, but what's happening here? Why is the forest burning? He looked up at the sky but found the moon covering the sun. Tanjiro, but what's happening here? Where's Nezuko, and why do I look like this? This is hell. Please get me out of here. He screamed, then woke up to find his sister watching him scream in his sleep. Tanjiro and Nezuko. Tanjiro hugged his sister very tightly, as if he had never hugged her before in his life. Nezuko, I'm glad you're with me. Nezuko was confused but returned her brother's hug. Tanjiro narrates. After a few minutes, I broke away from Nezuko's hug, returned her to her box, and continued on my way. Tanjiro, what a horrible nightmare. I hope I never see something like this again in my life. He spoke as he began to walk, since his crow had given him his next mission, which was in Tokyo, one of the largest cities in Japan. Here is chapter 4. See you later. Goodbye. Chapter 5. The Demon King's Fear. Narrator. We see Tanjiro walking through the streets of Tokyo with his sister, searching for the demon that is haunting the city. However, Tanjiro wasn't comfortable because there were so many people passing through the city, so he decided to walk away and rest at a food stall. Tanjiro, excuse me, sir, could you sell me a bowl of udon, please? He said to the vendor, who quickly agreed and went into his stall to prepare the food, then gave Tanjiro a bowl of udon with a boiled egg. Narrator. Tanjiro tried the food, but after tasting it, he smelled something very familiar, a smell that his nose detected so strongly that it made him throw his food on the ground. Tanjiro, that smell, it's the smell of the man who was in my house. Muzan Kibutsuji. He's here. He said, running into the city, leaving his sister behind. He ran, following the scent that led him to the man who murdered his family and transformed his sister into a demon. Muzan Kibutsuji, it must be him, and he's here. At that moment, he saw him wearing a black jacket with white pants and a white hat. At that instant, Tanjiro grabbed his shoulder, and when Muzan turned around, he was in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment, fear, and terror. Muzan was surprised to see the boy he thought he had transformed into a demon, but standing before him like a hunter, and his hair reminded him of the man who had almost annihilated him over 300 years ago. Tanjiro, I've got you. This time you'll pay for what you did. But before he could draw his katana, he stopped when he saw a little girl calling the demon dad, which surprised Tanjiro. Then a woman arrived who was supposedly the Demon King's wife. Tanjiro, but he lives in the city as if he were human, but don't they know he's a demon? Muzan, tell me how I can help you, boy. He spoke as normally as if he didn't know the deed, but Tanjiro didn't answer. He was confused, not knowing what to do at that moment. But Muzan, seeing this, took the opportunity to injure a person passing by, passing some of his blood to him, and instantly transforming him into a demon, causing him to bite a woman who was walking with him. Thus, Tanjiro stopped the demon before it attacked anyone nearby, putting his katana in its mouth and holding it by both arms with his feet. Tanjiro listened carefully, press the wound firmly and don't let go, he told the woman the demon had bitten, but at that moment Muzan would take advantage to escape from the place. Are you leaving, Muzan Kibutsuji? No matter where you go, I will follow you to the end of hell. My katana will be the last thing your eyes see. I will make you pay for what you did, the Redeed shouted, making Muzan start walking faster as those words entered his mind, while he began to experience fear and anguish. Tanjiro narrates. After losing Muzan in the crowd, some officers approached, trying to pull me off the demon, but at that moment they were separated by a blood technique from a demon who was getting closer to me. I see you treat him like a human, even though this person has transformed into a demon, yet you still try to save him, said a woman with violet eyes wearing a flowered kimono, accompanied by a boy with greenish hair and a serious expression. Now, if you'll allow me, I'd like to lend you a hand with that man. Tanjiro, who are you? Your scent tells me you're a demon. The boy said, looking at both of them with a distrustful expression. That's right, you're right, I am a demon, but I am also a doctor. I also want to destroy Muzan Kibutsuji. She spoke, surprising the Redeed, who trusted her and let her pass. Elsewhere in the city. We encountered the Demon King, who sent his family in a car as he drove to an alley where he killed 2 men and a woman who were passing by, then snapped his fingers, and 2 kneeling demons appeared. Muzan, there's a hunter with Hanafuda earrings. I want him brought before me, is that clear? He spoke so that the demons would then leave. How did that child manage to be unaffected by my blood, besides resembling that monster, remembering the swordsman with long hair tied in a ponytail with a reddish tone, with a crimson katana and Hanafuda earrings that almost finished him off. Muzan, I'll make sure something like this never happens again, Nakam. He shouted, causing a door to appear behind him, then close behind him. Tanjiro. Bender, listen, it's not about the money, that doesn't matter. What I can't forgive is that you didn't eat my bowl of udon. Tanjiro, I'm so sorry, but another bowl please. I promise to eat it this time. He spoke a little scared since the man was angry. Bender, well, and you, if you're going to eat udon, you should first take that bamboo out of your mouth. Why do you have that bamboo in your mouth? He said, pointing at Nezuko. Tanjiro, give me my bowl of udon, actually it will be 2 bowls, I said so that the man would ignore Nezuko and go to his station to prepare the bowls that Tanjiro would eat in a moment. Tanjiro, they were delicious. Thank you for the food. He thanked the man, who was thrilled to see the Redeed devour both bowls in an instant. Bender, that's right, come back soon, saying goodbye to the duo. Narrator. Tanjiro apologized to Nezuko for leaving her behind, but at that moment the other demon who accompanied the other demon appeared. Tanjiro, you didn't need to wait for us, I could find them thanks to my sense of smell, he said, looking at the green-haired boy. I'm just following orders. The lady told me to take you with her, and besides, our home is hidden by a protective spell. You wouldn't be able to find it. Also, that girl is a demon. She looks very vulgar. He said, pointing at Nezuko, which made Tanjiro angry because he called his sister ugly. Tanjiro, you must be sick. No one would say Nezuko is ugly. She was the most beautiful girl in the whole village. Just look at her beauty. He shouted, defending his sister. Let's go, the boy said, then walked away with an annoyed Tanjiro talking about his sister. Minutes later. Narrator. The demon boy had led Tanjiro and Nezuko to a dead end, but the green-haired boy passed through the wall to enter another place where there was a large house where the other demon was located. My lady has arrived, and I brought the hunter as you requested, said the green-haired man as he entered the house with Tanjiro and Nezuko. Welcome, I say with a smile, looking at the pair of brothers. Tanjiro, I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long, tell me how the girl is doing, he said to the woman while looking at the girl he saved from her husband, who is now a demon. Luckily she's going to recover, but her husband must be locked up. We left him in the basement. She spoke, looking at the girl. Tanjiro, tell me, it's not difficult to deal with humans, with all the blood, he spoke, but was met with a punch from the green-haired boy. Do you seriously believe that he chokes on his own saliva when he deals with a human, because demons can't control themselves? Tanjiro apologized for what he did. Don't do that because you're resorting to violence, and sorry kid for not introducing myself, my name is Tomeo and this is Yoshiro, I hope you get along well. Tanjiro, I don't think it's going to be possible, looking at the green-haired boy who lowered his head while making a murderous face. Tomeo, why, I don't see it as that difficult, at least not for me, maybe for other demons. I myself modified my body on more than one occasion and was able to remove Muzan's curse. Tanjiro, seriously? And what kind of change, Tomeo-san? He spoke, but the demon led them to another room where they could talk more comfortably. Tanjiro, hey Nezuko, that's rude. Looking at his sister who was lying down on the ground. Tomeo, don't worry, make yourself at home, she said to the red-haired boy with a smile. Tanjiro, thank you and sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Tanjiro Kamado, and this is Nezuko Kamado. He said, introducing himself with a smile. Tomeo, well, Tanjiro, as I was saying, I made several changes to my body to continue living without needing to consume human flesh, and only with a minimal amount of blood, she said, looking at the Redeed who started thinking. Tanjiro, so well, that means that he didn't finish speaking because Tomeo spoke. Tomeo, don't worry, I understand you find it detestable, but we bought it from very poor people. I tell him I use it for medical purposes, and of course the amount is appropriate so that it doesn't affect him at all. I speak seriously, looking at the Redeed. Tanjiro, that explains why their scent is different from the other demons, but they still need blood, but there's no need to worry, it's just a little. He thought, looking at the woman. Tomeo, Yoshiro is even more impressive since he only needs less blood than me, since it was I who transformed him into a demon, leaving the Redeed stunned. Tanjiro, it was you, but how? Tomeo, indeed, as far as we know, Muzan is the only one capable of transforming people into demons, that's correct, except for me. It took me 200 years, but I only managed to transform Yoshiro into a demon, he said, leaving the Redeed surprised. Tanjiro, it took me 200 years just to transform a person into a demon, Tomeo-san, how old are you? He spoke, but was met with blows to his stomach from Yoshiro. Yoshiro, you don't ask a lady her age. He said angrily to the Redeed while hitting him. Tomeo, Yoshiro. If you hit him again, you'll be punished. The woman spoke angrily, calming the green-haired boy. She looks so beautiful when she's angry, he thought. Tomeo, I'm sorry Tanjiro. He apologized to Tanjiro, but Tanjiro knew he had been very disrespectful. Tomeo, Tanjiro, I didn't just ask you to come to talk about Muzan, but about something else I noticed since we were in the city, she said, trying to confuse the Redeed. Tanjiro, I can see that a little demon blood runs in your veins, leaving the hunter stunned. Tanjiro, what do you mean Tomeo-san? He spoke, frightened. Tomeo, Tanjiro, what I mean is you're turning into a demon. She said, leaving him in shock, unable to believe that all this time he'd been transforming into a demon. He was confused, unsure what to do. This wasn't part of his plan. Tanjiro, I know it's strange, but I can see demon blood running through your veins. Tell me, did you ever meet Muzan in the past? Tanjiro, yes, it was a long time ago. He was the one who murdered my family and transformed my sister into a demon. Then I remember him hitting me and talking about creating a demon that would conquer sunlight, but after that I lost consciousness and don't remember anything other than waking up the next day. He spoke, leaving the woman surprised, since there was no human who could withstand Muzan's blood for very long. Demonio, tell me, haven't you experienced any symptoms like pain? She couldn't finish because Tanjiro interrupted her. Tanjiro, yes, I remember that a few hours ago my body started burning, in addition to a severe stomach and head pain that overwhelmed me. He didn't finish speaking because Yoshiro hit him on the head. Yoshiro, how dare you interrupt Tomoyo-san? He said, but Tomoyo told him not to do it again, because if he did, she would leave the room, putting the green-haired boy on alert. Understood, Tomoyo-san. Tanjiro, excuse me, Tomoyo-san, is there a way for a demon to become human again? He said, alerting Tomoyo. Tomoyo, if he exists, at that point Tanjiro would say to tell him how, but Yoshiro would shoo him away. Yoshiro, how dare you ask Tomoyo-san for anything? But Tomoyo would stop him. Tomoyo, Yoshiro. I speak angrily. Yoshiro, I didn't hit him, Tomoyo-san, I just threw him. He said, leaving Tomoyo a little annoyed. Tomoyo, it doesn't matter, it's not acceptable. But then Tanjiro would stand up and Yoshiro would shout for everyone to lower their heads, after which a Tamari ball would hit all over the house. Narrator. We can see two demons outside the house. One was a girl wearing an orange kimono and over it a black haori and a tamari ball in both hands, and the other a green and black kimono with a blue pearl necklace and also had her eyes in her hands. At that very moment, the girl would throw her two tamari, further damaging the house where the hunter and the demons were located. Susumaru, the way you're doing things is very immature. Remember, we have to bring the demon slayer to Muzan-sama live. Besides, you got my kimono covered in dust. The boy said, annoyed that his companion wasn't being responsible. Susumaru, stop complaining, who cares about the dust when my Tamari ball discovered where they're hiding? Why don't you try to have some fun? I say while throwing another Tamari ball towards the house. Ihaba, stop getting me covered in dust, the boy said angrily. Tanjiro, the damage she caused with a Tamari ball is impressive. Were those demons sent by Muzan? He spoke, but the girl launched more timbers that moved without needing to hit anything, then struck Yoshiro, shattering his head. No, Yoshiro. Nezuko, take care of the girl who's still sleeping. Take her to a safe place. I'll deal with them. He spoke, then unleashed the anger he had been holding in, as he was becoming what he swore to exterminate. Suddenly, his eyes changed to those of a demon, and his strength, speed, and reflexes increased because the anger he felt towards Muzan was enormous. Tomoyo, Tanjiro, calm down please, but the hunter just ignored her and told her to get to safety, that he would take care of it, attacking the girl. Tanjiro, water breathing fourth form. Tide strike, cutting the two Tamari balls, but he was surprised to see two more approaching, which he managed to dodge, but after that the ball hit him in the back. How did it do that? It also did the same thing when it hit Yoshiro, but it seems that she is not the one giving the ball the spin. There must be another demon. He thought, then used his now improved sense of smell to find out where the demon was. Tomoyo, Yoshiro, looking at the boy who was regenerating his head. Yoshiro, Tomoyo-san, I told you that I don't know if you should get involved with the hunter. My technique wasn't ready for use. I can only hide buildings and people, even their scent, but I'm not capable of hiding his existence. I detest those who ruin the moments I spend with you and want to hurt you. They are unforgivable. But Tanjiro. Tamari removed her haori and then revealed 4 more arms, launching 6 balls at Tanjiro, who was having trouble dodging them. Susumaru, you're an amazing guy, hahaha, this is so much fun, I'm having so much fun, you must feel lucky to fight one of the 12 demon moons, he said while laughing, making Tanjiro alert. Flashback. Urakadaki, Tanjiro, you need to know something very important, he said, addressing the Redeed. Tanjiro, what's wrong, Urakadaki-sensei? What should I know? Tanjiro asked. Urakadaki, you should know that there are 12 demons who carry out Muzan's orders, and they are extremely powerful because they receive Muzan's blood. That's why I want you to be careful when facing one. They are called the 12 demon moons. Tanjiro, okay, Urakadaki-sensei, I'll be careful if I encounter one. He spoke so his teacher could nod in agreement. End of flashback. Tanjiro, so that girl belongs to the 12 demon moons. She could be dangerous. He speaks, but I see the girl throw more balls towards him. I must defend myself. Water breathing, 6th form. Winding whirlwind. Creating a water tornado to defend against the 6 Tamari balls. I must get closer if I want to cut off her head. But Tomoyo. Tomoyo, we must help Tanjiro, but if I use my blood technique it could affect him too, and Yoshiro needs time to switch to attack mode. She thought about leaving the house with Yoshiro, since they saw Tanjiro was having trouble with the Tamari balls. Yoshiro, hey, what are you doing? You should be paying attention to the arrows to see which direction they're pointing. He shouted, confusing Tanjiro since he wasn't looking at the arrows. So you can't see her? I'll lend you my eyes so you can eliminate Tamari. He spoke while throwing a piece of paper with a symbol at Tanjiro's side, who immediately saw the arrow. Tanjiro, now I can see the arrows. That explains how Tamari controls the balls. Yashiro, thank you. Now I can see the arrow. Now let me take care of this. He said while dodging the balls to approach the girl. Water breathing, third form. He spoke to cut the Tamari balls and cut off the girl's 6 arms. Dance of the currents. Tanjiro, Tomeo-san, if these demons are related to Muzan, then I will extract the first blood samples for you. Flashback. Tomeo, if you want to turn a demon into a human, you must give me 2 things. The first is that you let me analyze your sister's blood, and the second is that you get me samples of Muzan's blood, as concentrated as you can find. She spoke, leaving the Riti thinking. End of flashback. Tanjiro, alright, I'll take care of extracting the blood. Tanjiro said, but then he saw his sister coming out of the house, Nezuko. There's a demon in the trees, take care of it. He shouted to his sister, who quickly went towards the trees, finding the demon and hitting it twice to send it to the ground. Okay, the arrows disappeared, it's time to finish her off. But Nezuko. She was facing the demon, but he would use the arrows to send Nezuko flying and falling near her brother. Tanjiro, Nezuko. Are you alright? Receiving a nod in response from his sister, I'll take care of eliminating the arrow demon first before finishing off Tamari. At great speed, Tanjiro approached the demon, but before he could cut it, an arrow sent him flying backward, crashing into a tree. I see. I must dodge the arrows, and I must do it quickly since I feel this form won't last long. He said, attacking the demon again, but this time he dodged the arrow and cut off one of its arms, but another arrow lifted him upward. Tanjiro, I must do something to lessen the impact, he said as he fell to the ground, water breathing 8th form. Waterfall Lake, he said to lessen the impact on the ground. Ihaba, you damned hunter, you'll pay for damaging my kimono. He spoke angrily because Tanjiro had cut his sleeve. Tanjiro, I'll not only damage your kimono, but also cut your head into 1,000 pieces, as he approached, but couldn't dodge 2 arrows that sent him crashing into a wall, while the other took his checkered Haori. I circa N apostrophe T withstand his attacks any longer, I have to finish him off, changing the direction of the arrows without touching them, I know how to do it, combining my movements. Ihaba es Hurricane Moreras de vez que Semper de Semper, sending more arrows towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro first, I'll use 6th form to envelop the arrows, then I'll combine it with 3rd form to get closer to him, he said, running towards the demon. Now, I spin. Water breathing, 6th form. Winding whirlpool, he said, creating a whirlpool to trap the arrows in a vortex. My katana is too heavy, but I can do it. Water breathing, 2nd form. Enhanced water wheel, while spinning his body, creating a swirling circle of water that would cut off the demon's head, but before it disintegrated, it would perform a final attack on Tanjiro that would send him flying as he struck anything in his path. Its power is much greater than any arrow that hit me. I must stop the blow. 4th form. Tide strike, avoiding a blow against a wall, but he would be lifted upwards again. I must stop. 2nd form. Water wheel, but now he was heading towards the ground. 8th form. Waterfall Lake, avoiding the blow, but he would be sent upwards again, executing another form. Posture until he stopped, I finally did it, I was able to stop my body, but now I must help Nezuko, but before going to where his sister would fall to the ground losing his demon eyes and his enhanced abilities, that hurts, I lost my demon form, but I must go to where Nezuko, he said as he crawled along the ground to where his sister and the others were. Meanwhile, with Nezuko. Nezuko was weakened by Tamari, but thanks to Tomeo, she recovered and continued fighting Yashiro, who, thanks to his blood technique, could put up a fight against Tamari, but they still couldn't defeat her. Tomeo, I need to do something or we'll all die here, walking like this, the girl Tamari, lady of the 12 demon moons, I want to ask you a question, do you have any idea who Muzan really is? Scaring the girl, he's a coward, I'm sure you've noticed, he lives in constant fear, she spoke, leaving everyone surprised, even Tanjiro who had arrived at the place. Susumaru, what are you talking about? How dare you? She spoke angrily but scared, since Muzan could hear what she was doing. Tomeo, do you have any idea why demons can't group together? Why they fight amongst themselves? He wants to prevent them from uniting. His fear is that they might attack him. He manipulates demons to stop them, demons like you, he said while using his blood technique. Susumaru, shut up already. Shut up already. Nobody can be that miserable, his power is impressive, and nobody is stronger than Muzan-sama, he said until he realized that he had said Muzan's name, and that would activate the curse that Muzan put on all the demons. Tomeo, I'm sorry, but this is the end for you. He said, watching as the girl's skin changed to brown, then 3 arms appeared, 2 on her stomach and 1 from her mouth, before tearing her to pieces, leaving everyone terrified by what had happened. Tanjiro, is she really dead? The boy spoke because he thought that if he transformed into one he would have the curse. Tomeo will die soon. This is Muzan's curse. The cells he left in her body destroyed her from the inside out. Battles between demons are useless. The wounds they inflict are nothing. Only the sun or a demon slayer's katana can kill them, except for Muzan. He is the only one who can destroy a demon's cells. At that moment, Yashiro would put a handkerchief over Tanjiro's mouth. Yashiro, don't breathe. Tomeo-san's ability is fatal to humans. Understood. He spoke, then received a thank you from the hunter, who then noticed the sun beginning to rise. Tomeo Tanjiro, this demon wasn't one of the 12 moons. The moons have a number engraved in their eyes, but she doesn't. It's likely that the other demon wasn't a moon either, since they were very weak. She spoke to the surprise of the hunter, who was shocked that he almost died fighting them, but understood that he wasn't one. Meanwhile, Tomeo would take a blood sample before examining the girl's body. Narrator. After the sun appeared, Tomeo took Nezuko inside since she had inhaled her ability, and Yashiro went with her to shield themselves from the sun. Meanwhile, Tanjiro began to hear the girl's voice asking for her Tamari ball. With a touch of sadness, Tanjiro took the Tamari and approached her to place it by her kimono. After hearing her call to play with it, Tanjiro began to feel saddened by what he heard. He started to move the ball around to hear its characteristic sound, then stood up with his katana and went to join the others. Tanjiro began walking towards the entrance Tamari had made with her testicles, but as he entered, his body began to burn from the inside out, while severe headaches and stomach pains gripped him as he coughed up large amounts of blood. Tanjiro writhed on the ground in immense pain, screaming. This was heard by Yashiro, who took him to Tomeo. Yashiro, Tomeo-san, something is wrong with Tanjiro, said the woman, who quickly reached Tanjiro and placed him on a futon while she examined him. Tomeo, I see, she said as Yashiro asked what happened. Apparently Tanjiro couldn't hold on any longer, his body is transforming into that of a demon, she said, to the surprise of Yashiro and Nezuko, who had arrived out of concern for her brother. Yashiro, so Tanjiro is turning into a demon. Tomeo, yes, that's right, he spoke, looking at the green-haired boy and then at the red-haired boy who was writhing in pain. Tanjiro ahhhh. He let out a loud scream before falling unconscious. That's all for chapter 5. I hope you liked it. See you soon. Bye. Chapter 6. A Night Hunt. It was already night after Tanjiro, Nezuko, Tomeo, and Yashiro defeated the 2 demons that Muzan had sent to assassinate Tanjiro. The aforementioned would pay a consequence that would change his life. Tanjiro, what happened? Where am I? The demon slayer said as he awoke from what had happened a few hours earlier. The boy was about to get up, but he felt a weight on top of him and discovered it was his sister, who was asleep beside him. Nezuko, I'm glad to see you. Tomeo, look, you're awake. I'm glad to see you're well. Tomeo said as she entered the boy's room, who turned to look at her with a smile. Oh, I see you haven't noticed. Leaving Tanjiro confused, but then Yashiro arrived and said the same thing as the woman, leaving the retreat even more confused. Tanjiro, I don't know what you're talking about, I didn't notice, Tomeo-san. He spoke, but at that moment Nezuko woke up. Upon seeing her brother, she hugged him tightly, but before Tanjiro could reciprocate, Nezuko pulled away, looking at her brother with a confused expression, but still smiling at him from under her bamboo. Nezuko, I'm glad you're alright. Tomeo, Tanjiro, I speak in a calm but worried voice, don't you notice anything strange about your body? Tanjiro, well, I feel like my body hurts a lot, but it's also mild at the same time. He smiled, but at that moment he felt something in his mouth, and when he saw what it was, he realized what Tomeo meant. Getting out of bed, he revealed that he wasn't wearing his Demon Slayer outfit, just pants and many bandages on his torso, arms, and head. After getting up, he looked in a mirror and saw himself. Tanjiro, what happened to me? Am I now a demon? Looking at his eyes, which were now red and black on the side, and his pupils were like those of a feline. His hair was now a little darker and became spiky in the style of Kakishibo, but shorter, and his fangs were now bigger and stronger. Example of her eyes. Tanjiro was stunned, as he hadn't expected this. What would he do now? If the demon slayers realized this, they would kill him immediately, but he needed to find a cure for his sister. Tomeo, I examined your entire body and found nothing wrong with your cells. It seems that the same defense that prevented you from transforming until today eliminated Muzan's curse. Furthermore, your strength and speed have increased by 35% compared to what you already were. She spoke, while on the other side the Redeed was worried about what awaited him now as a demon and happy because he was glad that he no longer carried the curse and was now stronger. Tanjiro, thank you Tomeo-san for everything. I'll continue on my path and make sure I get those samples and turn Nezuko back into a human, he said, eliciting a smile from the woman, which Tanjiro found cute, but Yashiro would give him a murderous look, making Tanjiro turn away. Tomeo, Yashiro and I are leaving the city. We've gotten too close to Muzan. Tanjiro, wouldn't you like us to take Nezuko with us? she said, but the demon slayer refused as he wouldn't leave his sister behind. Narrator. Tanjiro had already dressed in his demon slayer outfit and his green and black plaid haori and tied up his hair, but now he would travel at night since if he went out during the day he would die from the sun. Before leaving, Nezuko hugged Tomeo and stroked Yoshiro's head. Tomeo, it's strange, Nezuko has been acting like this ever since she woke up, she said, puzzled. Tanjiro, you shouldn't worry, maybe Nezuko thinks you're part of our family, he said, leaving Tomeo even more puzzled. Tomeo, but I thought that the suggestion Nezuko is under only made her see humans as her family, and Yoshiro and I are demons, she spoke, but Tanjiro clarified. Tanjiro, no, not for Nezuko. She perceives them as two humans, that's why she defended them. I know, at first I didn't like the idea of suggestion, however, she still seems to have a mind of her own, he said, but then he realized that Tomeo was crying. Nezuko, stay away from her. You're being very rude. Tomeo, thank you Nezuko, she said, hugging her while crying on her shoulder because they told her she was human and because she remembered her son, the son she lost a long time ago, which made her cry even harder. Upon seeing the scene, Yoshiro was deeply moved by his lady's actions, recalling the day she transformed him into a demon, the day he began assisting her in her plans. Tomeo, Yoshiro, we must leave immediately, but first we must erase our traces from here. Goodbye Tanjiro, I wish you both good health and fortune. She spoke to the Redeed. Tanjiro, thank you for everything, Tomeo-san. We'll see each other soon. He thanked him, but before leaving, Yoshiro called him, causing him to turn around. Yoshiro, I must say your sister is very cute, he said, looking away, thus making Tanjiro and Tomeo smile. Time skip. An hour had passed since we parted ways with Tomeo and Yoshiro, as we would now be traveling at night. For some reason, my crow knows I'm a demon. He promised not to tell the company, and it's even more shocking now when a mission comes up. Crow Tanjiro Kamado, you must go southeast. Southeast. Shouting in the boy's ear. Tanjiro, yes, I heard you. But before continuing to walk, he looked at a blonde-haired boy being chased by a demon. He needs help, but he's a demon slayer. If I help him, he'll attack me afterward, don't think that. I have to help him. Running at a blinding speed, before the boy was caught by the demon, water breathing. Second form. Water wheel. Cutting off the demon's head in a few seconds, then disintegrating, incredible. My skills have improved a lot. That's what Tomeo-san said. At that moment, Tanjiro looked at the boy who was crying and approached him, but the boy, upon seeing him, screamed even louder. Tanjiro, hey, why are you crying? The demon is gone. Stop crying. He said, but the boy, still crying, was wearing a demon slayer outfit and a yellow haori with small white triangles. You're a demon. But then Tanjiro grabbed him by the haori, lifting him up, let me go. Don't eat me. I taste horrible. Besides, I ate chili onions for lunch. Let me go. I'll hurt your stomach. Tanjiro then put his hand over the boy's mouth. Tanjiro, calm down, please stop screaming. Don't you see I'm not going to eat you? I don't eat humans. He said, making the boy stop screaming. Then Tanjiro let go of him, leaving him on the ground while he also sat down next to him. You see, I won't eat you. But you're a demon who eats humans. He spoke, still scared, but using his hearing he could hear Tanjiro's thoughts since he had super sharp hearing that could hear even people's thoughts. Tanjiro, yes and no, let's just say I can control myself from eating humans, he said sincerely, which the boy noticed and thought about trusting him since he also saved him from the demon he was assigned as a mission but decided to run because he was scared. Okay, I trust you, but you still scare me a little. This brought a smile to Tanjiro's face, who quickly stood up and extended his hand to help him up, which the boy took, and together they walked along a path. Tanjiro, by the way, what's your name? He said to the boy. My name is Zenitsu Agatsuma, it's a pleasure to, he said, addressing Tanjiro. Tanjiro, I'm Tanjiro Kamado, it's a pleasure, Zenitsu. But in a moment Zenitsu was gone. Where did he go? Looking to his left, he saw Zenitsu kneeling while begging a girl to marry him. Zenitsu, please marry me, I could die at any moment, I beg you, marry me. Please. Leaving Tanjiro confused, but then a sparrow flew in, it was the hunter's Kasugai crow, but upon seeing Tanjiro's eyes it began to fly, but before it could reach the top, it was stopped by Tanjiro's crow. Crow caw, wait, don't worry, he's a hunter too, you shouldn't be afraid of him, he said, making the sparrow go back down to Tanjiro's palm. Tanjiro, thank you, crow, he said smiling as he looked at his feathered friend. Crow caw, I deserve a reward, caw, he said, raising his wings. Tanjiro, I knew it was too good to be true, looking at him as a drop of sweat fell, but he would look again at the sparrow who quickly understood the situation and went for Zenitsu. Tanjiro, what's wrong with you, Zenitsu? Why are you making a scene halfway there? She doesn't want to marry you, and besides, you're stressing out your little sparrow. he said to Zenitsu, a little angry. Zenitsu what? He said crying. Tanjiro you can go home now, do you need help with anything? He said while giving the girl a smile, making her blush. And no, thank you so much for helping me, I appreciate it, while bowing. Zenitsu hey, that's my girl. Find your own. Can't you see she's madly in love with me? But before he could continue shouting, the girl punched him. When I told you I was in love with you, you idiot. Hitting her more, but Tanjiro grabbed both her arms, besides, I'm already engaged. The girl stormed off, leaving Zenitsu beaten and Tanjiro mortified. Zenitsu why did you have to interfere? It had nothing to do with you. Leaving Tanjiro with a confused expression, why aren't you saying anything? Besides, you look at me like I'm some pathetic lonely creature. The only reason they rejected me to marry you was because you interfered. Shouting, leaving Tanjiro with a frustrated expression. Tanjiro calmed down and stopped crying. We started off badly, but let's finish well, come on, lifting the boy from the ground, who, after getting up, looked at Tanjiro for a few seconds before realizing something. Zenitsu I remember now, you're one of the final selection, remember? Leaving Tanjiro thinking, but a few seconds later remembering. Tanjiro I remember now, it's true you're one of the 5 of us who made it through, giving a smile that Zenitsu looked at in surprise, because he was the boy from the final selection, but now he was a demon, tell me something, why did you become a hunter if your sparrow said you didn't like going on missions? Zenitsu well, a woman swindled me and I accumulated a huge debt, but a man would pay off that debt and then become my master. But he made me train until I was exhausted. I thought it was a curse. But he expected me to pass the final selection and now I live in this never-ending hell. I know I'll die soon. He said, but Tanjiro calmed him down before they continued on their way, as they had both been given a mission to hunt demons. Zenitsu Tanjiro, I know this sounds like a silly question, but didn't you bring any food? He said to the boy, who quickly agreed, taking out a bowl of rice he was carrying. Tanjiro here, eat this. I was saving it for later, but you can eat it now. He said with a smile. Zenitsu thank you very much. Taking the rice ball, but looking at Tanjiro with a downcast expression, tell me something, Tanjiro, do you eat normal food or do you eat human flesh? He said, but the Redeed shook his head, saying that he ate normal food and refused to eat humans. Here, you must be hungry. Giving him half of the rice ball. Tanjiro thank you, eating the rice ball, but he knew it wouldn't do him much good. Flashback. We can see Tanjiro passing through a city buying a lot of food since he had trouble restraining himself from eating humans, so he decided to eat a lot of normal food, but it wouldn't help much since after finishing eating he was still hungry, but even so, he refused to hurt anyone. End of flashback. At that moment, Tanjiro's crow warned them that dawn would be in an hour, causing Tanjiro and Zenitsu to hurry. Upon reaching a forest, they saw a house, and Tanjiro began to smell blood. He covered his nose with his hand, but when he turned around, he saw 2 children under the branches of the trees. Zenitsu what are those children doing? He asked, puzzled, but Tanjiro approached the children. Upon seeing Tanjiro's eyes, they quickly began to back away, but Tanjiro gave them a very calm smile that made them freeze. Tanjiro hey kids, you shouldn't be afraid. I'm just like you, only my eyes are different. Don't be scared. But the children still didn't approach Tanjiro. What can I do? I know you want to see something cute Todd a beautiful sparrow. At that moment, the sparrow began to hop and flap its wings. See? I don't think it's cute. Thus, the children's fear began to disappear and they approached Tanjiro, who was smiling at them. Tell me what happened. Did someone hurt you? This is your home. Boy no, he isn't, he belongs to the monster. Our older brother was captured by the monster, he ignored us and just took our brother, the boy said wistfully. Tanjiro I see. The monster entered that house, receiving a nod from the boy. So you followed it here? How brave of you. I'm impressed. He said with a smile. Boy we're just following our brother's blood trail because he's hurt, the boy said, still crying. Tanjiro don't worry, I'm going to defeat the monster and tell his brother. He said motivatedly, but he heard Zenitsu calling him. Zenitsu hey Tanjiro, what's that strange sound? It's making me really nervous. It won't stop. I think it sounds like a drum. At that moment, a person fell from the window above the house and Tanjiro started running towards them. Tanjiro don't look, children. Are you alright? Can you hear me? Say something. But Tanjiro began to tremble as hunger gnawed at his stomach. The wound is very deep. This is bad. He thought, but then the boy began to speak. Finally I was able to escape from that horrible place, only to die in that same place, causing Tanjiro to feel anger and bloodlust for seeing another person die in front of him. Zenitsu Tanjiro, do you think that man is the brother of those children? He would say, but before he could see that, a loud sound echoed throughout the place, alerting everyone, especially Tanjiro, whose blood began to burn. He then left Nezuko's box in the children's care and entered with a crying Zenitsu, who was then taken away by Tanjiro. Tanjiro, you won't let anything happen to me, right? He said, trembling with fear. Zenitsu, I hate to tell you this, but I still haven't gotten used to my demon form. He said, causing even more fear in Zenitsu. Zenitsu, what? You can't fight properly. And you still brought me with you. I'm going to die. He would shout but be surprised by one of the children. Tanjiro, you shouldn't be here. He speaks, but he sees the girl grab him by his Haori. Girl, sorry, but the box was making a very strange sound, she said while hugging Tanjiro. Tanjiro, yes, but it would have been better if they had stayed outside. What I have in that box is the most precious thing in my life. At that moment, a loud sound alerted Tanjiro, but Zenitsu pushed him, sending him into another room with the girl, which quickly closed behind him. A drumbeat began to play as the room changed repeatedly. I'm sorry you were separated from your brother, but I promise I'll protect you. He said, giving him a smile. Tell me your name. I'm Teruko, she said, looking at the redeed while hugging him. Tanjiro, seriously, what a lovely name, your parents gave you a lovely, but before Tanjiro could finish speaking, a smell reached his nose, putting him on alert. At that moment, a demon with 5 drums on its body appeared. Before Teruko could scream, Tanjiro would put his hand over her mouth while glaring angrily at the demon. Tanjiro, of all the smells in this mansion, this is the strongest I've ever felt. It's eaten many humans. It must be the leader of this place. He said, looking at the demon who wasn't moving from where he stood. But Zenitsu. The latter was desperate to get out and began to cry loudly, provoking the boy who called him a coward, causing the words to hit him. But Zenitsu ignored it and began to look for the exit, but as soon as he opened it, an apparition appeared. A man carrying 2 swords and a boar's head with grey fur and blue eyes. Then the subject began to run, leaving Zenitsu surprised and scared. But Tanjiro. He was still standing there, staring at the demon with a murderous glare. The demon also didn't move, but then the demon began to speak. If it hadn't been for them, if they hadn't interfered, I speak in a somewhat gruff voice. Tanjiro, I don't want you to make any noise, go hide. I'll take care of it. He spoke as he released Teruko and took the hilt of his sword, then unsheathed it, taking a fighting stance. But when he saw that the demon wasn't moving, he was about to attack, but when he was close, the demon played one of his drums, making the room spin. Tanjiro, the room turned to the left, at that moment he smelled someone approaching at great speed. Who is it? It's not a demon, but then the door was broken down by the boy with the boar's head. Who is he, and why does he use a boar's head, in addition to carrying Nichiren katanas, he thought, looking at the subject who appeared unexpectedly. Listen, monster, you must die in this battle to make me stronger. I hope you're ready, because here I come. The boar spoke, then ran towards the demon, but the demon played one of his drums again, spinning the room and causing everyone to fall into the same spot. These damned cockroaches running around my house must be exterminated. The demon spoke, tapping the left drum twice, causing the room to spin and making Teruko fall face down, but the boar put a foot on top of her, provoking Tanjiro's anger, who went to them to punch the boar in the stomach. Tanjiro, get your filthy feet off her. He yelled, throwing the boar aside. Who are you and why are you hitting me? Looking at Tanjiro, who would take Teruko in his arms. Tanjiro stepping on a little girl. What were you thinking? He yelled at the boar boy who just laughed. I like your courage, kid. It's impressive that a human can land a hit on me. That's new to me. He said, lunging to attack Tanjiro, but Tanjiro dodged by retreating. I see. So you're a demon too. I'll kill you in a very painful way. These swords do a lot of damage. The way they cut through flesh is something I'm proud of. He said, going to attack Tanjiro, but the demon struck the drum in his stomach, causing the ground to crack to the rhythm of the drum and taking the form of 3 claws. Tanjiro, the ground crumbled to the rhythm of the drum, taking the shape of a beast's claws. At that moment the demon struck the drum again, this time aimed at the boar boy, who managed to dodge them, but the demon struck his drums again, first the right one, turn right, then he struck the drum on his left side, now left. I'm starting to understand his blood technique. At that moment Tanjiro was sent to another room. But I didn't see the demon strike another drum. At that moment Tanjiro's eyes widened as he smelled blood, only this one was more intense. What is this smell of blood? It has a rather strong aroma. Swallowing, something Teruko noticed. Teruko, hey Nissan, is something wrong? She said, but Tanjiro would tell her that he was fine, then he'd catch how she said it, but he decided to go where that scent that had him drooling was coming from. Tanjiro, another human torn apart and devoured, he said while covering his mouth with his hand, but he started drooling excessively, which Teruko noticed. You don't have to worry, Teruko. Let's keep going. Don't leave my side, he said, starting to walk, but the more he walked, the stronger the smell became, which only made him more eager to taste her. I need to control myself, but this is the first time I've smelled such a peculiar and provocative scent of blood. Haruko-ni-san, you can use my handkerchief, giving a handkerchief to Tanjiro who would accept it and cover his mouth, then look at a room and enter, finding a boy with an orange haori holding a drum from the previous demon. But Zenitsu. He was lost because he couldn't find the exit, while the boy who was with him felt very nervous after hearing the boy cry and scream. Zenitsu, the demon could find us at any moment. I'm going to die. I'm sure I'm going to die. At that moment, a demon appeared, crawling on the ground with an enormous tongue, ahh. Oh. Help. He started running alongside the boy as the demon chased them, then they entered a room with no exit. Run, kid. Leave me and save yourself. I can't leave you here, he said, touching Zenitsu's heart. Zenitsu, this amazing child, despite everything, remains by my side. I need to find a solution. If I don't protect him, I don't want to imagine what will happen. Dying so young would be tragic, but I'm truly weak. At that moment, the demon appeared, and upon seeing it, Zenitsu fell asleep. The demon, seeing this, took the opportunity to attack, but in the blink of an eye, the demon's tongue was cut short, revealing Zenitsu, who was now standing, taking a stance. Zenitsu lightning breathing, first form. Flash of lightning, cutting off the demon's head in an instant. Zenitsu would then wake up seeing the demon disintegrate while looking at the child. You finished him off, thank you for saving me from him, I will never forget this. Thank you, why didn't you tell me you were so strong? He said, hugging the child while crying, leaving the child confused, who simply ignored it, and they continued walking. Elsewhere. I can't believe he's going to throw me through the air again. I've been like this for the last 2 days. I don't like this. The poor boy said, running through the corridors until he found a large fat demon. Beast breath. He lunged at the demon, who cut off his arms and then his head. Tear and devour. He said, then ran off down the corridors laughing. With Tanjiro. Haruko, it's my brother Kiyoshi, she said as she ran towards her brother who, upon seeing her, was so excited that he hugged her tightly. Kiyoshi, who is he? Looking at Tanjiro who was outside the room, but the boy would look the retreat in the eyes, he is one of them. He will say scared but will be calmed by his sister. Haruko, don't worry, he's a good person. He protected me from the monster. She said to her brother, who looked at Tanjiro suspiciously because his eyes were like a feline's, and he had fangs. Tanjiro, are you alright? He asked, receiving a no from the boy as his leg was bleeding profusely. I see. I'll come closer. Don't be scared. It's just that there's something about you that my hunger can't stand. He said, approaching slowly, but he knew he had to be strong. Okay, now I'll check your leg. Please don't move it too much. At that moment, the smell became stronger to the point that Tanjiro started drooling, which alarmed the boy. But Tanjiro took some healing ointment lol, for those who know. Tanjiro began to apply it to the boy's foot and then bandage it. Okay, you'll feel better in a few minutes. He said, then began to clean his mouth as it kept bleeding from his mouth because he had bitten his tongue to control it. Tell me what happened. He said in a calmer voice to reassure the boy. Kiyoshi, a monster took me to a room where 2 more were talking about a blood battle. They started fighting to see who would eat me. The drum monster lost the one on its back and I took it and that's how I've been surviving all this time, he said, almost crying. They also talked about something called peculiar blood. Tanjiro, I remember hearing the demon say the same thing. At that moment, Tanjiro's crow appeared. Peculiar blood refers to the owner of rare blood, he would say, scaring the brothers, but Tanjiro would take him and calm the children. It is the preferred food for a demon, since eating a human with peculiar blood is equivalent to eating 50 to 100 normal humans, he would say, making Tanjiro begin to understand why the boy's blood was out of control, but then Tanjiro would feel the presence of the demon and would go to fight it. Tanjiro, you guys stay here, I'll go and finish off that demon. If you see I'm not coming back, use the drum to escape. He said, leaving the pair of siblings to then go where the demon was and finish it off. Narrator. Tanjiro would encounter the demon, who upon seeing him would strike the left drum twice, causing the room to spin. But Tanjiro, already alert, would turn his body to the side where the room spun, then, at great speed, approach the demon and attempt a vertical slash. However, the demon would strike the drum on his left leg, causing him to spin backward. Tanjiro, right shoulder pivot right, left shoulder pivot left, right leg pivot forward, left leg pivot backward, memorizing each of the demon's movements. The problem is its belly drum, because if it hits me, I don't know what will become of me, he said, dodging a claw-like attack. I must finish this. I must stop acting like a human and start moving like a demon. I mustn't let it live, tightening his grip on his sword and beginning to move toward the demon, who would start playing its drums at great speed, but Tanjiro knew that he was no longer a weakling and could dodge every attack. Its speed allows it to play the drums so fast that it doesn't allow me to get close, but I must return to Nezuko because if not, who will protect her? Only I can, because I am her older brother, and nothing and no one will be able to defeat me, because I will be the most powerful. At that moment he began to remember Nezuko with a smile when she was human. I will make her human again, even if it's the last thing I do, he thought, taking a running start from a wall and approaching. While dodging claw-like attacks but would retreat again to avoid a direct attack. Flashback. Arakadaki water can take any shape it wants. In a box it will be square, in a vase it will take its shape, and it can even destroy rocks or flow as far as it wants. End of flashback. Tanjiro, I know what I have to do. At that, Tanjiro stood up again and ran towards the demon. It doesn't matter if I can't. I'm used to my new body, but one thing I'm sure of is that I've never given up and I won't now. He thought as he moved to the beat of a drum to dodge the claws. Hey, you tell me something. Why did you become a demon? He said, looking at the demon who stopped. Guy, my name is Guy and you'd better get out of my way. I've only come to taste some peculiar blood and I won't let a brat like you stop me from doing so. He would yell at Tanjiro, who would just glare at the demon with some anger, but would snap out of his thoughts when he saw the demon start playing his drums at a great speed, making the room spin around a lot, with Tanjiro struggling to breathe. Papers would fly everywhere, but Tanjiro would avoid touching any of them, making the demon look at him in amazement. Tanjiro, I must finish this. Water breathing, 9th form. Chaotic splash. Sorry, but the manga is from Spain, but I'm doing the Latin American version. Narrator. Tanjiro would cause the room to begin filling with water to reduce the time and area available, allowing him to move more in the air to approach Kaigai with his sword, ready to finish him off. Water breathing, 1st form. Surface strike Kaigai, your blood technique is incredible. At that, the demon would stop his attack and remember his past. Flashback. We can see two men, one kneeling before the other while looking at some papers, but then the man began to tear them up while mocking the other because, according to him, writing was very boring. Then the man began to walk away, leaving the other behind, but he would be cut into 3 pieces by the other man, who revealed a drum and his red eyes. Changing scenes, we can see Muzan standing in front of Kaigai with a furious expression. Muzan, what's wrong, Kaigai? Can't you eat anymore? He said, looking at the man who refused to continue eating humans. Kaigai, wait, Muzan-sama, give me more time, he would say with noticeable fear that would only increase when he saw the Demon King cut his right eye in an X shape. Muzan, I don't think so. It seems you've reached your limit. It appears you have nothing left to thank me for. End of flashback. Kaigai, it seems nothing went as planned, neither as a human nor a demon, since I was banished from the 12 demon moons. But this kid did appreciate my technique, and he didn't even step on any of the papers where it's all written down. The demon's head would fall to the ground, severed by a triumphant Tanjiro, but before the red-haired boy left, hey kid, do you really think my technique was impressive? He would say as he began to disintegrate. Tanjiro, it was very interesting, but I couldn't let you live after killing so many people. Revealing his eyes, the demon, upon seeing him, would realize what the boy truly was, but would still shed a few tears while asking the boy's name. My name is Tanjiro Kamado. Kaigai, thank you, Tanjiro, for saying what I've long wished I'd heard. He said this before his head disintegrated, leaving Tanjiro thoughtful. But then he remembered something. That's right, I need a sample. Taking a kind of needle, he threw it at the demon's body, which hadn't yet disintegrated, to extract some blood. Tanjiro was impressed by the needle Yushiro had given him, then heard a meow behind him. So you're the one who will take the sample to Tomeo-san. Thank you. He stroked the cat and then put the sample in his backpack. The cat disappeared and Tanjiro walked towards the children, who were thrilled to see him and started running towards the exit, with Tanjiro carrying the older brother on his back. Haruko-ni-san, were you able to defeat him? Asked a girl, receiving a yes from the redeed who didn't notice and almost left the house without realizing that the sun was shining outside. Tanjiro, I almost didn't make it, I need to be more careful next time, but then he looked at the boar-headed hunter heading Zenitsu, who was hugging Nezuko's box tightly to prevent the boar-headed one from finishing her off. Zenitsu, Tanjiro, the box, I protected it because you told me it was more important than your own life. At that moment, the boar struck the yellow-haired boy again, who refused to move. You seem very brave, but you're not brave enough to draw your sword, the boy said, kicking Zenitsu. Tanjiro was confused, wondering if Zenitsu would get away, but he had to do something. Well, if you don't fight me, I'll run you through with the box. Tanjiro launched himself at the boy, who didn't react to Tanjiro's speed. Tanjiro carried him into the shadows of the trees. Tanjiro began to rub his wounds against the sun, which started to burn him even more, but he stopped because he was now in the shade. Tanjiro, that's enough. What's wrong with you? You should know why Zenitsu didn't draw his katana. Because it's forbidden to fight each other, and yet you still dared to hit him. He would shout with enormous anger at seeing how that boy hit the boy who understood him and who was protecting his sister. So that's what you think then, let's fight barehanded. He'll say, standing up and then running towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro, wait, it's forbidden to fight in any way. He shouted, but the boy threw a punch that Tanjiro managed to dodge. I'm telling you to calm down. He dodged more punches, but seeing that the boy didn't understand, he began to keep up since he risked stepping out of the shadows into the sun and getting burned. So Tanjiro began to get serious, punching him in the stomach and breaking his ribs, but the boy got back to his feet and punched Tanjiro, almost sending him flying into the sun. All his punches are from below. It's like I'm fighting a beast on all fours. I have to stay down and fight like him. He threw a punch at the boy, but the boy showed his flexibility by ducking and opening his legs, avoiding Tanjiro's punch, then punching Tanjiro and sending him to the ground. How is it possible that he's so flexible even with broken bones? He doesn't seem human. Then the boy a blow to the stomach sending him towards the sun where Tanjiro writhed as he burned. Zenitsu Tanjiro, he would shout as he watched his friend get burned by the sun. Chapter 7. Nadaguma Mountain. Narrator. After the boar boy sent Tanjiro flying into the sun with a single blow, he writhed in pain, but suddenly the sun stopped burning him. This surprised the boar boy, and Zenitsu stopped crying when he saw Tanjiro standing up in the sun, his wounds healing. Impressive. You're the first demon I've seen who doesn't die in sunlight. He'd say excitedly because, according to him, he'd have more to enjoy. Zenitsu Tanjiro, how come you didn't keep the sun? I thought I was going to die, and then it was my turn, he would say crying, but the boy next to him would take out a handkerchief and rub it on the wounds that the boar boy had left him. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, to be honest, I don't know how I walk in the sun, but I'm glad to still be alive, he said with a smile that would be erased when he saw the boar boy throw a punch that Tanjiro managed to dodge. Hey, you need to calm down, this is absurd, he said while dodging the punches the boy threw, then, tired of the situation, Tanjiro grabbed both of the boy's shoulders and gave him a hard headbutt, causing his mask to fall off. Do you have a problem with my car or what's wrong with you? Looking at both hunters who were surprised by the boy's appearance since he had a well-formed body, but his face had feminine features. Tanjiro, there's nothing wrong with your delicate form, and your pale skin tone makes you very handsome, he would say, further angering the boy who would yell at him. Consider yourself a dead man, let's fight, he would say, but Tanjiro would strongly deny it. Tanjiro, we won't fight you, but the boy insisted on fighting. I won't, I already said so, Tanjiro said, looking at the boy who kept insisting. I'll tell you my name, I'm Inosuke Kashibira, you must never forget it, he said proudly, but then the boy fell to the ground unconscious from the blow Tanjiro gave him. Zenitsu, what happened to him? He said as he approached Tanjiro. Tanjiro, it seems it was from the blow to the head, he said, looking at Inosuke who was foaming at the mouth. It seems like a concussion, he said, turning to look at Zenitsu who had a scared expression. What's wrong, Zenitsu, why are you looking at me like that? He said, confused. Zenitsu, I have 3 things to ask. First, how is it possible that you didn't get a single drop of blood from your forehead after the blow? Second, do you realize that you also broke the rules because you broke his bones? And third, how the hell do you walk in the sun? He would say this to a very confused Tanjiro because even he didn't know how he walked in the sun. Tanjiro, to answer that, first, my forehead is kind of hard, second, I had no choice but to defend myself, and third, I don't even know how I walk in the sun, he clarified while scratching his neck, which was very common for him. But anyway, come help me with Inosuke, he said, taking off his haori and then using it as a pillow for Inosuke. Minutes later. We see Inosuke get up and start chasing Zenitsu, but the latter gets behind Teruko, while the others are burying the man who fell from the house window. Inosuke, tell me what you're doing. He'll say, almost shouting. Tanjiro, it's a funeral, and you should help Inosuke, since there might be more bodies inside. He would say this to Inosuke, who would deny it and tell him to fight, but Tanjiro would shake his head, angering the black-haired boy. I wonder if this kid has any respect for anyone. He thought, letting out a sigh. I see, you can't do it because you're hurt. He would say, making the boy even angrier. Look, calm down. Not everyone can handle pain the same way. I understand. Getting everyone out and then digging out the holes is very hard work, so don't worry, Zenitsu. The kids and I will do it. You rest and don't worry about anything. This made the boy even angrier. Inosuke, I can do more than that. I could bury 100 number 200 corpses right now, he would say as he ran to the house, leaving Tanjiro with a smile, because his idea had triumphed. Time skip. After Tanjiro and his companions finished burying all the people who suffered the terrible end at the hands of the demons, Tanjiro's crow arrived asking them to come down from the mountain to head to a new destination. Inosuke, where are you guys headed? Asked the boy who was wearing his boar mask. Tanjiro, will go down the mountain, why don't you come with us, Inosuke? He would say this with Inosuke, who refused but would go with them because he wanted his revenge. Narrator. After walking for a while, Tanjiro and Zenitsu said goodbye to the children. Zenitsu didn't want to leave the boy, but Tanjiro grabbed him by his haori and struck him on the neck, knocking him unconscious. At that moment, Tanjiro's crow landed, spitting a bag into Kayoshi's hands. "Crow, I will protect you from demons and your brothers," he would say, at which point Tanjiro would step aside and cover his mouth and nose. "Kayoshi, what is this?" he would ask, confused. Tanjiro, apparently it's wisteria, a flower that demons can't stand, and wow, it's really detestable, he said with an expression of disgust at the smell that the bag was spreading. Kayoshi, well, that's fine, I won't lose it, putting it in his pocket. Tanjiro, thank you for all your help. From here we can get home on our own. He said goodbye to Tanjiro, giving him a hug along with Teruko Shoichi, which the demon returned. Then he said goodbye and walked down another path while carrying an unconscious Zenitsu. "Zenitsu, come on, fight me, I'll finish you off, you useless thing," he would say to Tanjiro, who would get angry at the insult. "Tanjiro, I'm not useless, my name is Tanjiro Kamado," he would say with noticeable anger. "Zenitsu, well, Ganbachiro Kamaboko, I'll defeat you," he said, making Tanjiro even angrier because he mispronounced his name. "Tanjiro, that's not my name. My name is Tanjiro Kamado," he would shout angrily, waking Zenitsu, who calmed them down so they could continue walking. Narrator. After walking for a while, they managed to reach a wisteria forest where Tanjiro would cover his nose and mouth because of the strong smell it gave off, leaving him on the verge of fainting, but he continued walking until he reached a small farm where a lady would attend to them, giving them clothes, food and a place to sleep. "Zenitsu, this old woman is incredibly fast, she must be a monster," he would say, but Tanjiro would give him a strong blow to the back. "The doctor will come in to check on you to make sure you're okay," the lady will say, but Tanjiro will leave the room because he was fine and they would find out if he stayed. Elsewhere. "I have a mission for you," said a man with black hair and a white haori who was standing with his back turned. "Tell us, Oyakata-sama," said a girl with black hair that ended in purple tips, wearing a peculiar haori that looked like butterfly wings and striking purple eyes. "Yes, tell us what it's about, Oyakata-sama," said a girl with pink hair that ended in green tips, as well as green eyes, and wearing a white haori. "It is said that there is a demon stalking a village a few days' journey away, please put an end to it. Mitsuri Kanroji and Shinobu Kacho, I wish you the best," the man would say, and the women would disappear in a burst of speed. But Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, I should go see your Akadaki-sensei to see what they recommend," he said as he entered the room to grab his demon slayer clothes and Nezuko's box. "Guys, I'll be back in a second. I won't be long," he said, leaving Zenitsu and Inosu confused. 1 hour later. "Tanjiro, it seems I'm starting to understand my abilities as a demon," he said, running at blinding speed. "Well, that's your Akadaki-sensei's house," he said, heading towards his master's house. "Your Akadaki-sensei is home," he said, knocking on the door. The man opened it, seeing his student, who was surprised to see him. "Your Akadaki, Tanjiro, what are you doing here?" he asked, confused upon seeing his student. "Tanjiro, I came to talk to you," he said, looking up, and Akadaki, seeing his eyes, realized he was a demon and reached for his sword. "Wait, Akadaki-sensei. I swear it's me," he said, but the man didn't believe him and was about to draw his katana. "Wait a moment." Taking the box off his back, he let Nezuko out, who, upon seeing the man, ran to hug him. He lowered his weapon, hugged Nezuko, and looked at Tanjiro. "Your Akadaki, Tanjiro, tell me what happened. Why are you a demon now?" he asked in surprise. "Tanjiro, let me explain what happened." Tanjiro would explain everything to his master, leaving him thinking, but I'm starting to get used to it, I'm already able to run at a great speed without getting tired, he said with a smile. "Your Akadaki, well, that's impressive, but it's incredible that your body retained Muzan Kibutsuji's blood for so long, besides resisting sunlight, something no demon has been able to achieve," he said to his student who was wondering the same thing. "Tanjiro, you shouldn't let people see you. You must hide your appearance, especially from the demon slayers," the man spoke, worried about his student who was more like a son to him, just like Tomioka. "Tanjiro, don't worry, your Akadaki-sensei, I'll make sure not to draw too much attention. But there are 2 boys traveling with me. One is named Zenitsu. He's someone I can trust since he didn't care about getting beaten up just to protect Nezuko's box. The other one is a bit stubborn, but I can see that he's someone who only thinks about getting stronger, but he's not to be feared," he said with a smile while remembering Zenitsu and Inosuke. "Your Akadaki, well, that's reassuring knowing you're accompanied by 2 boys who don't want to kill you, but you still need to be careful, Tanjiro," he said, getting up and walking to a table. "You know, I was thinking of giving you this gift when we met again, but it happened too soon, so give me a moment," he said, starting to paint an object on his table red. "I'm finished, so here you go, Tanjiro." He gave him a mask like the one he used in the final selection, but with a red tint on the right side. Tanjiro, thank you Urokodaki-sensei, this is amazing. He said, accepting the mask his master gave him. Urokodaki, it's so you can cover your face from people so they don't discover you're a demon, the man said while placing his hand on his shoulder and looking him in the eyes. Please take care of yourself, Tanjiro, I don't want to lose you, he said wistfully. Tanjiro, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll come visit you when I'm free. He said, giving Urokodaki a reassuring smile that put him at ease. Well, Urokodaki, it's time for me to go. Let's go, Nezuko. He called to his sister, who said goodbye to Urokodaki and went into her box. Thank you again, Urokodaki-sensei. We'll see each other soon. She left the house. Urokodaki, see you later, take extra care now at night as there are hunters patrolling the areas looking for demons, the man said while raising his hand in a farewell gesture. Tanjiro, okay, we'll do it. See you later. He does the same, starting to run so fast that Urokodaki is surprised by his speed. 1 hour later. Tanjiro was close to reaching the Wisteria estate, but then he heard a battle in the distance. Tanjiro, what's going on? Are you demon slayers? At that moment, 2 girls are seen fighting an army of demons, they need my help. I have to go. He puts on the mask Urokodaki gave him, draws his katana, and heads towards the battle. But the girls. Shinobu, have you ever seen so many demons gathered together? Said the pink-haired girl who fights demons with a katana that looked more like a whip. Never, Mitsuri. This is the first time I've seen an entire army. We need reinforcements. Said the dark-haired woman, who was using a rather strange katana as it didn't have a blade, but rather a stinger. We should retreat. But then Tanjiro appeared, cutting off the heads of 3 demons with his breath. Tanjiro, water-breathing third form. Dance of currents, leaving the girls amazed by the incredible speed with which he approached and the agility with which he moved, cutting off the demons' heads. Shinobu to Tomioka, is that you? The girl said, confused, since she thought it was her partner because he used the same breathing technique. Tanjiro, Tomioka. No, he didn't finish speaking because he saw a demon attack the girl, be careful. Standing in front of her, he cut off both her arms and then her head. This isn't the time to talk. We have to finish off these demons. He ran towards the demons. Shinobu, alright, Mitsuri. Let's go, these demons won't escape. She shouted to her friend who went with her towards the demons. Narrator. Thus Tanjiro and the girls would finish off all the demons, but Shinobu would end up with her eyesight somewhat damaged since she couldn't see well because she got caught in the middle of a demon's blood technique that attacked Tanjiro, but after a while they finished off all the demons. Mitsuri, well, that was the last one, said the girl with a cheerful and positive personality. Thank you for your help, Hunter, said the girl looking at Tanjiro who was backing away a little. Tanjiro, it was nothing, that's our job. He said, but Shinobu approached him, but Tanjiro avoided her and left. Goodbye. See you. Running into the forest. Shinobu, hey wait, don't go. The girl shouted, then ran after Tanjiro, telling her friend to go ahead. How despicable that he can't see properly. At that moment Shinobu fell, but before she hit the ground Tanjiro caught her in his arms. Tanjiro, are you alright? The boy asked, unaware that his mask had fallen off his head. Shinobu, don't worry, it's just that I can't see very well, she said, blushing slightly as the boy held her in his arms. I just wanted to thank you for helping us with the demons, she said with a smile that made Tanjiro blush at the girl's beauty. Tanjiro, it was nothing, I should be thanking you, it's my fault you can't see well, he said with his head down, since Shinobu had to save him from the demon's attack. Shinobu, don't worry about it, it's just temporary, it will pass in a few hours, she said as she got down from Tanjiro's arms and sat on a tree trunk that was there. Tell me what your name is, he asked confusedly with a smile. Tanjiro, my name is Tanjiro Kamado, it's a pleasure, Lady Shinobu, he said, surprising the girl who called him by his name. Shinobu, how do you know my name? She asked, somewhat confused. Tanjiro, well, I heard your friend mention it, he'll say with an embarrassed Shinobu, since she didn't remember that her friend shouted his name in front of him. Well, I have to go, I have some things to take care of, he'll say, standing up. Shinobu, wait, can you help me with something? She said shyly, can you take me to the village where my partner is? Receiving a yes from the Redeed who put on his mask and carried her in his arms, making Shinobu blush noticeably. Tanjiro, okay, hold on tight. He started running at great speed, reaching the village where the other girl was, who laughed at her when she saw her friend blushing. Well, I'm off, Miss Shinobu. Good night. He said, starting to run towards the wisteria farm. Mitsuri, hey, it seems you like that boy, she would say in a mocking tone, making Shinobu nervous. Shinobu, of course not, he just helped me, that's all, she said with a blush. Mitsuri, well, why are you blushing? She would say laughing, but Shinobu would ignore her and leave. Hey, wait, it was a joke, wait for me. Running after her. But Tanjiro. He had arrived at the estate to find Zenitsu fighting with Inosuke. "Zenitsu Tanjiro, you're back. Tell this useless pig to stop hitting me," he said while hugging Tanjiro. "Inosuke, who called you useless, Minitsu?" he said angrily. "Zenitsu, my name is Zenitsu, not Minitsu," he would shout angrily. "Tanjiro, hey, calm down. How about we go to sleep?" He calmed the duo and settled onto their futons. "And tell me, what did the doctor say?" the redhead asked. "Zenitsu, well, we both have broken ribs," he would say seriously. "Inosuke and I have a lot of pain in my head," he would say, showing the blow that Tanjiro gave him. "Tanjiro, sorry," looking at Inosuke who just looked upwards. "Zenitsu Tanjiro," he spoke, making the aforementioned turn to look at him, "there's something I wanted to ask you, and that is how you became a demon, and why you travel with a demon," he said while getting up from his futon. "Tell me what the reason is." Tanjiro, Zenitsu, thank you, you knew the demon and still protected the box, you're truly an amazing person, saying this, making Zenitsu happy, but then Nezuko's box started to move, scaring Zenitsu. "Zenitsu, it wants to get out, it wants to get out." He would scream loudly, "And the box isn't locked, it will eat us, help me ahhhh," running to a corner to hide. "Tanjiro, Zenitsu, calm down, you're going to wake everyone up." At that moment, Nezuko came out of her box, and Zenitsu, upon seeing her, was instantly captivated by the girl's beauty. "Zenitsu, I want to," he finished speaking because he was interrupted by Zenitsu. "Zenitsu, wait, Tanjiro, listen carefully," he said as lightning crackled from his body. "How is it that you travel with such a pretty girl while I suffer from loneliness and pain? Well, you enjoy life, I suffer beatings, including from that boarhead who hasn't stopped beating me. You will pay for ruining my marriage and sending my protector Shoichi home." He shouted loudly, drawing his sword to attack Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, wait, Zenitsu. She's my sister," he shouted, calming Zenitsu, who, upon hearing this, sent his sword flying and approached Tanjiro. "Zenitsu, so she's your sister?" he asked, receiving a yes from the demon, "then we'll be family, brother-in-law," he said now, making Tanjiro angry. "Tanjiro, what do you mean, brother-in-law? Dare touch Nezuko and I'll kill you," he would yell, making Zenitsu get scared and run away. Time skip. Narrated. Days would pass, and the hunters would begin their journey towards a new mission in the Nadagumo mountain, where there is said to be a supposed demon moon, further motivating Tanjiro who wanted blood samples for Lady Tomeo and Inosuke who wanted to fight a powerful demon. "Tanjiro, I wonder if that girl saw my eyes, well, according to her eyesight, it was a little damaged," he thought, but then Zenitsu called him. "Zenitsu, Tanjiro, are you alright?" he asked, worried about his companion, who couldn't stop thinking. "Tanjiro, don't worry, it's nothing," he said with a smile, but deep down he was worried about the girl. A few hours later. Tanjiro, Inosuke and Zenitsu had arrived at Mount Nadagumo. After a heated argument, Zenitsu, who initially didn't want to enter, finally agreed on the condition that Tanjiro let him speak with Nezuko. As they made their way through, they encountered another demon slayer named Murata, who spoke about how his companions had attacked each other. However, more demon slayers appeared and attempted to attack the trio. "Inosuke, are they stupid? Don't they know it's forbidden to fight each other?" Inosuke said, dodging the hunters' attacks. "Tanjiro, it's not that. It seems someone is controlling them." At that moment, Tanjiro smelled a sweet scent. That scent is coming from his back. He cut several threads, causing the demon slayer to fall to the ground. Their threads controlling them. Inosuke, cut them. The aforementioned did as requested, cutting all the demon slayer's threads. Continuing like this, Tanjiro noticed the spiders replacing the threads on the demon slayers. "Inosuke, Zenitsu, those are spiders tying people up like puppets," he said, alerting the demon slayers, who began killing the spiders. "Zenitsu, this is pathetic, they're so small, we'll never be able to kill them," he said while killing the spiders that were climbing on his leg. "Ahhhh, get them off me, ahhhh." Thus Tanjiro would kill the spiders on Zenitsu's legs. "Tanjiro, Inosuke, don't you have any ability to find the demon? There's a scent that's making my nose malfunction," the boy said while blocking the attacks the demon slayers were sending at him. "Listen, Murata, Zenitsu, we'll take care of the demon slayers while Inosuke locates the demon." At that moment, a child appeared above them, standing on a spiderweb. "I won't let them disturb my family's peace," the boy said, making Tanjiro look at him for a second and realize he was a demon. At that moment, Inosuke jumped, trying to finish him off, but he couldn't reach him, and the boy left the place. "Inosuke, who was that wretch?" he asked, but Tanjiro told him that he wasn't the one pulling the strings and that he should concentrate on finding the other one. "Fine, I'll find him. You shut up and watch," he said, burying his swords in the ground and kneeling down, beast breathing seventh fang. Spatial perception, using his sense of touch, he could identify everything around him, managing to find the demon who was on a rock. "I found him. He's in that direction," pointing to his left. Tanjiro, well done, Inosuke. Tanjiro congratulated Inosuke, who felt a happiness like never before upon hearing that. First, we have to deal with them, otherwise we won't be able to advance, he said while dodging the sword strikes of the demon slayers. Zenitsu, you and Murata take care of them while Inosuke and I look for the demon, he said while running after Inosuke. Zenitsu, but I'll keep moving quickly before they kill me, he said, almost crying from the fear he felt. Elsewhere. Shinobu, thank you for your mission of a few days, but this time we have another problem, said a man with black hair. Shinobu, tell me, Oyakata-sama, asked a girl who was sitting in front of him with Tomioka next to her. Tomioka, why have you gathered us here? Is it one of the 12 demon moons? Tomioka asked, his expression serious. I believe so. Many of my children were killed for that reason. I ask you to go to Mount Nadagumo and destroy the demons there. The man said in a calm voice that promoted peace and tranquility. Shinobu, Tomioka, I'm staying, both hunters would say as they ran off towards the mountain. Shinobu, if only humans and demons got along, the girl said with a smile, don't you think, Tomioka-san? Addressing the black-haired boy. Tomioka, it won't be possible if the demons keep eating us, the boy replied with an emotionless face. But Tanjiro. He was running with Inosuke, but stopped when he saw many controlled hunters heading towards them. Inosuke, Kantaro, we have to get them out of the way, the boy would say, but Tanjiro, in a swift movement, would entangle the threads controlling a girl in the tree branches. What was that? I want to do it too, she would say, beginning to entangle all the demon slayers, and Tanjiro would cut the threads and make sure that the spiders did not put them back together. Tanjiro, alright, listen up, run in that direction. There are 2 more demon slayers there. Go help them and watch out for the spiders. Tanjiro said to the slayers, who did as he asked and went to where Zenitsu and Murata were. Elsewhere. We can see the demon, who appears to be a woman in charge of controlling the hunters. Her hair was white, as was her clothing, and she had red spots on her face and greenish eyes. Mother, the boy said, frightening the woman, whose eyes widened in shock. Do you think you can win? Don't you think you've taken too long? He asked, looking at the terrified woman. You must finish quickly if you don't want me to tell Dad, he said, further terrifying the woman. No, I won't tell him. I swear I'll protect you, but please don't tell him. She said, and the boy left, leaving the woman alone. I wonder how I got to this. I was happy until they came into my life, and now I have no choice but to obey the rules and eliminate the hunters. She thought sadly but continued with her work. With Tanjiro. He continued to release the hunters. Tanjiro, well done Inosuke, we must continue. Tanjiro would say, walking, but then Inosuke, looking at him, would see that he reflected a different person, a person with a red haori, but everything else the same as Tanjiro. Inosuke H, how did you do that, Kantaro Taro? He would say, and the aforementioned would turn to look at him. Tanjiro, do what? I don't know what you're talking about. At that moment they saw someone approaching who looked like a demon. Inosuke, keep your guard up. Tanjiro would say, but Inosuke would ignore this and lunge towards it, only to realize that the demon had no head and possessed 2 sharp weapons. Inosuke, it seems that thing doesn't have a head, he would say while thinking about how to defeat it, just like Tanjiro. Tanjiro, I know what we'll do, he said to his friend who was paying attention, we must make a cut from the base of the neck to the waist, his skin is thick, but we'll get through it, then he ran towards the demon along with Inosuke, but the boar boy forgot about the spiders, and was caught. Inosuke, what's happening? He asked his friend who wasn't moving. Inosuke, forget the spiders, at that moment the demon would run towards Inosuke to pierce him, but Tanjiro would deflect the demon's blow saving Inosuke. Tanjiro, are you alright, Inosuke? Cutting the threads, Inosuke felt his heart stop and strange sensations came over his body. Okay, Inosuke, I have an idea. Let's go. He ran towards the demon with Inosuke. Jump, Inosuke. Crouching so Inosuke could jump on him and cut off both of the demon's arms. Okay, my turn. Water breathing. 4th form. Tide strike. Cutting off the demon's feet and clearing the way for Inosuke. Inosuke impressive, he already has everything planned. It's like he can see the future. For him, everything is natural, like water flowing in a river. With him, it's not about who attacks first. He sees the battle and analyzes everything before rushing off like a raging current. He thought, looking at Tanjiro, smiling beneath his mask and cutting the demon as Tanjiro had planned. But after that, Inosuke would remain still, then grab Tanjiro and throw him upwards. Tanjiro, I see, so this is your plan, Inosuke. Good. Looking at the demon, who would be terrified upon seeing her because she knew it was the end for her, water breathing, 1st form. Making a stance while approaching the demon. He's not going to kill me. I have to do something. Think fast. She thought as she looked at Tanjiro. But if I die, I'll be free of all this suffering and find peace again. If I die right now, it's better than going back to Rui and the others. I'll finally be free. Raising both arms, accepting her defeat and death. Seeing this, Tanjiro stopped his attack, preventing the decapitation. I'm still alive, but why? Turning to look at Tanjiro, who turned to look at her and spoke in a serious voice. Tanjiro, why are you giving up? Why do you want to die? Tanjiro asked as he looked at the girl who was trembling with fear and terror. It seems that you give off an aroma of sadness, pain, fear and suffering. Tell me, is it for me? He said while looking at her with a serious attitude that was reflected under his mask. Why didn't you end my suffering? You should have cut off my head and let me rest in peace. She would scream while trembling. Tanjiro, tell me, who did this to you? What suffering are you talking about? Tanjiro asked as he removed his mask, revealing his demon eyes, which were unlike others, reflecting tranquility, peace, and a relaxing calm that evoked deep patience and sincerity. No lie could hide from him. What a feeling, it's like his voice is a warm sunlight filling my soul and a moon, giving me hope and patience. His eyes reflect such sincerity that it seems there's no lie he doesn't know. She didn't know whether to trust him or not, but she was sure of one thing. If he helped her, she would atone for all the sins she committed as a demon. We are a group of demons commanded by a demon from the 12 demon moons named Rui, and he makes us his family. I play the role of the mother, and my job is to protect them and take care of the hunters. But when I don't do what he asks, he punishes me and threatens to leave me exposed to the sunlight. I just want to live in peace and tranquility, so I ask you to end my life. She said, crying as she begged for death. Tanjiro, I won't, he replied with his head down. But why did you come here, to kill me or not? He said, still crying as he knelt down. Tell me, if you don't kill me, I'll pay the price for not killing the demons. Tanjiro, no, I see you've been through a lot, you've suffered and endured pain, but you also deserve a second chance, making the woman look at him and begin to cry harder. You know, I never thought demons would change, that they only cared about surviving without a shred of compassion for the humans they once were, but I met someone who showed me that not all demons are the same, that there are some who only want peace and to live life without taking anyone's life, he said. Crouching in front of the woman and looking into her eyes, you can be one more among the few who only want to live in a world of peace. That's why I offer you a second chance, and I hope you accept it, he said, placing his hands on the woman's shoulders. I can trust him, he can help me, but it would be better than going back to them and being mistreated again, she thought for a moment, but realized that if she lost this opportunity she wouldn't have another. Fine, I accept your proposal, and I will help you defeat that man, looking at Tanjiro, who gave her a smile that only reflected kindness and tranquility, before getting up. Tanjiro, hey. You're here. He shouted, and his crow descended from the sky. Listen, I want you to take her to Tomeo-san. You know where she is. He told his crow, who readily agreed. Hey, tell me something, what's your name? She said, confused, since she didn't know the boy's name. Tanjiro, oh sorry for not introducing myself. I'm Tanjiro Kamado, and you are, he asked, but the girl didn't answer since she didn't have a name. Oh, I see. How about Hanny? He said this, and the girl was happy because it was the first time someone had treated her well and given her a nice name. Well, just follow my crow. He'll guide you to a woman named Tomeo. She'll help you and remove the curse from your body. He said this, and then watched the girl run after Tanjiro's crow as he headed towards Inosuke. Chapter 8. Nadaguma Mountain, Part 2. Narrator. After Tanjiro sent the demon Hani to Tomeo, he would return with Inosuke to continue advancing through the mountain and eliminate all the demons they encountered, as well as obtain the blood sample for Nezuko's medicine. Meanwhile, Murata, seeing that his companions were no longer held by the spiderwebs, would tell Zenitsu to go help Tanjiro and Inosuke, something he would completely refuse. Murata, you must go help your friends now. I'll take care of these hunters. He said while sheathing his sword. Zenitsu, no, I won't go to that place. He would say, scared, as he sat on the ground and held his legs. After a long discussion, he would finally accept and walk towards Inosuke and Tanjiro. With Tanjiro. He was running alongside Inosuke until they reached a river where Tanjiro began to smell something that was disgusting to him. Tanjiro, Inosuke, you should bandage those wounds, Tanjiro said, pointing to the wounds the puppet caused when they fought against it. Inosuke, what injuries? He asked, surprised, to Tanjiro, who could only think how he could be so absent-minded and careless, but he ignored that and took some bandages from his Haori and began to bandage the boy's wounds. Why are you doing this? Why are you being so kind? The boy asked, confused as to why the other boy was doing all this. Tanjiro, we all deserve help, and also because we're friends, the Redeed's words echoed in Inosuke, who was just silent as he thought. Inosuke, what do you gain from this? Why put others before yourself? At that moment, both demon slayers saw a girl who appeared to be from the demon family, and Inosuke ran after her with Tanjiro following behind. Inosuke, listen, you damn demon, stop running so I can finish you off. At that moment the girl would scream father, and a giant demon with white hair would appear, but its face was like that of an arachnid. At that moment, the demon lunged to strike Inosuke, but Tanjiro arrived to defend him. Tanjiro water-breathing second form. Water wheel, attempting to cut the demon's arm, but it was too hard to cut, impressive. His body is so hard that my katana can't cut it. At that moment the demon would launch a blow at Tanjiro, but he would pull his sword from the demon's arm and dodge the blow. This could be a problem, while trying to think of some strategy. But Shinobu and Tomioka. They both ran through the mountain, searching for any living hunter or demon to kill. "Shinobu, the moon looks beautiful, don't you think?" she said, giving her partner a smile, but he didn't turn to look at her. "Since we were both given this mission, let's try to get along, okay?" she said, still smiling. "Tomioka, what interests me is eliminating the demons," he replied seriously in a somewhat cold voice. "Shinobu, you're too serious, but okay, let's split up. You go west and I'll keep going straight ahead," she would say, so Tomioka would run to her right while Shinobu continued running straight ahead. Of Tanjiro and Inosuke. "Tanjiro, none of my techniques are working. I need to think of something." While dodging the demon's attacks. "Don't touch my family." The demon shouted as he ran towards Tanjiro and threw a punch, but the demon slayer dodged it. "Inosuke. Nine-eyed monster, look at me." As he approached the demon to try and slash it vertically, but the demon struck him, sending him flying backward. "How did it hit me so hard when it only moved its arm? I don't feel well, I've lost a lot of blood and I'm starting to feel dizzy." But the demon started running towards him. "Damn it, I have to retreat." And so he ran with a demon behind him. Tanjiro water-breathing second form improved. Water wheel, sending a horizontal slash to a tree, causing it to fall on top of the demon. "Inosuke, are you alright?" he would say, but at that moment the demon would begin trying to remove the tree from him. "I must finish with, I will use the 10th form." At that moment Tanjiro would begin to hold large amounts of air and then run towards the demon with the intention of cutting off its head, water-breathing 10th form. But before he arrived the demon would remove the tree, preventing Tanjiro from finishing the form. "Inosuke Ganbachiro, are you alright?" Inosuke would say, worried about his friend. "Tanjiro, don't worry Inosuke, I'm fine." He would say, but then he would hear a voice calling him. "Zenitsu Tanjiro, Inosuke, are you alright?" The blonde boy shouted, receiving a yes from Tanjiro. "Did you defeat the demon?" He didn't finish speaking upon seeing the giant demon. "Ahhhhhh, what is that thing?" he screamed, then ran and hugged a tree. "Tanjiro, Zenitsu, calm down." He didn't finish speaking because the demon used a tree Tanjiro cut down to hit him and send him flying. "Inosuke, Zenitsu," he shouted as he left the place. "Inosuke, don't worry Minitsu and I will take care of this monster," he would shout to his friend who was walking away. "Okay, let's go Minitsu." But Zenitsu had fainted from fear. "Oh no Minitsu, wake up." But Inosuke would dodge a blow from the demon. "This isn't going to go well for me." But Tomioka. He was running through the forest until he found a house that looked like it was floating, but was held up by spider webs. "Another hunter for my army of spiders," said a demon who looked more like a spider with a human head. "Tomioka, I'm not interested in talking to a demon." At that Tomioka in deadly speed would approach with his katana ready to finish off the demon water-breathing 4th form. Tide strike, cutting off the demon's head in the blink of an eye. "How did it manage to cut me?" It approached at an incredible speed, he would say before beginning to disintegrate. It's a pillar," he would say before finishing disintegrating. "Tomioka, these people need medical attention. I must find Kacho," he would say, starting to run towards the forest. With Inosuke. He would begin to have problems with the demon as he would start to get tired and was no longer able to withstand the blows the demon was inflicting on him. "I'm tired of you. It's time you died before the great Inosuke Hashibira," he would say, but the demon would strike him, sending him crashing into a tree. "He's fast, I didn't see him coming." Then the demon would try to strike again, but Inosuke would dodge it by jumping over him and then landing face down. "Beast breathing 3rd fang. Tear and devour," he would say, striking with his 2 katanas, but both would shatter upon impact with the demon. They're broken. Then the demon would strike again, sending him flying into some trees, then grab his head and begin squeezing his hand, intending to crush it. "I refuse to die." Beast breathing 1st fang. He gripped his katanas tightly and tried to pierce the demon's skin, but he couldn't. "Don't you dare touch my family," the demon said, squeezing his hand tighter, causing Inosuke to spit blood that began to flow from his mask. "Inosuke, I can't believe this is my end." At that moment, Inosuke looked at a woman who appeared in his mind, mentioning his name while apologizing. "Who are you?" he thought, remembering Tanjiro and Zenitsu. "Forgive me Inosuke, I want you to have a chance Inosuke." The woman inside Inosuke's head spoke, who only wondered, who is she? "Zenitsu lightning breathing 1st form. Flash of lightning," Zenitsu would say, managing to strike the demon so that it would release Inosuke. "Are you alright, Inosuke?" Zenitsu would say, standing in front of his friend. Inosuke Momonitsu, the boy would say, but he would realize that the boy was asleep. He's asleep. It can't be. He would say, amazed at the boy who was asleep but with a dazzling aura. Zenitsu, I'll take care of this, you rest. Zenitsu then ran towards the demon who threw a punch, but Zenitsu dodged it by jumping upwards, lightning breathing first form. But before executing his form, the demon threw a punch, which Zenitsu dodged. Inosuke, it's incredible. He's dodging all of his attacks. Inosuke said, surprised, since he didn't expect that the boy who spent most of his time crying was now dodging the attacks of the demon he couldn't defeat. Flashback. We can see Zenitsu with black hair up in a tree crying while an elderly man yells at him to come down. Come down, can't you hear me? Get down from that tree right now and keep training, said the man who wore a haori identical to Zenitsu's, except the yellow was darker. Zenitsu, if I continue another of your training routines I'm going to die. I won't be able to go on. Zenitsu shouted angrily as he refused to continue training. You're not going to die, not from training, so come down here right now, the man said with a serious attitude. Zenitsu grandfather, Zenitsu would say, but the man would tell him that he was his master, not his grandfather. I call you that because I love you, Zenitsu said, making the man feel his heartbreak as he remembered that he had no parents or siblings and felt alone with no one to take care of him. When the girl who loved me made me gather money to run away with another guy, you rescued me from that debt, although I think you just wanted someone to train with, he would say, remembering how his grandfather saved him from debt and took him in his family, even though training with him wasn't easy. I also wanted to meet your expectations, but I can't, he would say, crying, but then the clouds began to darken, lengthening the man's horizon. Calm down, Zenitsu. You have enormous potential, you just haven't discovered it yet. He would say, but Zenitsu would deny it. Zenitsu, that's not true. At that moment a lightning bolt struck the tree, hitting Zenitsu and burning the tree to a crisp. Zenitsu narrates. When that lightning bolt struck me, my hair changed color completely. It was someone else entirely. Despite that, I was grateful to be alive. Even though he hates me more than anyone else, I always try to do the right thing, but I end up running away. I'm pathetic because I only know one of the 6 lightning breathing forms, but Grandpa never minded that. Don't worry, it's great progress, even if it's just one pose, it's worth celebrating. If you can only do one pose, master it perfectly, believe in yourself and push it to your limits, the man said, stroking the boy's hair. Zenitsu, but Grandpa, you hit me a moment ago because I only know how to do one of the 6 forms, he would say. At that moment the man would hit him on the head. You know how a katana is forged, he would say, hitting him more times on the head. When one is forged, you hit and hit the steel until it is free of impurities and anything it doesn't need, so the blade lasts longer, he would say to Zenitsu, who only thought that all this time, he wasn't hitting him because he was annoying, but was forging a small sword that was free of weakness and vulnerability, so that it would be ready for tomorrow. Zenitsu, that's why you hit me, but I'm not made of steel, but of flesh and blood, he would say with a face of nostalgia and pain. Zenitsu, listen carefully. You can cry, that's okay. Just don't give up. Believe in yourself. You've already endured this training. You will be rewarded without a doubt. Forge yourself like a tempered blade, be the strongest of all, and focus on what you know how to do. End of flashback. Zenitsu emitted rays of light from his body and sword, surprising the demon and Inosuke, who could only watch with wide eyes from behind his mask. But then the demon began to take on a darker and more monstrous appearance. Inosuke, that monster changed its skin, he would say in amazement, then watch as the demon approached Zenitsu, trying to strike him. Minitsu, be careful. He would shout, but Zenitsu would dodge the attack by turning to the left, but the demon, at great speed, would strike Zenitsu, throwing him several meters and leaving him on his knees. Don't you ever come near my family again. The demon would say, swinging to strike again, but Inosuke would leap out with his 2 broken katanas, attempting to cut off his arm. Inosuke, come on sleepy body, it's now or never. He would shout to Zenitsu to defeat the demon. Zenitsu lightning breathing first form. Flash of lightning, Zenitsu would launch himself at the demon at a deadly speed that was impossible to see. Inosuke, thank you for your help, he would say, cutting off the demon's head, causing it to begin to disintegrate. Ah, what would happen to Inosuke, he would say, already waking up, while looking at his friend lying next to him. Inosuke, well done, Pikachu, you did it, he said while looking at the moonlight, and as a butterfly approached him, a butterfly, he said, but when it landed next to him, he realized it was a girl with black hair with purple tips. Shinobu, good evening, tell me, are you alright? She said, looking at the duo of hunters lying down, it seems you had a tough battle. She said with a smile. With Tanjiro. After the demon threw him, he would use the second form of his breathing technique to lessen the impact of the fall. Then he would hear a girl's screams and run to see who it was, finding the demon from before, along with the demon he found in the spiderweb when he was fighting the hunters who were being controlled. What are you watching? "It's not a play, kid," the demon brother said to Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, you're not supposed to fight on the same team," he said while looking at the demon who just looked at him seriously. "Don't express our bond in such a childish way, we are a family, we have a very powerful collection, besides, this is something between my sister and me, don't interfere, if you do I'll tear you to pieces," she said looking at Tanjiro, who moment by moment was becoming angrier since for him, that wasn't a real bond. "Tanjiro, you're wrong. It doesn't matter if he's your friend or your brother. If there's a strong bond, then there must also be affection and love. If you think that makes a family, then it's a fake bond," he shouted, causing both demons to open their eyes in surprise. "What did you just say? I'll make you pay for that." A demon slayer appeared and declared he would finish off the demon, but was then sliced to pieces by the demon, leaving Tanjiro stunned. "Tell me, what did you say?" he said with a grim expression that made the air feel thick. "Come on, tell me what you said," he said, staring at Tanjiro with a fierce thirst for blood. "Tanjiro, of course, I'll say it as many times as necessary, so listen, their family bond is fake," he said, but then the demon launched a direct attack towards him, which he dodged with incredible speed, landing in a tree. "His technique is strong. I don't think I can break the threads with my sword. I must defend myself, but I must also attack," he thought, but the demon launched another attack that cut the tree where he was. "I wonder if I'll be able to cut that thread." He launched an attack, but the demon launched a thread that he tried to cut, but my katana broke. The thread broke the sword and cut Tanjiro's mask, splitting it in two and causing a wound from his forehead to his chin. "It's incredible how resistant those threads are, but what will I do now that my katana is broken? I must think of something." He stood up, taking a fighting stance, revealing his face. "I see, so you're a demon. Tell me, what are you doing with the hunters?" the boy asked doubtfully, since a demon among the hunters was absurd and stupid. "Tanjiro, except I decided to take a different path. I didn't let my hunger make me kill innocent people," he would say as he started to run, but the demon would throw his threads again, making the retreat. "You know, I'm tired of you. It's time for your end to come." With that, she launched a thread attack, taking the form of a huge spider web. "Tanjiro, no way, I won't be able to dodge it," he would say, but before the attack could hit him, Nezuko would step in front of him, taking the full force of the attack, surprising both Tanjiro and the demons. "Nezuko." Tanjiro would grab his sister and hide behind some trees. "She came out of the box, she protected him even though she put her life at risk," the demon girl would say, but she would look at the boy who was surprised by Nezuko's action. That girl is your sister," the boy said, pointing at Nezuko. "Tanjiro, so what if she is?" he spoke, annoyed by his sister's condition. "Her regeneration is slow, but she must heal, she must heal." He thought worriedly, since the wounds would become deep and there was no sign of regeneration. "Siblings, so they're both siblings, she protected him even though her life was at risk," he would say, still amazed. "Rui," the girl would call her brother, but he wasn't listening, he was just looking at the two siblings with envy. "Tanjiro, Rui. So that's who Hani was referring to. Then he's one of the 12 demon moons," he said while remembering Hani's words. "I can't believe it, that's a true sibling bond. I want him." He would shout, but his sister would tell him that she was his older sister and that she would change if she wasn't good enough for him. "Shut up." She would launch an attack that would tear her sister to shreds. "None of you were able to fulfill the role you were assigned, but if you want a chance, I want you to kill all the humans on the mountain, is that clear?" she would say with a bloodlust that Tanjiro would feel in his body. "Fine, I'm going to kill you all," he would say as he ran away from the place, leaving Tanjiro and Nezuko along with Rui. "Hey kid," the demon said in a calm voice, "let's talk, just the two of us." He left Tanjiro doubtful. "I must confess, I was deeply moved. Seeing that bond between you two truly shook me. I don't think such a word exists in the universe to describe the love you both possess," he said with a small smile as he addressed the two siblings. "However, your destiny is death, but I can propose a deal," he said seriously, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. "I propose that you become my older siblings, and in return, I will spare your life and your sister's." He said this, igniting a rage in Tanjiro that transformed into a fierce bloodlust. "Tanjiro, I could never accept something like that. Nezuko and I will never accept that. We are not objects. We have wills and feelings. There is no way we will accept being part of your family," he would say in a cold voice, but inside he was furious and had a huge desire to destroy the demon. "Rui, calm down, I won't give you many options. Either you accept and continue living, or you don't and you die right now along with your sister," he would say, lifting the left side of his hair, revealing the number on his left eye. "Tanjiro, I'll say no, we'll never accept being part of this nonsense. I'll take care of finishing you off myself, lower fifth," he said, looking at the boy as a blue aura surrounded his body as he stood up. "What is this?" It's like my body is starting to be covered in intense heat. Also, my wounds are healing and my body feels more resistant and my defense has increased. It's like an energy shield, a blood technique. At that moment, Tanjiro would drop Nezuko's box, take half of his sword, and get into an attack stance. Rui, you think someone like you can cut off my head? You must be joking. My neck is stronger than any of the threads I've used against you. He said with a mocking tone, confident that the boy was inferior to him. I don't like your gaze. It's despicable. You think you can defeat me? He shouted, launching threads to ensnare Nezuko, leaving her in the demon's arms. Now your sister is mine, but you're still missing. He said, launching a vertical attack at Tanjiro. Tanjiro let go of Nezuko. Tanjiro dodged the attack and ran straight towards the demon, but the demon launched another attack that hit Tanjiro, yet surprisingly, the boy received no cuts or damage whatsoever. It's incredible, nothing happened to me. It must be because of the blood technique. It seems to make my body more resistant now. He thought, leaving the demon surprised, but instead, he slashed Nezuko's face. I must save Nezuko. Tanjiro ran towards the demon again, but noticed that his sister was no longer with him. Where is Nezuko? A little blood fell from above, making the Redeed look up at his sister, who was now upside down, pierced by Rui's threads. Rui, you need to calm down. She's a demon, she won't die, but I have to teach her a lesson. If she keeps acting like this, I'll leave her like this until the sun comes up. She said, further annoying Tanjiro. Tanjiro let her go, free Nezuko. He would then run towards the demon again with the intention of finishing him off, but the demon would make him fall to the ground and then kick and punch him in the chin, making him spit blood. Even so, Tanjiro would approach and try to cut the demon's neck, but his blade couldn't because the demon possessed a neck that was stronger than his own threads. Rui, you see, you don't stand a chance against me, thus giving him a stop that would send him a few meters away, alerting Nezuko, who watched as her brother was beaten. Tanjiro, the power he possesses is impressive. It's unlike any other demon I've faced, but even so, I haven't given up and I won't now. At that moment, Nezuko began to move, but Rui tightened his threads, cutting more of Nezuko's body and causing her to fall asleep. I mustn't let my hatred control me. I must finish him off and extract the sample. I must concentrate and control my breathing. I'll finish him with the final, most precise form. Thus, Tanjiro, once again, made his aura return to him. Blood technique. Energy shield. Thus, he would recover his energy and use his technique while absorbing a lot of air. Alright, it's time. Total concentration. Thus, Tanjiro began to run in the direction of the demon, who tried to stop him with his threads, but Tanjiro managed to cut them, leaving the demon even more surprised. Water breathing. 10th form. The Dragon of Change. Tanjiro spun his body in rotations while increasing his strength, thus simulating a water dragon. I did it. I did it. Cut the threads, he would say, relieved to finally be able to cut Rui's threads. Rui, hey, you don't think those threads are the strongest, do you? Then the demon began to infuse his blood into the threads, making them stronger. Blood technique. Cruel thread prison, thus, Tanjiro would be trapped in a cage formed by the blood threads that Rui had created. Tanjiro, impossible. I can't do enough rotations to cut these threads, and I don't think my technique can withstand it. I can't afford to lose. I won't make it. I don't think I can regenerate my body like the other demons. I'll die. It's the end. At that moment, Tanjiro began to remember everything that had happened and how far he had come. Flashback. We can see a young Tanjiro and Nezuko dancing outside a small hut while being watched over by a man wearing a black and orange checkered Haori and Hanafuda earrings. Tanjiro, breathe, hold your breath, become a fire god, the man said in a calm and kind voice. Narrator. You can see a place at night and many torches buried in a circular pattern while a man dances in the center of them. I, Tanjiro, look, the dance of the fire god, the element our family works with. That's why at the beginning of each year we offer the dance and our prayers to the fire god to avoid injuries or any disaster, the Redeed's mother said as they looked at the man who continued dancing under the snow. Tanjiro, but mom, the little boy spoke, catching his mother's attention, Dad is very sick, how can he be dancing in the snow for so long? If it were me, my lungs would freeze, the little boy said, but the woman only smiled at him as she watched Tanjiro, the Redeed's father, dancing. Elsewhere. Tanjiro, there is a way of breathing, one that will keep you from getting tired, even if you move a lot, the man said while stroking Tanjiro's hair. If you can master the correct way of breathing, you will also be able to dance forever, and the cold won't bother you, he said as he reached for a book beside him. Tanjiro, this ceremonial dance, my pair of earrings, and this book where everything about the dance is contained, I will give them to you, and they will be yours. That's what I promised you, he said, showing the book before putting it in a box. End of flashback. Tanjiro, dance of the fire god. Waltz, Tanjiro would make a vertical cut, severing the threads and surprising the demon, who would only send more threads. Tanjiro would run towards him at blinding speed. Don't stop, keep running. If I stop now, I will suffer the consequences of changing the breathing technique, so I must finish this now. He would say as he got even closer. Run. You must help Nezuko. He began to cut all the threads as he approached, but the demon would try to get away, but Tanjiro was faster and managed to keep up as he cut each thread. I see him, the thread of the breach. The time has come to defeat him. He would say, looking at the thread that was forming around the demon's neck. No, it can't be, I must counterattack or I'll die right now, he said, scared, as he watched a Redeed being centimeters away from ending his life. Blood technique. Spinning wheel of threads, forming a sphere with the threads that would be launched towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro, I wonder if I can withstand that attack. No, I must not think about that. I must continue even if it means dying with it. With that, he launched himself towards the attack that was about to hit him. But Nezuko. He was in a dark place, but then Kai began to beg him to wake up and help his brother and not let him die. Nezuko, wake up, please don't let your brother die, save him. I know you can, don't let him die, please Nezuko, the woman said crying. Nezuko, blood technique. Blood explosion, waking up while raising her right hand so that her blood, which was in the threads, would ignite in a pinkish fire that would head towards the demon's sphere of threads, weakening them so that Tanjiro could cut them and then head for the demon's neck. Impossible, my threads and my technique burned out, he would say while looking at Tanjiro and how that legendary swordsman who almost finished off Muzan was reflected in him. Who is he? He's the human who almost finished off Muzan-sama, this child is part of him, he would think, but then his neck would begin to detach from his head. Tanjiro, the bond between Nezuko and me will not be broken by anyone. Then a little of Nezuko's blood would fall on his sword, turning it a crimson red. He would push his sword with more force, cutting the demon's head in a circular motion, then it would fall next to the demon's body. I managed to decapitate him. Now I must go to Nezuko. He would say as he approached his sister, who had fallen from the threads she was holding. But then Tanjiro would hear the demon's voice. Hey kid, tell me something, the demon would say as he began to disintegrate little by little. How did you and your sister form that bond? The boy would say, looking at the Redeed, who would turn around to look at him. Tanjiro, it's like I said before, a true bond must have love and appreciation. Where the will to protect your loved ones is found, that's a bond, even if it's your brother or your friend. There must always be an affection that both protect and love, that's a family bond, he said, leaving the demon with his eyes wide open as he remembered what his life was like before becoming a demon. Narrates. I still remember when I was human, when I longed to play with friends or go out with my parents. But it was never like that, it was a constant struggle for me. I was a sick child who could tear on, and even walking was a huge challenge. But everything changed when Muzan-sama came to my door and offered to turn me into a demon so I could have the strength to walk. My parents refused though, because to gain strength I had to consume human flesh. So they tried to kill me, but I cut them to pieces while I listened to my mother crying and apologizing for not giving me a healthy body. At that moment, I realized they would die with me and pay for my sins with their own lives. I felt an unbearable pain in my heart, so Muzan-sama comforted me, saying it was their fault for not accepting me as I was, for not helping me enough. Even so, I felt empty and sad for having lost what I loved most and trying to recreate it with another false bond, but it didn't work. It only brought me more sadness and frustration, but seeing this boy with his sister made me realize that there is no way to change something as unique as the family bond. Narrator. Thus the boy's head would finish disintegrating, leaving Tanjiro saddened as he could smell the boy's feelings, emotions that only represented sadness, hatred, and suffering for having destroyed the most precious thing he had. Then Tanjiro would take out one of the needles that Yushiro had given him and extract a little blood from the body that had not yet disintegrated. Tanjiro, well, I managed to extract blood from a lower moon. At that moment the cat appeared behind him, so Tanjiro could give it the sample and make it leave, but not before telling it that his crow was taking a girl to Tomeo-san. Well, now I must see how Nezuko is, but then he would sense a very familiar scent approaching him. That scent is, then Shinobu appeared behind him with her katana ready to attack. Shinobu, oh, it seems you had a tough battle here. The girl said with a smile, but upon seeing the Haori and earrings, she realized who they belonged to. It's you, Tanjiro-kun. It seems you're here too, she said, approaching the boy. Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, please don't come any closer, he would say, hiding his face. Shinobu, why is something wrong? She said, but then she looked at Nezuko who was approaching Tanjiro. Tanjiro-kun, watch out, a demon. She said, lunging at Nezuko, but Tanjiro got in front of her before Shinobu could stab Nezuko. What are you doing, Tanjiro-kun? She's a demon, get out of the way or she might hurt you. she said, but then Tanjiro removed his hands from his face, revealing his eyes and fangs, leaving Shinobu in shock. The boy appeared, taught Tanjiro, "You're a demon." Heading into a fighting stance with a look of astonishment on her face. Tanjiro, "Wait, please let me explain, Shinobu-san," he said, looking at the girl with eyes of sincerity that reached Shinobu, who lowered her sword and approached Tanjiro. "Look, I know I'm a demon, but I guarantee that I haven't eaten a single human, just like my sister. We were turned not long ago, but we've both controlled our hunger for a long time. Please, you must believe me, I beg you," he said, on the verge of tears, but Shinobu placed her hand on the boy's cheek. "Shinobu, don't worry, I believe that. You helped me with the other demons last time, and now you've defeated one of the moons, in addition to protecting the other hunters," the girl said in a calm voice, but then a crow flew by. "Crow, please, Tanjiro Kamado and Nezuko Kamado are ordered to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters." Caw, the crow finished speaking, much to Shinobu's surprise. "Shinobu, so she's your sister," the girl said, receiving a nod from the redeed. "I see, well, I have to take you to the Demon Slayer headquarters, and then you can explain to me how you became a demon," the girl said with a smile that made Tanjiro blush slightly. Tanjiro, "Okay, I'll explain everything." At that moment, Tanjiro, exhausted, collapsed on top of Shinobu, causing them both to fall to the ground. Shinobu taught Tanjiro, she would say, blushing, but would notice that the boy was breathing heavily since despite being a demon his body was still all worn out. Tanjiro, I'm sorry Shinobu-san, it's just my legs aren't responding, he would say, but Shinobu would sense it and put the boy's head in her lap. "Hey, Shinobu-san," but he would be interrupted by Shinobu. "Shinobu, don't worry, you can rest on my lap," she would say, but then Nezuko would walk towards it and lie down next to her brother. "Oh, she's very cute," she would say with a smile. "Tanjiro, that's right," he said as he snuggled closer to Shinobu, making her blush. "Shinobu-san, tell me, didn't you encounter any other demons when you approached?" he asked about the moon's sister. "Shinobu, don't worry, I already took care of her," she would say, remembering. Flashback. Rui's sister can be seen running through the forest while thinking about everything that happened. "Shinobu, hello, the moon is very beautiful tonight, isn't it?" she said from behind the girl. "Get out of the way, witch," the girl would say, launching an attack that Shinobu would manage to dodge. "Shinobu, it seems you don't want to talk, do you?" At that moment, the girl was about to launch another attack, but couldn't find the girl until Mira approached from above. But what surprised her most was how a group of butterflies approached her. Then she raised her index finger so that one of the butterflies landed on it, but the butterfly began to change to a blood-red color, and then the girl bled from many parts of her body. Insect-breathing butterfly dance. "Caprice," the girl said as she fell behind the demon. "She hasn't cut my neck," she would say in surprise and look at the girl's katana, realizing why. "That's her katana, I understand now, judging by its eyes, it's obvious she doesn't have strength in her arms, so she won't be able to cut my head off." At that moment, the girl would begin to feel her body melting and turning purple. "Shinobu, you know why I haven't beheaded you? It's because I'm the only one among the pillars who doesn't cut off demons' heads, so I replace it with a lethal poison. It's very impressive, isn't it?" she would say proudly, but her expression would change when she saw that the girl was already dead. "Haha, sorry, you can't hear me when you're dead, but how silly of me, she would say laughing. End of flashback. "Tanjiro, I see," he would say calmly since they had finished off all the demons. At that moment Tomioka would approach, and upon seeing the scene, he would be shocked to see the boy who saved his companion a long time ago by his side. "Tomioka, it seems Urakadaki-sensei was right," he would say while remembering. Flashback. Tomioka could be seen walking through a forest until he heard his crow carrying a letter in its right leg. "Crow caw, Sakanji Urakadaki's letter caw," the crow would say as it landed, handing the letter to Tomioka. "Hello, I hope you're doing well, Tomioka. I'm sending you this letter to inform you about Tanjiro and his sister, since it seems you haven't found them yet, right? Well, I want to tell you about Tanjiro's condition. I know you won't believe this, but the boy is now a demon, and not just any demon, but the demon who managed to conquer the sun." Upon reading this, Tomioka would be shocked, as he hadn't expected that the boy he was sending to his master was now a demon capable of walking in sunlight. But you shouldn't worry, he still retains his humanity, and like his sister, he hasn't eaten any humans since his transformation, in addition to continuing to eat normal food. "Tomioka, it seems I'll have to look for it later," he would say, but he would continue reading the letter. "So I ask you to please not let anything happen to them, as I have a feeling that it will be key against Kibutsuji. Sincerely, Sakanji Urakadaki." "Tomioka, I wonder what they'd think at headquarters if he ran into a pillar," he'd say, continuing on his way. End of flashback. Tomioka approached the boy and his companion, wondering if she knew whether he was a demon and why she hadn't killed him. "Shinobu, Tomioka-san, what are you doing here?" she said, surprised to see her companion near them. Tanjiro, hello, it's been a while, Tomioka-san, he said, greeting the pillar. Tomioka, hello Tanjiro, it seems Urokodaki-sensei was right, he said, speaking in his cold, emotionless voice. Tanjiro, I see, so Urokodaki-sensei, I'll inform you about my condition. He said, receiving a nod from the black-haired man. Shinobu, wait, tell me, Tomioka-san, have you met Tanjiro-kun yet? The pillar asked, confused. Tomioka, that's right, I met Tanjiro almost 3 years ago when he was still human, the boy said seriously while explaining to his companion. Tanjiro, that's right, Tomioka-san helped me with Nezuko and sent me to Urokodaki-sensei to train me until I became a demon, the boy finished explaining. Shinobu, ara Tomioka-san, it seems you're a very good person even though everyone hates you, she said, surprising Tanjiro who was still on Shinobu's lap and Tomioka who just stared at Shinobu, still serious. Tomioka, you're wrong, nobody hates me, he would say, but it would only make Shinobu laugh and leave Tanjiro confused. Shinobu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to find out like this, she would say, but Tomioka would just turn around and head towards Nezuko's box. Tomioka, never mind, you heard the crow. We must take Tanjiro and his sister to headquarters. He says this as he takes Nezuko and puts her in the box. Shinobu, well, but we haven't finished talking, she said, lifting Tanjiro's head. I'm sorry, Tanjiro-kun, but it's necessary to take you to headquarters, she said, standing up and then lifting Tanjiro. Tanjiro, okay, but my body hurt so much. He said, falling into Shinobu, but she stood firm, stopping Tanjiro. I'm sorry again, Shinobu-san. He said sheepishly. Shinobu, don't worry, she said with a smile, it seems you're a little weak, so I'll give you a healing injection that will put you to sleep peacefully, taking a case out of her Haori and taking out an injection, putting it in Tanjiro's arm, sweet dreams Tanjiro-kun, thus Tanjiro would fall asleep, and a couple of Kakushis would arrive at the place taking Tanjiro away before the sun came up, while Shinobu would take Nezuko's box along with Tomioka. Chapter 9. The Trial of the Demon Hunter. Following the events on Mount Natagumo, Tanjiro would be transferred to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, where he would be judged for breaking the rules of possessing a demon and being one himself. Wake up, hey, when are you going to wake up? One of the Kakusha said, trying to wake Tanjiro, who was still asleep from Shinobu's medicine, you're going to sleep all day, I said wake up. Tanjiro woke up. Tanjiro, where am I? He said as he tried to get up, but his arms were held by chains. What? Why are my arms held? Tanjiro looked around, realizing he was on a balcony of a house where he was being watched by a group of people. Well, I heard of a demon hunter traveling with another one, I thought it would be more extravagant, said a tall man with white hair and 2 swords wrapped around his back, in addition to possessing many jewels and a mark on his left eye. The time has come to judge this boy who is a hunter while being a demon, said a man with hair like a flame, as well as his eyes. But Suri, he's the boy who helped me and Shinobu the other day, said the girl with pink and green hair. How interesting this boy is, besides being a demon hunter he was also traveling with one, said a very tall man with black hair who also appeared to be blind and held a necklace of red pearls in his hands, as well as around his neck. What was the name of that cloud again? Said a boy who looked more like a child with long black hair that ended in light blue, just like his eyes. Tanjiro, who are these people? The boy would say, but the Kakushi would put his hand on his head. Don't speak until you're ordered to. You know who's standing before you, he said angrily. You're in the presence of the pillars, the strongest hunters within the organization. He finished, leaving Tanjiro somewhat astonished, since his master had mentioned the highest rank among the hunters. Shinobu Godo, you need to calm down. There's no need to do that. Shinobu said, approaching the Kakushi, well, it's time to see what we think about your condition, so get ready, Tanjiro-kun. The girl spoke again with a smile. Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, please tell me what you're talking about. The boy said, confused by the girl's words. Shinobu, well, we'll put you to the test to see your abilities, she didn't finish speaking as she was interrupted by the man with hair like fire. There's no need to conduct a test, he said with a smile and a cheerful positive attitude. Being a demon is a violation of the code, so as stated in the rules, we must end your life. The flame pillar, Kaijuro Rengoku, finished speaking. In that case, I will decapitate you in a special way. You will see how the blood falls in a dramatic fashion. It will be quite a spectacle, the sound pillar Tenjin Yuzui would say. But Suri, why is it necessary to kill this boy? I know he's a demon, but he helped me and Shinobu against the demons. The love pillar Mitsuri Kanroji would think. How sad, I pity him for being a demon because, as is my duty, I will end his life, said the rock pillar, Jayame Himejima. That bird, what was its name? I think it was, the mist pillar would say Michiro Takedo. Tanjiro, so this is a pillar, he thought, but a man on a tree branch spoke up. Besides wearing a black and white striped haori, the most striking thing was a snake hanging from his neck. Before I finish off this kid, I'm bothered by Tomioka seeing him completely unrestrained, since according to the information, he also broke the rules by letting this boy and his sister live. How will he face the consequences? Said the snake pillar, Iguro Abanai, aren't you going to say anything in your defense, Tomioka? Pointing at the boy who was some distance away from the others. Tomioka, no, I have nothing to say, the water pillar, Gyu Tomioka would say. But Suri Tomioka is involved in this too, the girl thought, worried about her partner. Shinobu, calm down, there's no need for Tomioka to be punished, the insect pillar Shinobu Kacho would say. Now, what interests me is hearing Tanjiro's story of how he became a demon and why he travels with another one, she would say with a smile. Very well, Tanjiro, tell us how you became a demon and why you travel with another one, but the Yuzui would take the floor while holding his two swords. Yuzui, and who cares? He would say in a voice of disgust. Shinobu, don't listen to him, come on, tell us, you can start whenever you want, she would say, giving Tanjiro a smile that would give him confidence. Tanjiro, she's my cough. He started coughing, so Shinobu approached him and knelt down while taking out a container of water and giving it to the boy. Shinobu, relax, you don't need to drink so fast, she said while helping Tanjiro drink water, leaving everyone surprised by how she treated the boy, even though he was a demon. Well, we're listening, Tanjiro-kun, tell us your story, she laughed, giving him a smile that made Tanjiro smile back. Tanjiro, thank you, Shinobu-san. And to answer your question, she's my little sister. Almost 3 years ago, my family was attacked by a demon. Only my sister and I survived, though she became a demon, while I remained human until a couple of weeks ago. I was attacked by 2 demons who left me on the brink of death, but I managed to survive because my body began to take on its current appearance. But neither of us has ever attacked a human. We never have and we never will. I know that my sister, like me, will never be able to hurt a human, no matter what happens. He said, touching Shinobu's heart as well as Kaijuro's. Iguro, enough already, we've heard too much. It's obvious he's lying. He just wants to gain our trust so he can survive. I refuse to trust him. The boy said while waving his finger up and down. Jaime, how sad, he's been possessed by a demon. Let's kill this boy and end his suffering. The man said while shedding a few tears. Tanjiro, please, you must believe me. I became a demon slayer to find a cure. Besides, it's been over 2 years since Nezuko became a demon and she hasn't devoured anyone. I, on the other hand, have been like this for almost a month and I haven't devoured anyone either. He said, on the verge of tears. Yuzui, your story seems very monotonous and boring to me. We haven't devoured anyone and I know we never will, the sound pillar would say without any joy. I'm not only interested in that. Tell me something dramatic, he would finish speaking, but Mitsuri would take the floor. Mitsuri, excuse me, but there's something that's been worrying me. I find it hard to believe that Oyakata-sama hasn't noticed the situation. I don't think we should do nothing until he arrives. She said, to everyone's surprise. Tanjiro, please don't let my sister die. If you want, kill me, but don't touch my sister. He said, letting out a small scream that surprised everyone. I know it's hard to believe, but we can fight and protect humans too. At that moment, a man with white hair and many scars on his body arrived. Well, what amusing activity is happening here? It's that stupid demon hunter traveling with another one, he said with a smile while holding Nezuko's box in his arms. Could you repeat that nonsense from earlier? Said the wind pillar, Sanemi Shinazagawa. Please, Master Shinazagawa, let go of that box, please, a Kikuchi would say, but the pillar would ignore him and continue heading towards Tanjiro. At that moment, Shinobu would come out from where Tanjiro was and look at Sanemi with some anger. Shinobu, Sanemi, don't act without thinking, she would say, but Sanemi was still staring intently at Tanjiro. Sanemi, what did you say, kid? That they can fight and protect humans like us? You know what we think? He said while holding his sword ready to be drawn, you idiot. That's impossible. He shouted while drawing his sword and piercing the box with Nezuko next to it, provoking Tanjiro's anger, who stood up. Tanjiro, anyone who touches my sister will pay the consequences, it doesn't matter if you're a pillar, you'll pay for that. He would say angrily, causing his fangs to grow a little and his hair to become more spiky. Sanemi, hahaha, and tell me what you'll do about it. You can't go out, right? He said, taking his sword out of Nezuko's box while feeding Tanjiro. Tanjiro ahhh, Tanjiro emerged from the shadow of the balcony and headed straight for the pillar, shocking everyone as the sun failed to burn him. Tanjiro dodged a slash from the pillar by leaping upwards and then headbutted it powerfully, causing the pillar to fall to the ground. It dropped Nezuko's box and her sword, which Tanjiro caught in his mouth, turning its green color to black. The sword was then flung into the air and landed in Tanjiro's hands, who broke the chains, alerting everyone. If you can't tell the difference between a good demon and a bad one, then you shouldn't be a pillar, he said, dropping the sword and placing it next to Tsunemi. Seeing how the boy had humiliated him in front of everyone, Tsunemi grabbed his sword and placed it against Tanjiro's neck, who offered no defense. The guru, it's impressive how fast he approached Shinazagawa, and he's also able to withstand sunlight, something no other demon has been able to do, the boy said while watching the scene. Tsunemi, you damn demon, I swear I'll kill you. He said, but just as he was about to cut off the boy's head, a couple of girls spoke up. Oyakata-sama has returned, both girls would say as a man with black hair next to a white haori with light red details on it, but the most striking thing was a strange mark on his face. My dear children, I thank you for being here with me, the man said, drawing everyone's attention. Good morning everyone, the weather is very beautiful today. Thank you for attending our meeting today, the man said with a smile. Tanjiro, so, he's the leader of the demon slayers. He would say, but at that moment Jayame would use his chains to trap Tanjiro, then Tsunemi would grab him by the head and slam him to the ground. What the hell? How did that man manage to trap me with these chains? At that moment, everyone present would kneel before their leader. Tsunemi, I'm glad to see Oyakata-sama in such good health, I've prayed fervently for your good fortune, the white-haired man said in a calmer voice. Thank you, Tsunemi, she would say, giving him a smile that touched his heart. Mitsuri, I wanted to be the first to greet him, Mitsuri thought sadly. Tsunemi, if you'll allow me, Oyakata-sama, could you explain what we'll do with this demon hunter and his sister? He said, raising his head while speaking in a relaxed and respectful voice, leaving Tanjiro confused since a moment ago he seemed more like the devil. Of course, I regret that this caused confusion. I have reflected on it and accept Tanjiro and Nezuko's condition. I would appreciate it if you would accept it as well. He is an amazing boy for taking his demon body so far to the point of surviving without eating a single human, just like Nezuko, who has restrained herself for more than 2 years, he said, surprising everyone since they did not expect their leader not to order the killing of a demon. Jayame Oyakata-sama, I know it's something you're asking of us, but let me tell you that I don't agree until this boy and his sister prove it. Jayame said, denying his teacher's proposal. Yuzui, I also refuse to accept it, this boy is a demon, and I don't think I'm capable of enduring his hunger, the eccentric Yuzui would say. But Suri, I will always accept everything Oyakata-sama asks for. Besides, I don't see any lies in this boy. Mitsuri said, smiling, leaving Tanjiro somewhat happy for trusting him. Akito, I'll forget, so I don't have any problem with that, the boy said with a serious look. Iguro, I don't trust them and I don't intend to. Besides, demons are despicable beings. We can't risk this kid wiping us out. Iguro said, rejecting the proposal. Rengoku first, I'm not sure, Oyakata-sama, if this boy is a demon, the creature we swore to annihilate, but of one thing I am certain, and that is that this boy is more human than demon. He would say with a cheerful voice that would surprise everyone, since they did not expect him to want to forgive the boy after wanting to kill him. Tsunemi, what do you think you're doing, Kaijiro? You know the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps is to annihilate anyone they encounter. He said angrily, since his partner had changed his mind. Rengoku, I am always faithful to the rules, but after hearing this boy's story, I realize that, like us, he has lost a lot, and he too is part of the organization, Kaijiro said, making Tanjiro look at him with admiration. Please calm down, the man said without losing his smile, please read the letter, the man said to one of the girls who were next to him. Alright, he said, taking a letter from his kimono, this letter was sent by Sakanji Urakadaki, a former pillar. Tanjiro's love for his master grew even more upon hearing this, well, listen, while turning his gaze to the letter. Please allow Tanjiro and his sister, who are now demons, to remain in their demon form. Nezuko possesses incredible mental strength. She was able to suppress her demon blood for 2 years, which has prevented her from losing her humanity. Even when hungry, she refuses to eat a single human. Tanjiro, on the other hand, has been able to maintain his demon blood for over 2 years and is still able to consume human food. Furthermore, he is immune to sunlight. Therefore, if either of them harms a human, I, Sakanji Urakadaki, and Gyu Tomioka will commit seppuku. Upon hearing how his friend was putting his life on the line for him, Tanjiro shed tears, knowing that if he or Nezuko were to kill someone, Urakadaki and Tomioka would pay for their sin. Tsunemi, I don't care how they want to end their lives, that doesn't guarantee we'll be safe. If these demons kill a human, there's no going back. He would say something that would be taken as true by the others. Shinobu, well, I propose we examine the evidence, we already have to see what will happen to them, Shinobu will say, raising her right hand. Iguro, what kind of tests? Iguro asked, confused. Shinobu, well, the first is about the help I received along with Mitsuri from the boy, which proves that he still fulfills his role as a demon slayer. The second is on Mount Nadagumo, where many witnesses claim to have been saved by the boy as he took it upon himself to put everyone to safety and annihilate the demon that controlled them. She would say, receiving the gaze of everyone, as well as Tanjiro's, whose eyes widened at how Shinobu was helping him. The third is something more interesting, and that is that he took it upon himself to annihilate the moon that threatened the place. Upon saying this, all the pillars would be surprised by the boy's power. Tsunemi, that proves nothing, I refuse to accept it, he would say angrily. How can we prove that they won't attack any humans, he would say while thinking about how to get the boy annihilated. Well, that's largely correct, but we need to see the evidence being presented. We also can't prove that it didn't attack humans, the man said, making Tanjiro excited to see the organization's leader on their side. We can't reject the evidence they're giving us, especially since two people are putting their lives on the line, he added, clarifying the situation. Rengoku, that sounds good to me, so I, Kaijiro Rengoku, accept the status of the Kamado brothers. He would say cheerfully, turning to Tanjiro and giving him a smile, which the boy would return. Shinobu, I also agree with the sibling status, therefore I, Shinobu Kacho, accept Tanjiro and Nezuko as demon slayers, the butterfly girl said, smiling. You see, we have two pillars who accept the boy's condition, the man said happily, seeing that two of his sons accepted his request. There is one more thing I want to inform you of, and that is that Tanjiro has met Muzan Kibutsuji. Saying this, all the pillars would be astonished, since no pillar had ever crossed paths with Kibutsuji. Yuzui, that's right, he would say, but he would push Mitsuri away, who would be caught by Tomioka. Tell us about him, about his techniques and abilities, where did you see him? He's extravagant, Yuzui would say, looking at Tanjiro, who was bombarded with questions. Nikito, you fought with someone so strong? The boy would say in amazement, at which point Tsunemi would take Tanjiro's hair and move it around. Tsunemi, come on, tell us what Muzan Kibutsuji's abilities are, the pillar would say while roughly moving the boy's hair. At that, Oyakata-sama would put his finger to his mouth indicating silence, which would be received by the pillars who would do as requested. Since we're talking about him, it's important that you know he sent a demon after Tanjiro because his purpose is so simple. He wants to silence him, since Tanjiro and his sister are the only ones who escaped his control. Upon hearing this, the pillars were more at ease, since if it's true, they have nothing to fear from Muzan coming to this place. Tsunemi, I'm afraid I cannot accept it, Oyakata-sama. If I were a human, I wouldn't have any problem with it, but after everything we've been through and lost to the demons, I cannot accept it. He said angrily, then drew his katana and cut his left arm, letting his peculiar blood fall. Listen, Oyakata-sama, the evil of this demon will manifest itself right now. He reached out an arm towards Tanjiro, who, upon smelling the blood, began to awaken a hunger he hadn't felt in a long time. Tanjiro, damn it, this blood is peculiar blood, but it's stronger than Kiyoshi's, but I must restrain myself. At that moment, Tsunemi would put his bleeding arm into Nezuko's box, who, upon smelling the blood, would begin to drool with hunger to eat humans. Tsunemi, hey demon, doesn't this look appetizing? Come have dinner with your brother, he would say, but Nezuko refused to smell the blood. Come on, you don't have to resist. Show us what you really are, and I can annihilate you in front of everyone, he would say, but Iguro called him. Iguro, it's likely she doesn't have the same ability as her brother, maybe the sun can burn her, or isn't that right, demon? He would say, referring to Tanjiro, who would remain silent, a sign that showed he was sorry. Tsunemi, Oyakata-sama, I beg you to forgive me for what I am about to do. At that moment Tsunemi entered the balcony at great speed with Nezuko's box and then pierced it with his sword, provoking Tanjiro's anger. Tanjiro, stop. Tanjiro would try to get up, but Iguro would jump and put his arm around the Yoriichi's back. Ah no, I can't breathe well or move, he would say as he was brought closer to Tsunemi's blood that would make it hell for the boy. Tsunemi, come out of there, you damn demon. He would say, piercing her again, provoking Tanjiro even more. He would try harder, but Jaime's chains were too strong to break. Come on, come out in front of everyone. Tsunemi would open the box, letting Nezuko out, who, upon seeing him, would feel an enormous thirst for blood. Come on, drink it, I know you want it or not. He would say while being watched by the other pillars. Tanjiro, I must help Nezuko. Tanjiro tried to get up, but Iguro used more force to prevent the boy from moving. Shinobu Iguro, you're pushing too hard, the girl said, worried about the Yoriichi. Iguro, I'm only doing this because he's trying to move. He said while holding the boy tighter, but Tanjiro still tried to move. Shinobu, Tanjiro-kun, listen carefully. If you use a breathing technique that forces you to compress your lungs, it will cause your veins to burst. The girl would say, but Yuzui would interrupt her. Yuzui, veins bursting, I like it, how extravagant, come on, burst. He would say excitedly. Jaime, poor soul, he's a child who still needs help to walk, he would say, leaving the others in amazement. Tanjiro, I'm tired of this. Tanjiro would exert more force while it became clear that he was growing and releasing an aura of intense heat. Biguro, what's happening? Is he getting bigger? He wondered, but then watched as Jayame removed the chains. Himejima. Why are you removing the chains? He said angrily. Jayame, I recommend you leave. The man would say, but at that moment Tanjiro would punch Iguro, making him back away. Iguro, it can't be, he's been released. Tanjiro would run towards Tsunemi and his sister, alerting the pillars, but he would stop before climbing onto the balcony. Tanjiro, Nezuko, you must hold on. Narrator. Nezuko finds herself in a battle against herself, but seeing memories of her life as a human and remembering her brother when he was the head of the family until the moment he transformed into a demon gives her the strength to deny the pillar's blood and turn her head in disgust, surprising everyone. Tell me, what happened? She would ask her two daughters. Nezuko turned her head in disgust. Even though Shinazagawa stabbed her 3 times and then put his bloody arm right in front of her face, she managed to restrain herself and didn't bite him. One of the girls would answer her father, who would smile. Okay, now tell me, what happened to Tanjiro? She said, receiving a response from the other girl. The boy, despite being in trouble, managed to escape and ignore the Shinazagawa blood that was still on his face, and although anger was out of control, he still managed to remain calm and not attack him, he would reply, leaving another smile on the man's face. Well, it's been proven that both Tanjiro and his sister are capable of controlling their hunger and won't be able to attack humans, the man said, smiling at the pillars. On the other hand, I'm very grateful to Jayame for helping me, he said, thanking the man. Jayame, don't worry, Oyakata-sama, I will fulfill any order you give me. The man would say as he remembered how his leader told him to release Tanjiro from his chains. Tanjiro, despite this, not everyone supports your and your sister's situation, so please show that you can both be useful to the cause and fight as demon slayers, he said, making Tanjiro kneel respectfully. Tanjiro, what is this feeling? It's like his voice is illuminating my head and my heart is like I'm on a cloud, he thought, surprised by how the man who guided the hunters spoke to him, and then he stood up. Alright, I'll try to prove that both Nezuko and I can be of great use, he said with seriousness and determination. Then go and defeat the demon moons. Do it and you will be accepted by everyone and that will give more weight to your words. He would say in a calm voice that Tanjiro would take as a challenge to complete. Tanjiro, alright, Nezuko and I will defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, you can be sure of that. I'll make sure that Page, for everything he's done, will fight and stop this endless world of misery. He would say, but the man would tilt his head while laughing silently. That's too hasty, Tanjiro. First, try eliminating another moon. He said, embarrassing Tanjiro. Tanjiro, okay, he said sheepishly as the other pillars burst out laughing. Within the core of demon slayers, the pillars possess amazing abilities and that's because they trained until they surpassed their limits and even gained power over the 12 demon moons, he would say while being answered by the pillars. Rengoku indeed, a noble task, he would say, letting out a laugh. And that's why the pillars receive respect and honor. Tanjiro, I ask you to mind your manners when addressing them, he said, receiving a nod from the boy. Now, Tsunemi and Abanai, I ask you not to torment the siblings, as they are now part of the Demon Slayer Corps. Iguro and Tsunemi responded with a yes, though they still didn't accept it. Now, Tanjiro, I ask you to take care of yourself and your sister, as you both belong to the organization and will be accepted as humans. Tanjiro shed a few tears and ran towards him, putting the pillars on guard. They drew their swords and were ready to attack, but remained still as the Redeed embraced the man. Tanjiro, thank you so much, really, he said crying while hugging the man. Don't worry, Tanjiro, you're part of this organization now, and who knows, maybe one day you'll be a pillar, he said, surprising the boy as much as the pillars. Tsunemi, a demon is a pillar? I will never accept that. He said furiously while turning his head away. Well Tanjiro, we've finished our business with you, you can leave. He would say, and Tanjiro would break away from the hug and walk away from where the man was. Shinobu, I request permission to take Tanjiro to my estate, please. Tanjiro turns to look at Shinobu, who smiles back at him. Very well, you may take him. She says, and 2 Kikuchi appear and take Tanjiro and Nezuko away in their box. Well, we can, he wouldn't finish speaking as Tanjiro returned while being chased by the Kakushis. Tanjiro, just let me give this scarred guy a good beating, he said while trying to escape from the Kakushis. I'll only give him 1 hit for every stab he gave Nezuko, so let me go, he said, but was surprised by 2 rocks that Takedo had thrown at him. Takedo, it is not permitted to interrupt Oyakata-sama, so please leave. The Kakushis apologized as they carried Tanjiro. Tanjiro, tell Tomeo I send my regards, the man said, surprising Tanjiro, since he didn't expect the leader of the hunters to know Tomeo. Tanjiro, how do you know Tomeo-san? At that moment, one of the Kikuchi hit him and scolded him because thanks to him, they would be in trouble. Chapter 10. A butterfly illuminated by the sun, Tanjiro would be taken to the butterfly estate where his friends were, who after the battle on Mount Nadagumo would be taken to the estate to be cared for by the people there. Tanjiro, hey, I have a question. Tanjiro said to the Kikuchi carrying him on his back, what's your name? He asked, making the Kikuchi open his eyes, since it wasn't very common for someone to have a name like that. Godo, my name is Godo and you are? I asked Tanjiro, who smiled, seeing that even though I was a demon, he didn't care. Tanjiro, I'm Tanjiro Kamado, it's a pleasure. He said laughing, but then a smell reached his nose that made him want to faint from the aroma. Those are wisteria, right? He said, receiving a yes from the Kikuchi, who explained that the entire estate was surrounded by them. How unpleasant, I'd better go back the way I came. He said, wanting to get off the Kikuchi's back, but he wouldn't allow it. Godo, where do you think you're going? I was ordered to take you to the butterfly estate and I will do my job. He would say with a mix of anger and pride. Tanjiro, okay, but can you go a little faster? This smell is killing me. At that moment, a very well-made and beautiful mansion could be seen in the distance. Godo, well, we're here. Making Tanjiro excited to finally rest and see his friends. Tanjiro, it's impressive, this house belongs to Shinobu-san, receiving a yes from the Kikuchi, how incredible, he would say in amazement, causing the Kakishis to enter and meet Shinobu-san's Tsuguko, she is the girl from the final selection, he would say while remembering that she was one of the 5 who managed to survive. She is Shinobu-san's Tsuguko, said the Kikuchi who carried Nezuko's box. Tanjiro, Tsuguko? He would say, confused. Godo, she's referring to the pillar's apprentice. Only those with impressive talent are chosen, the Kikuchi would say in response to Tanjiro's question. Excuse us, Miss Kanao Sayuri. Shinobu-sama ordered us to come here, but he wouldn't receive a response from the girl. Excuse me, are you alright? But the girl wouldn't say anything, then the voice of a girl with black hair tied in 2 butterfly pigtails would be heard. Who are you? She said, startling those present. Oh, you must be Tanjiro, right? The girl said, referring to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, so that's how you know, he didn't finish speaking because he was interrupted by the girl. Shinobu-san reported on you, approaching the demon slayer, so you're the only demon capable of controlling the sun, that's incredible, come and you can enter, she said, and Tanjiro climbed down from the Kikuchi and took Nezuko's box to enter the estate. Zenitsu, how can I stay for 3 months taking medicine that tastes horrible? Nuo. Zenitsu would scream while crying. She still won't stop screaming, the girl said to some children. He's still screaming like a baby, one of the girls said. Who is he? She said, looking at Tanjiro behind the girl. He's Tanjiro, and don't worry, even though he's a demon, he's trustworthy, the girl replied, then told Tanjiro to come closer. Tanjiro, hello little ones, I'm Tanjiro Kamado, and you are? He would ask while giving the girls a smile, showing his fangs, scaring them. They would just look at him with a little fear, but would gather the courage to approach and introduce themselves. Hello, my name is Kyo, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the girl who was wearing small pink butterfly bras. My name is Neho, it's a pleasure, said the girl with braids and green butterfly clips. And I'm Sumi, said the girl who wore blue bras. Tanjiro, it's a pleasure, little ones, and you shouldn't be afraid. I know I'm a demon, but I promise I don't bite. Tanjiro would reply with a smile. Tanjiro, is that you? Please help me, these girls want to kill me with horrible medicine, I can't stand it anymore. Zenitsu would scream, drawing Tanjiro's attention. Tanjiro, tell me, did you manage to defeat the enormous demon? Tanjiro asked as he approached the yellow-haired boy. Zenitsu, that's right, Inosuke and I were able to defeat him, but we both ended up with fractures, he replied crying. Inosuke is the most affected, look at him there, pointing to Inosuke next to him. Tanjiro, Inosuke, I'm glad to see you. I'm sorry for leaving you to fight the demon alone. Tanjiro said as he approached the boy. Inosuke, don't worry, Minitsu and I managed to defeat him, Inosuke said calmly, leaving Tanjiro confused. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, do you know what's wrong with him? Why is he so quiet? Tanjiro asked his friend. Zenitsu, well, after the fight he would faint and the insect pillar would give him some medicine that would make him fall asleep and he was left very injured. Zenitsu replied, leaving Tanjiro wondering if it was the same medicine that Shinobu had given him. Tanjiro, and tell me, where is Murata? He would ask about the boy. Zenitsu, well, on Mount Nadagumo he was in charge of ensuring the safety of the hunters who were still alive, but I don't remember anything else. Tanjiro, I see, but it's good to see you here, Tanjiro said, then lay down on a bed next to Inosuke. Well, I'll take a short nap, Tanjiro then fell asleep on the bed. Elsewhere. Muzan, it seems your brother left an heir before his death, Muzan said, seated on a throne, in a serious voice to a kneeling man. Seek him out. Something tells me he will be useful to my plans. He said, and the man stood up, revealing himself to be Upper Moon 1. Kakishibo, find that boy and bring him before me. He said, standing up and heading towards a door. Kakishibo, as Muzan-sama commands, said the demon who wore a purple and black haori, with long hair and who had 6 eyes, in addition to having red marks on the left side of his forehead and another on the right side of his cheek. But the pillars. As reported, the demons have increased their number of losses, which means that people are in even greater danger, said the leader of the hunters who was sitting in front of the pillars, who could pay attention to everything their leader said. Tsunemi, what happened on Mount Nadagumo cleared everything up. The quality of the demon slayers has dropped very low. They are too weak. I don't think they can stand up against a high-ranking demon. Tsunemi would clarify, but it would be Yuzui who would speak. Yuzui, well, according to Shinobu, the demon boy was the one who saved most of the demon slayers, as well as being the one who would finish off the lower 5th moon, Yuzui said with a smile. In addition to giving Shinazagawa a big blow, he has potential, he said, provoking the anger of the wind pillar. Shinobu, well, in my opinion, the larger the human population, the harder it is to control the demons, Shinobu would say, but Rengoku would take over. Rengoku, well, the fact that this boy is a demon who managed to conquer the sun would be a problem if it reached Kibutsuji's ears, the flame pillar would say. Jayame Kaijiro is right, it's a problem if Kibutsuji lays a finger on the boy, that's why we must find a way to keep him safe, but still allow him to fulfill his missions, Jayame would say while giving his opinion on letting the boy be sent on missions alongside his friends or with a pillar. You're right. If Kibutsuji finds out about Tanjiro's ability, it would endanger not only the boy but us as well, the man said calmly, though inwardly he knew that if Kibutsuji mastered the sun, no one could kill him. Besides, we don't have any strong demon slayers, but I believe those present are the best. You form the finest unit of pillars I've been able to assemble since the feudal era. Tenjin Yuzui, Kaijiro Rengoku, Shinobu Kacho, Mitsuri Kanroji, Michiro Takedo, Jayame Himejima, Tsunemi Shinazagawa, Iguro Abanai, and Giyu Tomioka. To you, my dear children, I wish you all the very best. He then bid farewell to the pillars and departed. The next day. Narrator. Tanjiro could be seen waking up after falling asleep because he was so tired, but he would find a friend. Tanjiro, oh, it's you, Murata. Tanjiro said, looking at the hunter. Murata, hello Tanjiro, how are you feeling? He said, sitting on a small bench next to Tanjiro's bed. It seems the information was true, you are a demon. Murata said, looking at Tanjiro, who was surprised. Tanjiro, oh yes, but don't worry, I promise I won't do anything to you, he would say, but Murata would take the floor. Murata, don't worry, I already know. After all, you helped me on the mountain. Besides, if the pillars believe in you, why shouldn't I? He clarified, eliciting a smile from Tanjiro. By the way, tell me, what do you think of the pillars? He asked with a frustrated expression. Tanjiro, oh well, at first I'd say I should run away from that place, but thanks to Shinobu-san and the flame pillar, I'm still here. He said, lifting the hunter's expression. Why do you ask? He said, but Murata looked at him with an expression of terror and frustration. Murata, well, it's because I met with them to give the report on Mount Nadagumo, and it was horrible. All the pillars are creepy. They were annoyed by the level of the demon slayers and kept asking who the hell trained us. The pillars are truly terrifying. He was about to say this, but at that moment Shinobu appeared behind him. Shinobu, good morning, extending to the boy. Murata, hey Kacho-san, excuse me, see you later. Running out the door. Shinobu, you're leaving so soon, we won't see each other again, she would say to the boy who had already left and turned to look at Tanjiro. Hello Tanjiro-kun, tell me how you feel, she would say with a smile that would be returned by the boy. Tanjiro, very well, Shinobu-san, thanks to you my sister and I are still alive, he would say, thanking the girl who would just laugh a little. Shinobu, don't worry about that, would you mind following me? I want to talk to you. She said, turning around and walking away. Tanjiro, okay, Zenitsu, I'll be right back. He would say, but Zenitsu looked at him with a murderous expression. Zenitsu, goodbye, you lucky bastard. He said as he lay down, covering his face, leaving Tanjiro confused by what he said, but he ignored it and went to the girl. Narrator. Shinobu and Tanjiro would leave the mansion and go to a flower garden, where they would sit on a bench located under a tree. Tanjiro, tell me, Shinobu-san, what did you want to talk to me about? He would say this, but Shinobu would tell him to be quiet and calm down. Shinobu. Tanjiro-kun, we were talking at headquarters about your condition, and in the end we decided that you can continue as a demon slayer alongside your sister. She said excitedly to Tanjiro, who simply thanked her and gave her a hug that made the girl blush. Oh Tanjiro, don't worry, she said nervously, and Tanjiro pulled away from the hug and covered his face in embarrassment. Tanjiro, I'm sorry Shinobu-san, he would say with his head down, but Shinobu would laugh a little. Shinobu, don't worry, I also want to tell you that you can start training tomorrow and I will personally be your trainer, she said excitedly to Tanjiro, who just smiled. Tanjiro, thank you so much for everything. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll help you with everything. He said, bringing a smile to Shinobu's face, who already knew she needed the boy. Shinobu, well, now that you mention it, I need two of you, she would say, making the Redeed pay attention to what the girl was saying. The first thing you do is let me investigate your blood, and that's because I'm interested in seeing how you're able to walk in sunlight, she would say to Tanjiro, who was thinking. Tanjiro, well, no problem with that, as I said I'm grateful to you, he would say, accepting Shinobu's request, and tell me what the other thing is, he would say, but at that point Shinobu started to blush, since it was embarrassing for her. Shinobu, well, I was thinking if you could come with me to the village for some medicine, she would say nervously, but Tanjiro would end up agreeing, making her excited. Well, we'll leave in a few minutes. Meanwhile, tell Aoi to give you a suit so you can change out of those clothes, because they're a bit tight, don't you think? She would say, because Tanjiro would remember when he tried to escape from the chains, his body grew a little, now measuring 1.75 meters. Tanjiro, alright, I'll go to Aoi's, he said while scratching his neck. Shinobu, alright, I'll tell the Kikuchi to make another bigger demon slayer outfit for you, Tanjiro. She said this before saying goodbye to Tanjiro, telling him she wouldn't be long. Elsewhere. A small house could be seen in a forest where Tomeo was writing a list of things Yushiro would go to get, while at that moment Tanjiro's crow tapped on her window, catching the woman's attention. Tomeo, it seems she's arrived. She said with a smile, then stood up and headed to the door. Yushiro, come here immediately. She opened the door where Hani was, who was a little scared at the sight of her, as she still distrusted the other demons. So you're the girl Tanjiro sent with us? She said, receiving only a yes from the girl. Well, I'm Tomeo. It's a pleasure. I'm glad Tanjiro sent you here. She said with a smile. Hani, that's right, but how does she know that? She wouldn't finish speaking. Tomeo, well, let's just say my pet was already aware of everything, she said, then the cat came out and looked at the girl. But don't just stand there, come in, she said, entering the house with the woman and sitting on some furniture. I know you've suffered a lot, and you must distrust women, believe me, I know how you feel, I've been through it too, but let me help you, first I'll remove the curse that was placed on you, and then you can stay here and live with me, she said. Leaving Hani to say goodbye, but she ended up accepting the woman's offer. At that moment, Yushiro entered the room and looked at Hani. Yushiro, is she the girl Tanjiro sent? He asked, confused, but Tomeo answered his question. Tomeo, that's right, Yushiro, I'd like you to meet, he would say, but he didn't know the girl's name. Hani, please excuse me, but I don't have a name, and Tanjiro told me that now I'm Hani, Tomeo said sadly. Tomeo, don't worry Hani, from today you live with Yushiro and me, she said smiling, eliciting a smile from the girl. Well then let's go, help me with the curse, she said as she walked towards another room calling the woman. A few moments later. Tomeo would leave the room to approach Yushiro and sit next to her, waiting for the girl to come out. Tomeo, you can come out now, Hani would come out and it would be shown that the red marks on her face had disappeared and she looked like a 17-year-old teenager. Tomeo, you look very good, don't you, Yushiro? She would say to the boy who would simply accept, well, I'm glad you're with us now. She would say, bringing tears to the girl's eyes. Hani, thank you for everything, I appreciate it, she would say crying, but Tomeo would comfort her, well tell me how I can help, she would say ready to serve Tomeo for the damage she had helped. Tomeo, well, you can go shopping with Yushiro. Yushiro would shake his head, but would end up accepting since it was something his lady asked him to do. Then I can teach you medicine so you'll be ready for the occasion, she would say with a smile that would be returned by the girl. Well, let's get to work, she would say, and Hani would leave with Yushiro, while Tomeo continued with her own thing. With Tanjiro. He was walking with Shinobu towards the village while they talked about trivial things. Shinobu, okay Tanjiro, I'll go inside and buy a few things. Please look for these items on the list. She would say this while handing Tanjiro a list with 10 different items. Tanjiro, okay, I'll take care of finding this. He said, walking towards some shops where he would buy everything Shinobu had put on the list. I don't know what's happening to me, but I feel like my body is lighter and stronger. It seems the dance of the fire god didn't damage my body. He wondered one thing after another. Well, I'll tell Shinobu to check my body when we get back. He said, continuing his search. 20 minutes later. Tanjiro would take everything from Shinobu's list, meet with her, and then return to the estate. Shinobu, Tanjiro-kun, thank you for accompanying me. She said with a smile that Tanjiro stared at for a while, making the girl very uncomfortable. Tell me, is something wrong, she said nervously and blushing. Tanjiro. Shinobu-san, are you using some kind of glycine? The boy said to the girl in amazement, I can smell a strong scent of glycine, but stronger than normal. Shinobu just smiled nervously. Shinobu, it's just that since I can't cut off the heads of demons I use poison instead. Tanjiro would be convinced, but he felt something was wrong with it. Well, let's continue, it's almost night, he would say, starting to walk faster. Tanjiro, okay, let's go, he said, running after her. Shinobu, she almost discovered my secret, I need to be more careful with her nose, she thought, but she calmed down and continued on her way. Moments later. Night had fallen, and Tanjiro and Shinobu would return to the butterfly estate. Shinobu would simply thank Tanjiro for accompanying her, then say goodbye and head to her room. Shinobu, oh, it's impossible for me to hide the scent of wisteria. I must find a way to prevent Tanjiro from finding out. She said this as she began to lie down on her futon. I should sleep. By order of the master I must teach Tanjiro some things so that he becomes stronger and is not defeated by the moons. Thus, Shinobu fell asleep. But Tanjiro. Shinobu-san seemed a little strange, he thought, already lying in his bed. I should talk to her, but I need to get some sleep. Tomorrow my training starts, and so Tanjiro fell asleep. Time skip. It was already daytime, and Tanjiro would begin his training with the girls of the estate. Shinobu, very well, Tanjiro-kun, I'll explain how your revelation training will be, she said to Tanjiro, who was paying close attention to what Shinobu was saying. First, you'll start over there. The girls will be in charge of increasing your flexibility after you've been resting, she said, pointing to the girls. Then you'll go to Kanau's. All the glasses on the table are filled with medicinal water. The goal is to throw your opponent into the water, but if your opponent grabs a glass first, you can't move them. Tanjiro was attentive to everything Shinobu was saying, but was beginning to understand the training. Next will be the physical training. You'll just have to catch me to complete it, she said with a smile, but Tanjiro started thinking about how difficult it would be. Then we'll work with the katana, okay? She said, and Tanjiro agreed and the training began. Time skip. The sun had already begun to set and Tanjiro, tired from training, stood before Shinobu, who held wooden katanas in her hands. Shinobu, well, Tanjiro-kun, get ready. She said, getting into a battle stance just like Tanjiro. Here I go. She launched herself at Tanjiro, who found it difficult to keep up with her speed. Tanjiro, okay, I have to keep up. I won't let her beat me so easily. Thus, both swords clashed. Come on, I have to find a way, but her agility and speed are impressive. But I have to do something. Tanjiro tried to get closer, but Shinobu got behind him and hit him, knocking him down. Shinobu, alright Tanjiro-kun, that's all for today's training. I hope for better results tomorrow. She walked towards her room. Good night. She said goodbye to the boy who walked towards the room where Inosuke and Zenitsu were. Time skip. Tanjiro narrates. 2 weeks had passed, and my training was beginning to bear fruit. The girls had also told me about the technique of total concentration all day long. At first, it was difficult, but now I can maintain it for much longer periods. My body also feels stronger. I'm even putting Urokodaki-sensei's teachings into practice, in addition to practicing the fire god dance. I feel my body getting exhausted every time I do it, but I'll push my body to its limits if necessary. Now I'll focus on maintaining total concentration. Shinobu, hello, she said, taking Tanjiro out of his cloud and putting her face close to his, making the boy blush. I see you're working hard, that's something Admiral does, sitting next to the boy. Tanjiro, thank you, tomorrow my friends will start training, and I hope I can help them, so that the three of us come back stronger, he said with determination and self-confidence. Shinobu, I see you have a kind heart. She smiled at the boy, who looked at her for a moment, blushing and becoming nervous. You know, Tanjiro, I'd like you to know one of my dreams. She said to the boy, who just looked at her. Perhaps we could be friends with demons. I'm sure you can achieve it, since it seems you and your sister are the only ones who don't attack humans. She said with a smile, but Tanjiro sensed a scent coming from her. Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, calling the girl's attention, who would look at him again with a smile. I'd like to know something, he said, making the girl think, are you angry? The girl would be surprised, opening her eyes and looking at Tanjiro again in astonishment. For some strange reason, there's a scent of anger coming from you, but you always have a smile, he said, making Shinobu lower her head. Shinobu, yes, you're right, I'm constantly angry, she said in a low but sad voice. My sister was killed by a demon a long time ago, she said, remembering her sister who died in her arms. Every time I see the tears of others for losing to demons, my anger grows stronger and bigger. I know others feel something similar, but now we've seen demons who don't kill humans, and we can't deny their existence. Tanjiro began to feel bad about everything Shinobu was saying, since he too had lost his entire family, and he and his sister had been turned into demons. My sister also had a heart as noble as yours. She had sympathy for demons, even when she was about to die. She felt the same for them. I never had that feeling, but when I saw you on Mount Natagumo, you reminded me so much of her. That's why I would do anything to make sure you and Nezuko live together." Tanjiro began to break down. He hadn't expected Shinobu to be like this with him. Her heart began to beat strongly and her breathing became faster. "I must admit I'm tired. Demons only lie and kill. They don't think of anything else." At that moment, Shinobu began to shed tears, making Tanjiro sad to see the girl who defended him and trusted him crying, causing his heart to ache. "I can't take it anymore. I want this to end," she said, but Tanjiro moved closer to her and hugged her, feeling the color that came from him. "Tanjiro-kun," but at that moment, Shinobu felt Tanjiro shed tears, astonished by such a thing. "Tanjiro, I know you've been through a lot, Shinobu-san, but it's always better to keep living happily. These are the reasons we're still alive. Besides, I know the demon who killed your sister is alive because I can smell your thirst for revenge, and I swear I'll make sure Paige dies. Seeing you cry hurts me because you're one of the best friends I've ever had, and I won't let that bastard live while I'm here for you." As he said this, Shinobu felt a pain in her chest, as well as a warmth from the boy. "Shinobu Tanjiro, I don't know why you're doing this, but I feel like you're someone I want to be with for the rest of my life, someone I can trust and feel protected from whatever comes my way." Shinobu broke the hug and looked into Tanjiro's eyes, seeing what he felt, seeing the kindness and trust he exuded. "This is something my sister talked about finding someone who will take care of me for the rest of my life, who will protect me and love me, someone I can take refuge in and feel safe." At that moment, Shinobu leaned closer to Tanjiro's, making the boy blush and wonder what she would do. "Tanjiro, she said, continuing to move closer to him. "Tanjiro, Shinobu, what is happening? Why is she getting closer?" He started to say, but Shinobu connected her lips with Tanjiro's, surprising the boy who didn't know what to do. "Shinobu-san, wait please." Tanjiro pulled away from Shinobu. "What was that?" he said, confused. "Shinobu Tanjiro-kun, I'm in love with you," surprising the boy even more, who didn't know what to say. "I'm sorry, I know you don't feel the same way, please forgive me." At that moment Shinobu would stand up, but Tanjiro would take her by the arms and pull her close to his chest. "Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, it's just that he said nervously, "I've never been in a relationship, and besides, you're very beautiful and brave, so why be with someone like me?" he said, lowering his head, but Shinobu cupped his cheek. "Shinobu, what are you talking about? You're the kindest and most compassionate person there is. You care about others, and that's something I love about you. That's why my heart races when I see you, my eyes fill with hope, and my mind goes blank." Tanjiro would begin to feel his heart pounding and his mind racing with thoughts of the girl. "I love you, Tanjiro-kun, and I want to spend my life with you and have a family together," she would say excitedly, further encouraging Tanjiro, who didn't know what to do at that moment, but he would make his decision and follow his heart. "Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, I don't know what to say, but I'll say that I would really like to be by your side," he said, hugging Shinobu, who was surprised by such a thing. "Shinobu, I swear on my life I will protect you, no matter who it is. I won't let anyone touch you," he said, and without wasting any time, Shinobu kissed the boy, and this time Tanjiro returned the kiss, which lasted 2 minutes. But then the boy smelled the scent of wisteria again. "Shinobu, what is that taste of wisteria?" he said, confused. "Shinobu Tanjiro, I didn't know what to say, I was cornered, I have to think of something. I won't let him find out, but he's part of my life now, I wouldn't hide anything from him." Shinobu took a deep breath and put on a serious expression. "Tanjiro, I know you're wondering why I'm giving off a wisteria scent, well," she said, now lowering her head, "my whole body is full of wisteria poison." Tanjiro was surprised by this revelation from the girl. "Tanjiro, but why, tell me," he said, worried about the girl. "Shinobu, well, about the demon who killed my sister, I swore to end his life, but the only way was because the demon liked young girls. My plan was that when he tried to devour me, all the wicker poison would finish him off," she said, leaving Tanjiro in shock. She was offering herself as a sacrifice just to defeat a demon. "I know it's foolish, but," Tanjiro took Shinobu and hugged her tightly, as if the world were against him. He would do the impossible to protect her. "Tanjiro. Shinobu-san, forgive me, but I won't let you do such a thing," he said, and Shinobu tried to speak, but Tanjiro interrupted her. "I promised I would find that demon and help you complete your revenge." Angrily, "I will never let you put your life at risk just because of that bastard. I will make myself stronger and destroy any demon I encounter. And when I find the demon who took what was most precious to you, I swear on my life I will cut off his head so I can see you truly smile and not pretend to be someone you're not," he said, causing Shinobu to shed tears and move closer to his chest where she would confide in him. "Don't worry, I'm here for you, and I won't let anyone touch the woman I love in this world." With that, Shinobu leaned in and gave him a kiss, which he returned. It lasted 4 minutes. "Shinobu, thank you, Tanjiro, for appearing in my life and illuminating it. I promise I won't continue consuming poison." she said, causing a smile to appear on the boy's face, who simply approached and hugged his beloved. Tanjiro, I'm glad to hear that, I hope you don't do anything so foolish, he said, letting out a sigh and looking towards the moon. Shinobu Tanjiro will keep our relationship a secret until I can speak with Oyakata-sama, she said, making Tanjiro agree and approach Shinobu, giving her a kiss on the cheek. And why was that kiss? He said with a nervous smile. Tanjiro, because I love you and I'll never tire of saying it, he said, getting up from where he was. Well, it's getting late, don't you think we should rest? He said, taking the girl's hand and walking inside the estate where he left Shinobu in her room and headed to his own. I'm glad to know that the most beautiful woman in the world is with me, he said, falling asleep. But Shinobu. Shinobu Tanjiro, I swore I wouldn't do this, but I have a mission and I won't fail. She took a vial, drank it, and then fell asleep. I hope you forgive me, Tanjiro. She fell asleep. Chapter 11. Heart of Fire. Narrator. It was already daytime, and Tanjiro took Inosuke and Zenitsu to training to improve their skills. Upon arriving, Zenitsu treated the entire training session like child's play, defeating Aoi in the cup test and trapping her in the bodyweight exercise. Inosuke, on the other hand, struggled through all the training exercises. Tanjiro focused on total concentration breathing while being watched by a certain butterfly girl. Tanjiro, my body and mind must be synchronized, I mustn't be distracted by anything, he thought while meditating with deep serenity. Then it's sword training with Shinobu-san, I must be ready, but he would be interrupted by the girl. Shinobu, hello Tanji-chan, the girl would say, distracting the boy who would open his eyes and look with a smile. Tanjiro, oh Shinobu-san, I'm glad, he would realize what the girl called him, blushing at the name. Shinobu, I see you like the name, huh? She would say, but Tanjiro covered his face in embarrassment. It seems so. She would say happily, something Tanjiro's nose would sense. Tanjiro, I like that smell of happiness, and I hope it never disappears, he said, revealing his face and looking at the girl with emotion, while giving her a smile. Shinobu, alright, let's go to training, shall we? She said, extending her hand, which Tanjiro took, and they went to train, but he was watched by the others in the room. Narrator. After training, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke went to their room where Zenitsu said he wouldn't be returning to training, and neither would Inosuke. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, come on, it can't be that bad, but Zenitsu would grab him by the shoulders. Zenitsu, what do you mean it's not so bad? You know my body hurt so much and besides, you were going with Shinobu-san while I was being tortured by Aoi-san along with that other girl. You know I don't care about training, I know I'll die if I keep training. He would shout angrily, but Tanjiro would put his hand over his mouth. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, you need to be quiet, you're going to wake everyone up. Besides, you won't die, you just need to use the total concentration breathing technique, and you'll succeed. He would say, but Zenitsu, even more annoyed, would remove his hand from his mouth. Zenitsu, you think I can do it? I'm not capable of holding that thing and I won't. But Tanjiro, already bored with the boy's drama, would hit him on the neck, knocking him asleep. Tanjiro, only then will you shut your mouth, he would say before going to sleep. Time skip. 3 days had passed since Inosuke and Zenitsu had been convinced by Shinobu, who was in charge of teaching them the total concentration breathing technique, which increased their progress. Meanwhile, Tanjiro managed to defeat Kanao in the cup test and catch her hand in the physical training, improving his skills as well as his breathing. Tanjiro, Dance of the Fire God. Waltz, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted, his body racked with pain. It hurts. My head aches, and so do my arms, but I mustn't stop. I must keep going. He stood up and assumed the same stance. Dance of the Fire God, he gripped his katana tightly. Waltz. He executed a perfectly circular cut. I did it, but I think I can't breathe, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Minutes later. Tanjiro would wake up to find himself in a room where he would try to stand up, but something would prevent him from doing so. Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, he said, looking at the girl asleep on top of him, what happened? Why am I here? The last thing I remember is training until I collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, the girl woke up and, seeing the boy, hugged him tightly, as if she hadn't done so in years. Calm down Shinobu-san, my body hurts, he said, but then realized the girl was crying. Shinobu, you idiot, you scared me. I almost had a heart attack when I saw you lying on the ground. Leaving Tanjiro thinking. Tanjiro, I'm sorry, I didn't think it would tire me out so much, he said, stepping away from the girl and wiping away her tears. Calm down, stop crying. You know I don't like seeing you like this, he said, and Shinobu calmed down, taking a breath. Shinobu, I'm sorry, it's just that I thought you were really sick, but I think I exaggerated a little. She would say sadly, but Tanjiro would put his hands on hers. Tanjiro, don't worry, I was a little careless too, but I promise it won't happen again, he said, then approached and kissed her, which she returned, lasting 3 minutes. Shinobu, thank you, I really needed that, she said, blushing slightly but happy with the boy's action. Tanjiro, I've wanted those lips since this morning too, he said, giving the girl a smile. I know, what do you think about going out to the village today? He said excitedly while waiting for the girl's answer. Shinobu, on a date, she said nervously, seeing how the boy was inviting her on a date to the village. Tanjiro, sure, why not just you and me? He said, blushing even more, to the girl who ended up accepting the invitation. Okay, I'll pick you up at 7 p.m, is that alright? He said, standing up next to the girl. Shinobu, of course, I'll be ready at that time, she would say smiling, which would excite Tanjiro a lot. Tanjiro, okay, I'll be waiting at that time. He would say as he started to leave the room, but would be stopped by Shinobu. Shinobu, hey, aren't you forgetting something? She would say, pouting, which made Tanjiro laugh a little. Tanjiro, of course, sorry. Tanjiro would give the girl a kiss with a lot of love, which she would reciprocate. Well, goodbye, beautiful. I really like that face you made a moment ago. He would say with a smile and a teasing tone, making the girl blush even more, but she liked how the boy called her. Well, goodbye. He would leave the room to go to his own. Time skip. It was already night and Tanjiro walked towards the girl's room, who told him to wait, and the boy did as she asked. Shinobu, Tanji-chan, how do I look? She would say, coming out of the room wearing a pink flowered kimono. Tanjiro, you look beautiful, he would say without thinking, but upon realizing it, he would turn as red as a tomato. I'm sorry Shinobu, I didn't mean that, well, not that you aren't, but I'm sorry, he would say nervously, covering his face. Shinobu, don't worry Tanjiro, you look handsome too, she would say looking at the boy who was dressed in a black kimono, with his respective haori and his hair loose. Tanjiro, thank you, we're not going now, he said as he started walking alongside Shinobu. I hope no one notices. At that moment he was called by an Aoi who was behind them. Aoi, hey, where are you going? The girl said in a deep voice. Shinobu, well, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is holding a meeting of the pillars and he asked me to bring Tanjiro, she spoke nervously, hoping he would believe her. Aoi, I see, but why are you dressed like that? I asked, making the couple even more nervous. Tanjiro, well, it's an important meeting, besides all the pillars will be present, so Aoi would believe what Tanjiro said. Aoi, okay, fine, but don't take too long. The girl said as she entered the mansion, and Tanjiro and Shinobu left for the village, relieved. 5 minutes later. They would both find themselves in an awkward silence, but Shinobu would decide to break the ice. Shinobu, and tell me, Tanji-chan, where will you take me? She asked excitedly. Tanjiro, first we'll go for dinner at a place I saw while I was walking around here shopping, and then we'll go to the game stalls, okay? Tanjiro said, remembering everything he planned so that Shinobu would have a wonderful night. Shinobu, that sounds good to me, let's go, she would say cheerfully, making Tanjiro happy, who would only see as the girl let out that fake smile, that didn't make her the person she really was. Narrator. Tanjiro and Shinobu arrived at the village, which was now completely illuminated as if a festival was taking place. There were rides, many people dancing, food stalls, and fireworks lighting up the sky. Shinobu, Tanji-chan, don't you think it's beautiful? The girl would say, excited by how fun it looked. Tanjiro, everything looks so nice, he said smiling as he saw Shinobu looking at everything like a little girl who really likes celebrities. Well, let's go to dinner, shall we? Tanjiro said as he took Shinobu to a restaurant where they both ordered their favorite food and then ate comfortably. After dinner. Tanjiro, that was delicious, Tanjiro said, grinning from ear to ear. Okay, tell me where you want to go now, he asked Shinobu, deciding to go to the game stalls. Shinobu, come on, Tanji-chan, hurry up. She would say cheerfully. Tanjiro, wait, he said from behind the girl, but saw her stop at a jewelry stall. Oh, do you like anything here? He asked, looking at the girl who couldn't stop staring at a ring of purple pearls in the shape of hearts. Shinobu, well, I don't worry, I'm not interested in anything. Come on, let's have some fun. She would say, taking Tanjiro by the arm and walking to various games where they would have fun and enjoy each other's company. Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, wait. Suddenly, Shinobu was enjoying the party as if she'd never been to one before. Shinobu, come on, Tanji-chan, let's dance. She would say, but Tanjiro would refuse since he didn't know how to dance. Come on, don't worry. She would say, thus convincing Tanjiro, who would put a hand on her waist and take her hand next to his, while Shinobu put her other hand on the boy's shoulder. See, it's not so difficult. She would say happily. Tanjiro, I'm glad to hear you're having a good time, he said while letting out a laugh. Well, it's getting late, shall we go? He said, stopping dancing with Shinobu. Shinobu, okay, let's go. Taking the boy's arm and interlacing her fingers with his. Tanjiro, Shinobu-san, he would say nervously. Shinobu, now you're my boyfriend and you must walk like this with me, she would say as she started walking towards the estate. Narrator. Tanjiro and Shinobu would walk towards the estate, but Tanjiro would notice a drink stall where he would buy two, one for himself and one for his beloved. But then a boy approached Shinobu and spoke to her flirtatiously. "Hey beautiful, why are you all alone here? Wouldn't you like me to walk you home?" The boy said. At that moment Tanjiro appeared, and upon seeing this he felt a deep anger at seeing how that boy was trying to make his beloved fall in love with him, then he walked towards them. "Tanjiro, hey, what do you think you're doing with my girlfriend? You'd better leave or you'll pay the price for messing with the wrong girl," he said, his eyes blazing with anger, causing the boy to run away, leaving Shinobu with a mocking smile. "Shinobu, oh Tanji-chan, it seems you're jealous, aren't you?" she said mockingly, seeing how the Redeed was getting angry with the boy. "Tanjiro, maybe a little, but she needs to know that you are mine and no one else's," he said, looking at Shinobu who would give him a hug that the boy would reciprocate. "Shinobu, I'm glad to know we think the same way," she would say, smiling happily. "Tanjiro, close your eyes," he would say, leaving the girl confused, but she would eventually accept. "Okay, you can open them now." Shinobu would open her eyes, seeing as the boy placed the same ring she kept looking at on the stand. "Here, this is my gift for making me the happiest boy in the world," giving Shinobu a kiss on the cheek. "Shinobu, Tanji-chan is I don't know what to say. This must have been expensive," she said, looking at the ring and the Redeed. "Tanjiro, don't worry about that, I just want to give you the best, and I'll make sure of it," he said with a smile that the girl couldn't resist any longer, and she threw herself at him with a tender kiss that lasted 4 minutes before leaving for the estate. "Well, let's go," he said, taking the girl's hand who walked beside him beautifully. 10 minutes later. They had both arrived at the butterfly estate, and Tanjiro was going to leave Shinobu in her room, but before leaving Shinobu would take his hand. "Tanjiro. Shinobu-san, what's wrong?" he said, confused, seeing that the girl was blushing. "Shinobu, well, I was wondering if you wanted to sleep with me," she would say nervously and embarrassed. Tanjiro, well, I wouldn't want to be a bother, he would say, but Shinobu would tell him that he wasn't. "No, that's fine," accepting Shinobu's request. "Shinobu, then let's go to sleep, Tanji-chan." Entering the room where they both lay down on the bed. "Tanjiro, can I hug you?" she asked, receiving a yes from the Redeed. "Good night, Tanji-chan." Giving him a kiss that Tanjiro returned. "Tanjiro, good night, little butterfly," closing his eyes and falling asleep. Narrator. Tanjiro would find himself in a darkness where nothing could be seen but himself. "Tanjiro, where am I? Why am I here?" At that moment, a certain subject with reddish hair appeared. "Tanjiro, who are you? And why do you look so much like me?" Tanjiro asked, confused and scared by the man who exuded a powerful aura. "For now, that doesn't matter to you, I'll just tell you to take care of yourself, you'll soon know why, my son." He would be surprised by how the subject called him. "See you," disappearing in a blink. Tanjiro, wait, what do I need to be careful of? But he wouldn't get an answer. Who was he? And why did he tell me to be careful? Thus Tanjiro began to wake up, realizing it was just a dream. Oh, it was just a dream, what a relief, but it's still very late, I'll sleep a little longer. Falling asleep in a moment. Time skip. The sun could be seen rising, signaling dawn, and Tanjiro would wake up and try to get up, but Shinobu wouldn't let him. "Tanjiro, Shinobu, it's already morning," he said, gently shaking the girl, but she wouldn't get up. "Come on, don't fall asleep," he said, but Shinobu still refused to stand up. "Shinobu." 5 minutes later, she would say, holding Tanjiro tightly. "Tanjiro, okay, but we shouldn't wake up too late," the boy said, waiting patiently until the girl woke up. 5 minutes later. Shino would begin to wake up and see that Tanjiro was awake. "Shinobu, good morning, Tanji-chan," she said, giving the boy a kiss. "Tanjiro, good morning, Shinobu-san," he said cheerfully, but Shinobu looked at him with a displeasure expression. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" he asked the girl, who just stared at him. "Shinobu, you don't have to call me that when we're alone, you can give me a cute nickname," she said, leaving Tanjiro wondering what he should call her. "Tanjiro, well, what do you think, little butterfly?" he would say with a smile that the girl would accept. "Well, I have to go train." He got up to go to his room, but Shinobu stopped him before he left. "Shinobu, Tanjiro, don't forget something again," she said, signaling that Tanjiro would understand, giving him a kiss that he quickly returned while taking his hand. "Well, goodbye Tanji-chan, I'll see you at sword training," she said, bidding farewell to the boy who went to his room to change and begin training. Time skip. "Tanjiro, alright, I must continue training. Even if I manage to defeat Kanao, I must push myself harder to catch Shinobu and defeat her with the sword," he thought as he ran through the trees using total concentration breathing. "I'll try to execute a stance from the Dance of the Fire God." Taking a wooden sword and executing the first stance, Dance of the Fire God. Waltz. He managed to execute it perfectly, but his arms remained still. "Even though I'm improving little by little, I'm mastering the technique of the dance." sitting on the ground, exhausted, I must go to training. I must catch Shinobu. He spoke with determination and ran towards the training room where Shinobu was waiting for him. Shinobu, alright, we can begin, Tanjiro-kun. She said, getting ready to start running, while Tanjiro got into position to try and catch her. Zenitsu, do you think Tanjiro can catch her? Asked Zenitsu, who was watching the scene alongside Inosuke, Aoi, Kanao, and the girls. Aoi, Shinobu-san is very fast, but she was holding back while training Tanjiro, the black-haired girl would say. Shinobu, alright, now. The girl said as she started running alongside Tanjiro, who was able to keep up with her. It's impressive how much speed she's gained in such a short time. He said in amazement as he saw that he was able to keep up, just centimeters away from catching her. Tanjiro, I mustn't stop now, I must continue to catch her. She's fast and agile like a butterfly. I must catch her. Running faster, he manages to catch Shinobu, but in an embarrassing position that everyone can see. Shinobu, Tanji-chan, it's incredible what you've achieved with your effort, the girl said smiling, looking at the boy who was breathing heavily from exhaustion, but then Aoi gave Tanjiro a strong push. Aoi, hey, what do you think you're doing, making those strange noises on top of Shinobu-san? Are you going crazy or what? She said, annoyed by the boy's actions. Tanjiro, wait, let me explain, he said nervously, but detected a scent of anger coming from Zenitsu. Zenitsu, Tanjiro, you damn lucky forehead, you'll pay for that. He would shout angrily. Tanjiro, wait, Zenitsu, Tanjiro would start running from Zenitsu who was chasing him furiously, wait, Zenitsu, let me explain. But Zenitsu would ignore him and continue behind him, while Shinobu would just laugh. Time skip. After Tanjiro explained to Zenitsu that it was an accident, Zenitsu calmed down and left Tanjiro alone, while the latter meditated on the roof of the mansion. He was using total concentration breathing when he received an unexpected visitor. The technique of total concentration is impressive, says a man with hair like a flame. Tanjiro, oh flame pillar, what are you doing here? The boy said in amazement. Rengoku, well, I was looking for Shinobu for some medicine, he replied with a smile. But I saw you training, which caught my attention. Sitting down next to him, well, maybe I didn't introduce myself before. I'm Kaijiro Rengoku. It's a pleasure. Greeting politely to the boy who returned the greeting. Tanjiro, well, I'm Tanjiro Kamado, he would say, but Rengoku would speak in a loud voice. Rengoku, yes, it was reported at headquarters, as was your sister Nezuko Kamado. He spoke, surprising the redeed. Tanjiro, I see. Recalling the situation at headquarters he had to endure, you're talking about that. I wanted to thank you. You were one of those who accepted me and my sister, so I'm grateful to you. Bowling in thanks, but why did you do it? He asked, but the man only smiled. Rengoku, well, let's just say I have a younger brother whom I love very much and protect from anything, causing Tanjiro to open his eyes and pay close attention to the explanation. Seeing you, how you protected your sister, and hearing the story, I realized that you were like me and my brother. We both protect each other, but my duty as an older brother is to put my brother's life before my own, he would say, but Shinobu would appear behind them, surprising them both. Shinobu, hello, Rengoku, I didn't know you were here, she said smiling cheerfully. Rengoku, well, I've come for the medicine you recommended. He said, standing up. Shinobu, alright, follow me to my office. She spoke to the man, but her gaze shifted to Tanjiro. Tanjiro-kun, let me tell you that you have visitors. Making the boy ask who it was. Let's just say it's something important. The girl said, walking alongside the pillar, who, before leaving, said something to the redeed. Rengoku, young Kamado, how about we go get something to eat later? The boy invited him while smiling. Tanjiro, I'd like to, but I want to ask if you could take my friends, the boy said to Rengoku, who agreed to leave with Shinobu, while Tanjiro headed towards the entrance of the estate where Inosuke was. Inosuke, what are you doing here? The boy asked his friend. Inosuke, it seems our swords are on their way, he said, much to the delight of the redeed, who was thrilled to know he would be returning to missions soon. Tanjiro, and it seems they're coming. Seeing two men, one of whom was Higanazuka, who started running with a knife in his hand to stab the boy. Ha, Higanazuka, he said, seeing how the man looked at him with a murderous expression. Higanazuka, how dare you break my katana in two? I can't stand it. He would say, annoyed by the boy's actions, who was only trying to explain. Tanjiro, sorry, it's just that I couldn't help it, I was close to dying, that demon was too strong, he would say, but Higanazuka would hit him several times on the cheek with his finger while scolding him. Higanazuka, that's not true. The demon has nothing to do with this. You're the one to blame. You're not strong enough, that's why you broke the katana. If you had the necessary strength, it would never have broken like that. That's why I'll kill you. He would shout as he ran after the boy, who was running from the man who kept launching attacks with his knife. A moment later. Higanazuka calmed down and then headed with his companion inside the estate where they would hand over the hunter's swords. Well, you already know him. Higanazuka is a very passionate person. He loves his katanas more than people. Even among katana smiths, he's very special, said the man who would forge Inosuke swords. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Kanamori and I was the one who forged Inosuke swords, said the man, who wore a mask like Higanazuka's. I hope they serve you well in combat, he said, turning his gaze to Inosuke, who was holding his katanas, which changed color to a pearly indigo blue. Tanjiro, they look good, compared to the others which were full of dents, he would say, but Inosuke would approach a small puddle of water, where he would look for a rock which he would then use to hit the katana, making his characteristic song style, making the blacksmith agitated, who upon seeing that would try to attack the boy, but Tanjiro would not allow it by holding him. Kanamori, how dare you, my beautiful sword, you're going to die. Trying to go to the boy but becoming more agitated when he saw the boy do the same with the other one. I'm going to skin you alive, let me go, I'm going to cook the pig. He would shout angrily at the hunter's action. Narrator. After what happened with the blacksmiths, Tanjiro and Inosuke headed to Zenitsu's place. Upon finding him, Zenitsu conveyed Ringoku's invitation, which Tanjiro accepted, changing from his sick clothes into his demon slayer outfit. Meanwhile, Tanjiro searched for Ringoku, who was conversing with Shinobu. Ringoku, I see, so you're saying Tanjiro is capable of using a type of breathing similar to flame breathing. The pillar would repeat what the girl said. Shinobu, that's right, it seems to be a complicated type of breathing technique because every time I used it, I ended up extremely exhausted, the girl said, remembering the other time she found him unconscious. He calls it the dance of the fire god, I thought you would know because of the similarity to the flame technique, she said, but Ringoku wouldn't know since it was the first time he had heard that name for a breathing technique. Ringoku, well, the name doesn't sound familiar, however I can look up some information in my father's book, he would say. At that moment the door would be knocked on, causing Shinobu to let the person in, revealing that it was Tanjiro. Tanjiro, hello Ringoku-san, I was wondering if you had finished talking with Shinobu-san, said the boy as he approached the man who stood up. Ringoku, that's right, young Kamado. I've finished my conversation with Shinobu-san. Now we can go get something to eat. The pillar said goodbye to Shinobu, but not before telling her to find out about Tanjiro's technique. Shinobu, Tanjiro-kun, wait a second, the girl said, taking something from her desk and handing it to the boy, it's your new uniform, so you can take off that suit, she said, indicating to the boy who thanked her before entering another room and putting on the new uniform. Tanjiro, thank you, Shinobu-san. We'll see each other later. He said as he left the room with the pillar and went outside the estate where Inosuke and Zenitsu were, who would walk towards the village to have lunch with the pillar. With Shinobu. Shinobu, it seems Tanjiro is having a good time, she thought, but was interrupted by Tomioka. Tomioka, Kacho, do you know where Tanjiro is? I came to visit him. The black-haired man said with his characteristic cold face. Shinobu, he left with Ringoku towards the village, she would say, surprising the boy by seeing that Ringoku would take the boy to the village. Tomioka, okay, I'll go to the village to look for him. He would say as if to start walking, but would be stopped by Shinobu. Shinobu, tell me, Tomioka-san, what do you need from Tanjiro? She asked smiling, but the boy just looked towards the exit without paying attention to the girl. Tomioka, I just need to talk to him, nothing important, he said, disappearing and leaving Shinobu alone. Shinobu, ja Pinchimo, you left me talking to myself, she would say angrily as she entered her estate. Of Tanjiro. The group of hunters was enjoying a banquet where everyone was devouring different types of food. Ringoku Yumai, the pillar would shout every time he ate a little food. Tanjiro, thank you Ringoku-san for inviting us, the boy would say, then proceed to eat a lot to satisfy his inner hunger. Ringoku, don't worry, it's a pleasure, besides, I was already very hungry, he would say this to continue eating, but at that moment Tomioka would appear. Tanjiro, Tomioka-san, what brings you here? The Redeed would say to the man. Tomioka, I went to the farm to see how you were, but I didn't find you, and Kacho told me you were coming here, the man would say, but an aroma would reach his nose, that to him was wonderful, it's ramen with salmon and daikon, he would say, looking at the dish that would whet his appetite. Tanjiro, that's right, would you like to join us? The boy said, having made room for the man who didn't know whether to sit down or not. Tomioka, no, I wouldn't want to be a bother, he would say, but Ringoku would speak. Ringoku, you're not a bother, Tomioka. Sit down, spend some time with us. After all, we're friends. The pillar said, and Tomioka accepted the offer and started eating with the others. See, you have nothing to worry about. If you want, you can order whatever you like. I'll pay. The man said, and Tomioka nodded and continued eating. Time skip. The group of hunters could be seen walking back to the butterfly farm after eating until they burst. Rengoku, that was delicious, the man would say, his radiant smile visible to all. Tomioka, thank you for inviting me, Rengoku. If you'd like, I can treat you later. The black-haired man said, his expression serious. Rengoku, don't worry Tomioka, it was nothing, just spending time with friends, the man said, letting out a laugh. Tanjiro, thank you for everything, Rengoku-san. Maybe we can do it again. The boy said, receiving a thumbs up from the pillar. Rengoku, hey, how about you join me on a mission to the Infinity Train? The pillar said to the trio of hunters who accepted to test if their training was effective. Well, we'll meet in a couple of days. We'll complete the mission and then we can celebrate with a banquet at one of the best food stalls. The pillar said with a smile and the boys agreed. Tanjiro, we're here, well see you Rengoku-san and Tomioka-san, it was a pleasure to accompany you, said the Redeed as he said goodbye to the pillars so that the three of them could enter the estate, being greeted by Shinobu who was noticeably angry. Shinobu, it seems you're running late, huh? She said angrily, while emitting an aura that would be noticed by the boys who would kneel before the girl begging for their lives. Fine, but don't let it happen again. She said calming down. And Tanjiro, look who's awake. Nezuko appeared and, upon seeing her brother, ran to give him a hug, which Tanjiro accepted. Tanjiro, Nezuko, I'm glad to know you're awake, he would say, but Zenitsu would approach Nezuko asking her to marry him, causing Tanjiro to emit the same murderous aura as Shinobu, which would alarm Zenitsu, stay away from Nezuko, he would say angrily. Zenitsu, okay, just calm down, he said, then left with Inosuke while Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Shinobu entered the latter's room. Tanjiro, little butterfly, are you still angry? Tanjiro would say, looking at Shinobu. Shinobu, no, I'm not angry anymore, it's just that you had me worried. Hugging the boy affectionately. Tanjiro, please forgive me, I swear it won't happen again, the boy said, lowering his head, but Shinobu gave him a kiss on the cheek to cheer him up. Shinobu, don't worry, after all, Rengoku-san is a formidable person, you'll be safe with him, the girl said as she lay down on her futon next to Tanjiro, but it's time to sleep, she said snuggled up to Tanjiro's chest. Tanjiro, good night, little butterfly, see you tomorrow, the boy would say, giving her a kiss on the forehead so they would both fall asleep. Elsewhere. Akishibo could be seen walking in a kind of temple that was more like abandoned ruins. Akishibo, if he is a descendant of my brother, he must possess the blood of the Tsuyikune clan, the demon would say, thinking only of the day he destroyed his entire clan on Muzan's orders. I must find that boy. Something tells me he is a danger to Muzan-sama's plans, the demon would say, disappearing in a second. Chapter 12. A mission on the train, ATI. Narrator. Tanjiro would train with the dance of the fire god for 2 days straight, awaiting Rengoku's report, who had asked the trio of demon slayers to accompany him on the Infinity Train mission, which would take place in a couple of days. This gave the young men time to prepare, with Inosuke and Zenitsu continuing to train their total concentration, while Tanjiro focused on his breathing, which he could now use for longer periods, achieving 3 different forms of it. So you plan to take Tanjiro on the mission? The leader of the hunters said to Rengoku, who was kneeling in front of him. Rengoku, that's right, Oyakata-sama, I found him powerful. Also, Shinobu told me that he's been practicing a breathing technique very similar to the flame technique. The pillar said, motivated to see what he would do with the boy. Well, that's unexpected, and besides, your actions towards him are more like those of your disciple, the man said, surprising the pillar since he had discovered his purpose. Rengoku, well, that's largely true, I want him to become someone worthy of admiration, he said, making the man smile. Alright, let's not waste any more time, go on the mission, and then bring back the report. The most likely explanation is that it's one of the 12 moons, indicating to the pillar to be careful. Rengoku, alright, with your permission I'll take my leave. Standing up and then walking towards the door where he would meet Tomioka. Hello Tomioka, what can I do for you? He asked the pillar who had the most worried expression. Tomioka, I heard you're leaving for the train mission right now, receiving a yes from the pillar, and tell me, are you sure about taking Tanjiro with you? He said seriously since he was worried about the Redeed. Rengoku, come on, Tomioka, you don't have to worry, I'll make sure he gets back safe and sound. Starting to walk, leaving the pillar behind, well, see you later. Maybe when I get back you'd like to grab something to drink. He said, smiling confidently and with certainty. Tomioka, alright, just make sure Tanjiro doesn't show his face, it could cause a scandal, he said with a small smile, a smile that unfortunately was not seen by anyone. At the Mariposa farm. Shinobu could be seen in the kitchen wearing an outfit similar to Aoi's, and she was cutting many vegetables and spices with a knife. Aoi, I still can't believe you asked me to teach you how to cook, teacher. Could you tell me why? Aoi asked Shinobu, who just smiled. Shinobu, let's just say there's always a first time, besides, I wanted to try new things, said the girl who was most excited about cooking for a certain demon boy. Aoi, well, if you say so, I'll help you. The girl said, smiling happily, since the estate had been very sad since Kani died. Shinobu-san, excuse the question, but tell me, why have you been so happy these past few days? She asked a pillar, who was trying to think of something to say to the girl, since she shouldn't know about her relationship with Yoriichi. Shinobu, well, let's just say I've been spending more time with people lately, plus I'm the owner of the estate and I shouldn't let others see that I have a horrible expression, so I decided to smile more, the girl said, convincing Aoi, who just let out a smile. At that moment Tanjiro entered, seeing both girls cooking. Tanjiro, hello Shinobu-san. Hello Aoi-san. The boy, whose clothing was torn, surprised the girl. Shinobu, ara. It seems the training was a bit too intense, wasn't it, Tanjiro-kun? She let out a laugh that excited Tanjiro, seeing how each day she was abandoning her fake smile to create a new one. Tanjiro, well, come on, Ringoku would appear, startling everyone present. Ringoku-san, don't scare me like that. He would say, still scared from the pillar's fright. Ringoku, alright, it's time. It's time to head towards the Infinity Train, where a demon responsible for the human disappearances is hiding. The pillar would say, indicating to the Redeed that he should gather Zenitsu and Inosuke for the mission. Alright, I'll wait for you at the exit to depart. The pillar would say, running off, leaving those present bewildered with an anime-style sweat drop. Tanjiro, well, I have to go find Zenitsu and Inosuke, he would say, leaving the kitchen to find Inosuke and Zenitsu, where both would get ready, but not before saying goodbye to the girls, with Tanjiro starting with Aoi. Aoi, it was actually a short time, but I enjoyed spending time with you all. Have a good one. The girl would say as she came out of the kitchen with a basket containing sheets, which she would then put out to dry in the sun. Tanjiro, thank you for everything, you took care of us despite your job. He would thank the girl, but she wouldn't feel the same way. Aoi, don't thank me, I survived a final selection by luck, it's because I was a coward who wasn't able to put a foot in the fight, lowering her head, while remembering the fear that didn't let her fight against the demons. Tanjiro, that's not important. For helping my friends and being so kind despite my untrustworthy appearance, you're now part of me. He said, a warmth spreading through her heart and her mind filled with happiness for the boy. Well, I promised to come back. He ran off, leaving Aoi with her feelings for him. But Tanjiro. He would meet Kanao where he would try to start a conversation, but the girl would throw a coin which would land on tails. Kanao, don't worry, all I said was to follow orders, there's no need to thank me, see you later, she spoke, leaving the boy surprised to hear her voice for the first time. Tanjiro, tell me, why did you flip the coin? He asked, but the girl insisted she had to leave. Come on, tell me, you used it for luck, right? Sitting down next to her, but they were being watched by a certain butterfly girl. And now you're helping me make a decision I'm not very clear about. The question I asked was whether to talk to you or not. Not talking was heads, and talking was tails, and since it came up tails, I decided to talk. He would say, but Tanjiro felt, how could a person leave their decisions to a coin? Tanjiro, and tell me, why don't you decide? There must have been something you wanted to do. Maybe the voice inside your heart is too weak. While searching for a way to get the girl to put down the coin and listen to her heart, I know, can you lend me your coin for a second? The girl gave her coin to the Redeed and then stood in front of her. Fine, let the coin decide. If from today you will listen to your heart, let's flip it. He tossed the coin into the air, but didn't gauge his strength and threw it too hard, losing sight of it and leaving Shinobu and Kana searching for it in the air. Shinobu, if Tanjiro manages to get Kanao out of her shell, she won't need that coin, Shinobu would say, looking at the Redeed who managed to catch the coin on his arm and head towards Kanao. Tanjiro, okay, I decide. If it lands on heads, you listen to your heart. He removed his hand from the coin, which landed on heads, exciting both him and Shinobu, who smiled at the sight. Very well, Kanao. He took both of her hands, making Shinobu jealous, but she covered her mouth to avoid making a sound. Remember, the heart guides people. If you listen to it, it grows stronger. Kanao began to experience a person's feelings. Okay, see you later. But before he could leave, Kanao stopped him. Kanao, but why did it land face down? She said confused, but the boy smiled at her. Tanjiro, it was a gamble, but I'd throw it 1,000 times until it landed on heads. At that moment, Kanao's heart began to race and her eyes shone brightly at the boy. Well, see you later. Running away. Time skip. Tanjiro wore his Demon Slayer outfit along with his Haori and katana on his belt, and he also carried Nezuko's box on his back. Tanjiro, well, the time has come to leave, he would say to an Inosuke ready with his new katanas to be used in battle. Inosuke, I will kill any demon that crosses my path, he would say, throwing 2 punches with his arms that almost hit Zenitsu. Zenitsu, hey, what's wrong with you? Be careful. he said angrily, starting to fight Inosuke while Rengoku laughed at the actions of both demon slayers. Tanjiro, help me with this brainless pig, but Tanjiro wasn't there. Where is Tanjiro? Searching the surroundings, but the demon wasn't there. Meanwhile, Tanjiro. The latter was kissing Shinobu, who were behind the estate where no one would find them. Shinobu, I want you to promise me something, Tanji-chan, the girl said, putting her arms around the demon's neck. Promise me you'll come back to me, hugging the boy with great affection and love. Tanjiro, Shinobu, I promise I'll do everything I can to get back to your side, and I won't even let Muzan Kibutsuji lay a finger on you. He would say, taking Shinobu's cheek and planting a beautiful kiss on it, which the girl would reciprocate without thinking. Shinobu, I wish we didn't have to hide our relationship, Tanji-chan, the girl said with some sadness. Tanjiro, don't worry, little butterfly, one day you and I will live together without needing to hide, the boy said, calming the girl who just looked at him with eyes that he found beautiful. Shinobu, one last thing, Tanji-chan. Changing her cheerful expression to an angry one, will you explain what happened with Kanao? She would say, unleashing her murderous aura, which would frighten Tanjiro somewhat. Tanjiro, wait, Shinobu, I can explain. He tried to break free from the girl's embrace, but she wouldn't let the demon escape. I was just trying to help. He said, still scared. Shinobu, we'll talk about that later, but it's time for you to go. But keep in mind that this isn't over. Tanjiro gave her another kiss to calm her down. Goodbye, love. I love you so much. The girl said, then let go of Tanjiro, who left and rejoined the others. With Rengoku. Rengoku, young Tanjiro, there you are. I'm glad to see you. Where have you been hiding? The pillar would say to the boy, who would just smile. Tanjiro, I forgot some things, but I'm ready for the mission, he said with determination, which encouraged Rengoku. Rengoku, alright, let's go. Starting to walk out of the estate with a trio of hunters while saying goodbye to the girls. Don't worry, Kamado, boy. Putting his hand on his back, comforting the boy who had sadness in his eyes. Tanjiro, don't worry, Rengoku-san, it's nothing. He said smiling as he remembered the promise he made to his beloved. We'll see each other soon, my love. He smiled happily, which Rengoku noticed. Rengoku, it seems to be something wonderful for him, he hasn't stopped smiling, suspicious of the boy and the butterfly girl, since the girl has been acting very strange since he arrived. Time skip. Tanjiro and company had arrived at the train station where Inosuke, unfamiliar with trains, bumped one with his head, attracting the attention of the guards. But thanks to Rengoku, they boarded the train without problems, taking their seats while they waited for the moment when the demon would appear. Rengoku, I see, so you say your father used a dance every New Year, but you decided to use it on the Nadagumo mountain mission, revealing that it was a breathing technique where using it consumed a lot of vital energy. The pillar spoke, repeating the information the boy had told him. Tanjiro, Shinobu-san told me about your breathing technique and I thought you might know something about it. He said, awaiting the pillar's response. Rengoku, I'm sorry, but I'd never heard of that dance until now, but the fact that you learned it from him is wonderful, the pillar said, disappointing the Redeed since he hadn't managed to get an answer about his technique. But you know something, Kamado, young man, I'd like you to become my successor. I'll train you and make sure you become the next pillar. He spoke to no one in particular, but Tanjiro didn't care and was amazed to hear the pillar's proposal. Tanjiro. That would be interesting, but what kind of breathing technique would I use? But the pillar just laughed. Rengoku, well, flame breathing is very ancient. In fact, among the pillars there have always been flame and water breathing techniques. The main ones would be flame, water, wind, rock, and lightning. Those are the basic breathing techniques, and all the others derive from them. Young Tsuguko, tell me, what color is your katana? He asked Tanjiro, who was surprised by the way he addressed him. Tanjiro, well, my katana is black. But the pillar started laughing as he commented on the boy's bad luck. But why does he say that? Is it something bad? Tanjiro was already asking himself questions since he didn't know what the pillar meant. Rengoku, well, it's because no demon slayer has reached the pillar with a black katana, and besides, it's not known which breathing technique should be used. Don't worry, I'll take care of your training so you can improve your breathing technique. He said, bringing a smile to Tanjiro's face. At that moment, the train driver appeared to check the tickets. Tanjiro, how strange, why do I sense this strange presence and smell that odor? He thought, looking around where the lights began to flicker. Finish checking your ticket, sir. The train driver spoke to Tanjiro, revealing that his face showed he hadn't slept for days. At that moment, Rengoku stood up and drew his katana, alerting Tanjiro. Rengoku, sir, I ask you to step back, please. Let's just say this is a dangerous situation. I'll have to use my katana. At that moment, a demon with two faces on its head appeared. You're very large. You concealed yourself with a blood technique, didn't you? Rengoku drew his sword and assumed a battle stance. With my shining red blade, I will make you pay for killing innocent people, and I will watch your bones turn to dust. The demon began to run towards Rengoku, intending to finish him off. Flame breathing, first form. The pillar, at inhuman speed, severed the demon's head with a single slash, then made a backward movement, causing the demon's body to explode. Sea of fire. Entering the next train car, he realized there was another demon. Tanjiro, it's surprising, his speed and strength are well developed, but I must be on alert for another one. Tanjiro would unsheath his sword while chasing Rengoku who, upon entering the next carriage, would find another demon that looked more like a spider due to its long limbs. Rengoku, listen, demon, we're the ones who will end your life, so get ready. At that moment, Inosuke lunged at the demon, but they noticed someone underneath it. Rengoku pushed Inosuke out of the way to avoid being hit by the demon and saved the person in a swift movement. Good, Kamado, take care of him. I'd like to see your breathing technique. Encouraging Tanjiro, who smiled and got into a fighting stance. Tanjiro dance of the fire god. Tanjiro would approach the demon, then get underneath him and make a circular cut, severing his head and making the carriage tremble, waltz, bringing a smile to Rengoku's face, who would approach the boy and put his hand on his shoulder. Rengoku, well done, Kamado. We managed to defeat the demons. When we return, I will train the three of you to become pillars in the future. The pillar spoke to the boys, who became excited and began to dance and jump around him, making him laugh with happiness. Time skip. The hunters returned to their seats, where the four of them fell asleep, each lost in a dream. Tanjiro dreamt that his family was still alive. Upon seeing his brothers, he ran to them, embraced them, and began to cry as his former appearance with short hair returned, his demon form vanishing. Rengoku dreamt of becoming a pillar and telling his father the news, but his father wouldn't care and simply ignored him, briefly throwing him out of his room. Upon leaving, he encountered his brother and told him what his father thought about his promotion, but it wouldn't stop him, and he would continue with his duty. Meanwhile, Zenitsu dreamt of a beautiful garden filled with peace and harmony, but what was truly wonderful for him was a certain girl with pink eyes, with whom he would embark on an unparalleled romance. Meanwhile, Inosuke witnessed his dream where he saw himself as the leader of the Kamaboko squat group, where Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Izuku dressed in animal form while fighting the Infinity Train, only this one possessed insect legs. Elsewhere. The train driver was running through the carriages until he reached one where he would kneel before a hand. I did as you ordered, I checked your tickets, and now you're sleeping, the man said crying while lowering his head in fear as he begged, now let me sleep so I can meet my wife and daughters, please, pleading with the hand which would eventually agree, putting the man to sleep and leading the way to a group of children who were behind him. When the four hunters are sound asleep, you will be in charge of giving them a happy ending. The hand spoke, disappearing and leaving the children who would walk to where the hunters were. Each of them would use a rope to hold the hunters' wrists and enter their minds, where their job was to destroy their spiritual core. Narrator. One of the girls, tasked with destroying the pillar's core, ran with a needle-like device in her hand. She used it to cut through the unconscious area, which revealed a place engulfed in flames surrounding a sphere. The girl analyzed it carefully and realized that this was her objective. But before she could destroy it, Rengoku, acting on instinct, grabbed the girl by the neck, lifting her upwards and slamming her against one of the train's walls. This caused her to drop the needle and writhe in pain. Meanwhile, with Tanjiro. He was at home where his brothers would play with him while his mother prepared the food, then she would call the Yoriichi and ask him to go to the river, where the Kamado family was always seen drinking water from that place. Tanjiro, I wonder if it was all a dream. The boy was very confused, his mind still racing as he replayed everything he had been through. Maybe I should just relax. It must be because I'm so tired. He thought, but then a box appeared among the trees. He noticed it, but before he could see it, it vanished, leaving him even more confused. I wonder what that was. It looked like a toolbox. He said, continuing to walk until he reached the river. Looking across, he saw four figures. Two of them wore white masks, while another wore a red Tengu mask. The last one wore a Haori with two different sides, one yellow and green, and the other red. What was that? I thought I saw. A violet butterfly landed on his arm, reflecting the face of his beloved, and he felt her embrace him. Who is there, but he wouldn't receive a response from anyone. Then the butterfly would fly away and disappear into the snow. What's happening? Am I hallucinating what's happening to me? He would say, but calmed down when he saw his reflection in the river calling to him. Hey, wake up, they're attacking, you have to wake up, all this is a dream, speaking the reflection of the Yoriichi who would take Tanjiro and pull him to the river, seeing that it was him in his demonic form with his long hair, in addition to wearing his hunter's outfit and katana. Tanjiro, I see, that's right, I'm on the train. I must find a way to wake up and get out of here. He would say seriously, getting out of the river and returning home. On the train. Nezuko had awakened and left her box. Upon seeing everything, she was confused, but what caught her attention was seeing her brother, who was still asleep, begin to move a lot and breathe heavily. She tried to wake him in various ways, but without success. She decided to hit him with her head, but when it collided with his, it caused a small wound. As blood flowed, it exploded in a burst of fire, which Tanjiro saw in his dream. Upon realizing who it belonged to, he stood up, only to be surrounded by flames that restored his demonic form, along with his outfit and katana. Tanjiro, my outfit, my sword, my appearance, I'm slowly waking up. I have to leave. Tanjiro said, getting up and preparing to leave, but his brothers, confused by what had happened, called after him. I'm sorry, I have to go back, I'm sorry. He ran off, leaving his brothers shouting behind him. Quick, I have to find that demon and end his life before it's too late. He ran through the forest, but encountered someone he didn't expect. Nezuko, hello brother, tell me where you're going, the boy's younger sister would say, only she no longer possessed her demonic form. Look brother, today I found many wild vegetables, the girl would say, but at that moment the other brothers of the Redeed would appear along with their mother who would approach the boy. Hi Tanjiro, what's wrong, son? Why are you dressed like that? The woman would say, but Tanjiro would only lower his head in a sad and regretful manner. Tanjiro, I want to stay forever. I want to turn around. If this were real, I would simply stay here forever. If this were real, Nezuko could even be under the blue sky, in the sunlight. If this were real, I would have only come here to burn some charcoal. I never would have had to take up a sword. But I've already lost them, and I can't do anything. I must keep going and go back. Running off again, leaving the others behind. I'm sorry, but I must finish off the demon, and I must return to my beloved. Remembering Shinobu's promise. I have to hurry and destroy his spiritual core, Ino said to the children behind a tree, using her needle to cut the unconscious area. Upon seeing the boy's soul, she was amazed to find a beautiful blue sky with clouds surrounding it. This is beautiful and warm. I wonder how it's possible for a person to have such a pure soul. At that moment, small figures appeared and guided the boy to the Redeed's core. But Tanjiro. He was still running through the forest looking for a way to escape. Tanjiro, he managed to sense a faint demonic scent, but it was almost imperceptible, as if there were a barrier preventing him from leaving. He looked around, but then the wind blew a heavy curtain of snow, revealing the silhouette of a man. He is the man who appeared in my dreams, looking at the swordsman walking towards him. Tanjiro, he would say the boy's name, who would be confused since he didn't know who he was or how he knew his name. Tanjiro, how do you know my name? You don't seem familiar to me, he said, drawing his katana while assuming a stance. Calm down, kid. I've only come to help you escape this prison, the man said to a still suspicious Tanjiro. You just have to take your katana and kill yourself. That way you'll wake up and finish off your target. When you're done, you and I can have a little chat. He said, turning and walking away. Tanjiro, hey, tell me, what's your name? He asked, making the man stop. I am YoriichiTsuyikune, and you are the last member of the Tsuyikune clan. We'll meet again soon. He said, continuing to walk away, leaving Tanjiro confused. Tanjiro, wait, what do you mean by that? He said, but the man had already disappeared into the snow. Cutting off my head with my katana, it's too risky. I wonder if it will affect me. No, this isn't the time to think about that. I must keep going for my friends, for Nezuko, for Shinobu. Cutting his neck, he managed to wake up, seeing his sister and friends. Nezuko, I'm glad you're alright. I want you to burn all the ropes. He said to his sister, who was confused but did as asked and burned the ropes of the others. Zenitsu, Inosuke, Ringoku-san, wake up. But the demon slayers were still asleep. There must be a way to wake them up. At that moment, one of the girls tried to slash the boy, but he dodged. Okay, so we don't have to raise the bar too much, we'll skip ahead a bit. After Tanjiro left the children behind, he would leave Nezuko to wake the others while he took care of putting an end to that demon that was on top of the train. Oh, are you awake? Good morning, said the lower moon number 1. You could have slept a little longer, he said, provoking Tanjiro's anger. I showed you a pleasant dream. I could have shown you a dream where your whole family was murdered, don't you think? He said while letting out a laugh that made Tanjiro even angrier. Tanjiro, don't inconsiderately interfere with other people's dreams. I won't forgive you for this. His aura grows stronger and stronger, blood technique. Energy shield, he begins running towards the demon with his katana ready, water breathing 10th form. The dragon of change, he begins increasing his speed, but the demon raises one of its hands. Blood technique. Irresistible hypnotic whisper, leaving Tanjiro asleep, but he would wake up in a second, leaving him surprised. He didn't fall asleep. He's sleeping, but Tanjiro would still keep running as if the technique didn't affect him. I see he is being affected, but this boy realizes it at that moment and commits suicide to wake up, but this has come to an end. The demon was showing Tanjiro a nightmare in which he was framed by his family. But this nightmare would only make Tanjiro angrier, who now poured out a thirst for blood. Tanjiro, my family would never say that. No matter what. Don't insult my family. Cutting off the demon's head, leaving him surprised. This demon didn't put up any resistance. Oh, maybe it's weaker than the other one, Tanjiro would say, but he would watch as the demon's head was wrapped in a mass of flesh, leaving the boy amazed. Now I see why the master wants you dead. Your existence causes me unparalleled pain, the demon's head said, further enraging the boy. Ah, what a beautiful expression. You have no idea how much I long to see that face. It must be because you want to know why I survived my attack, right? Well, if you want to know, it's because that isn't my true body, nor is what's in front of you. While you and your friend slept soundly, I managed to merge with the train. Yoriichi said, shocking the boy, who hadn't expected a problem of this magnitude. And the 200 passengers here will be my lunch to strengthen my body and transform me into an upper moon. At that moment, Tanjiro, already bored with the demon, tried to cut him, but the mass of flesh merged with the train. Tanjiro, damn it, I have to find a way to wake the others up. Running through the train until he reaches his friends, I can only protect 2 cars, and with the dance of the fire god, I can protect 4, though I don't think I can handle it, I have to find a way. At that moment, a loud noise was heard, and a hole opened in the train's roof. Inosuke emerged with his 2 katanas drawn. Inosuke, I'm glad you're awake. He said to his friend, who turned to him, listen, this train isn't safe anymore, we have to save all the passengers from all the demon's fleshy tentacles. He told the boy, who agreed. Inosuke, I knew it, I always knew this train was a demon. My instincts never lie. He said as he entered the car, seeing many tentacles heading towards some people. Beast breathing 5th fang. Slashing madness. While making multiple slashes in all directions, cutting through all the tentacles, now I'll make sure to save every single one of you. While continuing to cut through more tentacles that appeared. Tanjiro, well done, Inosuke, but I must help him. He would say, but at that moment the entire train would be covered in a mass of flesh that forced the Yoriichi into the carriages. Water breathing 1st form. Water surface strike, cutting 2 of the tentacles that were heading towards some passengers. This will never end, I must find a way to defend myself from the attacks. He would say, taking a deep breath while executing a form. Dance of the fire god. Suffocating crimson mirror, launching 2 horizontal slashes that would cut many approaching tentacles while making the train jump slightly. But how did he do that? This brat is more powerful than I thought, the demon said, amazed by the boy's strength. But Nezuko. She was protecting one of the train cars, but the tentacles managed to catch her. However, she was saved by Zenitsu, who was still asleep. Zenitsu lightning breathing 1st form. Lightning flash 6 times, cutting all the tentacles at an incredible speed that would leave the girl amazed. Don't worry Nezuko-chan, I'll protect you, he would say to the girl looking at him with admiration, but they would continue cutting the other tentacles. But Rengoku. He would walk calmly with a smile on his face and his sword ready to cut down anything in his path. Rengoku, a lot happened while I was taking a little nap, what a mess. If the other pillars were here, I wouldn't be able to look them in the eye. He launched himself at deadly speed, slashing through every tentacle he saw as he moved through the train cars, reaching Tanjiro. Young Kamado, I'm glad you're awake. He said, surprising the demon. A moment ago, I managed to land a very precise blow on the demon, which will make it take a moment to regenerate. However, we must protect the passengers, so you and the boar boy will be in charge of finding the demon's neck and decapitating it, and that's the end of it. The pillar said, then left Tanjiro and headed to the other train cars. Tanjiro, okay, I need to stop thinking and act. He runs to find Inosuke, who had already obeyed Rengoku's order and was heading forward where he would use his 7th fang and find where the neck was located. Good job, Inosuke. Now we must go towards where the smell of coal is strongest. He exits through a window where he sees Inosuke running. Inosuke, well, I managed to find him, but then hands appeared and grabbed him, what? I have to let go, then Tanjiro appeared. Tanjiro, water breathing 7th form. Whirlpool vortex, cutting off all the hands holding Inosuke. Well, the neck is located here, Inosuke, open this is where the neck is located, he would say, but that would annoy the boy. Inosuke, I told you not to give me orders, jumping with his 2 katanas, beast breathing 2nd fang. Tear and break, making 2 X-shaped cuts that would expose the demon's neck. Tanjiro, alright, let's finish this. Raising his katana above his head, water breathing 8th form. Waterfall egg. Making a vertical cut, but the flesh would cover his neck, preventing him from cutting it. Inosuke, we have to make a cut at the same time, so we can finish him off. The mass of flesh would rise, and a large number of eyes would appear, putting Tanjiro to sleep, but he would cut his head again and again. I must keep my eyes closed, or he'll put me to sleep again. He would say, but more eyes would appear, putting him to sleep several times in a row. Quick, you must wake up. he would say, putting his sword to his neck, but before he could decapitate himself, Inosuke would appear, preventing the boy's death. Inosuke, you're not asleep, don't let him fool you or you'll end your own life, the boy said as he stood up and cut the approaching tentacles. Since I wear the skin of the great master of the mountain, this demon is not capable of putting me to sleep, giving the Redeed an idea who would take out the mask that Urokodaki had given him. Tanjiro, it's true, Inosuke doesn't show his true eyes thanks to his mask. I thank Shinobu for repairing the mask Urokodaki gave me, which broke on Mount Nadagumo. He places the mask on his face and begins cutting each tentacle. Inosuke, it's perfect, now I just have to cut this into 1,000 pieces, raising his katanas, but then the engineer appeared with a needle with which he tried to stab Inosuke, but Tanjiro stepped in front, receiving the stab wound, and then knocking the man unconscious. He's a miserable wretch, leave him there, Tanjiro said, pushing the man aside. Tanjiro, I can't let him die, besides, this will regenerate in no time, he would say to continue with what they planned. Well, it's time to finish this. At that moment more tentacles would appear, making the hunters dodge. Inosuke, it's now or never, he would say to his friend who would take a great leap and then head towards the place where the neck was. Inosuke beast breathing forth fang. Chopped to pieces, falling with his 2 swords, which upon falling, would make several horizontal cuts that would expose the demon's neck, giving Tanjiro the opportunity. Tanjiro dance of the fire god. Blue sky, making a 360-degree circular cut that would sever the demon's neck, causing the train to derail and Tanjiro and Inosuke to fall upon impact. Inosuke, are you alright? He would speak to his friend who was beside him. Inosuke, I managed to survive and I'm as healthy as a boar, he would say, but he would stand up in search of the others, leaving Tanjiro who still had the pain from using the dance of the fire god so much. Tanjiro, I must hold my breath so the pain will become less unbearable, using the total concentration technique to keep his pain under control. Rengoku, I see you can maintain the total concentration technique, it's impressive, said the pillar, appearing and then helping the boy to his feet. Tanjiro, thank you Rengoku-san, tell me if everyone is alright, he asked the pillar about the passengers, who just laughed. Rengoku, well, there are many who are injured, but they are not serious injuries. Also, I sent a Kasugai crow to bring some Kakushi who will take care of the injured. The pillar said, calming the boy. Tanjiro, that's good to know. He said with relief, then removed his mask from his head. Rengoku, alright, let's go, he would say walking alongside Tanjiro, but then a silhouette would appear approaching the boy with the intention of hitting him, but Rengoku would cut off its arm, seeing that it was the upper moon number 3. You have a nice katana, the demon would say, regenerating his arm at incredible speed. Chapter 13. He who opposes a god. After the fall of the lower first demon, Tanjiro and Rengoku would encounter a new problem, where the upper third would waste no time and try to hit Tanjiro if it weren't for Rengoku who cuts off the demon's arm. Rengoku here regenerates incredibly fast, such precision, and this demonic aura without a doubt, he's an upper moon. He thought, amazed at the demon before him, as it was the first time he had encountered a upper moon. Tell me, do you have a problem with the young man here? He would ask the demon, who would only smile. Well, he is my target. My master ordered me to bring the traitorous demon before him. You have nothing to do with this, but I would like to speak with you, he would say calmly and kindly. Rengoku, and what is it you want to talk about? I don't know you. Someone like you who tries to hurt the younger ones is disgusting. You don't deserve any of my respect. The pillar said angrily to the demon who just looked at him with disgust. Are you serious? You know, I detest useless and weak humans. They're pathetic and don't deserve to live. To me, they're just food and entertainment. He said, provoking even more anger in Rengoku. Rengoku, it seems you and I have different moral values, he would say with serious firmness. Well, what do you think about becoming a demon? I can see you emanate amazing power, and if you become a demon, your abilities will improve greatly. He would say, raising his hand to the pillar, who would deny the proposal. Rengoku, no way, for me to be a marvel like humans is the most beautiful thing that could happen to me, I would never become a monster that only focuses on murdering innocent people, he said, making the demon just look with a smile. Come on, I can see an enormous fighting spirit growing like a flame, you are a pillar indeed, you are someone who is close to the supreme territory where only the strongest are found, he said to Rengoku, who would feel the demon's aura increasing even more. Rengoku, I am the flame pillar, Kaijuro Rengoku, and I do not accept your proposal. I will live and die as a human. Nothing will change my mind. Tanjiro watched a conversation between the pillar and the third highest, where their auras increased as they spoke. Well, let me introduce myself, I'm Akaza, and let me tell you, Kaijuro, if you manage to transform into a demon, you will reach the highest levels of your abilities and thus become extremely powerful, making the proposal again to Rengoku, which would be denied by him. Rengoku, growing older, even dying, are part of the beauty of being human. They may seem like weaknesses, but thanks to them, our lives can be more valuable and honorable. So I'll tell you again, I don't accept your proposal and I never will. He clarifies decisively, removing the smile from the demon's face. Because I see, then there's no other way. Destructive death, compass needle, planting his feet on the ground as a blue snowflake-shaped glow appeared with a number on each side. If you don't become a demon, I'll have to kill you and then take that brat to the master. Starting to run towards Rengoku where they both exchange blows at a blinding speed that was impossible for Tanjiro to see. Tanjiro, it's impressive, I can't follow its movements with my eyes. He said, amazed but worried about the pillar, as he could feel that the demon's aura was overwhelming and too heavy. Because so far, of all the pillars I've killed, none of them were of the flame, and none accepted my invitation. Launching more attacks that would put the pillar in trouble, why? How can someone so close to the supreme territory not understand? Launching a punch at the pillar's face, but Rengoku cuts off his arm before it connects. You worked so hard to develop that magnificent talent, what a waste. Regenerating his arm to strike Rengoku again, but Rengoku puts his sword in front of him and launches a horizontal slash that Akaza dodges by leaping back, destructive death. Void style. Launching attacks into thin air, creating shockwaves that impact Rengoku. Rengoku I see. Flame breathing, fourth form. Wave of blazing flames, spinning his katana in a circular motion that would stop Akaza's attacks with great precision. By striking the air, he manages to create wind attacks that come directly at me, doing so in an instant, he thought while stopping Akaza's attacks. If I continue fighting at this distance, I won't achieve anything. I must get closer. Running at blinding speed, placing himself in front of the demon. Akaza, what amazing speed and your marvelous sword technique. Time will steal it all. Kaijuro, aren't you sad? Launching attacks at Rengoku, but they would be stopped as he unleashed cuts with his katana, leading to a close battle between them. Rengoku, that's not how it works. That's what it means to be human. Tanjiro tried to approach the battle but was stopped by the pillar, don't move. If you're the one he's looking for, you mustn't go near him. That's an order. Tanjiro stopped and returned to Inosuke, who had arrived after hearing the sounds of the battle. Akaza, don't get distracted by that weakling, Kaijuro. Focus on me and fight with all your might. Well, they fought on equal footing, both attacking and defending. Rengoku struck Akaza, sending him flying into the forest. Akaza pursued him, but the demon kicked him, sending him hurtling towards the train. Tanjiro, Rengoku-san. He would say, worried about the pillar. Akaza, now you will become a demon, Kaijuro. That way we can fight for all eternity. The demon said, thinking his victory was near since the pillar was too tired. Rengoku, I refuse, I'll say it again, I would never become a demon, never. Leaping towards Akaza with his sword above his head, breath of flame third form. Burning spirits, making a vertical slash, but Akaza dodges it and tries to strike the pillar, but his arm is severed by a cut from Rengoku. Akaza, how did his strength increase? He would say, amazed to see how the pillar increased his strength and speed, destructive death. Void style, launching more attacks at Rengoku. Rengoku fourth form. Wave of blazing flames, both techniques would collide while the two continued to maintain an even battle. Inosuke, amazing, they're so fast I can't find a blind spot. My skin tells me that if I get between them I'll die instantly. My body froze knowing I'd be a bastard. Inosuke said, amazed by the fight in front of him. Akaza, seriously, you still don't understand. Even if you try to win this battle, you'll end up dying, Kaijuro. He said angrily and frustratedly while trying to attack, managing to cut the left side of his forehead. Rengoku flame breathing first form. Sea of fire, cutting off both of the demon's arms, but he would regenerate them at an incredible speed. Akaza, killing you now would be a waste, you're still far from reaching your potential, punching him in the stomach, breaking several of his bones. Rengoku breath of the flame second form. Rising fiery sky, executing a vertical cut from bottom to top, causing Akaza to back away. Akaza, perhaps in 1 or 2, your skills could improve greatly, Kaijuro. Returning to the fight where he would punch the pillar in the face, costing him one of his eyes. Rengoku flame breathing third form. Burning spirits, attempting to slash him, but Akaza avoids it with his hands, fourth form. Wave of burning flames, but Akaza dodges the attack again by retreating. Akaza destructive death. Chaos style. Rengoku fifth form. Fire tiger. Both attacks would collide, causing an explosion. Akaza Kaijuro. Launching another attack that the pillar dodges, and they launch a straight cut that impacts Akaza, cutting his arm and part of his chest, making him fall back. Inosuke, he did it, he won. Inosuke would say, but then Akaza would regenerate his arm and chest and approach a tired and injured Rengoku. Akaza, don't die, Kaijuro, he said smiling, but the pillar was on his last legs, close to death. No matter how desperately you fight, it's all useless, Kaijuro. Those wonderful cuts you made on me have already healed completely. But what about you? Your left eye is crushed, your ribs are broken, you're bleeding too much. These are serious injuries. He said while analyzing the pillar, who only listened to everything the demon explained and understood that it was true he was finished. But if you become a demon, you will regenerate your eyes and other wounds. He said. At that moment, Rengoku, with his last bit of strength, raised his fighting spirit, which surprised Akaza since he thought he was finished. It's impressive. His strength surpasses any pillar I've faced in the past. He thought in amazement as he watched Rengoku assume a stance that gave off an intense heat that would be noticed by everyone present. Rengoku, I will fulfill my mission as a pillar, and no matter what happens, I won't let anyone die. I will hurt you as much as possible. This will be my ultimate attack. Flame breathing, Rengoku took a deep breath, his heart pounding and his lungs tightly holding the air. Akaza, what an impressive fighting spirit, you keep going despite your injuries, you have true determination, and that stance is perfect, haha, you really have to become a demon. Kaijuro, while preparing to receive the pillar's attack. Inosuke, the level of those two is dazzling, don't you think, Kantaro? He would say, but then realized that Tanjiro wasn't there. Kantaro, where are you? He would say while looking for his friend, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Rengoku, keep your heart burning, I am the flame pillar. Kaijuro Rengoku. Ninth form. Purgatory. He would say as he buried his feet in the ground, where he would then launch himself towards Akaza in a huge ball of fire while taking the form of a fire dragon. Akaza, destructive death. Annihilation, both attacks would collide, creating a huge explosion that would raise a curtain of dust that would not allow one to see what would happen until it cleared, revealing both opponents. Akaza, what? Akaza would realize that his arm had been cut off before he collided with Rengoku. How did he manage to cut off my arm? I didn't see him move his sword unless it's. The dust settled, revealing Tanjiro with his sword engulfed in flames and glowing crimson. This damn brat is the one who cut off my arm. I don't understand why it's taking so long to regenerate. It's like the sun itself is touching me. He said in astonishment, watching as Tanjiro moved in front of him with incredible speed, attempting to strike the demon with his sword. The demon dodged, retreating. How did he get so close? His aura changed, it's like he's a different person. Akaza saw a man reflected behind Tanjiro, surrounded by fire, which terrified the demon. He tried to attack, but Tanjiro easily dodged and cut off another of his arms. How has he gotten stronger? And he's the swordsman who almost defeated Muzan-sama. I have to find a way to escape. He said, regenerating his arm and trying to run, but Tanjiro, he wouldn't let him escape, positioning himself in front of him where he was ready to execute a final attack. Tanjiro, dance of the fire god. Bright light of gratitude, Tanjiro would propel himself at a deadly speed where he would cut off both of Akaza's arms, causing the demon great pain, who would then watch as the sword approached his neck, ready to be cut. Akaza, it can't be. What should I do? He'll cut off my head, it's the end for me. He would say. At that moment Tanjiro's sword would be deflected where he would then receive a blow to his stomach that would detach him from his Haori and send him to the side of the train, alerting Rengoku and Inosuke who were watching. Rengoku, young Kamado. He would shout, worried about the boy, but seeing who hit Tanjiro would fill the pillar with enormous fear as they were standing before the upper moon one. Akishibo, Akaza, 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 the demon said, repeating his companion's name with anger and frustration while releasing his demonic aura, which was too heavy for Akaza, who could only lower his head. What the hell do you think you're doing? How could this boy have been close to finishing you off? But the demon didn't answer and only looked at him with enormous anger. Tanjiro, dance of the fire god. Sunflower spear, attempting to stab the demon, but it dodges with blinding speed. Akishibo, moon breathing first form. Dark Moon Night Sanctuary, the demon would make a horizontal cut from which small crescent-shaped blades would emerge, cutting both of the boy's arms, alerting Rengoku, who would try to stand up and run towards them, but his wounds would not allow it. It seems that dawn is approaching, we must go, he would say, striking Tanjiro in the neck, knocking him unconscious, then carrying him on his back as he walked alongside Akaza. Rengoku, wait. Where do you think you're going? Let him go. Rengoku shouted, trying to stand up. Inosuke ran towards the demons with his two katanas. Don't do it, he said, but Inosuke ignored him and kept running. Inosuke, I won't let them take him, beast breathing. Before he could execute an attack, Akaza would punch him in the stomach, sending him flying to Rengoku's side. Ah, Kantaro, don't go, friend, the boy would then fall unconscious. Rengoku, boy bore, he would say, but the demons would continue on their way, getting lost in the forest along with Tanjiro. Please, I swear we'll come for you, taught Tanjiro. Thus Rengoku would fall unconscious, and the sun would illuminate the entire place, where many Kikuchi would arrive at the place where they would see everything destroyed and go after the wounded. At the Mariposa farm. Shinobu the crow said the mission was a success, we must cook, they're sure to be starving. The girl said with a smile while holding a basket of vegetables, very well, let's get to work. She said to Aoi and Kanao, who were preparing different types of food. Aoi Shinobu-san seems very cheerful today. I wonder if Tanjiro actually has something to do with it, the girl said while smiling. Crow caw caw, I bring news, Tanjiro's crow would say as it entered through the window and landed on the table in front of Shinobu. We have problems with the Infinity Train mission. Upon hearing this, Shinobu would grab her Haori and run desperately towards the location. Time skip. Shinobu would arrive at the place where she would see Ringoku's condition and approach him, trying to help, but her objective was to find her beloved, whom she would not see anywhere. Shinobu Ringoku-san. Where is Tanjiro? The girl would say, but the pillar would have difficulty speaking. Ringoku taught and Tanjiro he left with the moon upper moon's Ringoku would fall unconscious and be taken to the butterfly estate where he would fall into a coma while Shinobu searched for any clues, still shocked by what Ringoku said. No, Tanjiro couldn't have betrayed us, he promised me, he can't be like that, it must be a misunderstanding. Then Shinobu would see something that would break her heart. Tanjiro's earrings along with his Haori. Tanjiro, come back, don't leave me, I lost my sister, I can't lose you too, come back, starting to cry while hugging her beloved's Haori. Elsewhere. Akishibo and Akaza would arrive at a place that seemed like a huge labyrinth of rooms and staircases that appeared to have no end. Upon arrival, they would kneel before Muzan, who maintained a smile upon seeing the red-haired boy. Muzan, good work, Kakishibo. Now I want you to wake him up. Muzan said to the demon, who struck the boy, causing him to wake up. Upon seeing Muzan, anger overwhelmed him and he tried to strike back, but Muzan grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up while digging his nails into the boy's throat. Now you can be under my control and will be of great use to my plans, YoriichiTsuyikune. Releasing the boy, who writhed in pain while screaming. Tanjiro, what the hell did you do to me? You damn monster. Tanjiro screamed, but Muzan just laughed with a diabolical laugh, then approached and opened his eyes, revealing a number in his eye. Akishibo, Muzan-sama, excuse the question, but tell me, what did you do? The moon would say, raising its head, while Muzan would simply move away from the boy, who would fall unconscious. Muzan, well, I simply erased his memories and gave him a certain amount of my blood so we can have a new upper moon. After what happened with the lower moons, I came up with the idea of only having upper moons, so this boy will be one more. He said, answering the demon's question, who already sensed what was coming. Well, seeing that this boy doesn't get stronger by eating human flesh, he said, raising a finger to both demons, I want you to take charge of turning him into someone worthy of the upper moon position. Is that clear? The Demon King said with a grim face and murderous eyes. Akishibo, Akaza, as Muzan-sama commands. They would say as they took Tanjiro and disappeared from the place. Muzan, something tells me your death is approaching, Yubai Shiki, the Demon King said, then walked into a dark room. At the hunter's headquarters. It could be seen that the pillars were holding a meeting where they would discuss Ringoku and his condition, as well as Tanjiro's disappearance. Sanemi and Aguro were giving their opinions that the boy had betrayed the organization and would reveal his true identity, but Shinobu would become defensive since, according to the crows, Tanjiro did not leave of his own accord but was kidnapped. My children, we cannot accept that Tanjiro betrayed the organization as we possess evidence that proves otherwise until Kaijiro awakens and explains what happened. Said the leader of the Demon Slayers, who held out hope that Muzan would not realize the boy's abilities. Tsunemi, but Oyakata-sama, it's very clear that that boy was untrustworthy. We must eliminate the other one or the same thing will happen. Tsunemi said, provoking Shinobu's anger. Shinobu, what are you talking about? Tanjiro would never leave his sister behind. Besides, if he were a traitor, why do you think he was the one who helped save the people on the train and eliminate the demon? Aguro, it's not obvious, he would just have to gain our trust and think that he had nothing to do with it, Aguro would say, supporting Tsunemi, where the three would begin to argue, where Kagaya would try to stop them. Tomioka, can you all be quiet? Don't you see that Oyakata-sama is talking to you? You should be ashamed of yourselves. He said in amazement to everyone, as it was the first time they had ever looked at the water pillar angrily. Tsunemi, what are you talking about? You're the one who brought that demon here. You're the one responsible for that demon knowing our location. He said angrily as he stood up. Tomioka, Tsunemi, you can't be sure that Tanjiro won't tell Muzan Kibutsuji our location so he can come and kill us. The black-haired man said, further angering Tsunemi. Tsunemi, I'm fed up with you. Running towards Tomioka while unsheathing his katana, but before he could do anything, Mitsuri stepped in front of them both. Get out of my way, Kanroji. It's none of your business. He said angrily, but the pink-haired girl didn't move out of the way. Mitsuri, calm down, Tsunemi. What do you think you're doing? Don't touch Tomioka. He said, astonished to everyone but especially to the water pillar. Aguro, Kanroji, don't defend him. He's nothing but an empty shell. Do you really think he has feelings? But Mitsuri interrupted him. Mitsuri, yes, I believe so. Tomioka-san is a kind and compassionate person. He never fails his missions and takes care of protecting others regardless of their physical condition. He's not someone who gives up easily, and if he thinks Tanjiro is a good person, then so am I. She would say, silencing both pillars, who would simply calm down and put themselves in her place. Kaguya, thank you Mitsuri. The leader said, smiling at the pillar, who accepted and sat down in her place, later becoming embarrassed by what she had said about the dark-haired man. Well, Iguro and Sanemi, I ask that you please not do that again. The leader said, and both pillars obeyed. Well, we can't comment on anything until Rengoku wakes up and explains what happened. Until now, we must just wait. But if Muzan Kibutsuji knows that Tanjiro has managed to make himself immune to the sun's effects, Kaguya said, and the meeting ended. Tomioka, thank you, Mitsuri, for defending me. The dark-haired man said to the girl, who became nervous. Mitsuri, and no, don't worry to Tomioka-san, she would say, blushing and nervous. Tomioka, I hope we meet again. He said as he started walking, leaving the girl behind. Mitsuri, phew, at least it's over now. She said, relieved, but was surprised by Shinobu. Ah Shinobu, don't scare me. She said, but looked at her friend, who was about to burst into tears from the immense sadness she carried. Shinobu, is something wrong? Why do you look like that? She asked, worried about her friend's state. Shinobu, don't worry, I just feel bad for Tanjiro, I don't think he'd join the demons, she would say, but Mitsuri would give her a hug that calmed her down. Thank you, Mitsuri, I really needed that, she would say, giving a smile, but inside she knew that her sadness was stronger, that she didn't know if she would ever smile again, if she saw her beloved again. Time skip. 2 months would pass before Rengoku awoke and explained to everyone what had happened. Sanemi and Iguro wouldn't care and would still think Tanjiro had betrayed them. Shinobu was relieved that Tanjiro hadn't betrayed them, but she would still be sad since nothing was known about the boy's whereabouts. Kaguya would send 3 teams of demon slayers to investigate the forest where he had been taken, but they would find nothing. While in the Infinite Castle, Tanjiro would awaken without his memories and with a serious and arrogant attitude that only cared about being stronger than others, in addition to Muzan naming him the Night Swordsman, since even though he maintained another personality, he still refused to eat a human. Muzan, tell me, Kakishibo, how is the boy? Asked a demon king, who was sitting on a piece of furniture in the middle of the Infinite Castle. Kakishibo, well, I have managed to teach him to use his breathing, in addition to learning my own breathing, where he has managed to master 8 of my postures, I would say with pride and happiness, knowing that he has managed to make the boy who now became his suitor and someone worthy of the Tsuyikune clan. Muzan, well, that's very interesting, and that's why I want you to go to a place where, according to him, the blue spider lily flower is located. He would say this to the demon, who would say goodbye and go to the boy, where he would give him the news and get to work. At the Mariposa farm. Shinobu would be locked in her room where she would manage to form a friendship with Nezuko, who felt the same way about her brother. Shinobu, Nezuko, I promise I'll find your brother and I won't let anything happen to him. The pillar said, still hugging Nezuko. I'll do everything I can to bring Tanjiro back to the estate. She said, stroking the girl's hair, but Nezuko pulled away and went to her brother's Haori, asking Shinobu to wear it along with her earrings. Nezuko, I can't wear this, it belongs to your brother, she said, but realized that Nezuko already knew she was her brother's girlfriend. Aoi, Shinobu-san, sorry to bother you, but you have visitors. The girl outside the room said. Shinobu, it's good that you came in. She would say, but to her surprise, she didn't expect it to be Rengoku and Tomioka. Rengoku-san, you haven't fully recovered. You should rest. She would say, but the man would just laugh. Rengoku, don't worry, I'm feeling better now. I think I'm ready to return, but I need to train to regain my former abilities since that battle left me too weak. He said, eliciting a smile from Shinobu. Tomioka Kacho, I wanted to ask you something if you don't mind. He said, and Shinobu agreed. Why are you wearing Tanjiro's Haori? And his earrings too. He said, and the girl didn't know what to say. Shinobu, well, Nezuko is the one who uses it, I just brought her here to sleep in my room, she would say this, while the water pillar hesitated but believed what she said. Rengoku, calm down, Tomioka. Remember why we came here. He said, leaving Shinobu confused. Well, Shinobu Oyakata-sama ordered us to give you the latest report on what the hunters found in the forest where they took Tanjiro. As he said this, the girl listened intently, waiting for what Rengoku would say. Well, it turns out they encountered a demon who, supposedly, didn't kill humans. In the villages where he's been, it seems to be searching for something, since it only hides and escapes from the hunters. The pillar said, leaving the girl even more confused. Shinobu, but they didn't see if it was him or any sign that it was him. She would say, but Rengoku would shake his head. Tomioka, it is said that they are so fast that it is difficult to see their appearance, Tomioka clarifies seriously. Rengoku, don't worry, I'm sure they'll find him and bring him back. She said, smiling, which Shinobu returned. In the infinite castle. All the moons could be seen gathered together, Daki and Gyutaro as the 6th, Gyako as the 5th, Hantengu as the 4th, Akaza as the 3rd, Dauma as the 2nd, Kakishibo as the 1st. Muzan, lower your heads and kneel, he would say, and everyone would kneel before their king. I want you to see the new order of the upper moons, for I had to eliminate the lower ones because of their weakness, he would say, filling everyone in the place with fear. Daki, excuse me, Muzan-sama, but what do you mean by new order? Said a woman with white and green hair next to another demon with green and black hair. Muzan, well, I wanted to tell you that the moons will be composed of superiors, so I'll tell you which place they will change. Muzan would say, but the 5th one would speak. Gyako, Muzan-sama, excuse me for interrupting, but tell me, is there anyone new? A demon with a deformed appearance would say. Antengu, don't interrupt the master when he speaks, Gyako. Said a man behind some stairs where he was crying loudly. Muzan, that's right, but first the order of the upper moons will be as follows. Daki and Gyutaro will now be the 7th, Gyako, you will be the 6th, Hantengu, on the other hand, you will be the 5th. He said, and the 4 demons didn't say anything, but it didn't seem fair to them. Akaza, Dauma and Kakishibo will keep their positions. He said, and the 3 accepted. And now I want to introduce myself to the upper 4th. He said, and Tanjiro appeared next to Kakishibo, who was wearing a haori like Kakishibo's, but he covered it with a black cloak. Well, this is Tanjiro Tsuyikune, and he will be the upper 4th, and I don't want any complaints. He said, then left the moons alone. Gyako, this is unforgivable, I can't lose to a child, she would say, but then noticed that half of her head had been cut off. Tanjiro, tell me, do you want to disobey Master Muzan? Aren't you satisfied with your new position? After all, what is expected of someone like you? Tanjiro said next to the moon, while releasing his demonic aura with an impressive force that would make the moon tremble. Dauma, hello Tanjiro, I'm glad you're one of us. How about we go out for some food? Dauma, the 2nd highest rank, said with a smile. Tanjiro, I don't want to, I must continue my training. He would say, starting to walk and then running all over the place. Gyutaro, what a fun boy, don't you think, sister? He would say, but the girl wouldn't say anything, she was still admiring the boy's beauty, sister. He would say, annoyed. Daki, yes, Oni-kan, I understand you now. She would say, then walk beside him. Thus ended the meeting of the moons where Gyako would not accept Tanjiro, but would say nothing since they were orders from his master, while Shinobu, Ringoku and Tomioka would catch up on Ringoku's return, where Shinobu and Tomioka would agree to train with him. Chapter 14. Love and Shadows, ADR. Months would pass since Tanjiro's disappearance, and Ringoku would clarify what happened. The organization would be worried, as they didn't know if Muzan Kibutsuji was aware of the boy's ability to walk in the sunlight. On the other hand, Tanjiro would become the upper moon 4 after Muzan erased his memories, changing his attitude and personality, something Muzan found magnificent. While Shinobu would spend days alone, thanks to Nezuko she would manage to recover and fulfill her missions, but deep down she knew that Tanjiro was in trouble and would look for a way to save him. Shinobu, I wonder why Nezuko trusts me so much. She said as she walked through the corridors of the estate while holding Nezuko's hand, who just smiled under the bamboo in her mouth, she must miss her brother. I wonder where he is. Just then, she heard a noise outside, so she left Nezuko in her room and ran to see what was happening. Aoi, let me go, Aoi would say as she was carried by Yuzui who was also carrying Kyo, while Kanao took the hands of both girls, preventing the pillar from leaving with the girls. Yuzui, they're very disrespectful, they forget that they must follow orders, the pillar would say, annoyed. Shinobu, Yuzui-san, tell me what you think you're doing. The pillar said with a murderous aura upon seeing how he treated the girls. Yuzui Keikacho, it's just that I need these girls for a mission, he said while trembling with fear that the girl caused him. Shinobu, well, but you didn't warn me about this. Did you try to take them by force? She said with a murderous smile. Yuzui, what, no, I would never do that, I was just carrying them so they wouldn't have to walk so far. He said nervously, but his smile disappeared when the girls untied him. Neho Sumi, that's not true, he was trying to kidnap them. She would say, betraying the pillar who would just look at her with an angry expression. Shinobu, well, how about I go? She said, which surprised the pillar, I'll also bring 2 more demon slayers along with my Tsuguko. The girl proposed, which the pillar did not refuse and accepted immediately. Thus, Shinobu would gather Inosuke and Zenitsu where Yuzui would both depart for the red light district, where, according to legend, demons were found. Shinobu would take her katana, but upon seeing that Nezuko was left behind, she would decide to take her with her, first using Tanjiro's earrings in addition to her haori. She would leave with Nezuko in her box, but upon arriving at the entrance, everyone would look at her strangely since she was wearing the demon boy's haori and earrings. Shinobu, is something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The girl asked, confused. Yuzui, well then, tell me, what are you doing with the demon boy's earrings? Besides his Haori, and I think that's his sister's box, isn't it? The pillar said, smiling, don't tell me that you and he wouldn't finish speaking because Shinobu would hit him on the leg, making him jump in pain. Shinobu, alright, let's not waste any time. We must defeat the demons and save the people. She said as she started walking, followed by Zenitsu, Inosuke and Kanao. In the infinite castle. Akishibo moon breathing third form. Deadly moon of abandonment, he said, launching two crescent-shaped cuts that would separate into small moon-shaped blades. Tanjiro solar breathing 11th form. Solar Dragon Halo, Tanjiro would launch himself towards Kakishibo while dodging each of the blades that were heading towards him while a huge fire dragon formed. Don't tell me that's all, he would say, thinking that he had managed to corner the demon, but it would dodge the cut, getting behind the boy, where both would clash their swords, demonstrating the superiority of the first moon, giving the boy many cuts. Solar breathing 12th form. Flaming Waltz, giving two cuts, one vertically and one horizontally, but the demon at incredible speed would get behind Tanjiro, giving him a kick that would send him flying. Akishibo, that's all for training, rest, we haven't finished the lesson yet. He said, disappearing from the red-haired boy's sight. Tanjiro, damned old man, I will soon defeat you, he would say. At that moment he would sense Muzan's presence and kneel before him, seeing that the demon king had taken the form of a child. Muzan-sama, excuse me, I didn't recognize you by your appearance, he would say with some fear at seeing his master in front of him. Muzan, we'll talk about that later, Tanjiro. I have a mission for you. The demon said, approaching the retreat and whispering in his ear. Muzan understood. He said, smiling as he walked away from the boy. Tanjiro, I won't fail you, Muzan-sama. And so Muzan left, just like Tanjiro. With Shinobu. The hunters would arrive at the red light district where Zenitsu and Inosuke would be dazzled by how beautiful the place was. They would escape from Yuzui's sight, who would search for them, while Shinobu and Kanao tried to find a place to stay for the night and devise a plan. 1 hour later. Yuzui would manage to return with the two hunters, along with Shinobu and Kanao, who would stay in one of the wisteria houses located there, where Yuzui already had a plan ready to act. Yuzui, well, the first thing we have to do is find my wives. Upon saying this, Zenitsu would become extremely angry since he thought that Yuzui was only using them to get wives. Zenitsu, how ridiculous and indicting. Don't think we'll help you find a wife. That's ridiculous. I understand that someone like you might lack skills with girls, but that's no way you can use us to get a wife. He said angrily, which also provoked the pillar's anger. Yuzui, you're an idiot. What I mean is, find my wives who are infiltrated in the district gathering information about the demons, but they stopped communicating with me, that's why I want to know they're okay. He said angrily, but before Zenitsu could say anything, Shinobu shut him up to continue with what they had agreed upon. Inosuke, Zenitsu and Kanao would infiltrate as saleswomen, with Kanao staying at the Takedo house, Inosuke at the Ajimoto house, and Zenitsu at the Kaigoku house, while Shinobu and Yuzui searched the rooftops, with Shinobu taking Nezuko with her. Shinobu, I hope the boys find that demon so we can leave here. I have a strange feeling. She said while running across the rooftops with Nezuko's box. Meanwhile, someone could be seen walking through the streets of the red light district, wearing a mask that obscured their face, but a black katana could be seen on their belt. But Zenitsu. Zenitsu, I must keep searching. I haven't found any trace of Miss Hinetsuru. I wonder where she is. Zenitsu stopped upon hearing a little girl crying on the second floor. Something's not right. I hear a little girl crying. Zenitsu went upstairs to a room where, upon opening it, he found everything in disarray and a little girl with a bruise on her cheek. What happened here? Why is everything a mess? He said, but upon seeing the girl crying, he approached her. Oh, are you alright? Calm down, I'm not angry with you. At that moment, Zenitsu sensed the aura of a demon behind him and a woman with black hair and green eyes appeared. Hey girl, what do you think you're doing in my room? He said seriously while looking around at everything destroyed. I thought I told you to clean the room, didn't I? He said to the girl, then took her by the ear. At that moment, Zenitsu took the woman's hand, provoking her anger. Zenitsu, I ask you to let go of that girl. Zenitsu said angrily to the woman for having hurt the girl. Don't you dare touch me, you damn brat. The woman then punched Zenitsu, knocking him to the ground in pain. You're so ugly, you don't deserve to be here. She said, but then she sensed a presence behind her. Tanjiro, it seems you have no patience with others, do you, Daki? Tanjiro would say as he emerged from the darkness with a smile, surprising Zenitsu, who was shocked to see him. Tanjiro, what is it you want, she would say, but the boy would just smile and approach. Tanjiro, well, Muzan-sama ordered me to eliminate what is unnecessary, and so it's your time, Daki. Tanjiro caused an explosion, destroying everything around him, leaving him with the demon on one of the rooftops, as they both stared at each other. Daki, what do you think you're doing? Wait until Muzan-sama finds out about this. she would say, revealing her true identity as her sashes appeared from her back. Tanjiro, are you deaf? Muzan-sama was the one who asked me to eliminate you. He said, smiling while the girl was surprised. Daki, shut up. Muzan-sama would never do that. That's a lie. She would shout, making Tanjiro just laugh. Tanjiro, you seriously think she was interested in you? You think the position of upper 7th existed? It wasn't just a lie until today, you're really stupid. She said, provoking anger in Daki, who couldn't take it anymore and threw her sashes at Tanjiro, who then unsheathed his sword, starting a battle between demons while Zenitsu watched. Zenitsu, it can't be. Tanjiro is here, but it's a moon, I must find the others, running off in search of the others. In the Infinite Castle. Muzan ordered Tanjiro to eliminate Daki and Gyutaro, that way I won't have to worry about those two being alive. Said the Demon King, who was facing Kakushibo. Kakushibo, well, I just hope he doesn't run into any hunters, since we don't know what will happen to him after fighting them. He said seriously. Muzan, well, I wouldn't worry about that. Let's just wait for his return. I'm sure he'll manage to defeat those two and even eliminate the hunters in that place. He said this as he said goodbye to Kakushibo and disappeared. Kakushibo, you'd better come back, kid. The demon would say before disappearing. But Shinobu. Shinobu, I heard an explosion, it must be the demon. I think they found him. I have to go see. The girl jumped across the rooftops but looked at two people ahead of her, Yuzui, Inosuke. The demon slayers waited for the girl and then the three of them started running, seeing a battle in the distance, but then they saw Zenitsu shouting his name. Zenitsu, Shinobu-san, wait, the boy shouted, and the three demon slayers rushed to him, surprised, since they thought he was the one fighting the demon. No, you're not going to believe this, but the demon is the upper 6th, and not only that, Tanjiro is here too, fighting her right now. Upon hearing this, Shinobu became excited, thinking the boy had escaped. But not only that, Tanjiro is the upper 4th. Yuzui was surprised, Inosuke shocked, while Shinobu desperately wanted to go, but if it was all true, they would be condemning their lives. Yuzui, so Sanemi and Aguro were right. As he said that, Shinobu glared at him with a murderous look, which the pillar understood. Well, maybe he's being controlled, he said fearfully, seeing how the girl was looking at him. Shinobu, well, if it's a battle between demons we shouldn't interfere, we must ensure the safety of the others and search for the people who were captured. The pillar said seriously, okay, Zenitsu, find Kanao and take care of evacuating the people, while you, Inosuke, look for the demon's hideout and Yuzui will support you, while I try to close all the exits so they can't escape. The girl said, and everyone agreed and they went their separate ways, each doing what the girl had said. But Tanjiro. This would be a battle where he would have the advantage, putting Daki in a difficult position, who would only go on the defensive without being able to counterattack. Tanjiro, what's wrong? Is that all you've got? He said, angering the demon, solar breathing third form. Suffocating Crimson Mirror, cutting several sashes, then lunging at the girl and making 2 cuts on both her arms. Daki, damn you'll pay for that, regenerating his sashes where he cut off one of Tanjiro's arms, which regenerated in a second, demonstrating that his regeneration was faster. I have a question, he said, stopping both demons, if Muzan-sama wants to eliminate me, why didn't he kill me with the curse? He said, to which Tanjiro only laughed softly. Tanjiro, isn't it obvious? It's clear you're quite foolish to understand why I came to kill you. He said, causing the demon to become enraged by the way he addressed her. But if you're so eager to know, it's so that after I finish you off, I'll absorb you and become stronger. And no one will ever be able to surpass me. He said, then attacked again, launching himself at Daki with a serious expression. Well, I'll stop playing around and get to the point. Solar breathing, first form. Waltz. He cut all of the demon sashes and then placed his katana against her neck, slashing it in a circular motion. Good, come out of there. Don't you want to fight? Or are you afraid? He said, and Gyutaro emerged from the woman's body with a terrifying smile. Gyutaro, how did you know he was there? The green-haired demon said, pulling out 2 fleshy sides. Tanjiro, I hope you put up a good fight. At that moment, Daki's sashes attacked the boy again, but he easily dodged them while battling Gyutaro. Their weapons clashed so violently that they created numerous explosions. What's wrong, Gyutaro? You can't finish me off. Am I too strong for you? He said as Gyutaro used his blood technique, inflicting small wounds on Tanjiro, his blood dripping around the moon. You shouldn't have done that. Blood technique. Blood explosion. Tanjiro flicked his fingers, his blood glowing and then bursting into a red flame that burned Gyutaro severely. Daki, little brother, the girl would run to help her brother, but would be surprised by Tanjiro, who would cut her in half with a single slash, you damned wretch. She would say angrily, but Tanjiro would only laugh and then dodge an attack from Gyutaro, who had freed himself from the flames and was going to attack Tanjiro. Tanjiro, you may be fast, but you're still not able to keep up with me, plus I have 2 types of techniques. He said, smiling evilly while provoking anger in the green-haired boy. But the others? Shinobu managed to convince the police officers in the red light district that there was trouble. Some didn't believe it at first, but they ended up accepting it after hearing the large explosions nearby. They closed off all the other exits, leaving only one where the evacuation would begin. Kanao was in charge of evacuating the people along with the guards. Instead, Yuzui would find one of his wives, Hinitsuru, who would explain to him about the demon and its hiding place, where without wasting any time he would run towards the place. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, now in his hunter outfit, would help Inosuke find a tunnel inside the Ajimoto house. Only Inosuke would be able to enter, thanks to dislocating his arms, and he would see many women trapped in girdles. Inosuke, how strange, they're people, but it seems they're trapped inside that thing. He would say this, but a couple of human skeletons would pass by. I see, first it stores them, and then it eats them. It's a very cruel demon. He would say this, but then he would hear a voice behind him, putting him on alert. Tell me what you're doing here, it's not polite to snoop through other people's things, especially someone like you, repulsive, disgusting and unpleasant, said one of the girdles which had 2 eyes and a mouth. Inosuke, what did you say? Worm, he would say, teasing the belt, which would launch itself along with others, but Inosuke would cut them all without problems. You really are disgusting, and you're too slow for the great Inosuke, he would say while jumping around, cutting several belts and freeing a group of people. I can't believe he managed to save some humans without harming them at all. I never thought a hunter would enter my lair. At that moment, Daki's voice informed him to eliminate the least attractive humans to make things more difficult for the hunter. Inosuke, I'll try to kill you once and for all. He said, trying to cut the sash, but it was almost impossible since it was too slippery for his swords. You can't kill me since I'm not the demon's true body, the sash said, surprising Inosuke, who didn't know how to defeat it if there was no head to cut off. Didn't you realize, but the humans you saved are now easier to consume, it said, directing several sashes towards where Inosuke tried to reach to save the people. At that moment, a loud noise was heard from the tunnel where Inosuke arrived, revealing Zenitsu and Shinobu with their katanas ready. Inosuke, Minitsu. Butterfly girl. You've finally arrived. He would say where Zenitsu seemed to be asleep but still remained standing, bringing back memories for Inosuke of Mount Nadagumo. Zenitsu, lightning breathing first form. Lightning flash 6 times, Zenitsu would launch himself at great speed where he would cut all the sashes, freeing everyone. Inosuke, you should sleep more often. He would say, turning his attention back to the girl who would plunge her sword into one of the sashes, injecting poison that would weaken them all, giving Inosuke and Zenitsu free rein to cut away what remained. Shinobu, okay, let's get out of here. She would say, but then a loud noise would be heard from above the cave, where a hole would open and Yuzui would appear, informing her that it was all over. Yuzui, it seems I'm a little late. He would say, receiving a yes from Shinobu, but his attention would focus on 2 women who were crying upon seeing him. Suma, Meikyo, sorry for the delay, but I'm glad you're alright. He would say, giving the 2 women a hug. Shinobu, I don't want to ruin the moment, but we have a mission. The butterfly girl said, and Yuzui helped with the people, but they noticed pieces of the sashes flying out through the hole. Where are you going? She asked, worried about what might happen to those sashes. Yuzui, we have a problem. She said, drawing the pillar's attention. But Tanjiro. He would still maintain the battle with the 2 brothers, where he would continue to have the advantage thanks to his skills and techniques. Tanjiro, solar breathing 5th form, fire wheel, Tanjiro would jump and land upside down, holding the katana above his head, then spin, forming a flaming wheel, and cutting Gyudaro's arm. Gyudaro, I don't think I can hold out any longer. He's too strong, and he's not even using his full power. He's just toying with us. He said angrily but scared, since Tanjiro had a better chance of winning thanks to his immense power. Tanjiro, come on, Gyudaro, we're not finished yet. He would say, but at that moment he would receive a cut from his neck to his chest, revealing that Daki would recover his sashes, returning to his original appearance. Well, it seems you've recovered the rest of your power. That makes it more fun for me, and I'll thank you by using my other technique with which I'm going to finish you off. He would say, smiling, while both brothers just got into fighting stances. Daki blood technique. 8-layer sash cut, Daki would divide his sashes into 13 parts which were directed towards Tanjiro. Gyudaro blood technique. Arc of unbridled evil, Gyudaro, using his blood, would form blades from it which would divide into several parts. Tanjiro moon breathing 8th form. Moon Dragon S spinning tail, Tanjiro would make a huge horizontal slash with a great range which would destroy both of the demon's techniques, then thanks to his blades, he would make several cuts to both brothers who would fall to the ground. Gyudaro, that's Kakishibo Domo's technique, how is it that he uses it, and besides, I can't regenerate, he would say, unable to regenerate his body. Tanjiro, don't tell me that's it, Gyutaro. You can't regenerate, what a shame. He would say mockingly, well, it's difficult for you since I used my breathing technique. Upon hearing this, Gyutaro would realize why he couldn't regenerate. Perhaps I can't use my first breathing technique very well, but thanks to using my lunar breathing technique, I've created an amazing technique because when I make a cut, I slow down regeneration. He would say, laughing diabolically. Gyutaro, it's incredible, it's just like Muzan-sama said, Tanjiro is admirable, without needing to consume humans, he has achieved amazing power, I'm so envious, regenerating his body and trying to attack Tanjiro, both clashing weapons while defending against each other's technique, I don't intend to lose. He would shout angrily while launching more attacks at Tanjiro, but this didn't surprise him much. Tanjiro, okay, that's enough fun. Breathing, Tanjiro would fall to the ground as his body turned a dark purple color. But why does my body hurt so much? It's like Tanjiro was breathing heavily, but would only watch as Gyutaro approached him with a smile. Gyutaro, it finally happened, he said, laughing happily as he approached the boy until he was in front of him. You hadn't noticed, had you? Well, your body is poisoned, he said, making Tanjiro realize that he hadn't noticed because he was fighting, and that confidence you had is weakened, hahaha, he said as he put a foot on top of the boy. Tanjiro, you think that'll stop me? I'm not dead yet. He said seriously as he cut Gyutaro's foot, then stood up where the poison stopped. Maybe I won't fight it 100%, but it will be enough to kill you once and for all. He said as he took his katana and focused solely on killing him, where another battle would begin where Daki had already recovered, and together with Gyutaro, they managed to put Tanjiro in a tight spot, but even so, the boy maintained good pressure and swordsmanship, cutting through many of the demon's techniques. Then a woman appeared on top of a house where she watched the battle, then she took a weapon which fired thousands of kunai. They were heading towards Gyutaro, who, upon seeing them, would try to deflect them, but Tanjiro wouldn't let him. Thus, the kunai would impact Gyutaro, weakening him since they possessed glycine poison. Daki Hinitsuru. Daki would shout, revealing Yuzui's third wife, who would try to dodge Daki's sashes. Tanjiro, this is as far as you go, Gyutaro. Tanjiro would say, trying to cut off Gyutaro's head, but Gyutaro would recover from the poison and then bury his feet in the ground. Gyutaro, who is that girl? But who knows? It was very clever of him to use poison, but it was useless. Blood technique. Spiral of death blade splashing sides, spreading his blood on both arms where they would spin, forming a circular attack that would go towards Tanjiro, but he retreated, avoiding the attack. Tanjiro moon breathing fifth form. Phantom Moon Cursed Vortex, Tanjiro would unleash several slashes, which would form a whirlwind of cuts where he would defend himself against Gyutaro's technique, in addition to cutting several of Daki's sashes. It's incredible, I shouldn't have underestimated him. If he were N''T poisoned, I would have managed to finish him off, he would say angrily, but would notice that Gyutaro was no longer there. Where the hell did you go? He would say angrily while looking for the demon. Hinitsuru, hey boy, behind you. The woman shouted to Tanjiro as Daki's sashes began to encircle him. He tried to cut them, but they only grew tighter as several bloody blades attempted to strike him. I must help him. At that moment, Gyutaro appeared in front of her and grabbed her mouth. Tanjiro, hey Gyutaro. Let her go. The problem is with me. He would shout, but Gyutaro would ignore him. Damn it, I can't get close if they keep attacking me like this. How can she launch attacks without even moving her arms? He would say, looking at Gyutaro trying to finish off the girl, I must concentrate. After all, it's not my problem. He would say, trying to ignore the girl, but something inside him told him he should help her. Solar breathing 11th form. Solar halo of the dragon, Tanjiro would cut Daki's sashes as he approached Gyutaro, destroying everything in his path, then cut Gyutaro's arm, freeing the girl. He would then send Gyutaro crashing into the rubble with a powerful blow. Daki, what? Why did you do that? She's a human. Daki said, confused to see how a demon defended a human. Tanjiro, that's none of your business. He said, then turned around, looking at Hinitsuru, who was surprised to see his eyes since she thought he was a demon slayer. You need to leave, it's not safe. Tanjiro said, then ran towards Gyutaro, but saw Daki trying to attack Hinitsuru. Damn it. Tanjiro cut the sashes that were heading towards the girl, then picked her up and ran back, putting her in a safe place. Hinitsuru, thank you, but why did you do it? She would say, but Tanjiro would just look at her, then turn around and go back to the brothers. Thank you, she would say, then run towards the exit. Gyutaro, well, I'm not surprised you helped a human. I don't understand why Muzan-sama hasn't killed you yet. He would say, but Tanjiro wouldn't say anything and would just return to the fight where the three demons clashed, generating powerful explosions. You won't be able to do anything if you're poisoned. He would say, smiling. Tanjiro, then I'll use my ultimate technique. He would say, executing the 11th form of the solar breathing technique, only now he gave off more aura while combining both breaths, the sun and the moon. Gyutaro combining both techniques, this can't be good. He would say, his body beginning to tremble just like his sister's. Tanjiro, your end has come, Gyutaro. Breath of the moon and sun, last breath. Moon between the sun, Tanjiro would launch himself towards the brothers as his sword turned a beautiful crimson red from which purple flames would emerge. Gyutaro, oh no. I have to get out of here. Gyutaro tried to escape by launching his technique just like Daki, but Tanjiro cut through everything that came at him while increasing his speed. I have to do something or we'll die in this place. He said, but it was too late. Tanjiro was seconds away from ending his life. Tanjiro, goodbye forever. He would say, placing the sword against Gyutaro's neck, surprising the demon, who would realize there were no longer just one presence, but three. One was the boys, another belonged to his superior, Kakishibo, and the third awakened Muzan's memories, looking at Yoriichi himself, where those two great swordsmen terrified the two brothers. Tanjiro would finish cutting off Gyutaro's head and then go for Daki, where he would do the same, finishing off the brothers. Sayonara, falling to his knees on the ground, where he would begin to rest while still absorbing the poison. I must find a way to neutralize it so I can get rid of it. He would say, then cut his arm, releasing his blood, which he would then place on his chest. Blood technique. Blood explosion, thus, the flames would burn away the poison, allowing Tanjiro to rest. He would only breathe before going to Gyutaro and absorbing him. Well, I feel better and stronger now, but I must leave before daybreak. At that moment, he would sense human presences approaching, they must be hunters, I must go. At that moment Muzan would appear in his head where he would manage to cause him a strong pain. Muzan, Tanjiro, you must kill all the demon slayers in this place. Tanjiro, but Muzan-sama, I can't. I'm exhausted. Muzan, I know you're in perfect condition, or do you simply refuse to obey my orders? Tanjiro, no, it's not just that I can't. Muzan, it's an order, or I'll kill you. Thus Tanjiro would accept and hide to wait for the hunters while preparing his katana, which was in bad condition from the battle against the brothers. With Shinobu. Shinobu, hang in there, Tanjiro, we're here. She said as she ran alongside Yuzui, Inosuke and Zenitsu, I hope you're alright. She said, looking at the enormous destruction at the scene. Yuzui, don't let your guard down, those demons might be around here. Said the sound pillar, who kept his two swords ready to fight. Shinobu, first we have to find Tanjiro. At that moment she heard a voice that almost made the girl shed tears of joy. Tanjiro, they were looking for someone. Tanjiro said, appearing with a smile while revealing his fangs, why does her scent seem familiar? Especially that girl's. He said, putting on a serious expression. Shinobu, Tanjiro, I'm so glad you're back. She almost ran to hug him, but stopped when she saw Tanjiro's eyes. What happened to your eyes? She asked, while Yuzui remained alert, watching for anything that might happen. Tanjiro, before she could say anything else, Tanjiro interrupted her. Tanjiro, shut up, I've never seen you before, you miserable human. I am Tanjiro Tsuyu, the Dark Swordsman in the Upper Moon 4. He would say this, which would break Shinobu's heart upon hearing it. Shinobu, Tanjiro, she said, close to bursting into tears. Inosuke, what happened, Kantaro? It's Shinobu, don't you remember? Come on, let's go back so we can train. Inosuke said, but Tanjiro just ignored him, annoying Inosuke, how dare you ignore me? You'll pay. He said angrily while being held by Zenitsu. Zenitsu, Tanjiro, come on, it's us. The yellow-haired man would say, but Tanjiro would just be looking at Shinobu with murderous eyes. Shinobu, Tanji-chan, she would say, but at that moment Tanjiro would unsheath his katana and launch himself at Shinobu, trying to cut her if it weren't for Yuzui who would deflect the Riti's attack. Yuzui, Kacho, I don't know what's happening, but Tanjiro isn't himself. He was close to killing you. You must concentrate. The sound pillar said, standing on guard while maintaining a strong gaze against the demon. Tanjiro, your end has come, hunters. He would say, getting into a fighting stance and unleashing his demonic aura, leaving everyone surprised by the power he was displaying. Chapter 15. Tears of Blood. The moon shines in the night which seemed eternal where a crimson-eyed demon sat atop a house in a forest. Tanjiro, where am I? The last thing I remember was being on the train and then, Tanjiro remembered the moment Akaza appeared and fought Rengoku. I remember now when Rengoku-sen was fighting, I remember that man's silhouette appeared Yoriichi, remembering how the man had appeared in front of him. Flashback. Yoriichi, Tanjiro, let me help you save your friend. I won't let him die. The man said, extending his hand towards the boy. Tanjiro, how do I know if I can trust you? You've been appearing in my mind for so long, how do I know it's true? He said desperately and scared. Yoriichi, if I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it already, but I'm helping you because you're important to me, you're the one who will help me in the future. He said, extending his hand again, only this time Tanjiro took it as he was desperate to help his master. Tanjiro, Yoriichi, alright, now we'll defeat that demon. he said, now with a mark on his forehead next to his sword, which glowed red and emitted flames. End of flashback. Tanjiro after that, I remember appearing in a strange place, remembering the infinite castle where he would reunite with Muzan. After that, my mind is blurry. I don't remember anything else, I just hope I can remember something, he said, closing his eyes and falling asleep. Another side. Tanjiro kept a serious gaze towards both pillars, who would only become alert at any movement from the boy. Tired of waiting for the two demon slayers, he would take his sword and place his blood on it, igniting it with fire and turning the sword crimson red. Yuzui-kacho, prepare yourself. It seems he's prepared to kill us here and now. The pillar would say, receiving no response from the girl, who would only watch as the boy she fell in love with almost ended her life. You must retreat. He would shout as Inosuke argued with Zenitsu, who didn't want to leave but eventually agreed. Tanjiro, I recommend you surrender and leave here. He would say, well Yuzui would just smile and move his swords from left to right. Yuzui, what are you talking about, Brett? I am the god of extravagance and I would never miss a fun battle. He would say, to which Tanjiro would just smile devilishly. Tanjiro, fine, if that's what you want. Moon breathing 6 form. Endless perpetual night, Tanjiro would launch several slashes which would release several blades which would head towards Yuzui, where he would dodge them and start running towards Tanjiro, where both clashed their weapons, causing a battle where Tanjiro would only be playing with the pillar. Shinobu, I must help Yuzui-san, but Tanjiro, I don't know if you're really doing this, she would say, but then gather her courage and run with her katana towards the two combatants, insect breathing. Bee sting dance flapping, Shinobu would try to stab the boy, but he would block her attack with his katana. It's incredible, his speed is even faster than mine, she would say while dodging several cuts from the boy. Yuzui-kacho, get out of there. Yuzui would launch small spheres which would explode upon contact with Tanjiro. I hope it did some damage. But Tanjiro would appear where his kimono was destroyed, taking it off and leaving his torso bare. It didn't cause him much damage. He would say, taking his katanas to launch himself at the boy again. Tanjiro, it's over. Moon breathing 7th form. Sinister mirror moon glory, Tanjiro would execute a horizontal cut which would divide into several cuts, which would make multiple cuts to both pillars. Yuzui, damn, his breathing is too powerful, I don't think we'll last long. He said while holding one of his arms which hid a cut from Tanjiro's technique. Tanjiro, what's wrong? Let's keep fighting. He would say, launching himself at Yuzui, who would have another battle where both swordsmen clashed techniques. Shinobu would join them, trying to help, but she couldn't inject any poison into the boy. Moon breathing 5th form. Phantom moon cursed vortex, Tanjiro would create a vortex of cuts which would defend them from the pillar's attacks, then launch the same attack back at them. Yuzui-kacho, behind me. He would say, then execute one of his forms, breath of sound, 4th form. A Visi death sentence. Yuzui-san would create a storm of cuts which would effectively deflect Tanjiro's attacks. Are you alright? He would say to the girl who wouldn't say anything and would launch herself to attack Tanjiro. Shinobu insect breathing dragonfly dance compound hexagonal eye, Shinobu would launch several slashes against Tanjiro, which would impact injecting poison that would decompose, leaving the girl surprised. I can't believe it, the poison didn't work, now what am I going to do? She would say but would be scared when she saw how Tanjiro directed his katana towards her. Yuzui-kacho. He would shout worried about his companion, but would be surprised to see that the girl would be saved by Nezuko who would kick Tanjiro, making him fall back, and now he maintained a demonic appearance. Tanjiro, a demon, well, you must be the one Muzan-sama was talking about. Upon saying this, both Yuzui and Shinobu would realize that Tanjiro wasn't himself or being controlled, and that he was the upper moon 4. I have to kill you since you're a danger to us. Moon breathing 3rd form. Deadly moon of abandonment chain. Tanjiro would launch 2 crescent-shaped slashes which were aimed at Nezuko, but she would dodge them and run towards Tanjiro, who wouldn't be surprised and would hit the girl, sending her flying. You're fast, but you're no match for me. He would say, but he would notice that the girl's blood began to glow, realizing that she had the same technique as him, where she would try to break free from the flames. Damn it, this girl possesses a technique just like mine. He would say, recovering from the flames, but Nezuko, already back, would kick him, sending Tanjiro crashing into the rubble. Shinobu, I must help Nezuko otherwise she will die. She would say, grabbing her katana and running alongside Yuzui, who had managed to stand up, and they would run towards Tanjiro, where the 4 of them would begin a battle which caused immense explosions in the place. Tanjiro moon breathing 7th form. Sinister mirror moon glory. Shinobu insect breathing butterfly dance whim. Yuzui breath of sound 5th stance. Thunderous string symphony. All the techniques would clash, and amidst all the explosions, Tanjiro continued fighting against the pillars and Nezuko, who were still no match for the boy. He adjusted his stance and increased his power, managing to put the others in a difficult position. Tanjiro moon breathing 8th form. Moon dragon spinning tail, Tanjiro would make a horizontal cut which would make several cuts to his opponents, where Nezuko would no longer be able to withstand it and would lose her demonic state, while Shinobu would fall bleeding out. Shinobu Yuzui-san, where are you? Shinobu would search for Yuzui, but would see Tanjiro standing in front of the pillar, seconds away from ending his life. Yuzui-san, Tanjiro don't do it. She would say, but Tanjiro would ignore her and send a slash towards Yuzui's neck, but it would be deflected before it hit. Tomioka water breathing 4th form. Tide strike, Tomioka would appear in the place where he would stop Tanjiro's attack and cut off both of his arms, leaving him no other option but to retreat backwards where he would regenerate his arms. Shinobu to Tomioka-san, what are you doing here? She would say, but the pillar wouldn't turn his face as he remained alert to anything. Tomioka, we've come to help you, so we can defeat you. He said, leaving the pillar confused, but her doubt would disappear when she saw a certain boy with hair like fire appear with his katana. Rengoku, that's right, we'll take care of young Kamado, you two rest. He said, and both pillars took up their fighting stances, awaiting the boy's attacks. Tanjiro, no matter how many come, I'll kill them all. He said, smiling as he took his sword back. Rengoku, young Kamado, snap out of it, this isn't you must remember, he said while listening to the information Shinobu whispered in his ear. Tanjiro, what the hell are you talking about? My name is Tanjiro Tsuyu. He said, launching himself at both pillars, facing a difficult battle since Rengoku was still not fully recovered. You're nothing but a headache to me. I'll make sure you all die here. He said, using his breathing technique, which put both pillars in a difficult position. Rengoku flame breathing 5th form. Fire Tiger, launching an attack which was stopped by Tanjiro, but he didn't count on Tomioka appearing behind him. Tomioka water breathing 2nd form. Water Wheel, attempting to cut the boy, but he dodged the attack, surprising both hunters, since they did not expect his speed to be so fast. Rengoku, if we don't do something, we could die right here. He said as he clashed his katana against Tanjiro's. Tanjiro moon breathing 2nd form. Moonlit pearl flowers, Tanjiro would unleash multiple slashes which would destroy everything in their path. Tomioka water breathing 11th form. Calm, Tomioka would defend himself against Tanjiro's attacks, but since there were too many, it would affect one of the pillar's shoulders. Rengoku, Tomioka. Are you alright? He would say, worried about his friend, but Tomioka would ignore the pain and continue fighting alongside Rengoku. Shinobu would manage to take Nezuko and turn her back into her box, while helping Yuzui with his wounds as well as her own, where she would think of a way to defeat the boy. Shinobu Yuzui, we must help them or they will die, she would say, where at first the pillar disagreed since he was in very bad shape but would end up accepting. Good, I know how to end this, she would say, but would begin to get sad since her plan was to behead Tanjiro. Yuzui, don't worry, we have to do it or we'll all die here. He said, determined to help against Tanjiro. Shinobu, alright, let's go. She would say, grabbing her sword and Yuzui and running towards her companions. Rengoku, Tomioka, I need you to give me some time. He would say as he stepped back and began to breathe deeply while executing his most powerful stance. Tomioka water breathing 10th form. The Dragon of Change, Tomioka would launch himself at Tanjiro, where they would have a small battle, while Rengoku prepared to end this. Rengoku, alright, now flame breathing novel stance. Purgatory, Rengoku would launch himself at incredible speed, making several cuts to Tanjiro, but Tanjiro would regenerate too quickly, sending Rengoku flying meters, preventing him from finishing his technique. Shinobu, Rengoku-san, Tomioka-san, I want you to get ready. She would shout to both demon slayers, who would wait to see what idea the pillar would come up with next. Insect breathing. Centipede dance. 100-legged, zigzag. Shinobu would use all her speed, moving in a zigzag pattern to confuse Tanjiro and plunge her katana into the boy's stomach, throwing him against a wall where he would get stuck. Alright. Now, guys. Tomioka and Rengoku would appear, each cutting off one of Tanjiro's arms and plunging their katanas into the boy so he couldn't regenerate. Yuzui-san. Shinobu would shout and Yuzui would appear with his 2 katanas, swiftly placing one at the boy's neck. Rengoku, Yuzui, don't do it. He can still be saved. He would say, but the pillar would ignore him and continue to exert more force until he managed to cut off Tanjiro's head, which would fall to the ground along with the boy's body next to the 3 demon slayers. Yuzui, we're sorry, but it was the last option. He would say this where the 2 pillars would be sad, but they noticed that Shinobu would start to shed tears since she was the one who ended the life of the boy she loved. Rengoku, Shinobu, are you alright? He would say, but the girl wouldn't respond. You and Tanjiro are more than friends, right? He would say, but the girl would be surprised and turn towards Rengoku. Shinobu, how do you know? Rengoku would laugh and Tomioka and Yuzui would be surprised since they didn't expect the girl to be Tanjiro's girlfriend. Rengoku, let's just say it's quite remarkable. he said, smiling, but his smile faded as he saw Tanjiro's body still hadn't disintegrated. Why hasn't it disintegrated? He said as the body began to move, surprising everyone. Everyone. This isn't over. He said as Shinobu ran towards the body where her sword was and made sure it hadn't escaped. Tomioka, we must make one last attack on his body. He would say this, and Rengoku and Yuzui would accept and take up their weapons. Tanjiro bam, damned humans thought they had defeated me. He said with a thirst for blood, regenerating his head and looking at Shinobu, who wouldn't let him escape, damned human. He said, raising his arm, but Tomioka cut it off, don't interfere. He kicked him, sending him flying, but Rengoku appeared and cut off Tanjiro's other arm, get out of the way. At that moment, the three pillars approached, each plunging their katana into Tanjiro's body. Rengoku, I hope it works, because the sun is coming. The sun began to appear in the sky where Tanjiro desperately tried to break free, but the pillars wouldn't let him. If he's being controlled, the sun should burn away any technique. He said, but Tanjiro lowered his head, thinking it was the end for him. Tanjiro, no, this isn't the end for me, let me go. Tanjiro unleashed a massive explosion of fire, sending Rengoku, Tomioka, and Yuzui flying into the rubble. All three suffered broken bones, and the impact severely damaged their lungs, preventing them from breathing. Now. Get out of here. Tanjiro regenerated one of his arms and plunged his claws into Shinobu's shoulder. The girl screamed in pain as she was engulfed in flames. Shinobu taught Tanji-chan, please remember who you are, please remember me. She would say, but at that moment Tanjiro would begin to shed tears as the sun began to rise where the boy would burn, but in reality it was Muzan's blood that was burning inside the boy, thus freeing himself from the control of the Demon King and losing contact with him. Tanjiro Shai Shino Shinobu love, he would say, causing both the girl and him to shed tears. Forgive me, he would say, letting go of Shinobu's sword and hugging the girl, where they would both fall to the ground. It wasn't my intention, forgive me, he would say, but the girl would give him a kiss which the boy would return without thinking. Shinobu, don't worry, I know you weren't aware of everything, but I'm glad you're back. She said, hugging the boy who stood up and carried Shinobu in his arms. Tanjiro, let's go, little butterfly. He would say, blushing, to the girl who would just get more comfortable on the boy's chest. Rengoku, young Kamado, I'm glad you're back, said the flame pillar, who leans on Tomioka to stand since he was the one who received the most damage. Tanjiro. Rengoku-san, thank you, I'm glad to know you're alright, please forgive me, it wasn't my intention, it's just that, but Rengoku would just approach and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Rengoku, that's no problem and there's only one thing left to do, and that's to celebrate, come on, let's go back. He said, walking alongside Tomioka and Yuzui, who accepted Tanjiro's apology since his wife had told him how Tanjiro saved her. In the Infinite Castle. Muzan was destroying everything in his path, having lost 2 of his demon moons. Muzan, how did those demon slayers manage to defeat Tanjiro? It's impossible. He would say, thinking that Tanjiro was dead since he had lost contact with him and the sun had burned him. This isn't good. I lost one of my best demons, and on top of that, I ordered one of his moons to be killed. He would say, regretting what he had done since he had ordered the annihilation of one of his moons because he thought the rest were fine, but he hadn't counted on Tanjiro also falling that same night. I can report something, Muzan-sama, said a woman holding a biwa in her hands. Muzan, tell me what's wrong, Nakam. The Demon King said desperately and furiously. Nakam, well, the other moons are here as you ordered. She would say, and the Demon King would calm down and call the other moons, informing them about what happened. The demons didn't know what to say, but they would give their master some information to try to please him. Jayako would inform him of a village, which he would head to along with Hantengu. Muzan, very well, I will come for you very soon, Yubai Shiki. He would say this as if making a vow before leaving the castle. With Tanjiro. Upon reuniting with his friends, Tanjiro embraced them. Zenitsu wept at his return, while Inosuke was simply overjoyed, as Tanjiro had promised a banquet awaiting them. Nezuko, seeing her brother back, rushed to embrace him, and Tanjiro returned the hug with tears in his eyes, overwhelmed with joy at seeing his sister. Rengoku, well, I sent a crow to inform headquarters about our mission. Rengoku said, already bandaged from his wounds, by the way, Shinobu, I hadn't noticed, but why are you wearing Tanjiro's haori and his earrings? At this, Shinobu blushed and became nervous, having forgotten she was wearing the boy's haori. Don't worry, we already know. I know you and he are dating, and let me tell you, we approve. He brought a smile to the girl's face, but Zenitsu wasn't happy. He drew his katana and chased after Tanjiro, as he was extremely envious. Shinobu, thank you, Rengoku-san, really. She would say this while Kanao, who had heard everything, would be sad because she had feelings for the boy, but she would ignore them and only support her teacher so that she could be happy. Yuzui, very well, let's go. The sound pillar said as he walked alongside his three wives while being pursued by the others, where Tanjiro would retrieve his earrings and Nezuko's box while carrying Shinobu since she had twisted her right foot during the battle. Time skip. They had all arrived at headquarters where they were awaited by the other pillars. Upon seeing the boy, Tsunemi and Aguro would become furious, while Mitsuri would help Shinobu to her feet as Tanjiro approached Kaguya, who, upon seeing him, would break into a smile that Tanjiro admired. Kaguya, very well, now that we're all here, I'd like to hear everything that happened from Tanjiro's perspective. He would say, and the Redeed would stand up. Tanjiro, well, what happened was Tanjiro was hesitant, unsure of what the others would think, but seeing Rengoku encouraging him, along with Tomioka smiling, surprised the boy, but gave him the courage to speak. Well, after the train mission, we encountered a new problem. Akaza, the Upper Moon 3, whose target was me. Rengoku-san tried to help me, but he was far too powerful. Fortunately, I managed to prevent Rengoku-san's death, but Upper Moon 1 also arrived, his power monstrous, and he knocked me unconscious. I awoke in a strange place, face to face with Muzan Kibutsuji. The pillars were astonished at this, as the boy had managed to enter the demon's hideout. Then my mind went blurry. I don't remember much, but I do recall Muzan's object, and that is immortality. Tsunemi stood up and tried to speak. Tsunemi Oyakata-sama, excuse me, but as you know, it's absurd. If the Demon King seeks immortality, that means he seeks a way to be immune to the sun, and if so, tell me why he sought to absorb it. He would say where he thought he had the boy cornered. Tanjiro, well, Muzan managed to erase my memories, but fortunately, he didn't realize my ability, so he never thought of absorbing me. Instead, he used me as just another demon in his game, where he tasked me with finding a flower called the Blue Spider Lily. The pillars looked at each other, realizing that the Demon King had always been searching for a flower. If he found it, it would be the end. My mother knew the location of that flower since she always came home with many of them, so I think I'm immune because that flower was given to me as a child. He would say, clarifying why he was immune to the Demon King's objective. Kaguya, well, that's somewhat unexpected, but it will be very helpful. This way we can stay one step ahead of the demons. If Muzan truly desires immortality, that means he'll send the moons after Tanjiro. He would say where he would give the order to protect the boy. Rengoku Oyakata-sama, may I offer my opinion? Rengoku would say, and Kaguya would accept, and they would move forward. Well, in my opinion, protection isn't necessary for the boy since he has achieved unparalleled power, surpassing all the levels we've seen so far. Rengoku would explain about the battle against Tanjiro, and Shinobu would also talk about how Tanjiro was the one who annihilated the upper six. Kaguya, that's great. Having Tanjiro on our side will make our victories against demons much easier. He said this where Tsunemi and Aguro weren't of any importance since deep down, they still didn't accept Tanjiro as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. And well, I have something to say. At that moment, the man's daughters came out wearing Demon Slayer outfits with the golden buttons that represented the pillars. Tanjiro, for everything you've done, like defeating the lower 5th and upper 6th pillars, for showing courage in facing demons and putting your life on the line to save the innocent, there's no other option but to name you the 10th pillar. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised by what the leader had said, except for Jayame, who already knew about the boy's promotion. Tsunemi Oyakata-sama, excuse me, but I will not accept a demon as a pillar. He would say angrily at seeing a demon join them as the new pillar. Aguro, I also refuse to accept this. A demon as a pillar is unbearable. I refuse to accept that. The snake pillar said, supporting Tsunemi, but the leader simply told them that if they disagreed, they should leave, at which point both pillars left the headquarters. Kaguya, so, what do you say, Tanjiro? Do you accept being just another one, or do you stay like this? It's up to you. He would say this when Tanjiro didn't know what to say since his goal was to cure his sister. He didn't expect to get this far. Tanjiro, well, I accept to be a pillar. He would say as Kaguya invited him to stand beside him so he could introduce himself to the other pillars. Well, first I want to say that this is something unexpected. I never thought I would end up being one of you, and I'm very happy because you have supported me a lot by letting me continue living, since I am one of the most despicable creatures in this world. And to repay that, I will become stronger so that no one gets hurt here. That's why I, Tanjiro Tsuikune, the new flame pillar, will first help you all. Upon saying that, the others would be confused since he said his last name was Tsuikune, but he would ignore that and they would applaud so that the meeting would end. Jayame, well done, kid. I'm glad you've become someone who's willing to defend others. The rock pillar said to Tanjiro, who was grateful for what the pillar said about him. Yuzui, well done, kid. Now, if you want, we can go celebrate in the village tonight. Yuzui said with a smile. Tanjiro, that sounds good to me, Yuzui-san. He would say, accepting, and Yuzui would ask Rengoku and Tomioka if they wanted to come too, and they both would accept. Mitsuri, congratulations Tanjiro, I'm glad you're a new pillar, Mitsuri said while smiling happily. Tanjiro, thank you, Mitsuri-san. He would say, then turn to Shinobu, who would approach and give him a hug, surprising everyone. Shinobu, well done, Lord Flame Pillar, she would say in a mischievous tone, where Tanjiro would let out a laugh and give the girl a kiss, leaving everyone surprised. Tanjiro, she would say, embarrassed, since everyone was looking at them. Rengoku, don't worry, Tanjiro spoke with Oyakata-sama, and he said he was fine and there was no problem. Rengoku said laughing, then Kagaya appeared with his wife. Kagaya, that's right, I'm glad to know that two of my children are together. The man said with a smile. Shinobu, thank you, Oyakata-sama, for letting me be with Tanjiro. She would say this while hugging the man as if he were her real father. Kagaya, don't worry, I hope everything goes well for you in the future. He said this before saying goodbye to everyone, and Shinobu and Tanjiro walked towards the estate where they were greeted by everyone upon arrival. Aoi, I'm glad you're back, Tanjiro. The dark-haired woman said to the boy, who only apologized for leaving. Don't worry, I know what happened, so there's nothing to apologize for. She said, then led everyone to the table where they all enjoyed a good dinner. Time skip. Everyone finished eating, and then Tanjiro and Shinobu went to sleep. Shinobu didn't have kind thoughts about the boy. Chapter 16. I will never leave you. Tanjiro opened his eyes and found himself in a small cabin in the middle of the forest, where he watched the sunshine and the birds sing, where he could feel peace and tranquility. Tanjiro, what place is this? I think I've been here before, but where? The boy was lost in thought, but then he heard a voice which he recognized. Yoriichi, Tanjiro, come sit down. Yoriichi said, sitting with his back to them while holding a glass of tea. Tanjiro, Yoriichi, the boy would say, doing as requested, and calmly and quietly sitting next to the man, while taking one of the cups of tea the man had. Yoriichi, I see you want to ask me something that has you very intrigued. The man said calmly while taking a sip of his tea. Tanjiro, tell me, you know that I am part of your clan, the boy said while looking at the man who turned to look at him with an expression of astonishment, since he did not expect that. I see, that is true, that is why it has been appearing in my head multiple times, he said where the man just looked towards the sky. Yoriichi, I see you've run into my brother, haven't you? He said, and the boy nodded. Then you must already know who you are, right? He said, and closed his eyes. Tanjiro, I realized I belonged to a clan of swordsmen, where eventually I didn't know anything, but I don't understand how it all happened, and I want you to explain it to me. He said seriously and anxiously, since he still didn't know how he got to this point. Yoriichi, well, let me explain. Yoriichi opened his eyes, took a sip of tea, and stared into space. Many years ago, in the era known as the Sengoku period, there was a small cabin where a man and his beloved lived. They had endured much hardship, having no family to rely on for survival. Even so, they lacked nothing. They lived in a small house, but they had everything they needed. One day, the woman became pregnant and the man worked even harder so she could give birth. When the child was born, they lived a beautiful and peaceful life. He spoke, Tanjiro listening attentively. Until one day the man went out to gather firewood, as the nights were very cold and unpleasant, but when he returned, Yoriichi lowered his head in sadness and frustration. The woman and child were murdered, and the man spent 10 painful days clutching the body of his family. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro could not hold back his tears, which began to flow from his eyes as he looked at the man, who also shed a few treacherous tears. Tanjiro, it was you, he said, the man looking up at the boy, his eyes revealing the whole truth. I'm sorry, I didn't think your life was so hard. He said, feeling bad too, since he had lost almost his entire family at Muzan's hands. Yoriichi, the gods gave me the chance to reincarnate my son in the future, where I decided to stay in this world waiting for him to appear. He said, looking up again while letting out a sigh, until I found him. Looking at Tanjiro, who would be surprised. Tanjiro narrates. Upon hearing that from Yoriichi, my head spun as I understood what he meant. I was simply astonished. I hadn't expected this. It was truly surprising. Yoriichi, Tanjiro, I just want you to promise me something, he said, as the boy looked at him with his reddish eyes while wiping away his tears. I want you to finish off that man, and I'll make sure of it. He said, then stood up. Tanjiro, wait, I still have things to ask. He didn't finish speaking as he saw Yoriichi hug him emotionally, shedding tears of joy and sadness at the same time. Yoriichi, we'll see each other soon. I'll make sure you improve your skills. He said this before disappearing into a mist that covered the entire area. Tanjiro closed his eyes, feeling his heart pounding and his mind going blank as he was still surprised by his discovery. Tanjiro began to open his eyes and saw that he was in a room where the sun shone through the window and the birds announced the day. He tried to stand up, but something prevented him from doing so. A certain girl with violet hair. Tanjiro, Shinobu, wake up. He said while shaking the girl who refused to wake up, it's already dawn, remember we have work to do. he said, managing to wake the girl who, upon seeing him, gave him a smile as she moved towards his lips, where she gave him a beautiful kiss that lasted 4 minutes, leaving a trail of saliva between them when they separated. "Shinobu, good morning, sunshine, how did you sleep?" she said while letting out a laugh that made Tanjiro smile. "Tanjiro, very well, and you, little butterfly?" he said, stroking the girl's hair. "Shinobu, well, for how little sleep I got," she would say in a mischievous way, making Tanjiro blush. "Tanjiro, well, you were the one I wanted to continue last night," he said nervously while remembering the passionate night he had with the girl. "Shinobu, no say that," Shinobu covered her face in embarrassment. "Tanjiro, you look very beautiful today," he said flirtatiously, making the girl blush even more, who just covered herself more with the sheets. "Shinobu, please stop now," she said, then stood up while covering herself with the sheets since she wasn't wearing anything. "Tanjiro, you'll need to put some clothes on," he said seriously while turning his gaze away. "Shinobu, but why, if you already ate all of this?" she would say mockingly while winking at the boy who would just blush a little. "Tanjiro, I say this because I don't want anyone to see you like this," he said jealously as he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. "Shinobu, I'll go with you," she would say, making Tanjiro blush even more, but he would accept and they would both go inside to take a shower. Time skip. Tanjiro and Shinobu would leave the room where they both wore their hunter outfits, with Tanjiro debuting his new uniform, which would be black, just like Tomioka's, only darker. "Tanjiro, Shinobu and my Haori," he would say to the girl who would be confused since apparently the boy did not remember that it was he who destroyed it when they fought in the red light district. "Shinobu, why don't you use another one?" she said, but the boy refused as it was very important to him. "Come on, maybe there's one you like. You know, why don't we go to the village?" she said, smiling. "Tanjiro, that seems fine to me," he would say, but he still missed his Haori. Narrator. Tanjiro and Shinobu were having breakfast, after which they would go to town to look for a Haori for the boy. He initially refused to buy anything from the shop as it wasn't to his liking, but he spotted one that seemed wonderful to him. A red Haori, just like Yoriichi's. Without hesitation, he bought it. "Shinobu, Tanjiro, tell me, are you finished yet?" she would say, waiting for the boy to put on his Haori. "Tanjiro, I'll be right there," he would say. At that moment a boy who worked in the store would look at Shinobu with desire and amazed at the girl's beauty. "That girl is beautiful, I have to talk to her," he would say, approaching Shinobu and trying to talk to her. "Hey girl, has anyone ever told you that you look like an angel?" he would say flirtatiously while smiling. "Shinobu, well, yes, I've been told," she would say, where the boy would try to say something, but then Tanjiro would come out dressed as Yoriichi himself, where his clothing and hair were similar. "Ignore the sword and the face, imagine it's Tanjiro." "Tanjiro, what do you need from my girlfriend?" he would say in a jealous and protective tone, making the boy feel the fear that the redeed caused him. "No, it's nothing, I just wanted to see if the young lady needed help with anything. With your permission, I'll take my leave," she said as she ran off while Shinobu let out a laugh. "Shinobu, I see you're quite jealous, Tanji-chan," she said, laughing at how annoyed the boy was if anyone else approached him. "Tanjiro, you belong to me and no one else," he would say, hugging her protectively, a gesture seen by everyone present. "Let's go," he would say, leaving the shop with Shinobu, holding hands. "Shinobu, I'm so happy we don't have to hide our relationship anymore," she said, hugging Tanjiro's arm. "Tanjiro, it makes me happy too," he would say smiling. At that moment Tanjiro's crow would appear and would be excited to see that it had returned. "Crow, it's so exciting that you're back, Tanjiro Kamado," he said while perching on the boy's shoulder. "Tanjiro, actually, I'm now YoriichiTsuyikune," day where the crow would be confused but would just ignore that and give the boy some news. "Crow Kaijiro Ringoku, the flame pillar, and Gyu Tomioka, the water pillar, await you at the butterfly estate," he would say, where Tanjiro would be surprised and run alongside Shinobu. Moments later. They would both arrive where they would see Ringoku, Tomioka, Mitsuri and Yuzui sitting outside the estate. Upon seeing the boy, Ringoku would go to him, followed by Tomioka. "Ringoku, young Kamado, it's good to see you here," he said while touching the boy's shoulder. "Tanjiro. Ringoku-san, what's wrong? Why are you here?" he would say, and the man would just look confused. "Ringoku, well, we agreed that we would train today," he would say, while Tanjiro just rubbed his neck in embarrassment since he had forgotten. "Tanjiro, forgive me, I just forgot," he would say sheepishly, but Ringoku would just laugh happily. "Ringoku, don't worry, come, take a wooden sword and follow me." This would say where Tanjiro says goodbye to Shinobu to go and get a sword and go to Ringoku. "Tomioka, just to unleash the full potential you showed in the red light district, Ringoku, and I will face you at the same time, okay?" he would say, and Tanjiro would agree. "Alright, let's begin." Water breathing, third form. Dance of currents. Tomioka would run towards Tanjiro, who would just stand there, serious, waiting for the attack. Rengoku flame breathing first form. Sea of fire, Rengoku would run like Tomioka in order to attack, but Tanjiro was already aware of this. Tanjiro, they think I wouldn't realize he'd attack me without warning. Solar breathing fourth form. Rainbow Parhelion, Tomioka would launch a slash towards the boy, but upon impact, he would disappear from sight and reappear in front of Rengoku, solar breathing ninth form. Sunset, Rengoku would launch his attack towards Tanjiro, but he would jump and then turn upside down, launching a horizontal attack at Rengoku, but the pillar would dodge it before it hit him. Rengoku, that was close, he still maintains his speed, plus his breathing technique is incredible, not to mention his swordsmanship is well developed, he would say while clashing weapons with the boy, where Tomioka would arrive to help Rengoku, creating a 2-on-1 situation where both pillars would have the advantage. Tanjiro solar breathing 8 form. Immense flaming mist, Tanjiro would launch a vertical slash where both pillars would retreat, I still haven't given up, taking a stance where Rengoku and Tomioka would attack again, only this time Tanjiro would have the advantage, thanks to his blood technique. Yuzui, how did Tanjiro increase his power in just a few seconds? Is it because of his blood technique? Yuzui said while watching the battle alongside Shinobu and Mitsuri. Shinobu, well, that's very simple. The pillar would say, since Tanjiro had explained how his bloodletting technique worked. Tanjiro's bloodletting technique not only provides him with armor on his skin, but also increases his abilities, such as strength, speed, and agility in combat, as well as increasing his defense. She would say, making Yuzui and Mitsuri understand how Tanjiro surpassed Rengoku and Tomioka in seconds. Tomioka, Tanjiro, you are undoubtedly an incredible person, I can't believe it, even the power I had when I was a moon was overwhelming, he would say while maintaining a sword duel with the boy who easily made Rengoku retreat, water breathing 10th form. The Dragon of Change, Tomioka would run towards Tanjiro while rotating his body where he would increase the precision of his breathing while forming a huge water dragon. Tanjiro, I see you're coming in strong, solar breathing 11th form. Solar Dragon Halo, Tanjiro would take a running start as he ran towards Tomioka with his sword raised high while forming a fire dragon, it's time to finish one off, both techniques would collide where both dragons would create an explosion which would raise dust from the ground. Rengoku, I wonder what happened. Rengoku watched as the dust settled and saw Tanjiro standing in front of Tomioka, whose sword was broken. Tanjiro, phew, I did it, well done Tomioka, he said, extending his hand which Tomioka took, and they both stood up, maybe we can continue later, I'm tired, he said, and Rengoku agreed, and they went to where the others were. Yuzui, I see you're someone difficult to defeat, Tanjiro. The white-haired man said with a smile. Tanjiro, thank you, Yuzui-san, but I still find it difficult to maintain my bloodletting technique for very long. He said as he sat down next to Shinobu. Rengoku, Tanjiro, he said, drawing the boy's attention, who looked at him again, can I ask you some questions? He said seriously, which worried Tanjiro, but he agreed, why did you change your last name? It's like when you were Upper Moon 4. He said, which made Tanjiro think, since he had only told Kagaya and Shinobu, but then Shinobu took the boy's hand, giving him confidence. Tanjiro, well, the reason is because when I was taken to the Demon Lord's place, I realized that Upper Moon 1 and I are part of the same clan. He would say this, leaving everyone present surprised. Yuzui, wait, you're saying that you and Upper Moon 1 are familiars? Yuzui would say in amazement. Tanjiro, that's correct, he's the brother of my ancestor. He would say, causing the pillars' heads to explode with the news Tanjiro was about to say. Rengoku, now that you mention it, it's true, the day I arrived at the train, I had a striking resemblance to you. He said while remembering the six-eyed demon. Tanjiro, his name is Kakishibo and he's like my uncle. He's the one who taught me moon breathing and even how to perfect solar breathing. He would say this while the pillars were still surprised. Rengoku, now that you mention it, why didn't you use moon breathing? He said doubtfully while waiting for the boy's answer. Tanjiro, I can't remember things very well, so I don't remember how each stance was performed, but I'm remembering more and more each time. Maybe in the future I'll be able to remember and use it again. He said, smiling confidently and assuredly. Tomioka, wait a minute, if your breathing is solar, why did you call yourself the flame pillar? He said, confused, as were the others. Tanjiro, well, I still don't know the reason, but solar breathing was a dance my father used to do when we celebrated the new year, which we call the dance of the fire god, and seeing that it was a fire breath, I decided to do it like this. He would say, answering another question from the pillars, who would begin to understand everything. Rengoku, that explains everything. I think I saw something similar in my father's books. Maybe we can go and see it later. He said smiling as Tanjiro agreed, but they were called by Aoi who had already prepared lunch. Shinobu, how about you join us for lunch? She would say to the pillars who wouldn't think twice and would go to eat where everyone would enjoy the food, with Rengoku and Tanjiro eating the most. Time skip. They all finished eating and then talked about trivial things until Yuzui left, as his wives didn't need him. Tanjiro, goodbye, Yuzui-san, have a beautiful afternoon. The red-haired boy said goodbye to the man who ran off. Mitsuri, hey guys, Mitsuri said, drawing everyone's attention, I heard there's a festival in town tonight, wouldn't you like to go? The girl asked the others, who, after thinking about it, agreed. Tanjiro, that sounds good to me, what do you think, Shinobu? He would say to his girlfriend who, after thinking about it, would accept. Shinobu, sure, why not? She said smiling as she approached Mitsuri, and tell me what time that festival will be. She said doubtfully. Mitsuri, it will be at 7 p.m, answering Shinobu's question, which she found wonderful. Rengoku, me too, I'd like to take my mind off things for a while. Besides, Oyakata-sama hasn't called about any missions. He said, turning to look at Tomioka, you don't want to, Tomioka? He said, smiling at the dark-haired man. Tomioka, I wouldn't want to be a bother. He would say without changing his serious expression, but Mitsuri would approach him and put a hand on his shoulder. Mitsuri, you're not a bother, Tomioka. You're our friend now, and we can't go out without you. Remember, you can be more open with us now. She said smiling as Rengoku and Tanjiro supported her. Tomioka, okay, he would say, accepting the invitation from the others. Mitsuri, alright, we need to find some nice clothes. We can't go looking like this. She said, taking Rengoku and Tomioka to get dressed. See you guys, and remember, be back here at 7 p.m. She said as she said goodbye to both boys. Shinobu, alright, we should go get our clothes. She would say, taking Tanjiro's hand and walking back to the estate. Tanjiro, calm down, Shinobu, we still have time. He said, but the girl just walked faster. Okay, we'd better hurry. Starting to run. Shinobu, hey Tanji-chan, wait. She said, running after the boy who was just laughing. Time skip. It was already late afternoon when Tanjiro and Shinobu were ready. Shinobu was going to leave the estate in Aoi's hands, while Tanjiro was going to leave his sister with Zenitsu, something he initially refused to do, but Shinobu asked him to trust the boy. Tanjiro, you look beautiful today, little butterfly. Tanjiro said, looking at his girlfriend who was wearing a kimono with many decorations. Shinobu, thank you, you look handsome too. She said blushing as she looked at Tanjiro who was wearing a black kimono. Tanjiro, thank you, he said as he approached Shinobu and kissed her, then hugged her. Sometimes I wonder how someone like me found a beauty like you, he said, making the girl blush even more. Shinobu, thank you for the compliments, but you are someone cute, kind, and gentle, that's what made me fall in love with you. She would say without wanting to let go of the boy if it weren't for hearing Rengoku speak, who would be wearing his red kimono and his Haori of flames. Remember that Rengoku lost an eye against Akaza, imagine that he only has one. Rengoku, they look very cute together. He said, surprising both demon slayers who blushed. Haven't Tomioka and Mitsuri arrived yet? He asked, and Tanjiro answered. Tanjiro, no, I thought they were with you. He would say doubtfully, to which Rengoku would reply that they had separated. Rengoku, Tomioka had said he didn't have any clothes, so Mitsuri took him shopping to find something nice. He was about to say this, but then both pillars appeared and apologized for being late. Where did you go? He said, worried about the two demon slayers. Tomioka, what happened was that. Flashback. Mitsuri and Tomioka can be seen walking towards the estate, but they run into Iguro, who doesn't seem happy at all to see the two of them walking together, both dressed in elegant kimonos, which only makes him angrier. Iguro, where are you two going? He said angrily while looking at Tomioka with murderous eyes. Mitsuri, let's go to the village festival with Rengoku, Tanjiro, and Shinobu. He would say cheerfully, but Tomioka, like Iguro, looked at him with the desire to annihilate him. Iguro, and where are the others? He said, more annoyed, while still keeping his gaze on Tomioka. Mitsuri, they're waiting for us at the Mariposa estate, so we're heading there. Mitsuri watched as Iguro glared at Tomioka, his hand still on the hilt of his sword, which she disliked. Iguro, why are you looking at Tomioka like that? Does he bother you? She said angrily. Iguro, of course not, it's just that, if this guy does anything to you, I swear I'll kill him. He said, looking away. See you later, and you, Tomioka, we'll meet again. He said, walking away from both hunters. Mitsuri, I'm sorry Tomioka, it's just that Iguro wants to protect me, don't misunderstand, he's just a little overprotective. She would say this as Tomioka put his hand on her shoulder. Tomioka, relax, don't worry about it, I understand Iguro, maybe he's just doing the right thing. He said, and the girl looked at him with admiration because even though they treat him badly, he still doesn't get upset. Let's go or we'll be late. They both ran to get to where the others were. End of flashback. Tanjiro, I see, don't worry about that, let's just walk towards the festival. he said, trying to change the subject. Rengoku Tanjiro is right, tonight is for fun, nothing to worry about. He would say, supporting the retreat. Mitsuri okay, let's go. She would say, walking alongside the others where she and Shinobu were talking about their things while Tanjiro, Rengoku, and Tomioka were talking about other things. Let's move forward a little. Everyone would arrive at the festival and, upon seeing the place, they would be surprised to see how organized the city was, full of lights, game and food stalls, fireworks in the sky, and music that could be heard everywhere. Shinobu, everything is beautiful, the girl said smiling as she looked around the place. Rengoku, what are we waiting for? It's time to have fun. He would say that everyone would go to the different stalls where Rengoku would enjoy the food, Tanjiro and Shinobu would dance to the music, and Tomioka and Mitsuri would go to the different types of games. Tanjiro. Shinobu, would you like something to eat? He would say to the girl, who would accept, and they would both walk towards Rengoku. Rengoku-san, she would say, catching the man's attention, who would smile. Rengoku, sit down, there's good food here. He said, and Tanjiro and Shinobu ordered their dishes, and upon arrival, they both began to eat while talking. Shinobu, Rengoku, aren't you forgetting something? The girl would say to the pillar who would remember what he had planned. Rengoku, that's right, thank you Shinobu. He said while looking at Tanjiro, who was confused. Tanjiro, after the battle in the red light district, your sword was destroyed, so I had a new one made for you. He said, and Tanjiro got excited to hear that. Tanjiro, really? I'm truly grateful, Rengoku-san. I thought Lord Higanizuka would kill me if he found out. Rengoku then hands him a box, what's this? He asks, but Rengoku asks him to open the box, where he finds a flame-shaped hilt similar to Rengoku's own. Rengoku, tell your blacksmith to put it on your new sword so we can both use one. He said smiling but was surprised by a hug from the boy. Tanjiro, thank you Rengoku-san, I promise I will treasure it very much. He said, separating from the man and storing the hilt in his kimono. Rengoku, alright, let's continue enjoying ourselves. He would say where he would eat again with Tanjiro and Shinobu, but Tanjiro would be thoughtful since he had planned something for tonight, something that would change his life. With Tomioka and Mitsuri. Mitsuri, Tomioka, she said, drawing the attention of the pillar who looked at her again, I still want to apologize for what happened with Aguro. I know you've already forgiven me, but I don't want you to think that at that moment, Tomioka placed his hand on Mitsuri's shoulder. Tomioka, relax, you have nothing to do with this. I know Aguro doesn't want me with you, and I understand. I'm not very sociable with girls, and I know I seem untrustworthy. He said without changing his serious expression. Besides, Rengoku has told me a lot about you. He said as he continued walking through the festival. Mitsuri, seriously? And what has he told you about me? She would say curiously. Tomioka, well, he said you were his student and that you were the one who created his own breathing technique. He said this while remembering all the days that Rengoku talked to him. Mitsuri, that's right, I couldn't use flame breathing, so I created my own, a variant of flame breathing. She said proudly, and you tell me, Tomioka, what made you become a demon slayer? Mitsuri asked, but noticed Tomioka stop and look down with a sad and frustrated expression. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? She asked, thinking the boy might be upset with her. Tomioka, don't worry, it's just that I haven't had a good past because I lost my sister when I was a child and my best friend died in the final selection defending me from the demons. He would say this while Mitsuri listened sadly, seeing how someone who lost everything in his life and then had no one to understand seemed tragic to her. Mitsuri, excuse me, I didn't know about that. She said as she stood in front of Tomioka and raised her head, but it's not too late, you can make new friends, that's what they would have wanted, that you weren't alone all the time. She said, making Tomioka shed a traitorous tear. Tomioka, thank you Mitsuri. Rengoku was right. He said, hugging the girl, who was initially surprised and blushed because so many people were watching them, but she accepted the hug. We should go back to the others. He said, separating from the girl and then walking with her back. Moments later. Tomioka, Rengoku, he would say, calling to the man who was coming out of a booth where he would win different types of games. Rengoku, oh hello guys, where have you been? He said smiling cheerfully as he approached both hunters. Tomioka, we were looking at the stalls over there. He would say, but he would notice that Shinobu and Tanjiro weren't there. Where are Tanjiro and Kacho? He would say while looking around for the couple. Rengoku, they said they were coming back, but I don't know where they went. He would say this, but then he would see fireworks shining in the sky. Mitsuri, how beautiful it looks, she would say, looking up where Tomioka and Rengoku would also be looking. Tomioka, you're right. He said, flashing a smile that surprised Mitsuri and Rengoku. What, did I say something wrong? He said, confused, while looking at both pillars. Rengoku, this is the first time I've seen you smile. He would say in amazement. Tomioka, well, let's just say I'm glad to know I have good friends who have been with me all this time, even if I didn't realize it. He said while looking at Mitsuri, who was smiling sweetly at him. Of Tanjiro and Shinobu. Shinobu, this place is beautiful, Tanji-chan. She said while standing in a forest full of wisteria. But, didn't you dislike wisteria? She said, looking at the boy. Tanjiro, no, actually, since we came back from the red light district, I can't smell anything disturbing coming from the wisteria. He said smiling as he looked around the place. Then Shinobu sat down under a tree, where Tanjiro sat down as well, and they both talked about trivial things until. Tanjiro, Shinobu, have you never considered that the end is near? He would say seriously. Shinobu, what do you mean? She said, confused, you mean about the demons, when we managed to kill Muzan? She said while looking at Tanjiro, who nodded. Tanjiro, I've always felt like the world is ending, that Muzan is about to fall, and that peace will return to all of Japan, but at the cost of our lives. He would say nostalgically. Shinobu, that's right, we all feel the same way. She would say while hiding her face as she was still consuming the glycine poison to complete her revenge. Tanjiro, what I mean is, if we don't manage to survive, at least we'll die together. He said, and the girl looked at him sadly, but then Tanjiro approached Shinobu and stood in front of her. And I want that if we don't manage to survive, if we don't die trying to kill Muzan, or if life brings us more trouble, at least I want to spend my last days with you. He said, smiling. Shinobu, you mean that, she said while tears streamed down her face. Tanjiro, do you remember the ring I gave you on our first date? He said, and Shinobu's eyes widened as she knew what was coming. Well, I was planning to give you another one, but this one is special for both of us. He said, pulling out a box that revealed the ring Tanjiro had given Shinobu. I know you already had it, but this time it will be a seal for both of us. He said, making the girl cry even harder. Shinobu Kacho, insect pillar and owner of my heart, would you marry me? He said, and Shinobu couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself at Tanjiro and hugged him tightly while crying. Shinobu, yes, yes, I'll always say yes, no matter what happens, I accept to be your wife. She would say, where Tanjiro would be surprised but smiled upon hearing Shinobu's answer, I'm glad that we'll both be together forever. She would say, but deep down she knew she couldn't fool herself. Tanjiro would pull away from the hug and then plant a kiss on the girl, who would immediately reciprocate, their tongues meeting and beginning a battle between them, with Shinobu emerging victorious. Tanjiro, we must go back, it's getting late. He would say this, Shinobu would agree, and they would both walk to where the other pillars were. Chapter 17. The Blacksmith's Village, AVH. 3 weeks would pass, and Tanjiro and Shinobu would develop an unbreakable bond. Nothing could separate them. For them, only one thing mattered, and that was each other's company. Even if others didn't see it that way, they were now inseparable, and only death was an option. Tanjiro narrates. Spending time with Shinobu was the most precious thing my heart had ever felt. She is the most important person in my life, and without her, I would be nothing more than a worthless, emotionless, and insignificant person. But she is the one who fills my mind and eyes with light. There is no way to explain everything I feel for her. For now, my relationship with Yoriichi-san has grown stronger, forming a father-son bond. He tells me about the techniques he used while I tell him about my life, where at first I was proud of what I had achieved, as well as my relationship with Shinobu. Tanjiro, and then I proposed to her. Tanjiro would explain to Yoriichi, who would be proud of the boy. Yoriichi, it seems that girl is very important, he said, smiling. Tanjiro, you don't know how much it is, he would say while laughing, where Yoriichi would see himself but younger. Yoriichi, you know you're a lot like me. I still remember the moment I asked my wife to marry me. I was a little nervous, but I still had the courage to do it. He would say, cutting to a woman with obsidian eyes wearing a yellow kimono. Tanjiro, speaking of which, tell me what my mother was like. He asked curiously. Yoriichi, well, she was a very gentle and kind person. She was a girl who talked a lot, but thanks to her I learned about the value of people in life. He said smiling. Tanjiro, and what was his name? Yoriichi, her name was Yuta, looking at Tanjiro who was smiling, you know something, you have the same personality as her, he said, letting out a laugh as did the boy. Tanjiro, I would have liked to meet her. He would say sadly. Yoriichi, and someday it will be, for now it's time for you to wake up. Weren't you talking about a new sword? He would say this when Tanjiro remembered that he had to go to the blacksmith's village. Don't worry, we'll talk another time. Take care, Tanjiro. Tanjiro, okay, see you later Yoriichi-san, her father, he said, then closed his eyes and woke up in the real world. He got out of bed and was surprised to see that Shinobu wasn't beside him. Where's Shinobu? Well, she's probably already awake. He took a shower, then put on his uniform and Haori before leaving his room and heading to the kitchen. Aoi, oh Tanjiro, good morning. Aoi greeted as she was setting the table for breakfast. Tanjiro, hey Aoi, do you know where Shinobu is? He asked the girl, who shook her head. Aoi, no, I was waiting for him to wake up, but now that you mention it, no. She would say, making Tanjiro a little worried. Tanjiro, surely, it was just talking to Oyakata-sama. I should T worry. He calmed down and said goodbye to Aoi before going outside. I need to get ready. Rengoku-san said today was the day to go to the blacksmith's village, so I'll look for Nezuko's box. Tanjiro ran to his room where he found Nezuko's box, seeing her still asleep. Nezuko, I'm glad we're together again. Tanjiro left the estate where he met the person he most wanted to see. Shinobu-chan, where did you go? He said, going to hug the girl, who returned the hug. Shinobu, I went to headquarters to speak with Oyakata-sama, and well, I'm sorry to say it, but I won't be able to accompany you to the blacksmith's village. Tanjiro why? He would say sadly. Shinobu, I have a mission to complete, but when you get back we can spend the whole day together. She said, trying to cheer the boy up. Tanjiro. Alright, after all, we're pillars and we have a mission. He said, making the girl smile. Well, see you later. Shinobu, goodbye Tanji-chan, I'll wait for you. Shinobu kissed the boy and then said goodbye, each walking in a different direction. Time skip. Upon leaving Mariposa Estate, Tanjiro encountered a Kikuchi who took him to the blacksmith's village. There, she covered his eyes, as the village was hidden and he had to be carried on her back. After a long journey, Tanjiro arrived at the village and was amazed by its architecture. Tanjiro, according to the Kikuchi who brought me here, before doing anything, I should visit the village chief. Tanjiro walked all over the village where at first the villagers looked at him with fear since he was a demon, but he was also a pillar, and they had to respect him as one. Hello, good afternoon, I'm glad you finally arrived here. I am the chief of this village, Tekakawahara Tekken. A short man wearing a mask similar to Higanazuka's would speak. Tekakawahara, now bow your head in reverence to show your respect. Tanjiro would bow, hitting his head on the ground. Tanjiro, my name is YoriichiTsuyikune, the flame pillar. It's a pleasure to meet you. He would say this as the boss, now convinced, would give the boy some sweets, which he would accept. Tekakawahara, a few days ago, a letter arrived stating that the flame pillar would send you a new sword. Well, it turns out Hateru has disappeared. She said this, leaving Tanjiro confused since he didn't know anyone by that name. Tanjiro, Hateru? He would say, still confused. Tekakawahara, that's right, Hateru Higanazuka. I'm the one who named him, but Hateru thinks it's really cute and that's why he doesn't like me. He said angrily, he's always been like this, ever since he was a kid. Whenever he loses his temper, he disappears. I sincerely apologize for that. He said, but Tanjiro interrupted him. Tanjiro, there's no need to, after all it's my fault, I wasn't careful and I broke the katana. He would say, trying to blame himself, but the boss wouldn't see it that way. Tekakawahara, no, mistake, Hateru was the one who forged that defective sword, it's his fault. He said grimly while being supported by another masked man behind him. As soon as we find him, he will receive his punishment, I promise you. He said to Tanjiro, who was already somewhat worried about his blacksmith. Tanjiro, and how do they plan to punish him? He would say doubtfully. Tekakawahara, moving on to the day's agenda, you still have time to go back to hunting demons, and if Hateru doesn't show up by then, well, I'll have to find you another blacksmith. He said, and Tanjiro just smiled and said goodbye before leaving. Narrator. Tanjiro would be taken to the hot springs where upon arrival he would encounter someone unexpected, and that was Mitsuri, who upon seeing him, would quickly go to greet him. Mitsuri, Tanjiro, I'm glad you're here. She said while tears streamed down her face, why is everyone ignoring me today? All I did was say hello and he ignored me, how cruel, right? She said, still crying, while Tanjiro tried to comfort her. Tanjiro, who are you talking about? Mitsuri, I don't know either. I asked him his name and he ignored me again. He's so rude. She said, still crying. Tanjiro, don't worry, if it helps at all, dinner's almost ready and it's Matsutake rice. He said, making the woman excited, and walked while singing, well, let's go to those hot springs. Walking towards them, he was surprised to feel the heat rising in his blood. Is anyone here? He said, smelling something, but then he was hit by a tooth. When he looked where it came from, he found a boy with a scar on his face. Tanjiro, he's one of the final selection, he was the one Sumi mentioned, Genyu Shinazagawa, thus the aforementioned would return whereupon seeing the boy he would become annoyed. Genyu die. He would say, but Tanjiro would take off his suit and jump into the water where he would try to talk to the boy, but he would submerge his head underwater, I don't want you to talk to me again. He would say, then leave, leaving the boy alone who still didn't understand what had happened. Tanjiro, what's wrong with her? He said, confused, maybe she's going through a rough patch. He sighed, then calmed down and relaxed in the pools of water. Time skip. After the redeed rested, he would have dinner where he would meet Mitsuri, who would accompany him. After eating, they would both go to sleep, but before Tanjiro went to his room, Mitsuri told him about a weapon that would serve as training for the redeed. He would sleep there and tomorrow he would look for the weapon the pink-haired girl mentioned. After sleeping, Tanjiro would get up and after breakfast he would get dressed and go out with Nezuko in search of what the love pillar mentioned. Tanjiro, I wonder what kind of weapon it is it a katana or is it something else, he thought, but was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of an argument. He went to see what was happening and upon arriving saw the mist pillar with a child wearing a mask. Ask whatever you want, but I already said no. The boy would say to the pillar who would extend his hand towards the boy. Takedo, I don't have time for this, just give me the key. He said seriously, but the boy still refused. Tanjiro, what's going on? He's the mist pillar, Michiro Takedo. Shinobu told me about him, but who is that kid? At that moment, Tanjiro noticed someone else nearby. He approached and looked at a kind of mannequin that resembled someone he knew. He's just like Yoriichi-san, but I see something different, he said, looking at the mannequin, which had 6 arms, each holding a sword. Takedo, give it to me already. He would insist to the child who still refused to hand over the object. Never. It belonged to my ancestors and is very precious to me. At that moment, Takedo, tired of waiting, punched the boy and then lifted the suit, causing Tanjiro to approach and stop him. Tanjiro, what do you think you're doing? Why did you hit him? Let him go. He said, somewhat annoyed, taking the pillar's hand and making him release the child. Takedo, who are you? And why did you make me let go of the child? He spoke with a somber and serious expression. Tanjiro, how dare you hit him? Can't you see he's a child? He said, still annoyed, as both pillars looked into each other's eyes. Takedo, you're a demon, don't you dare look at me like that. Punching Tanjiro in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, you're so weak, how did you become a pillar? Tanjiro, what's wrong? Standing up to help the boy who had been hit by the pillar to his feet, are you alright? Get out of here, I'll never give the key to anyone, not even if they're a pillar, if they hit it again they could break it, she said crying. Takedo, what do I care if it breaks? You just fix it again. While you're here crying like a baby, many people are dying at the hands of demons. That's what you cause when you don't let me fulfill my objective. Do you understand? A pillar's time is more important than yours. Blacksmiths are people who can't fight. They only serve to create weapons for demon slayers. Tanjiro, already bored with this, would stand up in front of the pillar and push the boy's hand away. Tanjiro, what's wrong with you? He's just a child, how can you talk to him like that? Listen, you might be right in what you're saying, but even if he is a blacksmith, you shouldn't underestimate his work. They are people with extraordinary abilities. Without them, we couldn't fight demons, we wouldn't have our katanas to fight with, and without them, we are nothing, he said while being overheard by Higanazuka, who was behind the trees. Takedo, I don't have time for nonsense. The boy throws a punch at Tanjiro, who blocks it with his hand, surprising the pillar. You're very annoying. The boy begins throwing many punches at Tanjiro, who easily dodges all of them. Tanjiro, stop it, we shouldn't fight, but the boy ignored that and continued attacking the redeed, I told you to calm down. But the boy kept throwing punches. Takedo, you're boring me already. At that moment, the pillar ran towards the child, taking a key out of his pocket and then running towards the mannequin. Tanjiro, hey, what do you think you're doing? He would say, but then the dummy would dodge an attack, which would launch another attack that he couldn't dodge and would leave the redeed unconscious on the ground. Moments later. Voices could be heard, and Tanjiro would hear them and begin to move, alerting Higanazuka, who, upon seeing that the boy was waking up, would run away from the place. Tanjiro, it was Higanazuka-san, he said, quickly getting up. Don't get up too fast, the boy said to Tanjiro, who opened his eyes wide and looked around. Tell me, where did Higanazuka-san go? Ah, you must have been dreaming, he's not here. Making Tanjiro sigh and then stand up. Tanjiro, tell me, what happened? How did that mannequin hit me? And where's Takedo? He would say, but the boy would calm him down. Don't worry, the mannequin is autonomous, a type of dummy used for training. It's stronger than a human and capable of 108 movements, but it's very important to me. It's a bit old, and I think if it gets hit again, it could break. He said sadly. Tanjiro, calm down. Then the clash of swords would be heard, and Tanjiro and the boy would watch as the pillar was able to fight the pillar. He's able to match a pillar, it's incredible. He would say while watching Takedo's movements. His name is Yoriichi Type 0, and he is the doll that my ancestors created, he would say, astonishing Tanjiro. Tanjiro, you said Yoriichi, turning to look at the child who would look at his expression of astonishment. That's right. Why do I ask? Looking at Tanjiro, who still hadn't lost his expression of astonishment upon hearing Yoriichi's name. Tanjiro, well, my ancestor was named YoriichiTsuyikune and he looks remarkably like the doll over there, he said, looking at the doll again, examining it from top to bottom. I can't believe it, that's incredible, and you look so much like him. He would say in amazement, my father only told me that he was inspired by a very powerful swordsman who lived many years ago, that's why he has 6 arms, since they couldn't copy his movements because of how strong he was. Tanjiro, it's impressive. If it's inspired by Yoriichi-san, it must stop more than 300 years. I should ask Yoriichi-san himself to verify it. He said, lost in thought. I must admit that Takedo is someone strong and fast. At that moment, he heard a voice behind him and he turned around to see a crow. That's because he's descended from a swordsman of the original breath, he's a prodigy, but you fools will never understand, he said, putting his wing on his beak in a mocking way. Tanjiro, the original breathing technique, you mean solar breathing? He said, turning back to look at Takedo, causing a drop of sweat to fall from his forehead, but he uses another breathing technique. At that moment, the crow hurt one of the Ritide's cheeks, since for her, no one like Takedo existed. Don't say that or I'll gouge your eyes out. She said angrily, besides, who do you think you are to talk about that? Are you descended from someone important? Tanjiro removed it from her cheek. Tanjiro, actually, I'm a descendant of the strongest pillar of the Sengoku era and I am capable of using sun breathing. Furthermore, I am the flame pillar. He would say this and the crow would laugh at what the boy said. You don't believe me, do you? He would say this and the crow would say no. I do believe it, the boy would say, supporting the Ritide, who would thank the boy for his support. Tanjiro, thank you, I'm Tanjiro Tsuyikune and I'm the flame pillar. He said, smiling at the child. Nice to meet you, Tanjiro. I'm Kitetsu and I recommend you ignore that crazy magpie, just like I do. They were interrupted by a noise and that was because Takedo cut the doll, leaving it a piece of his armor, an event that caused the boy to run off into the forest while shedding tears. Tanjiro, Kitetsu, wait. Running after the boy, he eventually found him up in a tree. Hey, come down from there. I know it's hard for you, it's not easy to watch someone destroy something so precious to you, but you can count on me. He said, smiling, but the boy refused to turn around. Kitetsu, I'm sorry, but I'm useless. I'll be the last of my family's lineage and I'm not much help. He would say, still crying, but he would notice how Tanjiro, at great speed, would jump into the tree while using his arm to hold onto a branch. Tanjiro, that's what will happen if you give up right now. You should keep fighting for your future and you'll achieve great things. And if you can't, well, your children or maybe even grandchildren will take care of continuing your lineage. He looked at the boy with a smile that inspired admiration in the little one. I, like you, want to end the life of Muzan Kibutsuji, who murdered my family and turned me and my sister into demons. And I won't die until I've done it. Maybe I can't and I'll die trying, but maybe someone else will, and then I can rest in peace. He said, then took the boy's hand, who was confused by the action. Let's do it together. Kitetsu, yeah, sorry I couldn't bear to see my doll fall to pieces, but I'm fine now. Let's go see the pillar, it's my duty until nightfall. She said as she walked with Tanjiro towards where Takedo was with the doll. Tanjiro, seriously, you're 10 years old. You're amazing. At that moment, they watched as Takedo walked past them, astonishing both boys. Are you done yet? He said, making the pillar stop and turn to look at them. Takedo, that's right, it was good practice by the way, my katana broke, so I'll take this one while they repair mine, he said, raising the sword, seeing that one of the demon's arms was still holding it, extending Kitetsu, who would run towards the dummy. Tanjiro, wait, Kitetsu. Tanjiro was about to jump out from behind the boy, but saw the pillar throw his sword towards him, catching it before it hit him. Takedo, have it repaired. He would say as he started walking while his crow appeared and perched on his shoulder, looking at Tanjiro with a hint of mockery. Tanjiro, that crow is so malicious with her actions, she feels so superior, it makes me sad. The Ritide ran towards Kitetsu, finding the doll lying on the ground. Don't be sad, maybe it will still work. He said, trying to help the boy pick up the doll and wind it up, but it didn't make any movement. Kitetsu, it's not moving, it's over now. He would say sadly, but then the doll would start to move, cheering both boys up. Tanjiro, if Kitetsu moved, it's still exciting. Looking at the child who was walking towards the doll. Kitetsu, if Tanjiro is perfect, then you can train with him and teach that damn inconsiderate boy a lesson. He would say angrily, while the pillar would just smile and accept the boy's proposal. Time skip. Tanjiro would train for 5 days, where at first he would struggle to adapt to fighting the dummy, but he would manage to keep up, demonstrating his skills by surpassing the speed of the mist pillar, as well as his agility, landing many blows on the dummy without breaking it. Kitetsu, come on Tanjiro, prove you're better than that wretch, he'd say, supporting the pillar who was only retreating from the doll's attacks. When you meet him again, say, what's up, dude? That's why I liked you. Oh, and that princess hair, cut it, you look like a girl, dwarf, you think you're so great, you filthy rat, run or I'll hit you. He'd say proudly as Tanjiro approached him. Tanjiro, hey Kitetsu, who taught you to swear like that? He would say, somewhat annoyed by the boy's language. Kitetsu, I learned on my own, tell him I say he's already dead. He would say this, and Tanjiro would refuse but return to the fight where he would dodge and attack the dummy, but halfway through the training, Tanjiro could smell something that would catch his attention. Tanjiro, what is this scent? Where is it coming from? It's different from the threat of the breach. Oh, a blow to the head from the right neck, right chest, left side, right thigh, right shoulder, here it comes. He dodges a slash aimed at his face, twisting his body before moving away. I can see all its movements, it's like I know everything it's going to do. Tanjiro runs towards the dummy at high speed, leaping onto it while dodging a slash from the dummy, landing face down. Now I can land a direct hit, but what if I break it? I can't. He's about to deflect his katana, but hears Kitetsu yell at him to do it. Kitetsu hit it. It doesn't matter if you break it, I can repair it. Without thinking, Tanjiro attacked again, slashing the dummy, but at the cost of breaking the sword Kitetsu lent him. Tanjiro, are you alright? Running towards the demon slayer, who fell to the ground, sitting down. Tanjiro, I'm sorry, but I broke the katana you lent me. Apologizing where the boy didn't care. Kitetsu, don't worry about that. At that moment, the doll's head fell to the ground, revealing an ancient sword, surprising both boys who hadn't expected such a thing. Tanjiro, what is that, Kitetsu? I didn't know it was there. I want you to answer me. He said in amazement while hugging Kitetsu, as he was also afraid of the mysterious sword. Kitetsu, I don't know, don't tell me because I don't know what it is. He would say, scared, it's a katana. It must have been there for about 300 years. Tanjiro, that's the safest thing to do. What will we do with her? Kitetsu. Tanjiro, you came for a new katana. If so, you should keep it. Made of Sengoku-era steel, it's very high quality. But the hunter would refuse, since for him it was a coincidence that it broke while he was training. And if we draw it? Tanjiro, yes. Great, I'll do it. He would say very excitedly to take the katana, but when he unsheathed it, he would see that the sword would be extremely oxidized, taking away hope in both of them. Kitetsu, well, that was to be expected after all, it's 300 years old and hasn't received any maintenance in all that time. I'm sorry if I got you excited. Looking at the hunter who was sad because he thought he would have a new sword. Tanjiro, relax, it's nothing. Just then, footsteps could be heard growing louder. Tanjiro looked towards the forest and saw that it was Higanazuka, but he looked somewhat different. Ah, Higanazuka-san, what the, he said, startled by the man. Higanazuka, I don't need any explanation, just give me the katana and I'll take care of the rest. Taking the katana from where Tanjiro refused to give it. Tanjiro, hey, what do you think you're doing? This katana belongs to Kitetsu. He would say, starting a sword fight. Higanazuka, leave it to me, I'll fix it. With that, she threw both boys, who fell to the ground. Tanjiro, what does he think he's doing? That's child abuse. At that moment, Inosuke's blacksmith, Kanamori, would appear. Kanamori, youngsters, Higanazuka's weak point is his ribs, tickles him, and after a while he falls to the ground unconscious. Tanjiro, hello Kanamori-san, how have you been? Greeting the blacksmith, who returned the greeting. Kanamori, hello Tanjiro, it's been a while. I'll explain where he's been. He's been training himself in the mountains. The reason is that he keeps breaking your katana, so he decided to work hard to create a stronger one for you, so you can't be killed. He said this, and the boy was surprised and excited to see that his swordsmith cared so much for him. Also, he's always losing customers because the hunters can't tolerate him, so that's why most of them hate him. He said this, and Tanjiro began to understand why he behaved that way every time he broke his katana. Kitetsu, he's very bad at talking to others because he behaves rudely and childishly, that's why he doesn't have many friends and is single. At that moment Higanazuka would wake up and stand in front of those present. Higanazuka, I will take care of this ancient katana with the Higanazuka family polishing technique. I will restore it and make it like new. Moving his hands in a circular motion. Kitetsu, well, he couldn't have told us that instead of coming with leave it to me repeating things like a parrot, he would say this where Higanazuka would get angry and grab Kitetsu by his clothes while lifting him up. Higanazuka, what did you call me? I repeat, dwarf. Choking Kitetsu while Tanjiro and Kanamori tried to tickle him to make him let go. Moments later. After Higanazuka took the katana, he gave Tanjiro one to wait for while he finished the other. Tanjiro, now armed with a katana, went to his dormitory and entered Genyu's room, hoping to start a conversation. However, Genyu kicked him out. Tanjiro then returned to his own room where he found Nezuko. Tanjiro, I wonder why Genyu is so angry. He's probably not eating well, or maybe it's a personal problem. He said while braiding Nezuko's hair like Mitsuri's. It's harder to braid it like this, but it looks a lot like Mitsuri-san's. He said, smiling, which made Nezuko very excited. Well, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow we'll go to Genya's so we can have breakfast together. With that, Tanjiro lay down next to his sister and they quickly fell asleep. Elsewhere. Shinobu, I've finally finished my mission. I wonder how Tanjiro is doing. I hope he's back very soon. Shinobu said as she walked through the entrance of the butterfly estate and headed straight to her room. I wonder if I should, but I promised Tanjiro and I don't want to leave him. Looking at a vial filled with wisteria poison, I should N''T I'm sorry. The girl then put the vial down and went to sleep. Back with Tanjiro. He would be asleep but would feel someone pinch his nose, causing him to wake up and see that it was Takedo. Takedo, do you know where I can find Kanamori? Tanjiro, ah. Takedo, what brings you here so early? You pinched my nose for a second. He said, quickly getting up and sitting down in front of the pillar. Takedo, that's right, you're very slow to react. Tanjiro, what do you think? If someone had wanted to hurt me, I would already know. He would say confidently to Takedo, who wouldn't believe him. Takedo, I've been assigned a new blacksmith and it's Kanamori-san. Do you know where I can find him? He asked, leaving Tanjiro pondering. Tanjiro, well, he's probably with Higanazuka-san. If you want, we can go look for him together. He said, but the pillar just looked serious. Takedo, why do you care so much about other people? Isn't there anything you'd rather do for yourself sometime? He would say, and Tanjiro would just smile calmly. Tanjiro, life will always reward you, sometimes helping others is the only way to help yourself. Besides, I was also thinking of going with them, the pillar said, surprised as his eyes shone at the Riti's explanation. Takedo, hey, say what you just said, say it. He would say while looking at the demon. Tanjiro, I was also thinking of going with them. At that moment Nezuko woke up and, upon sitting up, bumped the Riti's chin. I see you're awake, Nezuko. While the demon moved her arms up and down. Takedo, you know that girl seems like a strange being to me. I don't know, have we met before? He said while crossing his arms and turning his head to the right where Tanjiro, equally confused, would do the same. Tanjiro, I think someone came to see us. He said, looking at the door where Takedo would do the same, seeing none other than Hantengu enter, leaving both demon slayers stunned by the moon's appearance. What is it? A demon, but what's a demon doing here besides? It looks very familiar, it's a moon, upper moon number 5 Hantengu. At that moment, Tanjiro was flooded with memories where he remembered the moon. Takedo missed breathing fourth form. Advection slash, Takedo would unsheath his katana and attempt to slash the demon, but it would dodge by jumping towards the ceiling. It's fast, I was surprised it dodged my attack, he would say while looking at the demon, which only had a small cut on its hand. Tanjiro, don't be fooled, he's killed too many people, otherwise he wouldn't be able to dodge a pillar's attack. Solar breathing 7th form. Sunflower spear. He would send a thrust which was dodged by the demon, who would jump down from the ceiling. Why doesn't he counterattack? What is he waiting for? He would say while trying to remember what Hantengu's technique was, but he would be pulled from his thoughts when he saw that Nezuko had a different form. Nezuko. But how is it that I remember now, Shinobu told me about Nezuko's transformation. At that moment Takedo would run and cut off the demon's head. He did it, but I feel like something's not right. At that moment Tanjiro would remember when Kakishiba was talking to him about the other moons, recalling Hantengu's technique. Takedo. Don't let your guard down, there are many more of them. Thus, Higanazuka's body would regenerate its head, while the severed head would regenerate a body. You take care of that one, and I'll take care of this one. At that moment, one of the demons would blow one of the fans he was holding, sending Takedo flying, while Tanjiro would manage to escape thanks to Nezuko. Takedo. No, who would fly off into the forest. That kid flew away like a rag doll, how funny, right Takedo? Said the fan demon, who was laughing. Takedo, well, I don't find it funny at all I feel is a strong anger, Karaku, I hate the day they mixed me up with you, said the other demon who possessed a staff with rings. Karaku, well, look who it is, if it isn't Tanjiro, I thought you were dead. Come, let's destroy this village together. You have no idea how happy Muzan-sama will be to know you're alive. He said while laughing. Tanjiro, I will never return to you, never. He would say, rejecting the demon's proposal. Takedo, what's wrong with you? And why were you here in this village? Did you betray your master? He said furiously at what Tanjiro said. Tanjiro, I was never on their side and I never will be. He said angrily, but then Takedo struck the ground with his staff, creating beams of light that struck Tanjiro, leaving him immobile. I can't move, I can't activate my bloodlust technique. Then Genya appeared on the ceiling and fired 2 shots from a weapon, both of which struck the demons in the head. A weapon, it smells just like a Nichiren katana. He said, breathing heavily. Genya, impossible, I think I failed. Taking his katana, he runs towards Karaku and cuts off his head again. Tanjiro, Genya. No matter how strong your weapon is, you won't be able to defeat him. If you cut him, another one will appear and they'll only get stronger," he said, and 2 new demons appeared. "I remember that none of the demons would die unless we kill the main one, but where is it? I have to concentrate and search for it with my sense of smell," he said, but then one of the demons grabbed him by the leg and flew him off into the forest. "There's nothing better than being separated from you after so long, and now you're going to die, you little traitor." "Tanjiro, this demon can fly, while the others have different techniques." Nezuko. "Don't worry, just help Genya." At that moment, Genya was pierced by the spear of the other demon that had appeared. "Tanjiro, Genya. Nezuko, save him. You have to save him quickly. I'll be back with you in a moment," he would shout as he walked away, but would tighten his grip on his katana and try to cut the demon's leg. "It's good that you feel confident enough to take care of others," the demon said as he attempted to launch an attack that would hit the hunter directly, causing him to fall to the ground with the demon's leg. "Tanjiro, I must stop, I must grab onto a branch." Tanjiro would grab a branch from a tree and lower himself down while holding his head. "That technique is despicable. I can't hear well, but I must defeat them. I wonder if there's another, higher-ranking demon here." He gets up to run back to Nezuko, but the demon won't make it so easy for him. "With Tokyo. Akito, he threw me too far, or I can't go back to finish him off," he said while running through the forest, but he saw Katetsu being attacked by a fish-shaped demon. "A child. Unfortunately, as a pillar, the child isn't my responsibility. First, I need to save the chief and then the most talented blacksmiths in the village." At that moment, Tanjiro's words echoed in Takito's mind, making him stop and save Katetsu. He stood in front of him, cutting off the demon's head. "Why isn't it disintegrating? It must be a technique, not the main body," he said, observing that the demon regenerated its head. "What if I cut that thing?" Jumping on top of the demon, he cut a vase, and the demon disappeared. Its power came from that vase. "I suppose it's thanks to the demonic technique." "Katetsu, thank you so much, I thought I was going to die, I thought I was dead, I was scared, I'm sorry I said you had princess hair," he said while hugging Takito, who was just surprised by what the boy said. "Takito, did you say I have princess hair? Well, it doesn't matter anymore, I have to go protect the village." He would say to walk away, but Katetsu would step in front of him. "Katetsu, wait, Kanamori-san needs help. When I tried to help, that monster attacked me, but Higanazuka-san is working tirelessly on Tanjiro's katana, and if she does it now, all that effort will have been for nothing. Help him, I beg you," she said, kneeling down. Takito just watched, remembering some words from Oyakata-sama. Flashback. "Kagaya, I know you'll be able to remember once more, Michiro. You must be very confused, but I just need you to focus on surviving. As long as you find life, everything else will be easily resolved. You'll be able to recover your memory. You shouldn't worry. It should happen very soon," the man said in a calm voice, making the boy feel as if he were floating in an endless sky where his only priority was to rest. End of flashback. Thus, remembering his master's words, Takito would take Katetsu and run towards the place where Kanamori and Higanazuka were. Chapter 18. Unforgettable Memories. The night grew ever darker as Tanjiro battled one of Hantengu's clones. Tanjiro was giving the demon a run for his money, unable to fully consume him as the red-haired boy sliced away each part. Meanwhile, Nezuko and Genya were struggling, as the demons proved too powerful for them. "Sakito, why don't you just kill her already? I'm fed up with your stupid games," the demon of wrath would say to his companion who was just playing with Nezuko. "Karaku, no, this girl is my new toy, you and Azetsu had better leave once and for all," she said while laughing non-stop. "Azetsu, Karaku, that girl is strong, I'll take care of her," the demon would say, trying to pull his spear out of Genya's body, but he couldn't because the hunter wouldn't allow it. "Genya W, what can't you see that I'm your opponent?" he would say as he raised his weapon and shot the demon, shattering its head. "Sakito, why are you letting Azetsu shoot you? This is irritating," he would say as Azetsu regenerated his head and tried to pull his spear out of Genya's body, where he would cut him in the stomach, causing the boy to start developing a hemorrhoid. "Azetsu, I'm sorry your death is slow and painful, your suffering even ends." At that moment Genya began to move and speak, surprising both demons, since they didn't expect the hunter to still be alive. "Sakito, Azetsu, can't you see he's still alive? Finish him now," Sakito said, somewhat annoyed, as Azetsu was about to deliver the final blow to Genya, but he moved, positioning himself behind the demon, with his katana ready to cut off his head. "Genya, I'll cut off your heads as many times as I want, you bucking demons," he said, placing his sword centimeters from Azetsu's neck, but Sakito used his staff, sending a beam at Genya which he could only withstand. "There's no way to dodge these beams, damn that staff-wielding demon." Genya fired a shot which cut one of Sakito's arms, stopping the beam, but before Genya could do anything else, he was sent crashing into a door by Azetsu's spear. Sakito, but what's going on? Why doesn't he die even though Azetsu suffered a fatal wound? He would say, even angrier seeing how Genyu gets up despite having mortal wounds. Hiraku, the other one, seems more fun. Say goodbye to this world, he would say as he kicked Nezuko, the blow going through her stomach and into her back. Hey Sakito, what do you think about using your staff to pierce this brat after tearing off her limbs and then unleashing a lightning bolt to immobilize her? He would say, still laughing, as the demon turned to him. Sakito, that was my intention from the beginning, you idiot. She would say, looking at Hiraku, who was trying to rip off Nezuko's arms, but she would kick her in the chin, destroying her completely while cutting off her own arm to release her blood and use her blood technique on the demon. Hiraku, how can she be so powerful? Nezuko then grabbed the demon's arm, cutting it off, and then used her fan to unleash a powerful gust of wind at the demon. Sakito, damn demon. At that moment, Sakito, using his staff, struck Nezuko's arm where she was holding the fan, then stabbed her with the staff, launching a beam that would prevent Nezuko from moving. Azetsu, how can you still move? Tell me, what are you really? Looking at Genyu, who was still standing with his weapons ready. Genyu, if you want to know so much, well, I am Genyu Shinazagawa, and I will be the one to end your disgusting and repugnant life, remember that. He would say this as he lunged at Azetsu, managing to break through one of the rooms and appearing next to Sakito and Nezuko. Sakito, Azetsu. What's going on? He said angrily, but then one of the walls broke open and Tanjiro emerged, cutting off Sakito's head in an instant. Tanjiro, Nezuko, be careful. He would say this as he removed Sakito's staff from Nezuko's body. Hiraku, hey, I want to have some fun too. The demon appeared from above and Tanjiro jumped, dodging his gust of wind and cutting off both his arms, then kicking him to the ground. Damn, what strength. He tried to get up, but Tanjiro cut off his head with deadly speed and then ran to Sakito. In the village. You could see how the village was being destroyed by many fish-shaped demons who would kill many villagers who tried to defend themselves, but it was no use. Back off. Those monsters' claws are like steel. Fall back. One of the blacksmiths shouted, trying to help the others, but they were surrounded by two of the fish demons who were about to kill them. Just then, Mitsuri appeared with her sword, cutting the vase from all the demons and killing them instantly. Mitsuri, I'm sorry for the delay, I hope everyone is alright. She would say this before running towards the other demons and killing them all in seconds. Please protect our boss, one of the blacksmiths would say, and Mitsuri, without thinking, would run towards the boss's house, where she would find a larger demon who had 4 vases on his back, in addition to having the boss in one of his hands. Chief, you don't have to die, you are the most talented person in this village, and that's why I won't let you die, said one of the chief's companions who was on the ground. Mitsuri, listen, don't try to make any kind of movement, your body may have internal injuries. Mitsuri said, appearing in front of the blacksmith with her katana ready to kill the demon. Breath of love, first form. The thrill of first love. She said, running towards the demon, inflicting multiple cuts that ended its life. Lord Tekakawahara, are you alright? She said, capturing the boss, who regained consciousness. Tekakawahara, blessed be heaven who left me in the arms of a beautiful young lady, right now I must be in paradise, he would say, where he would relieve Mitsuri upon seeing that he was still alive. Of Tokyo. He would arrive with Katetsu where Kanamori was, saving him from a demon, and then they would run towards the place where Higanazuka was. Kanamori, that's my workshop. Your katana is there, as is Higanazuka's. When I give you your katana, please head to the village to protect it. He would say, but at that moment Takedo grabbed him by his clothing, stopping him. Takedo, there's something here, he would say, where he saw a vase emerge from the bushes, from which Jayako would emerge, alerting Takedo upon seeing that it was Upper Moon 6. Jayako, it's incredible that you noticed me, kid. I can see you're a pillar just by looking at you. She said, letting out a laugh, it's a pleasure. My name is Jayako. Before I end your lives, I'd like to ask for a minute of your time to show you my beautiful art. She said, taking out a vase from which many bodies of the blacksmith she had killed emerged. I didn't expect my art to leave you amazed, and you haven't even seen the best part yet. She said, twirling one of the katanas the blacksmiths were carrying, making them scream in pain as blood gushed from all over, causing Katetsu and Kanamori to shudder and cry for the deaths of their friends. Takedo, hey, you'd better calm down, you filthy fish. He would say, disappearing into a layer of fog and reappearing in front of Jayako, placing his sword centimeters from his neck. Jayako, how dare you interrupt my beautiful work of art? She would say, disappearing and reappearing in a vase above Kanamori's workshop. Takedo, it teleports from one vase to another, I see. The pillar would jump, cutting the vase in two, but would watch as the moon appeared in another one below the house. I realize that those vases appear suddenly. It will be much easier than the other demon who is capable of cloning himself. It will only be enough to decapitate him. He would say while thinking about how to kill the moon. The neck would be annoyed. Ayako, you cut my vase, you insolent boy. That was my art, my most precious art. Don't you know what beauty is, you stupid child? You have air instead of brains in that big head of yours that's good for nothing. She would say, making a vase in one of her hands from which golden fish would emerge, only these would throw spikes at the pillar who would luckily dodge them. Bitetsu, watch out, Takedo. He would say worriedly, but then the fish would launch their spines towards the blacksmiths, where Kanamori would stand in front so that the spines would hit him and not the child, but before they hit the blacksmith, Takedo would stand in front, receiving the attack full force. Takedo, go hide quickly, he would say, where Kanamori would pick up Kitetsu and run away, leaving the pillar with the moon. Ayako, seeing your body covered in spikes seems wonderful to me. Tell me how it feels to have the poison pass through your body. But what a pathetic performance, saving 2 lives that aren't worth it, and now you're going to die in a place like a complete wretch. He would say, leaving Takedo surprised by the demon's words, well, the same words were heard in his mind. Their disgusting lives are worthless, a demon in the pillar entity would say, confused at not knowing the demon's face. Takedo, who was he? I think I've forgotten. I remember someone telling me the same thing years ago. Who was that guy? I remember it was summer and it was really hot. He said, trying to remember what happened next, but his mind was still clouded. Ayako, how disgusting, I wonder what work of art I'll make of you, he would say laughing, but at that moment Takedo would approach where he was and cut off one of his arms, but the demon would take out another vase, which would release a strong current of water that would form in the shape of a huge water vase that trapped the pillar, blood technique. Infernal water vase. I just avoided the most necessary weapon of a demon slayer, and that is breathing, he would say to let out a laugh and turn around to start walking towards Kanamori's workshop. But Tanjiro. Takedo, die, you disgusting rat. He launched several beams which Tanjiro dodged and then engaged in battle with both demons. Karaku, make sure he gets out of the building. He said to the demon who used his fan to destroy the entire building, causing Tanjiro to fall to the ground along with Nezuko. Tanjiro, damnation, why is this so difficult for me? This should be too easy for me. He said, getting up with his katana while covering Nezuko, there's something preventing me from fighting properly, what could it be? At that moment, Tanjiro remembered some words Yoriichi had said to him. Flashback. Yoriichi, there's a way you can fight with more power. The man said to Tanjiro, who was listening intently. You see the scar on your forehead. Remember when you were on the train and saved your friend? He said, pointing to Tanjiro's forehead. Tanjiro, yes, but what does that have to do with anything? He said, confused. Yoriichi, that scar on your forehead is actually a mark called a hunter's mark, and its purpose is to accelerate your power. When you were in command of the demons, you managed to awaken it. He said, astonishing the boy, who tried to remember, but his mind was still blurry. It's the same as mine. He said, pointing to his mark. Tanjiro, but on the train I could see that she had changed. Why does she say that I woke her up when she was the upper moon? He would say, somewhat confused. Yoriichi, well, to make a long story short, I lent you some of my power, so that mark was mine, and it manifested in you because you had a small part of my strength, he would say, answering the Redeed's question. Tanjiro, and what can I do to make it fly? He would say, waiting for an answer. Yoriichi, well, you were able to awaken her, the only thing left is to manifest her in battle. Just concentrate your body on your breathing and push it to the limit, let the heat of the sun increase your body, and that way you will make her appear. He said, smiling. End of flashback. Tanjiro, let the sun's heat fill my body, good. He said, making a small cut in his hand and placing it on his sword, causing it to turn crimson red and burst into flames. He then walked forward and stood before the demons, who, upon seeing him, prepared to attack. I will honor you. I will not let the legacy you left me, your feelings and dreams, be wasted. That is why I will follow in your footsteps, father. He said, raising his katana as the mark appeared on his forehead. He began to feel the power coursing through his body. Solar breathing, 11th form. Solar halo of the dragon. He said, running at unimaginable speed, slicing off Hirogi's head, then Karaku's, and finally Sakido's. He leaped back, and the dragon's energy exploded amidst the demons. So this is what the power I had before felt like. I see now if I can do the mark. It has given me more power than I could ever need. Now I need to find the last demon, and then I'll look for the main body. He would say, glancing to the side at Genya, who had finished off the 4th demon, only this one would have a different appearance. Tanjiro, what happened to him? He looks like a demon. He said, surprised by his friend's appearance. Karaku, why can't we regenerate? Karaku said, trying to put his head on his neck. Sakido, Karaku, have dignity. If we regenerate, it just takes a long time. He would say this while still on the ground. Tanjiro, I have to hurry and find the main demon so I can finish them all off, Nezuko. He said, running towards Nezuko who was under some rubble. Nezuko, don't worry. he said, cutting some wooden planks that were on top of Nezuko, who, emerging from the rubble, ran to hug her brother, who returned the hug. Okay, I have to find the main body. At that moment, Genya appeared and grabbed Tanjiro by the neck. Genya, don't feel like a hero, I will defeat that moon. The fact that you killed the lower fifth doesn't make you a pillar. I don't accept you as my superior. I will become a better pillar than you. He said, tightening his grip on Tanjiro's neck. Tanjiro, of course you will, I wish you luck and I'll make sure it goes well, just trust me. He said, causing Genya to calm down and look at the pillar. None of these demons will die unless you kill the main body. I need you to give me time to find it. He said, trying to make the boy understand, but it was only more noticeable with the redeed. Genya, do you seriously think I'm an idiot? You just want me to let my guard down so you can. He would be surprised to see the boy's eyes, where he only saw the kindness and affection they gave off. That warmth of protecting and helping others was what surprised Shinazagawa, who would just calm down and remove his hand from the pillar's neck. Tanjiro, look out. He shouted as a lightning bolt struck the middle of the demon slayers, revealing it to be the demon of wrath, who had already recovered. Genya, I'll tell you when I find the main body. He said, running off, leaving Genya and Nezuko with the demons who had regenerated and were fighting again. I have to find him. Concentrate. A gust of wind passed near the boy, causing him to lose the demon scent. I have to concentrate more. He said, closing his eyes, and began to perceive the scent of the main body. There he is, I finally found him, Genya. He shouted, running towards the demon's location. Sakito Yorogi. He would shout as he flew towards Tanjiro, but before he could sink his claws into the boy, he would disappear, surprising the demon. Then the red-haired boy would appear behind the demon, plunging his sword into his back, making him fall. Go straight to the northwest, the main body is there. He would say as the Shinazagawa ran in the direction the red-haired boy told him, while being covered by him as he was fighting the three demons. Only Tanjiro was able to take them all down at the same time. Nezuko, go help Genya, but be careful. He would say as his sister did as he was asked, running alongside the Shinazagawa. Tanjiro, I must protect Nezuko and Genya while they search for the main body. At that moment, Azetsu appeared with his spear, which he plunged into the pillar's stomach before driving it into a tree. Azetsu, here you are, Tanjiro. He would say, but the redeed would appear, surprising all the demons. Tanjiro solar breathing fourth form. Rainbow Parhelion, appearing behind Sakito where he would cut off his head, alerting the others, with Yorogi being the first to attack. Sakito, damn it, he cut my head off again. Tanjiro is a huge problem, and he doesn't even fight like he did when he was Upper Moon 4, but he is still giving us too much trouble. He said as he regenerated his head and launched many more beams that were quickly dodged by Tanjiro. Damn it, we have to do something. He said while watching as Tanjiro cut both of Yorogi and Azetsu's wings in half. Tanjiro, Genya. Go right. He's moving south, find him. He would say this where the demon slayer had not yet found the demon. Genya, stop pressuring me, damn it. That damn demon used a blood technique. Where could he be? This form won't last long. He said, still running in search of the demon alongside Nezuko, who was also trying to find him. Tanjiro, go west, to the right, you're close to him, down, he would say where the demon slayer would be confused since he wouldn't be able to see him. Genya, down, so he would look down seeing that the main body was someone too small to be seen. Genya, he's a dwarf, he's too small, it's a joke, how the hell was I going to find that piece of junk, even a mouse is bigger than him, the other demons are too strong, seriously this goblin controls these four, now I understand how the other hunters couldn't kill him, he would say as he started running after the demon where after a while, he would manage to put his sword to the demon's neck, but it would break before cutting the demon's neck, leaving the Shinazagawa without hope. Tanjiro, Genya. Why are you taking so long? He would say, preventing the other demons from approaching Genya, but at that moment Yorogi and Azetsu would run towards the Shinazagawa, where he had him surrounded and unable to do anything, solar breathing 10th form. Brilliant light of gratitude, he would launch himself, cutting Yorogi in half, but he would get in front of him where Azetsu would launch multiple attacks, but before they hit Tanjiro, Genya would get in front. Receiving the attacks for him. Genya, go kill that evil damn demon, I can't cut it, but you can go and finish him off. He would say, and without thinking, Tanjiro would use his maximum speed, managing to catch up to Hantengu while raising his katana, surrounding him with flames. Tanjiro, it's time to kill him. Placing his sword against Hantengu's neck as the demon screamed in pain, that noise is annoying, but I must finish him. At that moment, Tanjiro's body began to slow down as he sensed a demonic aura behind him, leaving him astonished by the power it emanated. What is this? It's something very heavy, it's the most powerful demon, how could I forget? The flames on Tanjiro's sword died down, and the demon struck a drum, causing multiple wooden dragons to appear. They tried to ensnare Tanjiro, but he easily dodged them, sliding down them to the ground. All the beasts that torture the weak, I hate them with all my soul, they are just worthless creatures, the demon would say while releasing a powerful burst of aura that would leave Tanjiro, along with Nezuko and Genya, paralyzed. Tanjiro, this is what the upper fourth really looks like. He said while trying to catch his breath. Genya, what the hell is going on? Just a moment ago, that demon was the demon of wrath. When Tanjiro was about to kill that damn demon, the demon of wrath extended both hands, and in an instant, the demons of pleasure and joy were drawn in. Then it absorbed them all at once. Afterward, it rushed toward the demon of sorrow. In protest, Azetsu tried to say something, but there was only silence before he was absorbed. The demon of wrath's body began to take on a new form, and with it, astonishing power. Tanjiro must already know what's going on. I can see from his expression that this won't be easy at all. He said this while turning to look at his friend, who was staring at the new demon with a hateful expression. Tanjiro, you damn traitor, how dare you betray your own kind and protect heartless beasts too. You really annoy me. He said while looking at Tanjiro, releasing his aura, but it had no effect on the boy, who took his katana and got into a fighting stance. Tanjiro, why do you think I'm a bad person? You are the real beasts. I was never one of you. I'm more human than you could ever imagine. Even if I became a demon, I would never devour a human. He would say this, which made the demon even more angry. Then as you wish, I myself will make sure you pay for the crime you have committed, you damn traitor. Not only did you betray us, you also dared to kill a small and innocent being who is incapable of defending himself. He would say, where Tanjiro would only make an even more annoyed expression. Tanjiro, an innocent being? Don't talk nonsense. You're all just lying. How can someone like him, who's eaten over 200 people, be considered innocent? What did they do? Answer me. Did they hurt you? Did they do anything to deserve their lives? You're nothing but a liar. I'll make sure that never happens again right here. He said this while raising his aura to the point of being as strong as the demons, after which Tanjiro and his sword would be engulfed in flames, while his mark spread further. Well, in that case I'll make sure you pay for what you said, you damn traitor. He said, playing one of his drums, causing two dragon heads to attack Tanjiro, but in the blink of an eye he had cut off both heads, astonishing Genya and Nezuko. Tanjiro, I told you I won't let you live any longer, here you are. He would say as he ran towards the demon. But Tokyo. He would still be trapped where his lungs could no longer hold much, but he would still attempt an attack that unfortunately could not penetrate the moon technique, giving up, but he would manage to see Tanjiro's silhouette appear in front of him. Tanjiro, why do you think that? Why are you so negative, Michiro? No one can know what awaits them in the future. The redeemed silhouette said with a smile. Akito, what are you saying? You're mistaken, Tanjiro, you've never said anything like that to me. Who said it? He said, his vision beginning to blur. Tanjiro, it's not good to make hasty decisions, especially if you're near the end. He would continue speaking while the pillar was still confused. Akito, but you have never said anything like that to me before. Tanjiro, don't give up, I'm sure someone will come to help you, the only thing we can do on our own is something small, that's why people gather to achieve it. But the pillar would still be denying everything the redeemed said. Akito, no one will come to save me, because they are all weaker than me. I should have fought better when I still could, but I made a bad choice, I overestimated my abilities and my power just to be a pillar, she would say with sadness and frustration at the action she had to take. Tanjiro, you weren't wrong, Michiro, everything will be alright. The boy's silhouette disappeared, leaving only the pillar, who was still depressed for not having been able to help much. Akito, every time I make a mistake, it's causing my death. He would say this as he closed his eyes awaiting his death, but then Kotetsu would appear and, using a knife, try to destroy the moon technique, but he couldn't. Kotetsu, young Takedo, you won't die, I'll get you out of there, please don't give up, I'll save you. What is this thing? It's hard and gelatinous. He would say, still trying to break through the technique, but it was useless. Akito, even I couldn't get through it. Do you think you can worry about other things instead of saving my life? Protect the village chief or grab a couple of katanas and escape. He said, but then looked up as a demonic fish approached the boy. What are you doing? Turn around, look behind you. He said, worried, but it was too late. The fish would make several cuts on Kotetsu. What are you doing? Get away, hurry and run. At that moment, the fish would lash out with its pincers at the boy's abdomen, alerting Takedo, who would try to get out. It hit a vital point in his body. If he doesn't treat that wound, he'll die in an instant. But Kotetsu still walked to where the pillar was, placing his mouth on it and then passing some air through the water cage directly to Takedo, who quickly accepted. Tanjiro, life will always reward you. Helping others is the only way to help yourself. Tanjiro's words would echo in Takedo's head, where he would later become an adult man with black hair and crimson eyes. And so people can demonstrate that they possess a strength that can be used to help others and not just themselves, Michiro, the man said while smiling, causing Takedo to open his eyes and leave the water cage. Takedo breath of mist second form. Layers of mist, launching several slashes which would destroy the entire water cage, causing the pillar to fall to the ground. I managed to get out of that water cage, but my body is burning badly, it's because of the poison from the needles, he would say, removing all the needles from his body and then approaching Katetsu, who would be lying on the ground, while many demon fish appeared in the area. I can't do it, I don't have the strength, at that moment. Takedo would remember his past where he lost his parents, remaining only with his brother, who was very direct and harsh with him, until the moment when Oyakata-sama's wife arrived, who would tell him about the demon slayers and demons, where she also mentioned the descendants of an ancient swordsman of the first breath, but his brother Yuichiro kicked her out of the house since for him it was nonsense, until one night when they were both attacked by a demon who would try to attack Michiro. But his brother he would stand in front, devising a cut that would sever one of his arms, causing him to bleed profusely. Michiro, with nothing else to do, would take his brother and carry him to a corner where the demon was ready to kill them. But then the younger Takedo's anger would explode, causing him to attack the demon. After a moment, he would end its life until dawn, when all its parts would disintegrate, returning to his brother who was close to death, having lost too much blood. Flashback. Ichiro God and Buddha, please listen to my plea. I beg you to at least save my little brother. Unlike me, he has a kind heart. He wanted to help people, but I stopped him. I am the guilty one, for that's why I ask you to punish me. I deserve it. I always knew what your name Michiro means, without limits. He would say this, while Michiro would only shed tears until he approached his brother and grabbed his hand until he died. End of flashback. Then some marks appeared on both cheeks of the pillar, which were shaped like clouds. Takedo missed breathing fourth form. Advection / he would say this to launch himself at the fish while holding Katetsu, where he would decapitate each one until they all died. Katetsu, thank you, you saved me. Now to Higanazuka-san, so that she can finish Tanjiro's katana, she said as she fell unconscious, while Takedo went to where the moon was to end her life. Meanwhile, Gyako had inflicted several wounds on Higanazuka, who was still polishing Tanjiro's katana, making the demon angry at him for being so stubborn. But then Michiro arrived and tried to decapitate him, but he moved before being cut. Gyako, he escaped in my water vase, but how did he do it? I thought that kid would drown, but he didn't. He said, looking at the pillar, who noticed the marks on his cheeks, which he found strange. What are those marks on his face? They look a lot like the marks Tanjiro had on his forehead. I still don't understand. At that moment, Takedo disappeared into a curtain of mist and the moon pulled out one of its faces to defend itself. Hell, octopus face. At that moment, several octopus tentacles appeared, destroying the entire workshop and trapping Takedo and Kanamori. Higanazuka fell to the ground, but he picked up the stone again and resumed polishing the katana. That blacksmith is still polishing that thing. Is he sick? Oh well, I'll deal with him later. Now I must kill the pillar. At that moment, Takedo cut all the tentacles, freeing himself and Kanamori. Takedo, you are very kind to forge this katana for me. Thank you very much, Kanamori-san, he would say where the pillar was, raising his katana and making the beautiful light blue color of his sword shine. Kanamori, oh no, I only forged it according to the notes left by its first young blacksmith, Takedo. Takedo, yes, Tetsuito-san was the first to forge a sword for me, and he died of a heart condition. Gyako, it's the same thing, he won't be able to defeat me even if he changes his katana 1,000 times, he would say confidently. Flashback. Tokyo is in an autumn forest which was shedding its beautiful yellow and orange leaves, but we will notice a man with a long neck sitting on a rock while smoking his pipe. Tetsuito, hey, I'm really worried about you, kid. Who's going to understand what you're going through? You're so introverted and you do all your work alone. You're always doing silly things until you reach your limit, and on top of that, you're frustrated at having forgotten your past, and you push yourself to the point of bleeding. Who's going to bother trying to understand you? When I see the state of the katanas you use, it brings tears to my eyes. He lets out a heavy sigh. Listen, kid, my time is running out. I'm too old to cling to life anymore, but I'll never stop worrying about you. You mean so much to me. End of flashback. Takedo, Tetsuito-san, forgive me, I didn't mean to worry you, but now I finally feel better. Mist breathing fifth form. Sea of mist, Gyako would launch thousands of tentacles at the pillar, but he would run while cutting each one at great speed, approaching and placing his sword centimeters from the moon's neck, but she would enter her vase and appear in another one on a tree branch. Gyako, you cut my octopus very nimbly, but you still haven't managed to catch me, he would say laughing, while the pillar just looked at him with his serious expression. Akito, you really think so? It seems you haven't noticed the state of your body. I'm sure your brain will rot over time, he said as Gyako began to bleed, showing that the boy was able to cut his neck. I promise I'll decapitate you. I'm tired of your stupid games. I think I've lost my patience. Gyako, you seriously think you can disrespect me like that? He would say, appearing behind the boy and launching 2 water attacks that would be cut by Takedo, who would only remember his brother's words while destroying each of the moon's techniques. How dare you, huh, kid? He would say angrily, while the pillar only maintained an empty, emotionless expression. Akito, I don't mean to disrespect you, I'm simply telling the truth. Please understand once and for all, in the end you're going to be beheaded by me. Besides, I don't know why, but it feels really good. Why is that? He would say calmly, while the moon grew even angrier. Gyako, that impertinent way of speaking is what disrespects me, you wretched child. You're nothing but a child with an insignificant life, but what can be expected of someone like you who can't appreciate my beauty, my elegance, and my art? She would say, appearing behind the boy where they were arguing, Takedo provoking the moon even more, who couldn't take it anymore, and brought out 10 vases which would launch thousands of fish that would try to hit the pillar, but he would retreat and then take a running start from a tree. Takedo breath of mist 6th form. Moonlight mist, successfully cutting all the fish while performing a backflip. Gyako, he cut everything, he's very fast and flexible. What happened to the poison in his body? But there's no problem, before the fish turn to dust they disperse poison everywhere, with just a little he'll die. He said confidently while laughing. Akito mist breathing 3rd form. Dissipating blast, thus the pillar would spin his katana which would send a gust of air which would send the fish poison far away, surprising the moon which would watch as the boy approached him where he would try to cut his head, but he would peel off his skin layer, now shedding skin. Hey, this is very boring, climbing trees is not worth it, he would say looking at the demon who would only laugh. Gyako, you stupid kid, you'll have the honor of seeing my true form. You'll be the 3rd lucky one to see it. Akito, there are already too many of us, don't you think? Gyako, shut up. He would shout angrily, this is my final form, no one who has seen it has survived. These elegant scales are more powerful than any diamond. Inside the vase, I managed to make this beautiful form something unimaginable. Now, prostrate yourself before me. He would say, where both would be in a silence somewhat annoying to the moon. Gyako, you damned kid. Why aren't you saying anything? You're seriously unbearable, that's why nobody likes you. She said with enormous anger, while the pillar just stared without any surprise. Akito, you told me whether to fall or not, after all, it wasn't that surprising. At that moment, the demon approached at great speed and tried to hit the boy, but he dodged by jumping into a tree where part of his uniform turned into small fish. Gyako, you're the one who said climbing trees was wrong. He'd say laughing, what did you think of the power of my divine hand? Everything my fist touches will turn into very cute fish. How about my speed or the flexibility of this beautiful body? He'd say, to which the pillar would only make a gloomy expression. Akito, no matter how good the attack is, it's useless if it doesn't hit the target. He would say, a smile spreading across his face as he recalled the moment he was saved by Oyakata-sama's wife, up to the moment he became a pillar. I remember that intense anger, seeing my brother's body fill with worms and larvae, his flesh rotting away over time, and how, like him, I too began to have some larvae and was about to die. He would only think of that moment when he lost everything, and his memory didn't help him remember what was once the most precious thing to him. If they hadn't saved me at that moment, I probably would have died. My body still remembers the intense anger I felt upon losing everything. That's why I trained until I was coughing up blood to defeat demons. He would say, grabbing the tree and running towards the demon, who activated his blood technique, which allowed him to return while trying to hit the boy. Gyako, this is the end for you, you little vermin. He would say this while standing behind the boy and trying to hit him. Akito breath of mist 7th form. Mist, at that moment the field will be surrounded by mist where the pillar disappears, astonishing the demon who will not be able to find him and will be left in fear. Gyako, what's wrong? Why is it disappearing? It's everywhere. He said, sounding scared. Akito, hey, I'm talking to you. He said, appearing in front of the demon, why did you think you were the only one fighting seriously? He said, cutting off the demon's head, achieving his victory. Gyako, but how did he decapitate me? I must kill him this instant to inform Muzan-sama, he would say as he began to regenerate his body, but at that moment Takedo would lift his head with his foot and cut off the demon's head. The 1,000 pieces would disintegrate. Takedo, finally you're quiet, I hope your road to hell is long and painful. Chapter 19. Victors of the battle. The night seemed endless. After Takedo's victory over Gyako, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Kanamori and Kitetsu helped him up. Kitetsu was still alive thanks to the sword hilt Ringoku had given Tanjiro at the festival. Ringoku had told the boy that when Higanazuka finished his sword, they could attach the hilt. Meanwhile, Tanjiro managed to face the moon, initially keeping it in trouble. However, his body was too weak and he began to lose the strength to continue. "Tanjiro, I don't think my body can take any more. I must find a way to finish him off." He said this while running towards one of the wooden dragons, then leaping to another and slicing it completely through. "So far, I've seen 7 dragon heads, and their range when extended is 20 meters. I've got him." Solar breathing, second form. Azure sky. Tanjiro unleashed a powerful slash, but it was stopped by one of the dragons, who used Yorogi's power to push Tanjiro back. "Damn it, I must retreat." But another head appeared behind him and struck him, sending him crashing into a tree. "Tell me, Tanjiro, you still refuse to return?" the demon said, looking at the redeed with contempt and hatred. "Tanjiro, I'll say it one more time, I'm never coming back to you," he said as he stood up and ran towards the demon while dodging all the dragons coming towards him. Solar breathing, sixth form. Solar embrace. Tanjiro made several circular cuts where he managed to destroy one dragon, but when he was about to attack the demon, a dragon appeared and ate the boy, worrying Nezuko and Genya, who felt very angry at not being able to help Tanjiro. "When I'm done with you, I'll take you to Muzan-sama so he can punish you for your foolishness." At that moment, he watched as the dragon began to burn, then saw Tanjiro emerge from it, but he was too weak and fell from above, only to be caught by Mitsuri, who had arrived to help. "A pillar has arrived. Mitsuri, what is that monster? It's huge and ugly." She would say this as she released Tanjiro near Nezuko. "Tanjiro. Mitsuri-sen, I'm glad to know you're here," he would say with a smile that would thrill the girl. "Mitsuri, you did well, but now you need to rest." "Don't worry, I'll take care of him," she said as she walked towards the demon. "Tanjiro, please wait." He walked until he was standing in front of the demon, who glared at him with anger and bloodlust. "I remember now. I remember who you are, Zahakuten," he said, surprising the demon by his name. "That's right. I remember some things about you very well, and I remember why you're upset. It's because I took your position as the 4th highest, isn't it?" he said, provoking even more anger in the demon, who sent more of his dragons to attack the redeed, but Mitsuri took Tanjiro's place to begin the attack. "Mitsuri, I will be your opponent now," she would say, running while cutting down the wooden dragons. "Zahakuten, you stupid girl. Don't interfere. I'll kill that bastard first," he would say, but he would be ignored by the pillar, who would begin to clear a path through the dragons. "Mitsuri, listen, villain, you and your jokes have gone too far. I'll make sure you pay for what you've done," she said, sounding annoyed. "Zahakuten, shut up, you damn bitch. There's only one person in the whole world who has the right to give me orders," he would say, and the pillar would feel offended by such an insult from the demon. "Mitsuri, he called me a bitch. That boy has a horrible vocabulary, I can't believe it. Besides, he's the same size and age as my younger brother. Oh, the demon's appearance doesn't reflect his true age. Even so, he was rude to me," she would say, annoyed at such an insult, but would see how the demon was preparing to attack. "Zahakuten, blood technique. Resonance and thunder, I would say, where I would send 2 attacks to the pillar." Mitsuri, breath of love, third form. Rain of adorable slashes. Mitsuri would leap and launch several semicircular slashes, protecting herself from Zahakuten's attacks. "I'm so annoyed, you know. I won't hold back just because you look like a child," she would say, surprising Tanjiro with the pillar's power, but it still wasn't enough for Zahakuten, who would launch wind attacks, breath of love, second form. "Anguished love," she would say, launching an attack that would cut the wooden dragon into several pieces, but she would see another one launch several electric attacks towards her, breath of love, sixth form. Loving breeze of kitten paws. While Mitsuri was in the air, she would send an attack that would defend her from the technique. Then run towards Zahakuten. "Zahakuten, it's incredible that she can keep up with me, in that case I'll have to bury her." Blood technique. Endless attacking trees, she would say, where many wooden dragons would appear which would try to surround the pillar. "Mitsuri, there are too many of them, I wonder if I can destroy them all." She would say this before taking a huge leap upwards, breath of love, fifth form. Waving ribbon, ruined nails, she would launch several attacks which would tear all the dragons to pieces, then run and throw her katana which would encircle Zahakuten's neck. "Tanjiro, no, I have to help her. Even if I decapitate him it won't do any good. Mitsuri-san, that's not his real body, he won't die even if he's decapitated," he said in surprise to the pillar, where he saw the demon launch a resonance attack which would hit the pillar directly. "No, you damn it." Tanjiro ran to catch Mitsuri, seeing that she had lost consciousness. "Zahakuten, I see that girl is strong. My attack wasn't enough to finish her off. She has good stamina and strength." He would say this while looking for Tanjiro and launch another dragon, which would go straight to Tanjiro, who didn't know what to do. Mitsuri narrates. "I still remember the moment my marriage was broken up by the man I was going to marry. Before he left, he told me about all my flaws. My hair, my appetite, and my superhuman strength. I remember how my parents always supported me and never left me alone, but I couldn't always count on them. I should be like the other girls, get married, and have a family. But I was always rejected by everyone else. But who wouldn't buy it? Who would marry such a strange person? So, after my marriage was called off, I decided to dye my hair black, suppress my appetite, and pretend to be weak. Only then could I get married. This is fine. I have to be someone I'm not. Is there anything I can do about it? Is there no place for me in this world? Tanjiro Mitsuri-san. Please wake up. The boy said, carrying the pillar while dodging several electric attacks from Zahakuten, Genya. Help me, take Mitsuri-san, she's the only one who can finish him. He said, and the Shinazagawa did as requested, carrying the girl who watched as Tanjiro protected them, even though his body was at its limit. Zahakuten, you disgust me. To think you lost more than half your power by not consuming any humans, you truly are repulsive. The moon then unleashed a powerful beam that struck the group of hunters. If I killed them, I hope so. He said, but watched as dust dispersed, revealing the group still alive, thanks to Mitsuri using her sword to defend herself from the attack. Mitsuri guys, thank you so much. I wasn't able to help you. I hope you'll forgive me. Now it's time for me to finish him off. She said while she shed a few tears, which quickly triggered a flashback to everything she had to go through. Flashback. The god is splendid, you received a great and wonderful blessing from the gods, Mitsuri, be proud of your strength. All the people who speak ill of you do so, because they fear you and wish they were like you, the leader of the hunters would say, causing the girl to shed a few treacherous tears at the words of her leader, who was almost like a father to her. Mitsuri, thank you, Oyakata-sama, I really appreciate it. She would say this while bowing to the leader as she released intense tears that made the pillar feel relieved. It wasn't long before everyone accepted me into the organization. People thanked me for saving them from demons, and Aguro even gave me some green striped socks. When he gave them to me, I felt my heart swell. I became his best friend, and whenever Ringoku invited me out, we always had fun, sharing laughter and teasing. To me, he was more than a teacher. I saw him as an older brother, someone I could trust. Tomioka, do you really think you're the reason no man is with you? Tomioka said, as they stood at the village festival, people don't know what they're saying. In my opinion, you don't have flaws, you have gifts. Your strength is incredible and admirable. Not everyone has something like that. And your hair color is what makes you unique. If other people talk about you, it's not important. You just have to ignore them. He said, making the girl want to cry at what he said, you know, neither of us has had a happy past, but we must move forward and not let people talk about our flaws. If you have a good appetite, that's wonderful. In my opinion, you are powerful, strong, kind, funny, beautiful, and someone who never gives up. At that moment, the girl hugged him, crying uncontrollably against his chest. You still have good friends who will never leave you, no matter what happens. He said, hugging the girl, who just smiled as she let all her tears flow. End of flashback. Mitsuri, I've always wondered, does a woman have to be this strong? I was afraid, but now I realize Tomioka was right all along. I won't let others see my flaws, that's why I won't let this demon hurt my friends. She said, standing up to begin another battle against Zahakuten. Tanjiro, leave it to me. You guys find the main body and finish him off. She said, and the demon slayers didn't hesitate and started running towards the main body to finish him off. Zahakuten, where do you think you're going? He would say where he would send one of his dragons towards the others, but before it could hit, it would be cut down by Mitsuri. Mitsuri, I said I'll protect them, I won't let you hurt them. She would say this where they would both have another battle where the dragons were destroyed by the girl's katana. But Tanjiro. Genya, Tanjiro, do you know where the main body is? He would say where the Redeed would use his nose, which would quickly detect where the three would run towards him. Tanjiro, well, Mitsuri-san fights Zahakuten, we must finish him off. He would say, increasing his speed so they could see the wooden place where Hantengu was located. But Mitsuri. Zahakuten, this human gets much faster as the battle progresses. How does she move like that? She's stronger. He said, his eyes noticing a mark on the girl's collarbone shaped like two intertwined hearts. It's like Tanjiro's mark, but how did she get it? Never mind, I just have to wait. When she's exhausted, she'll be dead. He said, sending more dragons to attack the girl. Mitsuri, I warned you before, you won't leave this place. She would say before attacking again. But Tanjiro. They both arrived where Hantengu was, where the three of them tried to get him out, but when they opened the tree, they realized that the demon was no longer there. Tanjiro, where is he? I could N''T have gone that far, he's probably hiding somewhere. He said, searching for the demon, where he finally found him. Upon realizing this, he started running, followed by the three boys. Genya, using his incredible strength, threw a tree, which was centimeters away from hitting Hantengu. Genya, I'm getting tired, how much longer do you plan to run? he said somewhat annoyed while running alongside Nezuko and Tanjiro. Tanjiro, I'll soon reach my limit, I'm using too much energy, my blood technique is difficult to maintain, there must be a way to reach him before he escapes. He would say, but then a memory would come to his mind that would give him the push he needed. Flashback. Yoriichi all breathing techniques, including water breathing, wind breathing, rock breathing, lightning breathing, and flame breathing, are derived from solar breathing. Yoriichi said this while Tanjiro listened. Tanjiro, he means they're like imitations. Yoriichi, it can be described like this, and what I mean is that since they are derived from solar breathing, that means that since you are capable of using solar breathing, you can also use those 5 breathing styles. He would say this, and Tanjiro would begin to understand. Although I think you should already know this since you are capable of using water breathing, right? He would say this, and Tanjiro would just scratch his head since he didn't know about that. Tanjiro, I'm sure this will be useful to me in the future, he said, letting out a smile that was returned by the man. At that moment, Tanjiro would remember a time when he spoke with Zenitsu about his breathing technique and how to execute it. Zenitsu, Tanjiro, the lightning breathing requires that all our concentration be focused solely on the legs. Let me explain it this way, imagine you're becoming aware of the size or shape of your body and muscles. It's not true concentration until you become aware of everything, or at least that's what my grandfather always told me. End of flashback. Tanjiro, every single one of my muscles, every artery in my body, oxygen flows through everything. The boy then stomped his foot, mimicking Zenitsu's stance. Concentrate all your strength in your legs, he said, and a loud crash erupted as he reached Hantengu, switching his breathing technique and placing his sword against the demon's neck, which began to be sliced by the Riti's katana. Come on, cut off his head, we're going to win. The small demon then turned its head and began to grow, becoming larger than Tanjiro, who was overwhelmed but continued to thrust his katana forward without fear. Hantengu, don't you feel sorry for someone weaker like me, he said while placing both hands on the boy's face with the intention of crushing his skull. Don't you dare underestimate the weak, he said, applying more pressure, the boy trying to continue, but finding it impossible. Genyu, all your excuses are meaningless words, you damn demon. Appearing where he would try to help the boy, but the demon would charge a resonance attack that would hit both demon slayers, but they wouldn't receive much damage. Then Nezuko would appear using her blood technique, burning Hantengu, but affecting her brother and Genya, who would manage to detach Hantengu's arms from his body, freeing Tanjiro, who would try to cut the demon's head once again, but it wouldn't let him and would back away, where both would fall off a cliff, followed by Nezuko. Tanjiro, Nezuko, the boy would say, returning to his original form. Hantengu, damn it, my regeneration isn't working as it should. Zahakuten is using a huge part of my power. I need to eat humans to regain my strength. I'm sure there are humans nearby. He said this as he got up and walked around looking for humans, but he heard the voice of the boy who was stuck in a tree. Tanjiro, you won't escape even if you flee to the very depths of hell. I'll follow you and cut off your head, he said in a threatening voice that instilled immense fear in the demon, who began to run in search of the humans, eventually finding them. Upon seeing him, they ran to avoid being devoured. I must follow him. I mustn't let him escape. Use total concentration to move, he said, but a voice came to his ear. He turned to look towards the source of the call and was surprised by a katana falling at his feet. Upon seeing the beautiful black blade, he realized it was the sword Katetsu had given him. Akito, Tanjiro, used that katana, the young pillar would shout, who was being choked by Higanazuka, who was yelling at the demon boy not to use the sword since the polishing of the dark metal was not yet finished. Tanjiro is close to dawn, don't let him escape, he would say, where the boy would accept the katana to finish off the demon. Higanazuka, disobedient child, the man would say as he punched the pillar. Tanjiro, Takedo, thank you. The boy then took the sword and executed the lightning stance while breathing in enormous amounts of air. Takedo, I'm counting on you, Tanjiro. Thus the pillar would fall to the ground exhausted, where he would draw the blacksmiths. Katetsu, oh no, he fainted. He didn't just kill Takedo. Higanazuka, what? I didn't even hit him that hard. Hanamori, he fainted because of the poison. You two calm down. The two blacksmiths ignored him and continued fighting. Tanjiro, total concentration, thus the boy would concentrate, launching himself in a huge burst of fire that would reach Hantengu, managing to decapitate him. Lightning waltz, I did it, I was able to decapitate him, he would say excitedly, but would look as the dawn began to appear, alternately running towards his sister. No, 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 Nezuko. Hide, you must hide, he said worriedly, but his sister ran towards him, making the boy even more agitated. No, Nezuko, don't come any closer, it's dangerous. But he noticed that the demon was desperate and he turned around, realizing that the demon's body was still behind the blacksmiths. I made a mistake, this head says resentment, while the original says fear. I must stop it before it kills the villagers, he said, starting to run after the demon, but then the sun shone down directly on Nezuko, alarming the boy, who quickly tried to shield her from the sun's rays, but it was useless. "Nezuko, shrink down. Shrink down quickly," he said, terrified, trying to shield the girl who was still burning. "The sun doesn't fully understand yet, but it's affecting her badly. I have to do something. Genya, Takedo, Haganezuka-san, but all of them were too far away. What should I do?" Then he watched as the demon's body continued running after the villagers, leaving the boy stunned. "It's still running despite the sun. I have to do something but Nezuko." Then the boy was thrown by his sister, who only smiled at him under her bamboo, while the sun continued to burn her. Narrator. At that moment, Tanjiro's mind was flooded with memories, most of them showing the moments he had shared with his sister, up until the moment she became a demon, as well as the various battles they fought together. These memories caused the boy to shed intense tears that only revealed his sadness and frustration at not being able to help his sister. "Tanjiro Nezuko, I swear I'll behead him. I promise your death won't be in vain," he said as his eyes turned a deeper red, tears streaming down his face. Without another word, he began to run in search of the demon. "The main body must be inside the vengeful demon's body. I must find it. I must see it. Let's go," he said, looking at the demon's body, which slowly began to change, becoming transparent before the boy's eyes. "Now I can see everything. Its shape, its color, its organs and bones. I've got you," he said, looking at the silhouette of the small demon in the heart of the vengeful demon's body. "There you are, inside that heart. We're dead," one of the blacksmiths running from the demon would say, but then Tanjiro would appear above the demon with his sword glowing crimson. "Tanjiro, your damned life ends here, coward. Die." He unleashes a slash that cuts the demon's torso vertically, followed by another horizontal slash that sends the main body crashing down, where Tanjiro is waiting. "It's time you paid. With your miserable existence," he shouts, managing to cut off the demon's head as it is burned by the sun's rays. "I won, but I sacrificed Nezuko. The sun should have burned her to dust," he says, kneeling, tears of pain and suffering streaming down his face as he is unable to help her. Flame pillar, look," one of the villagers spoke, but at first the boy didn't hear him due to his immense grief at losing his sister. "Flame pillar, look," he said again, and the pillar turned around, expecting it to be Genya or Takedo, but upon seeing him, he gazed at the sun, its beauty dazzling pink eyes and black hair. It was Nezuko. At first, the boy couldn't believe it, but without thinking twice, he tried to stand up and go to his sister, helped by the local blacksmiths. "Nezuko, ho ho, hello brother," the girl would say in a sweet voice, leaving the boy amazed by her action. He would immediately run and hug her while crying loudly. "Tanjiro Nezuko, I'm glad you're okay," he said, still hugging the girl, while giving a small smile. "Nezuko, I'm fine. You fine? I'm so happy in you," she said, making Tanjiro even more excited. "Tanjiro, yes, I'm very happy to see you're okay," he said, separating from the hug and walking with his sister and the villagers back to where Genya was, who, upon seeing the siblings, gave a small smile before going to help the boy. "Genya, I'm happy for both of you. Tanjiro Nezuko," he would say, but then he would watch as the girl collapsed, quickening his pace to go and help him. "Pillar of Fire is doing well," another of the blacksmiths would say. "He's already dead." "Don't say it." "Tanjiro, don't worry, I'm fine, I'm just exhausted," he murmured as Nezuko and Genya carried him back to Takedo. With Mitsuri, she would continue fighting against Sahakuten, where the pillar had no strength left and was trapped by the demon dragons. "Mitsuri, I can't go on anymore, forgive me, but I can't do it anymore." She would say this as she was eaten by one of the demon dragons. "Sahakuten, your end has come, human." At that moment, the demon's body began to turn to dust, and he didn't know what to do. No, I don't want to leave yet. I couldn't kill that bastard Tanjiro. I can't leave," he would say, but it was too late. His entire body and dragons were turning to dust. "Mitsuri, what?" she would say, appearing in the middle of the dragon dust, looking at the scene and feeling excited to see that the others had managed to defeat the main body. "Tanjiro and the others managed to defeat the main body. I feel relieved," she would say, running to find the others. "But Tanjiro. Tokyo, Tanjiro, are you alright?" "Tanjiro, oh Takedo, it's good to see you. Are you alright? Thank you for the katana," he would say with a tender smile that the pillar would look at for a few seconds before returning it. "Takedo, thanks to you too, with your help I managed to recover something important to me," he said, leaving the red-haired boy confused since he didn't know what he had done for the pillar. "Tanjiro, but I didn't do anything." "Takedo, that's not true, you did it and I thank you for it." He would say something that would leave the boy confused, but he just smiled. "Mitsuri, guys," the love pillar would say, quickly hugging the demon slayers while crying deeply, "We won. We won. It's amazing. We're alive," she would say, and all the slayers and blacksmiths in the area would start crying because of the victory against the demons. Elsewhere, Two women could be seen entering a room where there was a child who remained silent. "What's wrong, Tashi-kun? You've made a huge mess," one of the women said, receiving no response from the boy. "I can't believe that brat is alive and can even withstand sunlight. And someone else has appeared who can withstand the sun's rays. Excellent work, Hantengu," the boy said, revealing that it was none other than Muzan Kibutsuji, the Demon King. "Well, you seem to be having fun. What was the story of that book about?" At that moment the woman's head would be destroyed, leaving the other in shock, who would only watch as the little one began to change his appearance, slowly taking on his normal form. "Muzan, there's no need to search for that blue spider lily anymore. This is why I've waited hundreds of years, the reason I continue to expand my species. It's something not even the 12 moons possess. The chosen demon, if I manage to absorb one of the two, I can defeat the sun," he said, smiling diabolically. "Murderer. Monster," the girl would say in alarm, but she would be silenced by Muzan, who would end her life and then leave the place. Narrator. The man who turned Muzan Kibutsuji into a demon during the Heian period was a generous doctor, but Muzan was told he would die at the age of 20. Despite the fact that he suffered greatly just to live a little longer, Muzan, blinded by rage over his terminal illness, murdered him. But right after killing him, Muzan realized that the doctor's medicine was taking effect, granting him a stronger body, but with a problem. He couldn't walk in the sun. His hunger for human flesh wasn't a major issue, since killing people solved it, but knowing he could only move at night made his blood boil. He longed for a body capable of withstanding the sun. He observed the compounds the doctor had used to create the medicine, but it was only in its experimental stage, so he had no idea where the medicinal plant known as the blue spider lily grew. This remedy was apparently a type of blue lily, but where exactly could this blue lily be found? Could it even be cultivated? And the only person who knew was the doctor he himself killed. He was the only one who could find it. Muzan desired the perfect immortal body, so his highest priority was finding the lily and a demon who could withstand the sun. Now that the brothers have managed to master the sun, the battles will begin to focus near them, and they will be harder and bloodier than ever before. Chapter 20. Training the Pillars. The battle against the moons had ended with the hunters emerging victorious. Everyone was taken to the butterfly estate where they were cared for by the girls. Shinobu took Tanjiro in, noticing that he had lost a lot of energy and had fallen into a deep sleep where he would remain asleep for 2 days. Meanwhile, in the Infinite Castle, the remnants of the moons Akaza, Dauma and Kakishibo, seeing that Hantengu and Jayako had died, remained alone, pondering as they awaited their master. "Muzan, lower your heads and kneel before me," the Demon King said, and the 3 moons complied, realizing he harbored no anger despite losing 2 of his most powerful demons. "I have news that I hope you will understand," he said with a smile, and the demons wondered what it could be, but didn't have the courage to ask. "Tanjiro is still alive and is now able to walk in the sunlight," he said, and the moons were surprised, especially Kakishibo. "Dauma, that's great news, Muzan-sama. We should look for him so you can do the same." "Muzan, I never told you that you could speak," he said with a fixed gaze on the demon, who only smiled slightly and apologized. "As I was saying, Tanjiro is now able to withstand sunlight, and not only that, but his sister Nezuko also possesses the same ability." "Kakishibo, excuse me, Muzan-sama, but how is it possible that both brothers are capable of controlling the sun?" he would say, and his leader would turn to look at the man with a cold stare. "Muzan, do you think I know the reason? I'm only interested in capturing one of the 2 and bringing him before me." Excuse me, Muzan-sama, but wouldn't it be better to have Tanjiro come to us?" "Muzan, and how do you plan to do it? Do you know a way to make her come to you?" he said, and the demon just smiled. "Dauma, there might be a way, but first we need to know what it is," he said, laughing, while the other demons wondered what the second in command was up to. "But tell me, wouldn't it be better if we improved a little? If Tanjiro is alive, that shouldn't be a problem," he said, supported by Kakishibo, since the boy had shown enormous potential in a short time. "Muzan, you may be right, we should get replacement moons, and maybe they'll improve you a little," he said, then pointed at Dauma with his finger. "Dauma, you will be in charge of defeating Tanjiro, and for that you will receive a certain amount of my blood, so that you can do it, but if you fail to defeat him and bring him before me, you'll know what will happen," he said, and the demon smiled, seeing that he had managed to triumph. "Dauma, don't worry about that, Muzan-sama, I'll take care of bringing him before you," he said with a confident smile. "Kakishibo, I'll take care of finding more demons capable of being on the upper moons so that we can increase our force," he said, making Muzan turn towards the demon. "Muzan, well, let's just say we have a replacement for the 4th one," he would say, where the demons would be surprised. "Well, let's get back to the topic. But Tanjiro. Tanjiro, what happened? Where am I?" the boy said, waking up in a room. He sat up in bed and realized he was in one of the rooms of the Mariposa estate. "Ah, I remember now. I remember falling asleep after we left the blacksmith village. Just then, the door began to open and Godo entered. Upon seeing the boy, he greeted him and walked towards him. "Godo, I'm glad to know you're awake, tell me how you feel." She would say this while placing many plates of food towards the boy. "Tanjiro, thank you, and I feel fine. Thank you for asking." He would say this as he began to eat, being observed by the Kikuchi. "And tell me, do you know what happened to the blacksmith village?" Godo, well, despite being attacked by two upper moons, human casualties were kept to a minimum. There wasn't time to mourn the fallen since they had to revive and move the village as soon as possible, as the demons wouldn't be long in appearing. He would explain, and the Redeed would just let out a sigh. "Tanjiro, oh, I see, they moved the village. Godo, we've created a number of ghost villages in case something happens. They can occupy them." "Tanjiro, and tell me how many days I was asleep." "Godo, you were only asleep for 6 days." He would say this, and the boy would be relieved since he thought he had been asleep for a long time and missed out on a lot. "Tanjiro, tell me, do you know where Shinobu-san is?" "Godo, Kacho-san is on a mission, but she won't be gone for long since all the pillars are having a meeting to discuss what happened." This is where Tanjiro wondered if he would have to attend as well. "Tanjiro, I wonder if I'll be attending that meeting." "Godo, oh, there are 2 things I'd like to ask you. I heard something bad happened to your sister. Is she alright?" She asked curiously, and Tanjiro's eyes widened. "Tanjiro? Well, it's not a bad thing. She can walk during the day now. They're figuring it out, but right now, we still don't know if she'll become human again or if she'll turn into a demon completely." "Godo, is Kacho-san conducting the investigation?" "Tanjiro, nope, but Tomeo-san did," he would say, and upon realizing what he said, he would begin to choke on his food, and Godo would try to help him. "Godo, you're eating something fast, you're going to choke." He would say, and after a moment the boy would recover. "Tanjiro, that was close. I shouldn't reveal any information about Tomeo-san and tell me, what else did you want to ask me?" he said, trying to change the subject. "Godo, well then, Oyakata-sama, I'm reporting on your relationship with Kacho-san." He would say, and the boy would cough again, worrying Kikuchi, who would be annoyed by the boy's actions. "Enough already. You're going to choke." "Tanjiro, I'm sorry, it's just that I'm not used to that kind of question," he said with a drop of sweat on his forehead, "but it's true, Shinobu-san and I are a couple, even though I'm a demon and she's a human, that won't stop us from being happy," he said, and the Kikuchi just laughed a little. "Godo, I'm happy for you and I hope you'll be happy," she would say, and the boy would smile happily. "Tanjiro, thank you, Godo." At that moment, the door began to open, and Ringoku entered with a smile that the boy happily returned. "Ringoku-san, what are you doing here?" "Taijiro, Tanjiro, boy, I'm glad to hear you're awake," he said, going to greet the boy with a handshake. "I heard you fought the upper fourth. Tell me, how did it all go?" "Tanjiro, well, it was difficult, but thanks to everyone's help, we were able to defeat her." "Taijiro, well, your sister is out in the yard playing. Apparently, she can walk in the sun now, just like you." "Tanjiro, that's right, I wasn't able to decide whether to protect Nezuko or defeat the moon, but Nezuko sacrificed herself to save the blacksmiths who were in danger." He would say sadly but would feel Ringoku's hand on his shoulder. "Taijiro, don't worry, if I were in that situation I'd be the same as you, but it's great to know she's still alive," he said smiling. "Tanjiro, that's right. Taijiro, by the way, you'll be with us tomorrow. We'll talk about what happened in the village and the process we've been through, since thanks to you, we've defeated 3 upper moons." He would say this, but the boy would deny it, since it was thanks to Takedo and Mitsuri who helped defeat Gyako and Hantengu. "Tanjiro, without their help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat them." He would say this, and Ringoku would just laugh. They would spend several hours talking until it got late, when the pillar would leave, leaving the boy alone, who would wait patiently at the gate of the estate since his crow told him about a certain purple-eyed girl who was approaching the estate. "Shinobu Tanji-chan. Is that you?" she said confused, looking at the Redeed who was slowly approaching her. "Tanjiro, hello little butterfly, how are you?" At that moment the girl would rush towards the boy, hugging him tightly, and he would return the hug. "I'm glad to know you're back," she would whisper in his ear. "Shinobu, thank goodness you're alright." The 2 young people then connected their lips in a tender kiss where neither wanted to let go. "Come, let's go inside the estate." "Tanjiro, let's go." Taking the girl's hand and intertwining their fingers, "Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow we have to go to the pillars meeting," he said, and the 2 young people went to sleep together. Time skip. The sun shone brightly, revealing the day when Tanjiro and Shinobu would dress in their uniforms in Haori to go to the meeting of the pillars, where they would enter and see all the pillars sitting and waiting for them. "Tanjiro, sorry for the delay." "Jayame, don't worry, I'm glad you fulfilled your duty as a pillar, defeating 1 more moon," he would say as the boy sat down next to Shinobu and Ringoku. "Tanjiro, how are Takedo and Mitsuri-san doing?" Mitsuri, I feel much better, thank you for asking. She would say excitedly. Yuichiro, I haven't fully recovered my strength yet, but I'm doing well. He would say smiling, leaving everyone surprised by the drastic change in the pillar. Jaime, I'm glad we didn't lose any pillars. Defeating the moons can bring many problems, even losses. I'm glad we're all still together. Engine, it's quite remarkable to know that the hunters have accumulated so many victories, Yuzui would say, smiling. The Oyakata-sama probably wants to speak with us about this matter. The water pillar would say, and everyone would feel that someone had entered, believing it was their master, but they would see that it was his wife, Amain Yubashiki. Amain, I apologize for the delay. In order to attend this meeting, I, Amain Yubashiki, will be here representing Kagaya Yubashiki. Our lord's illness has worsened, and he wishes me to appear before you to offer his apologies for his absence. She bowed her head, and all the pillars, seeing this, bowed before her. Jaime understood, I will pray that the flame of life in Oyakata-sama continues to burn, even if only for one more day, and also that Amain-sama remains healthy. The rock pillar would say, speaking for all the pillars. Amain, he will be grateful to all of you. She said, thanking Jaime for his words, then stood at attention and looked at all the pillars. I'm sure you've already heard, but we now have 2 demons capable of walking in the sunlight. Muzan Kibutsuji probably changed his plans in order to obtain one of them. A bloody battle is approaching. She said, looking at Tanjiro, who simply nodded. Furthermore, we have reports of strange marks that appeared on the bodies of Takedo-sama and Kanroji-sama during the battle with the Upper Moons 5 and 4, and Tanjiro-sama was the one who was able to manifest them in the Red Light District during the fall of the Upper Moon 6. So, I would like to ask the 3 of you how you obtained those marks and what the conditions are for them to appear. They asked, and the 3 pillars raised their heads in astonishment. Mitsuri brands. Tanjiro, I still don't remember much, but I recall a small part of what Michikatsu told me when I met him. The hunter said, trying to remember. Amain, during the Sengoku era, there were some first-breath swordsmen who came within a step of defeating Muzan Kibutsuji, and they all had marks that looked like those that appeared on the demons. Tanjiro, are you referring to Yoriichi-san? Amain, this knowledge has been passed down through generations, so some people should already know it. Tsunemi, but I haven't heard anything about it. Why would we be hiding it? The pillar said seriously. Amain, because many people were left wondering about the marks, they never appeared. For this reason, much information regarding the marks became confusing over time, perhaps because at that time no record was left on any rock and because the demon slayers were close to extinction many times, so their story was possibly cut short at some point. But we still have a consistent piece of information regarding them. When a person has these marks on them, they begin to spread to others as if it were a repercussion. And now, the first person to have this mark was Tanjiro-sama, and I would like to ask if you could explain a little about it and how to manifest it. He would say this, and all eyes would turn towards the boy, who would just be thinking, what will I say? Tanjiro, well, I don't know much about it, but I know the main requirements are life-threatening conditions like a heart rate above 200 beats per minute and a body temperature above 39 degrees Celsius. He said, leaving everyone astonished. Shinobu, it's impossible to move under such conditions, it's incredible to know that there are people capable of that, Kacho would say as the boy headed towards her. Tanjiro, it's possible, that's why there's a difference between people who can awaken it and others who can't. The main heart rate over 200 beats per minute and body temperature of 39 degrees, he would say where one of the girls next to him was writing down everything the boy said. Tanjiro, that's right, I have no further explanation to give. He would say where the pillars were only asking questions about what the situation was like in order to have her. Tsunemi, if you ask me, it sounds too simple. Do I envy hearing how a simpleton like him can say something like that so casually? He would say, angering the wind pillar, who would just remain still since Amain-sama was still with them. Amain, Takedo-sama and Kanroji-sama have nothing further to add. I would say where the 2 pillars would shake their heads, well, thank you very much, Tanjiro-sama, for the information, but I still have to mention regarding the training to obtain the marks. Mitsuri, which one could it be? She would say, confused, as the woman smiled slightly. Amain, well, those who manifested the marks will have to be in charge of the entertainment that is to come, so that everyone in the organization can be strengthened, just like the pillars. The woman would say, then leaving the pillars alone, who would start organizing themselves about which training each one would be in charge of. Rengoku, well, you heard Amain-sama, we must organize ourselves so that all the demon slayers and pillars can become stronger. The flame pillar would say, and everyone would agree and think about what role each one would take. Narrator. The pillars agreed on the training, deciding where to establish a pillar training camp for the organization's hunters. Initially, Tomioka rejected the idea, but thanks to Rengoku and Mitsuri, he agreed and joined the training. Uzui begins this training, which focuses on increasing physical endurance, followed by Rengoku, who increases speed. Next is Takedo, who focuses on quick reactions, then Mitsuri, who improves flexibility, followed by Iguro, who improves his katana skills, then Sanemi, who does endless cutting training, then Tomioka, who improves defense, followed by Jayame with muscle strengthening, and finally Tanjiro, who focuses on improving the techniques of the demon slayers. Pro Ka, Tanjiro Tsujikune ka Higanizuka-san sends you to find Ka, Tanjiro's crow would say, and the pillar would go without wasting any time to the place indicated by the crow, where he would see Higanizuka. Tanjiro Higanizuka-san. He shouted, catching the attention of the blacksmith, who was breathing very heavily. I don't think you're feeling too well. He said, to which the man didn't reply and simply drew his sword. Ah, the sword, thank you very much. The hilt that Rengoku-san gave me looks very nice. The Ganizuka, it's a sword. Tanjiro, oh yes, let's see what the blade looks like. Unsheathing the sword, he looked at the beautiful black metal where a kanji was written, amazing, there are different shades of black here, and what is this symbol? He said, looking at the kanji for Metsu, meaning destruction. The Ganizuka, it's high quality steel. Its previous wielder must have been a very powerful swordsman. The blacksmith who forged this sword did so to destroy all demons, leaving no clue as to his identity, only that kanji written on the blade. He said, astonishing the boy. Apparently, the hierarchy of demon slayers was established after the forging of this sword, and that's perhaps why only the pillars received the title of Akimisatsu, or demon slayer. Tanjiro, oh, I see, what a cool sword, but I don't think I saw that kanji the last time I used it. He would say, where the blacksmith would just sigh and then get angry remembering the boy's recklessness in using the sword without finishing repairing it. The Ganizuka, that's because you disgusting vermin, snatched my sword before I'd even finished the first part of the sharpening process. I couldn't get all the polish off the blade, I'll kill you for that. He said, frightening the boy, then the man grabbed the boy's cheek and began pinching it roughly. Thanks to idiots like you, who dared to use a sword while it was being sharpened, I had to start all over again. He said, already bored, and began walking away from the boy who was still holding his cheek in his hand. Tanjiro, how cruel, sometimes I think Katetsu was right. He would say to return to training, but would run into Shinobu. Shinobu, Tanji-chan was looking for you, Oyakata-sama wants to talk to you. Tanjiro, oh, let's go then. He would say as the couple walked towards the leader's mansion, where they would find him lying down with bandages all over his body while being watched by his wife who, upon seeing the pillars, would let out a smile. The main Tanjiro-sama is here, the woman would say, and the man would bend his head towards the pillar, who would kneel before him. Tanjiro, tell me, what is the reason for your being called Oyakata-sama? He would say respectfully. Begaya, Tanjiro, I'm glad you came today. Tanjiro, don't worry, if you're the one who summoned me, I'll be here immediately. He said, and the man chuckled a little at the boy's manners. Begaya, well, I want to thank you, thanks to you we have defeated 3 moons, he would say, but the boy would shake his head. Tanjiro, you don't have to thank me, Mitsuri-san and Takedo helped me a lot, without them I couldn't have done anything. Begaya, that's right, but without you, they couldn't have defeated her, and that's what's important. Besides, thanks to you, we were able to see the paradox of the marks and thus increase the level of the demon slayers. He said, leaving the boy speechless, unable to say anything but listen to the man's words. But what I wanted to tell you was something else. It was about how at some point I have a feeling that in the next few days Muzan will come here. He said, leaving the boy astonished, as well as Shinobu, who was listening to everything. And I want you to use me as bait and rip off his head. Tanjiro, but what makes you think that? I don't think it's worth putting yourself in danger. There must be another way. He said with some concern. Begaya, it's just a feeling, there's no reason to believe it or not. Tanjiro, even if he tells me that, Rengoku-san told me about the incredible ability the Abayashiki clan has to see the future, that's how they've escaped danger countless times and accumulated a great fortune. He thought about where he would turn to look at Shinobu who would be worried about what the leader said. Begaya, I know it's strange that I'm only telling you this, but I know the others probably won't accept being used as a decoy, except for Jayame. He's aware of everything, and you're the only ones I can ask this of. Tanjiro, Shinobu. He said, and the boy immediately shed tears at his leader's words. Tanjiro understood, if that is what you wish, so be it, Oyakata-sama. Begaya, thank you very much, I truly wish that none of my beloved children face death. He would say this as he asked his wife to help him stand up, and she would do so, making the man sit down while his wife took something out of a drawer behind her. Tanjiro, excuse me for asking, but what is that? He said, looking at a beautiful black box with small gold decorations. Begaya, Shinobu, you can come forward please. She said, standing next to Tanjiro, both of them equally confused. I know this is unexpected, but I'd like you to keep something very precious for us. she said, opening the box and revealing 2 engagement rings made of pure gold and decorated with small diamonds, one of which had a large diamond. Pagaya, these are the Ubayashiki family rings, a symbol of marriage, and I would like you to have them now that you are engaged. He said, smiling, though Tanjiro shook his head, as he felt it was something that belonged in the family. I know you are not part of the bloodline, but this is a gift from my wife and me. I would like you to be the ones to take care of them. Tanjiro, I don't think I'd feel right accepting something very precious to you all. He would say as the leader, with the help of his wife, placed his hand on the boy's head. Pagaya, don't worry, son, just accept them, do it for me. He said, smiling as the boy readily accepted the rings, placing one on Shinobu's finger and Shinobu placing the other on the boy's. From today you will be husband and wife, I'm happy for you. He said as the man's daughters appeared and placed flower crowns on both young people. Tanjiro, thank you, Oyakata-sama, we'll take good care of them, I promise. Shinobu, me too, I promise you'll stay with me. Pagaya, I'm glad to hear that. He would say. After a while Tanjiro and Shinobu would leave the estate of the leader of the hunters, where they are now husband and wife, since they promised the man. Shinobu, Tanji-chan, do you think Oyakata-sama is right? She would say this when the boy didn't answer because he was thinking about whether it was actually true about the leader of the hunters' proposition. Tanjiro, I don't know, Shinobu, but we have to be prepared for what's coming. He said, hugging the girl, who returned the hug as they shared a moment until Tanjiro's crow informed her about the training, where the boy would return to the place to begin training the demon slayers. Time skip. Weeks passed as the pillars training took effect, increasing the power of both the demon slayers and the pillars themselves. These pillars clashed, with Sanemi and Tanjiro fighting to the death, but Jayame and Rengoku intervened, deciding that Tanjiro should stay away from Sanemi, as the two couldn't stand each other. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, intrigued by the desire to become stronger, returned to his home in the mountains in search of his father's book. Upon arriving, he witnessed the arrival of spring, leaving behind the cold snow. He had no time to linger, however. He took what he sought and left. Sanemi, what are you doing here? I didn't forbid you from coming near me. Tanjiro, I didn't come to see you, he said, walking away, leaving the pillar in unimaginable anger. Sanemi, you bucking demon, I swear I'll kill you someday. Tanjiro, damn Sanemi, what's his problem? He said as he walked towards the butterfly estate after training, I sense a familiar scent, there's more than one of them. He said, then realized who it was, and ran out, entering the estate where he would meet none other than Tomeo-san. What are you doing here? He caught the woman's attention, who, upon turning to look at the boy, was surprised by his appearance. Tomeo, Tanjiro, is that you? She would say, amazed at the change the boy had undergone in such a short time. Tanjiro, of course, he would say, where the woman wouldn't say, where several memories of a certain man with long reddish hair would come to mind. Oh hello Yashiro, it's been a while, he would say, where the boy just unleashed his anger in all directions due to the scene he had just seen. Yashiro, hello, he would say, still angry, where Tanjiro could sense it. Hani, hello Tanjiro, it's been a while. Hani said, appearing next to Yashiro. Tanjiro didn't recognize her at first, but thanks to his sense of smell, he was able to remember her. Tanjiro, hello Hani, I see that Tomeo-san did an excellent job. Hani, that's right, Tomeo-san is the best person I've ever met. She's taught me so much about medicine, and now I don't need to kill anyone. She said, smiling. Tanjiro, I'm glad. Tomeo, Tanjiro, calling the boy's attention, who turned to look at her, I'm sorry for so long, it's just that you reminded me of someone I knew a long time ago. Tanjiro, you're talking about Yoriichi-san. He said, surprising the woman with his astonishment. Don't worry, I already know everything, and I want to introduce myself. I'm Tanjiro-Tsuyikune, a descendant of YoriichiTsuyikune. He said, making the woman's head explode at the boy's revelation. Shinobu, hello Tanji-chan, do you know Tomeo-san? She would say, and the boy would be surprised by the girl's appearance. Tanjiro, little butterfly, that's right, I met Tomeo-san before I became a demon, and she's the one helping me with Nezuko's medicine. Shinobu, I see, hello. She would say, greeting the other demons who would return the greeting. Tanjiro, wait a second, how do you know Tomeo-san? Shinobu, Oyakata-sama said she would be working with someone on a drug against muzan, and that's how I met Tomeo-san, but I didn't know she would be bringing company. She said in amazement. Ishiro, Tomeo-san, are you sure about this? She whispered into Tomeo's ear, who simply touched her shoulder. Tanjiro, tell me, who is she? Tanjiro, so, this is Shinobu, my wife. He would say, leaving everyone present except Shinobu in shock at yet another revelation from the boy. Tomeo, I see you've done a lot in such a short time, he would say laughing. Tanjiro, well, I've been through a lot during this time, let me tell you. Narrator. Tanjiro would tell Tomeo and the others everything that had happened without revealing any secrets about Yoriichi, but he would tell them how he was kidnapped by the moons and turned into one that everyone couldn't believe. Tomoyo, so you're saying you became the fourth upper moon where you lost your memories? She would say, and the boy would nod, well, that's surprising, but I'm glad you managed to escape. Tanjiro, it's thanks to Shinobu and my friends that I managed to escape Muzan's control. I still don't remember much of what happened, but I'm remembering little by little. He said smiling as his crow appeared. Pro Tanjiro Tsuyikune, Oyakata-sama needs you right now. He would say as the boy said goodbye to Tomoyo and the others. Shinobu, goodbye Tanji-chan, she would say, hugging the boy tightly, who would only be surprised by the girl's action. Tanjiro, don't worry, Shinobu, I promise I'll be fine, don't worry. He said as the girl slowly walked away, leaving the boy. Goodbye little butterfly. He said, leaving the estate where he met Kanao. Hello Kanao. Is something wrong? Kanao. Tanjiro, can I tell you something? She would say, and the girl would accept before leaving, it's about Shinobu-sama. Tanjiro, what's wrong with her? Kanao, well, something bad is about to happen. She said worriedly, alarming Tanjiro. Chapter 21. The beginning of the end, ACF. Night would fall, the moon would be covered by clouds, the only thing visible would be a silhouette walking softly, its steps leaving a trail of pure evil. It was none other than Muzan Kibutsuji, king of the demons, who would stand before the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, entering to confront the Demon Slayer leader and end his life. Bugaya, so you are here Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan, what a horrible state you're in, Yubaishiki, the Demon King said with a smile as the wind blew strongly against the demon's aura. Bugaya, you've finally come to my home, the demon that my family has been hunting for 1,000 years. Amain, tell me, what does this man look like? Amain, she looks like someone close to 30 years old, but her eyes are completely red and her pupils are vertical like a cat's, said the woman who was next to her husband. Bugaya, oh, alright, I knew you'd come, I'm sure you're completely furious with me with the Yubaishiki family, that's why I knew you'd come to kill me in person. Muzan, you completely disappoint me, Yubaishiki. He said seriously while staring intently at the man. I have lived for 1,000 years without aging a bit and the family that has always followed me has now been reduced to this. It's repulsive, disgustingly repulsive. You already smell like death, Yubaishiki. He said as the man tried to hide where one of his bandages fell from his eye. Bugaya, I already noticed the doctors told me more than 6 months ago that I was going to die in a couple of days, but here I am still alive, the doctors were speechless. Muzan, I feel nothing. What are you trying to achieve with this? Bugaya, that a monster like you comes from the same family, and that's why my family was cursed. Every baby born into our family was weak and died immediately, but when our family was on the verge of disappearing, the priests advised us, since a demon comes from your bloodline, you should dedicate your lives to killing it, and if you succeed, your family name will not disappear. We have received wives from the priests for generations, and that's why our children have resisted death, but no one in our family has lived past 30, the man finished telling his story. Muzan, now you're just spouting nonsense, it's disgusting. Did I ruin your brain? What you say doesn't matter to me at all. He said, tapping his forehead with a finger while smiling. Heaven hasn't punished me. Bugaya, so that's what you think, but I have my own opinion about it. Muzan, tell me, what is your dream? Muzan. Bugaya, it's been over 1,000 years, tell me what kind of dream are you having exactly? He would say smiling, causing Muzan to begin paying close attention to him. Muzan, I feel strange. The head of the demon slayers is a nuisance to me. He's right in front of me, yet I don't feel any anger. In fact, he said this as he heard a sound to his left and turned to see Oyakata-sama's 2 daughters playing with a ball while singing a song that made the demon feel a touch of nostalgia and tranquility. What strange feelings. There are only 4 humans in the mansion, Yubaishiki, his wife, and those girls. But there are no guards. Bugaya, what if I try to guess? Muzan, I understand your heart and soul, you dream of eternity, you dream of being indestructible, of being immortal. Muzan, exactly, tell me, did Tanjiro tell you? Bugaya, in large part yes, but that was to be expected. Once you get the brothers, you'll be able to walk in the sun, won't you? Muzan, exactly, and it will come true soon. I only need one more person to make it happen. Bugaya, it's a shame it didn't come to pass. Muzan. Muzan, you seem very confident about that. You think there's no one out there looking for them? I've already figured that out. I just need time, something you're short on. Bugaya, seriously, eternity is nothing more than people's thoughts, they are the only thing that will be indestructible. Demon slayers have continued to exist for 1,000 years. It's true that many have died, but not in vain. You, Muzan, have stepped on the tiger's tail on many occasions and thus awakened the dragon's wrath. In short, you have awakened a sleeping creature that has been quiet for a long time and they hate you with all their might and they will never let you go, provoking anger in the demon, who then walked softly toward the man. Muzan, what a detestable man, I can't believe he's so calm despite knowing his death sentence. Bugaya, if you kill me, the demon slayers won't feel the slightest pain. Honestly, they don't need me that much, he sighed, and this human connection isn't something you, Muzan, will ever understand. Because if you die, all the demons will disappear along with you. Don't you think? He said, and the demon, surprised and fed up with listening, raised his hand in the direction of the leader of the Slayers. Muzan, are you done yet? Yubashiki. The guy, yes, although I didn't expect you to take the time to listen to me, thank you Muzan. Elsewhere. Pro-emergency call. They're attacking the Yubashiki mansion. One of the crows would shout, guiding the pillars towards the mansion. Tanjiro, don't wait for this, I must concentrate. He would say with a gloomy and somewhat cold expression that would make him run faster than any pillar. Tsunemi, don't worry Oyakata-sama, I'm almost there. Abanai, hurry up. Taijiro, Oyakata-sama. Don't worry, we're close. Tenjin, damn it. Why didn't anyone notice the presence of a demon at headquarters? Mitsuri, Oyakata-sama. Narrator. All the pillars rushed towards headquarters, where they both reminisced about many moments with the leader of the hunters. But their thoughts were jolted awake by an intense explosion, leaving everyone shocked and frightened. Tanjiro, noticing the smell of blood and burnt flesh, realized that his leader had sacrificed himself to put his plan into action. Muzan Yubashiki, but that bastard sacrificed himself along with his wife and daughters. The expression on his face concealed his murderous intentions very well, and he also added many tetsubishi to make the exposure more lethal and slow my regeneration, which means there's still something more to come. At that moment, small spheres of flesh appeared and surrounded Muzan. What are they? Flesh seeds of blood technique. Blood technique. Scattered thorns, the demon that Muzan had transformed into Takedo would scream, causing all the seeds to explode, releasing several thorns that would scatter inside Muzan's body, preventing him from escaping. Tameyohani. The woman would shout and the other demon would appear, using her threads to hold the demon king's hands, feet and head, giving Tameo the opportunity to plunge her fist into Muzan's torso. Muzan, Tameo, what are you doing here? And who are these demons? He would say angrily upon seeing two demons that were not under his control. Tameo, don't you remember this demon? He would say, looking at the spiky demon named Nagoro, he's the demon you turned into Takedo, or have you forgotten him? Muzan, they approached using a concealment technique, but what was their objective? What did they achieve? Tameo, you absorbed my fist, Muzan. Do you have any idea what was inside? A drug to turn demons into humans. Tell me, are you already feeling the effects? He said, surprised, to the demon who didn't believe such a thing existed. Muzan, it's impossible for something like that to exist. Tameo, we create imperfect, although I'm not capable of doing it alone, she would say where Muzan would escape from one of the threads on his arm, which would pierce Tameo's forehead with one of his fingers. Muzan, you are a stubborn woman, Tameo. Have you already forgotten who murdered your husband and children? Was it me? No, it wasn't you, you damned woman. You killed them. He said, causing the demon to begin to shed tears as she remembered her husband and children. Tameo, had I known this would happen, I would never have asked you to turn me into a demon. All I wanted was not to die from my illness and to see my children grow up and become adults. Muzan. But after that, you killed a huge number of people. Was it just my imagination? Because I noticed you had a lot of fun devouring those humans. Tameo, it's true, I killed many people after falling into my deepest despair. So, to atone for more sins, I intend to die here with you, Himejima-san. She would shout and Jaime would appear, using his weapons to smash Muzan's head with his iron ball. Jaime narrates. The first time I saw him, Oyakata-sama was 14 and I was 18, but he was very mature for his age. It was incredible to think that this man, who was 4 years younger than me, was the leader of the demon slayers. He spoke whatever people wanted to hear. Tanjiro, seriously, that's incredible. Tanjiro would say where both pillars had met in training, where they would both talk about Oyakata-sama's plan. Jaime, yes, it is, his family is one of the most successful, thanks to his incredible way of speaking and his gift of seeing the future. Tanjiro, that's right, Ringoku-sen has told me a lot about that. Jaime, if what Oyakata-sama says comes to pass, I ask that you gather the pillars so that we can all fight against Muzan and thus make our victory more likely. Tanjiro, that's right, since the only thing that can kill Muzan is sunlight, it will be a battle until dawn. He would say seriously. Back in the battle. Jaime, just as Tanjiro said, this demon Muzan won't die even if we cut off his head. Judging by the sound of his voice, the speed of his regeneration surpasses that of any demon I've faced in the past, that only means the battle will be extremely difficult. He said this as Muzan regenerated his head, then raised his hand to launch attacks towards the pillar. Muzan dark blood technique, chains of thorns, walking different chains of blood. Jaime rock breathing third form. Igneo reflection, he would say this to move his weapons around his body, managing to destroy the demon's technique, but the demon would launch even more, leaving the pillar in trouble. Damn it, I can't handle all of this. Tanjiro solar breathing third form. Suffocating crimson mirror, he would say, appearing to finish cutting off Muzan's technique, where both would cross eyes, where Tanjiro would look at him with immense hatred. "Tsunemi, you bastard. What the hell have you done to Oyakata-sama?" He would say this where all the pillars would appear. "Jaime its Muzan Kibutsuji. And damn it, he can't die even if they cut off his head. Tsunemi, that son. Butsuri, that man. Abanai, that damned. Rengoku, it can't be. Tenjin, I swear to kill him." Tomioka appeared. "Shinobu Kibutsuji is here. Tanjiro Muzan." He would shout, his aura growing stronger, letting the pillars know that it was really him. Michiro mist breathing fourth form. Shinobu insect breathing butterfly dance. Abanai snake breath first posture. Butsuri breath of love fifth posture. Byu water breathing third stance. Tenjin breath of sound fifth posture. Aijiro breath of the flame first form. Tsunemi wind breathing seventh posture. Tanjiro solar breathing 11th form. All the pillars would execute their breathing techniques, where Muzan would only laugh since they had fallen into his trap. Many doors would open on the ground around the pillars, causing everyone to enter the infinite castle, as well as all the hunters of the organization, along with the demons of Tomeo's team. "Muzan, did you really think you could corner me? Now you'll all go to hell. You're just pathetic hunters, tonight I'll kill you all. Tanjiro, you're the one who goes to hell. You won't escape again, Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan, catch me if you can. And you'll return to where you belong. Tanjiro Tsuyikune." He would say this as he disappeared into the 1,000 gates of the infinite castle. "Tanjiro, I need to find a place to land." He would say this while holding onto a wall to fall into one of the rooms where Rengoku and Tomioka would later appear. "Aijiro, Tanjiro, are you alright?" "Tanjiro, that's right, Rengoku-san, don't worry." He would say, still in a cold and serious tone that would leave Rengoku confused and distracted, where a demon would appear behind him. Byu water breathing third form. Dance of currents, this would be where he would cut off the demon's head, helping Rengoku. "Aijiro, thank you, Tomioka, but we must leave here," he said, seeing many demons in front of him, causing the three pillars to draw their swords to fight. "Tanjiro, I must find Shinobu before something bad happens. Muzan, you took my family from me twice, and now you're taking away someone I consider a father. I swear he'll burn in hell. But Abanai and Mitsuri." Abanai snake breathing fifth form. Slithering snake, cutting through a large number of demons. "Are you hurt, Kanroji?" he would say, and the girl would just become somewhat serious. "Mitsuri, I'm fine, it's nothing, we should find the others and head towards Muzan," she would say with determination, which would leave the pillar confused by her change in personality. "With Jaime and Takedo." "Michiro, that's a lot of demons, don't you think, Himejima-san?" "Jaime, it seems they have been imbued in this place, but they possess the strength of a lower moon, he is planning, worn out," he would say where both pillars were running through the enormous place. "Michiro, what happened to teacher Yubayashiki?" "Jaime, he went ahead of us and gave his life. It was a dignified death." He would say this in a way that would make the boy shed small tears. "Michiro, I don't think I made the mistake of letting myself be found by a demon. Did I offer myself as a decoy?" "Jaime, you're right, he knew he didn't have much time left to live. Michiro, Oyakata-sama, after a demon attack left me on the brink of life and death, he stayed by my side the entire time. He did the same for the others who were just as injured, as if he were our father." She would say this while recalling different moments she had with the man. "Jaime, yes, I already knew. Michiro, Muzan not only took my brother, but also our father Muzan. I'll make sure you suffer before I send you to hell. Jaime, don't worry, we all want the same thing," he said as he continued running alongside the young pillar. "With Tsunemi. Tsunemi, Oyakata-sama, I wasn't able to protect him," he said while kneeling in the middle of the fortress where he was attacked by a demon, but he was decapitated by the pillar without needing to move from the place, seeing that many more were close to him. "Keep coming, one after another. Damned vermin, come at me with everything, I'll kill you all," he said while crying for the death of his father. "With Yuzui. Tenjin, what place is this? I should look for the others, but first I'll take care of all of you," he said, seeing a huge number of demons approaching him. "Elsewhere. Inosuke rushing," said the self-proclaimed Mountain King, who was running alongside Kanao down a corridor. "And now calm down, Inosuke, we must find and help the other demon slayers," she said as she ran alongside the boy who was cutting off the heads of the demons that crossed their paths. "But Zenitsu. Zenitsu, I heard something, that person might be nearby, I'll never forgive them, I never will." He would say this while thinking of a note that was given to him during training, which would cause the yellow-haired boy to change his attitude and personality. "With Shinobu. Shinobu, I smell blood." Walking down a corridor where she would enter a room where she would see many lifeless bodies of people being devoured by Dauma. Girl, you look young and beautiful. I'll have to thank Nakam for this," he would say, smiling, which would remind Shinobu of her sister's words and a description of the demon that caused her death. Well, how are you? Nice to meet you. My name is Dauma. It's a pleasant evening, isn't it? He would say, but then he would hear one of the girls who were still alive, "Silence, can't you see we're talking?" He would say, trying to finish off the girl, but Shinobu would save her. "Shinobu, are you alright?" "Dauma, so you're a pillar," he said, as the girl was left with several cuts, surprising Shinobu when she saw the demon manage to cut her. "Don't worry about her, I plan to devour her later." Raising his two golden fans. "Shinobu, so he's the demon who murdered my sister," she would say, filled with rage upon realizing she had before her the demon who took away what was most precious to her. "Dauma, I am the founder of the cult of eternal paradise. My job is to help make happy those who worship me, and that includes me too, so I will devour her and leave no remains." "Shinobu, make everyone happy. Don't be crazy, this girl was just asking for help." "Dauma, that's precisely why he no longer feels any pain. He's not suffering either. He no longer has anything to fear." He would say, smiling, placing a hand on his chest, "Everyone is afraid of dying, and that's why I eat them, so they can live eternity with me." "Shinobu, are you out of your mind? You're making me want to throw up," she said angrily, making the demon aware of her anger. "Dauma, how can you be so rude when we just met? Oh, I know, how sad. If there's something bothering you, just say so, I'm listening." "Shinobu, something bothering me? You're the one who murdered my sister, aren't you? Don't you recognize this Hayori?" she would say, causing the demon to remember Kani after a moment, which would make him laugh. "Dauma, you mean that girl who used flower breathing? She was such a sweet and tender girl, I missed my chance to eat her, I really wanted to." He would be interrupted by a steak from Shinobu. "Shinobu, insect breathing bee sting dance flapping," where she would stab the demon in the eye, injecting a large amount of poison. "Dauma, that was a good stab, I couldn't even see it coming, but now it's my turn." Blood technique. Ice Lotus, launching a vertical slash that Shinobu barely dodges. "Shinobu, it's so cold, the air is freezing enough to crush a person's lungs." "Dauma, you are fast, but you can't kill me by stabbing me, you must aim for the neck." "Shinobu, well, maybe I can't kill you with stabs, but what about poison?" she said, and the demon's skin turned purple before it spat blood. "I don't know if this poison will be enough for an upper moon, but I made sure to use Tanjiro's blood to increase its effectiveness." "Dauma, this one is stronger than the one you used on Ruikon Mountain," he would say to the pillar in surprise. "Shinobu, so they share information. Poison is a double-edged sword," she said, looking at the demon who would be able to break down the poison. "Dauma, I have to admit it was difficult to decipher, but there's something familiar about it. Oh, I remember now, there's a scent similar to Tanjiro Dono's blood. Do you two know each other?" "Shinobu, that's none of your business, demon," she would say, even more annoyed upon hearing her husband's name. "Dauma, so you two know each other. Tell me, does that ring on your hand mean something between you two? Oh, so that means you're a couple, so I already have a way to lure him here," he said, laughing happily, while Shinobu only got angrier. "Let's fight." "Shinobu, that's fine by me." Thus, both opponents clashed their weapons, where Shinobu managed to inject poison into Dauma, which was difficult for him to break down, but he would gradually adapt. "Dauma, that was the 5th time and it wasn't helpful either. It didn't do any good. Even though you hurt me, I'm slowly getting used to it." He said this when he saw the girl was having trouble breathing. "Tell me, are you having trouble breathing?" "That's because my blood technique is killing your lungs as you breathe the air blown out by my fans." "Shinobu, if I can't breathe properly, I should finish him off quickly." Insect breathing, dragonfly dance, hexagonal compound eye, launching various attacks which would inject large amounts of poison into the demon. "Dauma, you are fast indeed, perhaps the fastest pillar I have ever met." He would say this as Shinobu received a cut to her chest which would cause enormous damage to her body, leaving her on the verge of death. "Shinobu, he cut me," she said, falling to her knees while coughing up blood. "Dauma, you should have cut off my head instead of using poison. With your speed, you would have defeated me. Or maybe not, since you're so small." Mocking the pillar who could only listen. "Shinobu, why are my hands so small? Why didn't I keep growing? If I were just a little taller, I would have defeated the demon by cutting off its head, arms and legs. The longer they are, the more muscle they have, which is an advantage, but Kani was taller than me, yet delicate. I envy Himejima-san. When she comes to the rescue, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief." I know what I was going to say. She thought about where she would see her sister standing in front of her, feeding her so she could keep fighting. "Kani, compose yourself. I won't allow you to cry, so stand up." "Shinobu, Kani, I lost a lot of blood, I can't get up, my left lung is punctured and I can't breathe." "Kani, it doesn't matter, stand up, I don't have such a weak sister, so stand up." Shinobu Kacho, insect pillar. When you set your sights on defeating a demon, do it win at all costs. You made that promise to me in Kanao. She would say this as Shinobu shed tears, but in the midst of them, she would stand up, which surprised the moon. Aoma, can you stand? Are you even human? I just broke your collarbone, some ribs, and even your lung, and yet I'm surprised that despite your size and all that bleeding, you're not dead. I know, you must be saved, so I'll make sure you live eternity with me. Shinobu, if I'm going to aim for something, it has to be his neck. Insect breathing, centipede dance, hundred-legged zigzag, Shinobu would use all her speed, which was even capable of breaking the wooden bridge with the force in her feet. Aoma, she's moving in all directions. He said, watching the girl run in zigzag movements until she was right in front of him, she's fast. He launched 2 eye slashes which the girl dodged, but they tore Butterfly's Haori to pieces, down. The girl plunged her sword into the moon's neck, which was lifted off the ground and crashed into the ceiling of the room. Shinobu, I once believed that the path to happiness would prevail forever, despite the distance. When it was destroyed, I realized for the first time that happiness rests on a thin layer of glass, and just as we were saved, there are also those whose happiness has not been destroyed. That's why I wanted to become stronger. That's what we promised. Remembering a promise with her sister. Annie, let's go and defeat as many demons as we can, all together. We won't allow anyone else to go through what we went through. At that moment, her memories flashed back to a moment she had with Tanjiro before he left for the blacksmith village. Tanjiro, if we manage to survive and defeat Muzan, I promise I'll always keep you by my side until the moment we have to die. Shinobu, we'll both live in the mansion. If all this demon stuff ends, this mansion will be transformed into a clinic so we can both live there, and I don't know, but maybe we can plan to start a family. Blushing, as does the boy, and they both hug. Tanjiro, I promise, returning to the battle between the pillar and the moon, where the latter is greatly weakened by the girl's poison. Shinobu, I don't understand why the poison doesn't work on him. The demon would recover from the poison and hold Shinobu in a hug while being held by his ice flowers. Aoma, how admirable. You've tried so hard. I'm impressed that such a weak girl like you can put in so much effort. You don't have your older sister's talent, but you've done well as a demon slayer. It's a miracle you're still alive. Everything you do is pointless. You see that, but you're stupid enough to keep trying, which shows the sheer stupidity of the marvelous human being. He would say, shedding a few tears as he began to absorb the girl. Without a doubt, you are worthy of being absorbed. Your last words. Shinobu, go to hell. She would begin to close her eyes as Inosuke and Kanao entered, witnessing the scene. Kanao-sensei. Inosuke, Shinobu. Inosuke would launch himself towards the demon with his 2 swords ready, beast-breathing third fang. Tear and devour, launching 2 slashes, he would realize that the moon was no longer in the place, seeing that it was on the ground. Damn it, stop moving. He would say very angrily. Aoma, that's dangerous. Don't try to cut me while I'm eating. He said, smiling, as he finished absorbing the girl, leaving behind her butterfly brooch and the Ibayashiki family ring. So this ring represents the union of people. Interesting. He said, laughing, but stopped as he felt the room begin to shake and the temperature rise to extreme levels. Here it comes. Inosuke, what's going on? And now I don't know, but I'm starting to feel really hot. At that moment, one of the walls would break, revealing a fireball that would crash into Dauma, causing him many cuts and burns. The girl was pulled from his body, and the ring was taken from the moon's hand, stepping back to reveal Tanjiro with a completely furious expression and eyes ablaze. Aoma, Tanjiro Dono, I'm glad to see you here, tell me how you've been. Tanjiro, shut up. How dare you touch the most important person in my life. I swear I'll cut your head into 1,000 pieces until it disappears into ashes. Raising his aura, which would make the moon feel its blood run cold at the sight of the boy. Aoma, I don't think you can, don't you realize, he would say as Tanjiro began to fall to the ground next to Shinobu's body, which was missing an arm and a leg because it was dissolving inside the demon's body. Tanjiro, what's wrong? Why does my body weigh so much? Aoma, when you approached me, I implanted my new technique, Heart of Glass, which turns your body into a living hell, since you won't be able to move or use any techniques against me, so you're completely useless. He said, provoking even more anger in the boy. Now, blood technique. Ice immobilizing prison. He created a huge cube where he trapped Tanjiro and Shinobu inside. And now I've created a new technique which freezes your entire body inside this cube until you freeze to death. So after you're immobilized, I'll take you to Muzan-sama so he can absorb you. He said, laughing. Inosuke, you'll have to go through me first to get to Kantaro. He said, standing in front of Kanao, who was trying to break the demon's technique. Aoma, I don't think you can do it, my technique is too resistant, so I'll kill them and then take Tanjiro to the master, raising his fans to get into a battle stance. But Zenitsu. Zenitsu, why do people believe such things? You're there, aren't you? Come out now, I can sense you. He said something serious as a bedroom door began to open. That's no way to speak to your superiors, although you look a little better compared to the last time I saw you. Are you a pillar now, Zenitsu? He said, and a high-ranking demon of rank 6 appeared, possessing black hair and wearing a demon slayer outfit and wielding a Nichiren katana. Zenitsu Kagaku, now that you've become a demon, I no longer consider you superior to me. Elsewhere. The son of the hunter's leader could be seen, who would be in charge of guiding the crows with the help of Yoshiro's technique, and with the help of his sisters, they were able to report on everything that happened inside the Infinite Castle. Is Shinobu dead? The boy asked his sisters. Not actually, she was helped by Tanjiro-sama before she was absorbed by Upper Moon 2, where they are both trapped in a block of ice. What about the rest of the pillars? Have you encountered any more moons? Everyone is fine, but the hunter Agatsuma has encountered the upper 6th. At least Muzna hasn't moved from her spot, the boy said, before going back to drawing an infinite castle. But Zenitsu. Kagaku, you definitely haven't changed, as weak as ever. Tell me, can you do anything other than the first form of lightning breathing? Zenitsu, you definitely look happy for someone who only became an upper moon because the position was empty. He would say seriously, which surprised the demon, who would just laugh. Kagaku, so you can answer now. Zenitsu, why did you become a demon? Why did you, the rightful successor of the lightning breathing, become a demon? If you hadn't done it, Grandpa wouldn't have committed suicide. He said, raising his voice as he recalled what the letter he received during pillar training said. Grandpa stabbed himself in the stomach because there was no one to behead him. When he stabbed himself, there should have been someone to cut off his head. Yet, he suffered a slow and painful death. All because a lightning breathing user surrendered to the demons. He said, well, Kagaku just laughed loudly as he watched the boy cry. Kagaku, that's not my problem. Am I supposed to feel sadness? Regret? I have no intention of dwelling on what's happening. I don't care. I always will. No matter the situation, I'll stay close to those who know how to value me as I should be. In fact, I'm glad that old man died a painful death. He only said stupid things like I had to work with dirt like you to share the title of successor. He would say this as Zenitsu clenched his fist due to how enraged he was. Zenitsu grandfather wasn't feeling it. If I'm Earth, then you're trash. I can only use the first form and you can use all forms except the first. He said, angering the demon, who drew his sword. Kagaku, don't put me in the same category as trash like you. Lightning breathing fourth form. Distant thunder, Kagaku would perform several electric wave attacks with the intention of killing Zenitsu, but Zenitsu would quickly get behind the demon, cutting his neck. Zenitsu too slow, garbage. Kagaku, he managed to cut me. He's fast, he moves like he's someone else. He'd say, remembering the moment he met Kakishibo, who was responsible for transforming him into a demon and elevating him to upper moon. This imbecile is nothing. Zenitsu Agatsuma is just dirt, always crying, with no pride whatsoever. And that old man wanted me to share the successor position with this useless guy, he'd say, becoming even angrier. Everyone has to die at some point. You and the old man are no exception. Lightning breathing second form. Thunderball. Launching 5 consecutive attacks, inflicting a small wound on Agatsuma. Zenitsu, you've definitely eaten a lot of people. Can't you tell right from wrong anymore? Kagaku, of course I know right from wrong. Lightning breathing third form. Lightning swarm of mosquitoes, launching a spinning attack that obliterates everything in its path, inflicting several wounds on the yellow-haired man. Those who judge me correctly and accept me are right, and those who judge me wrongly and don't accept me are wrong. Lightning breathing fifth form. Blazing thunder, launching an attack that would directly impact the hunter, and how do they know my techniques reinforced with demon blood? A slashing blow that breaks your skin and flesh, that is, it burns them. Lightning breathing sixth form. Electric rain, Kagaku would launch multiple attacks that would shatter the ground, causing the Agatsuma to fall. I am special, unlike you. Unlike all of them. I would say where Zenitsu would begin to remember everything he had to go through, to live and see, knowing that no matter how many times he treated him badly, he always admired him a lot, but now that he became a demon and made his grandfather commit suicide, he has no love for him. Zenitsu, I am sorry, Grandpa, this is where our paths diverge. Performing a backflip, landing on one of the castle walls. I'm sorry, brother. Lightning breathing seventh form. God of blazing thunder, launching himself in a powerful blast of thunder that slices off Kagaku's head while visualizing a lightning dragon. Kagaku, I didn't see it. What was that just now? That was too fast. I don't know that stance. What did he use? He said, confused, as he and Zenitsu fell through the hole in the doors. Damn it. So the old man had favorites. He taught you a stance he didn't teach me. He said angrily as he was disintegrated. Zenitsu, no, grandfather was never like this. This is my form, one I created, so that we could both fight together side by side, but it wasn't like that. Kagaku, he created a seventh form. He can only use the first form. That useless guy who was inferior to me. No. This can't be true, I lost against someone as weak as him even so, that useless guy will fall and die alongside me. He would say this, only to be surprised by Yashiro who would appear next to him. Yashiro, those who give nothing to others will never receive anything from them, just like those who only wish to end their lives because they cannot create anything. Dying alone is pathetic. Giving Kagaku a huge lesson where he would finish disintegrating, where Yashiro would take Zenitsu and be lifted with one of Hani's threads that he carried on his leg. Murata, how is he? Can you save him? The hunter, who was being watched by Hani and Nagoro, said, I know this kid. Do something. Hani, come on, calm down Murata, he'll be fine, Yashiro knows what he's doing. The demon clarified, causing the hunter to calm down. Zenitsu, he closed his eyes, finding himself in a forest with a huge river in front of him, where his grandfather was said to be on the other side. Grandfather, I'm so sorry. I couldn't be alone with Kagaku. You even wrote me a letter, but I never replied. If I hadn't been around, Kagaku probably would have ended up like him. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I couldn't repay you. You only wanted to turn me into a pillar while you were alive. I'm so sorry. He said, crying loudly as vines entangled him, preventing him from moving. Meguro Zenitsu, you are my pride and joy, smiling while she shed small tears, the boy doing the same until he woke up on Hani's back. Ishiro, the demons are coming this way, we must move. Running off with his two companions, Murata and two other hunters. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.